I woke up groggy and confused, staring at the man in front of me. His face was a blur, but I noticed his long black hair and a striking red mole near his collarbone. I tried to touch his face, but he moved behind me and whispered something coldly in my ear. I couldn't tell if this was real or a drunken dream, but I swore I'd never drink again. Suddenly, everything changed. It was a hot summer night, and I found myself in a speeding carriage, dressed in red wedding clothes. Memories hit me like a storm. I, Tan Lingyin, had transmigrated into the body of a pitiful bride who was doomed to die after running away on her wedding night. Now, I was in the middle of that escape. I panicked and forced the carriage to stop, pretending to feel unwell. After a scuffle with the man accompanying me, I ran as fast as I could, only to crash into a group of riders. Among them was my new husband, Prince Xiejingheng, looking cold and majestic in his red wedding robes. My heart raced, not from fear but something else. He was breathtakingly handsome. Thinking quickly, I threw myself into his arms, calling him husband and pretending to be a victim of kidnapping. My dramatic act even brought me to tears, which seemed to confuse him. He took me back to the palace, where I continued my charade, pouring wine for him and acting the perfect bride. But something fell off. My body burned with an unnatural heat, and I realized I'd been drugged earlier. Angry at the man who had plotted against me, I clung to Xiejingheng, blaming the culprit. To my surprise, he noticed a birthmark on my wrist and froze. His gaze darkened, and he held me tighter, as if something about me had struck a deep chord in him. When he asked if I knew who he was, I softly whispered his name, Xiejingheng. When I woke up, my entire body felt heavy and sore. Memories of the night before rushed back. My first night with Xiejingheng, the cold and distant prince who turned out to be far from the rumors. Who would have thought that the so-called abstinent and detached prince could be so passionate? As I stirred, I realized his strong arm was still wrapped possessively around my waist. His handsome face was so close, and his morning voice, deep and husky, sent my heart racing. I tried to move, but he held me tighter, refusing to let go. "Why did you try to run last night?" he finally asked, his dark eyes filled with suspicion. Panic bubbled up inside me, but I quickly shifted gears, putting on my most pitiful expression. I told him how I was forced to leave, pretending to be scared and helpless, all the while fluttering my lashes and gently touching his chest. To my relief, he seemed to believe me, even leaning in for another kiss. By the time I got up, I was so exhausted I could barely move. 2 maids from the prince's household helped me dress, reminding me that I needed to visit the palace for the tea ceremony. I glanced at myself in the old, distorted bronze mirror and frowned. What a horrible mirror. As I reached for some rouge, my sleeve slipped, revealing a red phoenix mark on my wrist. Excitement surged through me. It was the key to my hidden spaceship, the Emperor Phoenix. Using it, I accessed a futuristic interface that confirmed its presence. If I had remembered this earlier, I could have avoided last night entirely. I could have knocked Xiejingheng out with a tranquilizer and escaped. But now it was too late. Still, leaving wasn't an option anymore. Xiejingheng was too handsome, and life in the palace seemed bearable. Besides, running away would only bring trouble to my family. Resigned to my new life, I decided to play along for now. As the maids worked, I smiled at them and asked for their names. It was time to start figuring out how to navigate this new world properly. The 2 maids shyly asked me to name them. Thinking the usual ancient-style names were too stiff, I gave them modern ones, Chishi and Kola. They happily accepted, and I felt quite proud of my creativity. Once everything was ready, they helped me out of the bridal chamber. As we stepped into the hall, I saw Xiejingheng sitting at the dining table, his expression cold and stern. But when I approached, his gaze softened. He called me over, and before I knew it, he grabbed my wrist and pulled me to sit beside him. His touch was firm, yet his demeanor became gentler as he held my hand. I quickly noticed his bad mood and guessed it was because of what Murong Lingyun might have said during interrogation. Fearing the worst, I put on my sweetest smile and used my beauty strategy, offering him a bite of the pastry I was eating. To my surprise, and everyone else's, he actually took it from my hand and ate it. This was the same Xie Jingheng who supposedly never shared food. Clearly, my act was working. Then he ordered Morong Lingyun to be dealt with. Hearing this, I nearly cheered inside. With that traitor gone, no one could question my story anymore. Feeling victorious, I decided to keep playing the doting wife. After breakfast, I pretended to stumble, and Xie Jingheng immediately caught me, holding me close. His teasing words about last night made me blush, but I stayed in character, acting shy and coy. He seemed amused and even carried me, whispering suggestively about continuing our conversation later. As he held me, I realized that trying to escape or oppose him was futile. Xie Jingheng wasn't just powerful, he was terrifyingly sharp and surrounded by loyal guards. Running away would not only doom me, but also my family. For now, my best option was to play the obedient and loving wife. Resting my head against his chest, I noticed the maids Qixi and Kola struggling not to laugh. Their reactions reminded me how ridiculous this situation was, but I had to admit, I was starting to enjoy my role in this game. Today was the day we were going to the palace to present tea to the emperor and empress. As the carriage swayed gently, I sat close to Xie Jingheng, looking up at him with curiosity. Do I need to talk much in the palace, or should I just answer when spoken to? I asked sweetly, my eyes wide. He looked down at me, his fingers brushing lightly against his knee, as if lost in thought. Then, without warning, he lifted my chin and commanded in his deep voice, "Call me husband." I hesitated for a moment, annoyed at how demanding he could be. But with a smile, I relented, calling him husband in the softest, most charming tone I could muster. He seemed enchanted, his eyes darkening as he leaned in to kiss me. I quickly raised my hand to stop him.
No.
My lipstick will smudge, I protested. After all, I couldn't enter the palace with swollen lips and smeared makeup. It would be scandalous. He sighed in frustration, kissing the back of my hand instead and muttering about how troublesome I was before pulling me into his lap. As he closed his eyes to rest, I let my thoughts drift. My mind wandered to the hidden spaceship sealed in my wrist, the Emperor Phoenix. It was comforting to know I still had a piece of my old world, even in this strange place. But I didn't dare take it out here. In this era, it would surely brand me as a witch or monster. Just as I was lost in thought, I felt his grip tighten. Before I could react, he pulled me onto his lap again, his lips capturing mine in a deep, lingering kiss. I tried to push him away, but he only deepened the kiss, ignoring my protests about my lipstick. "Be good," he murmured against my lips, his voice low and filled with desire. It sent shivers down my spine. I sighed inwardly. This man had no self-control at all. How was I going to survive this day in the palace with him behaving like this? When I heard Xie Jingheng's deep voice, my mind went blank like a volcano erupting. How could he be so infuriatingly handsome and charismatic? His looks, his voice, everything about him was unfairly perfect. Running away? Not a chance. Where else would I find such an incredible husband? As the carriage neared Cunning Palace, Xie Jingheng finally let me go, wiping the smudged lipstick from my lips. I quickly asked Qixi if she had any lipstick, then fumbled to fix my makeup before we arrived. His teasing comment about how I didn't even need lipstick made me huff, but I focused on making myself presentable. When we got out of the carriage, he offered me his hand, but I handed mine to Qixi instead. His guard, Zhueyun, looked stunned, probably thinking I was too bold to ignore such a rare gesture from Xie Jingheng. Inside the palace, I couldn't help but notice how special he was. Even his carriage was allowed where others weren't, thanks to his military achievements. As we entered the hall, the emperor and empress were already waiting. The emperor seemed relieved to see Xie Jingheng in a good mood, while the empress looked me over with a smile, clearly pleased with her son's choice. Their reaction only deepened my understanding of how highly Xie Jingheng was regarded. During the tea ceremony, I kept my composure, smiling sweetly as I offered tea and accepted their blessings. But when the emperor whispered to Xie Jingheng to wipe his mouth, I froze. My heart raced as I realized his lips still had traces of my lipstick. Embarrassed, I handed him a handkerchief, which he used with an amused smile. The emperor seemed delighted, while I wished I could disappear into the ground. The empress gifted me a pair of exquisite jade bracelets, which Xie Jingheng personally slipped onto my wrist. His fingers brushed against the phoenix mark on my skin, making me shiver. Did he notice something unusual? I hoped not. When the conversation turned to family matters, I sensed the tension between Xie Jingheng and the emperor regarding his mother, Snow Consort. Her story was a mystery, and the bitterness in Xie Jingheng's tone made it clear this was a sensitive topic. I decided not to pry, knowing it wasn't my place. As we left the palace, he held my hand tightly, guiding me out. My heart was still pounding, not just from the palace's grandeur or the awkward moments, but from the man beside me, who seemed both untouchable and dangerously close. Tan Lingyin was overjoyed inwardly. Yes, yes, go back quickly. She needs her medicine. The emperor and empress reluctantly watched the two leave, bestowing additional jewelry and ornaments for them to take along. After the two departed, the chief astrologer hurriedly arrived. Your Majesty, last night, this old servant observed the stars, and the phoenix star has descended into the mortal world. The emperor abruptly stood up. What? In which direction? In the east of the holy capital, replied the astrologer. The emperor furrowed his brow and scolded. Why did you notice this so late? What are you good for? The phoenix star appeared suddenly last night. At first, I thought it was a meteor streaking across the sky. I observed it all night to confirm that it was indeed the phoenix star descending. The astrologer trembled while kneeling. The phoenix star has shown no trace for years. Its sudden appearance caught me off guard. The emperor let out a heavy sigh. Fine, you may leave. After the astrologer left, the empress spoke softly. Your Majesty, there is no need to be upset. Even if it is the phoenix star, we should still consider Heng'er's preferences. Forcing a marriage would be meaningless if Heng'er does not favor her. The emperor frowned deeply, sat back in his chair, and remained silent for a long time before saying, I acted rashly. If I had known the phoenix star would appear, I wouldn't have tied this red thread so hastily right now. Heng'er and the princess consort are deeply in love. Please refrain from interfering, lest Heng'er becomes even more resentful of you. The empress comforted him, then gracefully excused herself. Back at Heng Wang's residence, Xie Jingheng went to the study to handle official business, leaving Tan Lingyin some personal time at last. She immediately instructed Keilei to purchase a variety of medicinal herbs from the pharmacy, along with a comprehensive herbal medicine guide. Keilei, known for his swift movements, returned quickly. Tan Lingyin brought the large bag of herbs into her room and locked Qixi and Keilei outside. The shadow guard reported this to Zhu Feng, who immediately informed Xie Jingheng. Master, the princess consort just had Keilei buy a large number of medicinal herbs. Xie Jingheng, reading military reports from the border, immediately turned cold. Is she sick? Zhu Feng scratched his head. Doesn't seem like it. The princess consort looks quite healthy. Have someone keep an eye on her and find out what kind of medicine she's brewing, Xie Jingheng ordered with a dark gaze and icy tone. If it turned out to be what he suspected, he would not let her off. Tan Lingyin instructed Qixi and Keilei that no one was to enter without her permission. Then she disappeared into the Emperor Phoenix space and quickly made her way to the research lab in the cabin. This was where she developed various medications, equipped with advanced tools for extracting medicinal essences. With so many herbs purchased, it was impossible to discern what kind of medicine she intended to make. If Xie Jingheng learned that she was secretly taking contraceptives, her head might roll. She used advanced ultrasonic extraction and superfine grinding technology, which required minimal water to extract potent medicinal effects. The only downside was that it tasted unbearably bitter. After 2 moments, Tan Lingyin stared at a small cup of dark medicinal liquid. Even before drinking, The bitterness seemed to permeate the air. Pinching her nose, she downed it in one gulp. Darn it, this medicine is bitterer than my life. Though she survived the black hole, she found herself inexplicably transported to an unfamiliar world. Truly a bitter fate. After drinking the medicine, she quickly stuffed prepared candies into her mouth to offset the bitterness, the intense numbness in her scalp finally subsiding. Stuffing 2 candies into her mouth still felt insufficient. She went to the living room, opened a drawer, and prepared to grab 2 more. Opening the drawer, she discovered the candy bag she had just opened was miraculously intact. Strange. Tan Lingyin thought her memory was playing tricks on her, reopened the package, and popped 2 candies into her mouth before leaving the space. The bedroom was quiet. She called out, "Chishi, Kale." The 2 entered to find their princess consort partially dressed. "Princess consort, why have you taken off your clothes?" Chishi asked in confusion. Kale asked, "Was it too hot?" Tan Lingyin went along with it. "Yes, too hot. Help me dress again." The 2 helped her redress, served her tea, and offered fruit. Seated at the desk in the living room, Tan Lingyin pretended to study herbal medicine. Chishi fanned her with curiosity. "Princess consort, do you want to learn medicine?" Tan Lingyin nodded. "I want to learn something useful, just in case someone tries to harm me." Kale handed her a peeled orange slice. "If you want to learn, the prince can bring a doctor into the residence. It'll be easier that way." Tan Lingyin accepted the orange slice and mumbled, "No need. I'll just look into it myself first. If I don't like it, I won't learn." Xie Jingheng entered and saw her small figure seated at the desk, her slender, beautiful fingers holding a herb close to her nose for examination. Seeing him, Tan Lingyin quickly chewed and swallowed the candy in her mouth. Xie Jingheng scanned the room with his sharp black eyes, relaxing slightly when he found only the scent of incense, not brewing medicine. "You may leave," he ordered coldly, his gaze fixed on Tan Lingyin. Chishi and Kale curtsied and withdrew. Xie Jingheng walked behind the desk, placed one hand on it, and gripped her slender shoulder with the other, leaning down to study her. Tan Lingyin set down the herb, tilted her small face up, and looked at him. From this angle, Xie Jingheng's noble and elegant features were dazzling, yet carried a dangerous allure. "Why buy herbs?" His cold voice revealed no emotion. Tan Lingyin smiled sweetly, deliberately teasing. "Not telling you." Her breath carried the fresh scent of oranges, underlined by a mysterious fruity and floral fragrance. He chuckled lightly. "Are you hiding something from me?" If she were merely escaping the marriage, he could overlook it. But if she were secretly taking contraceptives, it would mean she truly didn't want to marry him, and he would not forgive her. "Oh no!" The prince guessed it. Tan Lingyin feigned surprise, a trace of panic flashing in her bright phoenix eyes. Xie Jingheng's handsome face darkened. He picked her up and carried her to the nearby couch, his tone icy as he pressed, "What are you hiding?" Clutching his robes, Tan Lingyin marveled at how quickly his anger flared. It was terrifying. She pursed her lips in grievance, her eyes glistening with tears as she gazed at the man, refusing to speak despite the quiver of her lips. Xie Jingheng's lashes trembled, his heart softening instantly. He gently stroked her slender back, his icy voice uncharacteristically tender. "Don't cry." His long fingers lightly touched the corners of her eyes, attempting to wipe away the teardrops about to fall. Though his words were commanding, the tremble in his fingers betrayed his nervousness. Such a beautiful person, looking so aggrieved, was like a flower battered by rain, so delicate that even touching her seemed like it might bruise her skin. "My dear Lingyin, I shouldn't have scolded you. Please don't cry." "You're not as lovely when you cry." Xie Jingheng sighed in defeat, his voice now soft as he tried to comfort the beauty in his arms. Tan Lingyin swatted away his large hand from her face, turned her head away, and spoke in a soft voice. "I only wanted to try making some tonic for His Highness. If His Highness dislikes it, then I won't bother." Xie Jingheng's throat tightened, his irritation threatening to flare again. But staring into her teary, misty eyes, he forced his temper down. He gently pinched her chin, his voice coaxing as he ordered, "Don't call me His Highness." Call me husband. What kind of husband are you? Losing your temper without even asking questions first, Tan Lingyin retorted stubbornly, refusing to look at him. Humph, she thought. Let's see who ends up in control here. There are countless ways to tame this man. My dear Lingyin, I acted impulsively just now. Please don't cry, all right? Xie Jingheng leaned in to kiss her, but Tan Lingyin dodged, causing his lips to land on her cheek instead. Tan Lingyin pushed his face away, her voice coy and aggrieved. No kissing. You were too fierce earlier. My sweet Lingyin, I promise I'll drink every drop of the tonic you make. Is that all right? Xie Jingheng gently turned her face towards him, his dark eyes filled with indulgent amusement. Deciding she should stop while she was ahead, Tan Lingyin gave him a mischievous peck on the lips and teased. So, husband, you admit you're weak? Ha, wanna find out? Xie Jingheng pulled her close and captured her lips in a fiery, greedy kiss. The kiss was hot and consuming, the sweetness of oranges lingering on her lips, making it almost addictive. He didn't want to stop. Tan Lingyin pushed him away, whispering, Don't. It's still broad daylight. As you wish, the man chuckled lowly, his voice raspy and sensual. Xie Jingheng frowned slightly, his large hand gently pinching her waist. Lingyin, you should eat more. You're too thin. Tan Lingyin's eyes widened as she looked down at herself, puffing her cheeks indignantly. Nonsense. I'm perfectly fine. Your waist is so slender. I'm afraid I might break it, Xie Jingheng murmured, stealing another kiss from her lips and smirking as her pretty face flushed with frustration. He placed her on the couch, stood, and left. Tan Lingyin watched his awkward gait and silently cursed him as shameless. Once he was gone, she earnestly returned to studying the tonics. This man's fire was too intense. She had to concoct something to temper it before he pestered her day and night. After dinner, Tan Lingyin sat in the pavilion admiring the moon, deliberately ignoring the searing gaze from the man beside her. Xie Jingheng's hand lightly brushed her waist as he gazed at her with an intensity that left no doubt about his desires. Lingyin had insisted on walking after dinner to aid digestion, and he'd already accompanied her on a circuit around the estate. Now they sat in the pavilion. How much longer would this last? Thinking of the bitter tonic she'd drunk earlier, Tan Lingyin felt a chill in her heart. After tonight, she'd have to drink it again tomorrow morning. She resolved to make pills instead of liquid medicine. After all, taking post-event medicine was harmful to the body. Long-term preventive measures would be much better. Lingyin, Xie Jingheng finally broke the silence, his long fingers lifting her chin, his dark eyes smoldering. It's time for bed. Tan Lingyin had never loathed ancient bedtime customs as much as she did now. In these times, there wasn't much to do at night besides visiting night markets or sleeping. Clearly, Xie Jingheng wasn't about to suggest a night market outing, leaving only one other option. Despite her inner bitterness, she gave Xie Jingheng a sweet smile, wrapping her arms around his neck. You're right. Carry me back, husband. If she could conserve energy, she would. After all, he was always eager to hold her. Xie Jingheng's lips curved into a light smile. He picked her up without hesitation and strode towards their chambers. Jueyun and Zhu Feng watched from the shadows. They had never seen their master so eager. Jueyun murmured, the princess consort must be a demon. With looks like that, no one would doubt it, Zhu Feng sneered. Should we call a doctor to check on the master? Just in case he's overexerting himself. Jueyun shot him a glare. You can go if you want. I'd rather not lose my head. Tan Lingyin was tossed onto the bed as Xie Jingheng climbed over her, eager for a kiss. Wait, husband hasn't bathed yet. Tan Lingyin hastily raised a hand to block his lips while covering her own. I bathed earlier this afternoon. Xie Jingheng sighed in exasperation as he tugged at her sash. Still no. We just walked and sweated. You must wash again. Tan Lingyin's phoenix eyes were wide with earnest insistence. Troublesome. Xie Jingheng grumbled, but rose nonetheless. Prepare water, he ordered, heading to the adjoining bathhouse. Tan Lingyin quickly followed suit, also needing to wash. The summer heat had left her feeling sticky and uncomfortable. They bathed in separate rooms, Tan Lingyin with the help of Qixi and Keilei, and Xie Jingheng soaking in the tub, suppressing his desire. Was she offended by his scent? He bathed 2 or 3 times a day, and was always fragrant. How could there be any sweat odor? No matter. If it made her happy, it was worth the trouble. After her hair was dried, Tan Lingyin returned to the bedroom in her nightwear. Qixi and Keilei closed the door behind her, leaving the room dimly lit by flickering candlelight. Her heart pounded. Was it too late to feign illness? She tiptoed past the screen and saw Xie Jingheng lying on his side, a silk quilt draped over his waist. He turned his gaze to her, curling a slender finger. "Come here." After bathing, Tan Lingyin hesitated, dragging her feet as she resisted walking over. "Don't make me come and grab you myself." The man's voice was chillingly cold. Tan Lingyin quickly took a few steps forward and threw herself into his arms. The man's long arms encircled her slender waist and effortlessly carried her onto the bed. In one swift motion, he pinned her beneath him. Xie Jingheng's Adam's apple bobbed quickly, his voice already hoarse and low. "That's my good girl." Tan Lingyin stared into his dark eyes, filled with desire. Her small hands clutched the thin blanket beneath her as she contemplated the odds of surviving tomorrow if she were to knock him unconscious with an anesthetic, or even kill him outright. The odds were probably 0.
"Kiss me."
Xie Jingheng leaned down slightly, his handsome face hovering above her nose as he took in the delicate fragrance on her skin. He wondered what kind of scent she had just applied. Her face was sticky sweet and alluring, igniting a fire within him. Snapping back to reality, Tan Lingyin's lashes fluttered as she lifted her chin, her plump lips pressing against his thin ones. Xie Jingheng restrained his impulses, his dark eyes narrowing as he gazed at her. Her trembling lashes, enchanting phoenix eyes, and scattered black hair. All of it was beauty beyond words. Feeling the tingling sensation on his lips, he slightly parted his own, gently capturing hers. What began as passive soon turned dominant, wild, and unrestrained. Tan Lingyin immediately held her breath, fearing she might lose it altogether. Xie Jingheng's kisses trailed downward as though he wanted to consume her whole, melding them into one. The bed curtains trembled, and an infinite springtime unfolded within the room. Outside the room, Qixi and Keilei blushed deeply. The princess consort's voice was already soft and sweet, but now it carried a hint of seduction that even made them wish they were men. The two exchanged a glance and, in tacit agreement, covered their ears with their hands. 3 calls for water later, the room finally quieted down. Tan Lingyin, dazed and drowsy, closed her eyes but didn't forget to push against Xie Jingheng's chest, murmuring softly, "We still have to visit my family tomorrow." Xie Jingheng curled his long fingers and gently brushed her flushed face. She was truly bewitching. He felt as though he might gladly lose his life in her hands. At the Prime Minister's residence. Early in the morning, Tan Yushan and Madame Feng were already waiting at the entrance, eagerly anticipating their precious daughter's return. But despite their long wait, there was no sign of her. Tan Qingyue stood beside Madame Feng, fanning her gently and comforting his parents in a warm tone. Sister has always loved to sleep in. She must still be resting. Tan Yushan's expression darkened, and he spoke gravely. That's unacceptable. She's now the princess consort of Heng Wang. She can't sleep in like she used to. Madam, when she returns, you must remind her to be more diligent. She should wake early to attend to the prince's clothing and not be so lazy. Madame Feng nodded, though her eyes reddened slightly. She murmured, "My poor darling. I hadn't even found her a good match in the capital, and she was already married off to that dreadful man. Truly unfortunate." Tan Yushan quickly grasped his wife's hand and lowered his voice. "Hush, madam, you mustn't say such things again. Jiejie is already married into Heng Wang's household. From now on, we must be united with Heng Wang, and you cannot disdain your son-in-law." Madame Feng glared at him in annoyance. "This is all your fault. You didn't even have the backbone to refuse the imperial decree." "Oh, my dear wife, if I had refused, our heads would have been on pikes by now."
Tan Yushan lamented bitterly.
"Of course, He had wanted to find a good match for Jejia. Any of the young gentlemen in the capital would have been better than that dreaded prince. Even Morong Lingyun, for instance, Ever since Jejia's marriage, Morong Lingyun hadn't visited. Could the boy be heartbroken?
Sigh.
Though he didn't think highly of Morong Lingyun, he couldn't bring himself to belittle him outright, given their long-standing family ties. He had only ever gently advised him not to get too attached to Jejia. In any case, he had never considered marrying Tan Lingyin to Morong Lingyun. The boy's impoverished state would have only made Jejia suffer. At Hung Wang's residence, Tan Lingyin took advantage of her morning bath to shoo Qixi and Keilei away, swiftly extracting and drinking a cup of bitter medicinal liquid. After grooming and dressing herself, she joined Xie Jingheng for a simple breakfast before the two boarded a carriage to the Prime Minister's residence. This time, Xie Jingheng behaved himself in the carriage, refraining from any mischief. Tan Lingyin, however, had other matters on her mind. She pondered how to deal with Tan Qianzi if she showed up later. After all, Tan Qianzi had perfected her image as a virtuous daughter in the family. They're here. A servant ran back from the street corner, panting as he said, "Master, Hung Wang's carriage is coming this way." Madame Feng immediately rose from her chair, her legs sore from standing earlier. The family lined up in anticipation, watching as a low-profile, yet luxurious carriage slowly approached from the corner. The carriage stopped. Xie Jingheng was the first to step out, extending his hand to help Tan Lingyin down. She appeared in a striking red gown, her demeanor lively and charming. This time, Tan Lingyin didn't reject his kindness. Her delicate hand rested on his broad palm as she gracefully stepped down onto the footstool with his support. Madame Feng scrutinized their interaction, sensing that something was off. Hung Wang himself helping Jejia down from the carriage? No, Hung Wang actually accompanying Jejia for her family visit? On the day of their marriage, she had assumed that if Hung Wang, a man with such a fearsome reputation, could simply coexist peacefully with Jejia, it would already be a blessing. She had never imagined he would accompany her back to her family. Xie Jingheng helped her down but still didn't let go of her soft, slender hand, leading her forward. Tan Lingyin tried several times to withdraw her hand, but he held on tightly, leaving her no choice but to follow his lead. Tan Yushan and the others immediately bowed deeply. Greetings to His Highness Hung Wang and the princess consort. Xie Jingheng nodded slightly.
Rise.
Tan Yushan stepped aside with a smile, saying, "Your Highness, princess consort, please come in. Tea and pastries are ready." Tan Lingyin noticed Tan Qianzi's infatuated gaze and subtly hooked her lips. She took Xie Jingheng's arm, leaning against him coquettishly, and said sweetly, "Your Highness, shall I show you my room later?" Feeling the soft weight against his arm, Xie Jingheng's lips curled into a faint smile.
All right.
Tan Qianzi clenched her fists tightly, suppressing her anger as she followed the group from behind. Tan Lingyin had always liked Morong Lingyun, so why was she suddenly so affectionate with Hung Wang? And as for Morong Lingyun, he hadn't returned to his family these past few days. Where had he gone? He couldn't even help Tan Lingyin escape the marriage, despite his promises to do anything for her. What a liar! The group entered the main hall and took their seats. Tan Lingyin and Xie Jingheng sat in the highest positions, even above the esteemed Tan matriarch. The elderly matriarch smiled kindly at Tan Lingyin, her expression warm as she asked, "Jejia, have you adjusted well to life in the Wang residence these past 2 days?" Tan Lingyin smiled softly and nodded. "Thank you for your concern, grandmother. Everything is fine, and His Highness has treated me very well." The matriarch's smile remained, but her heart was still uneasy about her granddaughter's situation. She turned to Xie Jingheng and said, "Your Highness, Jejia was raised with great care and indulgence. If she ever falls short, I hope you can be understanding. She has only recently come of age and has much to learn." Xie Jingheng glanced at Tan Lingyin beside him and replied calmly, "Jejia is wonderful. There is no need for her to learn anything, she has me." For some reason, when Xie Jingheng uttered the name Jejia, it carried a lingering, tender affection that made Tan Lingyin's heart flutter uneasily. It didn't sound like he was calling her nickname. It felt more like an intimate whisper from their moments together last night. Memories of the previous night surfaced vividly in her mind, as clear as if they had just happened. His clumsy, forceful actions had left her struggling to keep up. Xie Jingheng's response left everyone in the hall momentarily stunned. The matriarch finally found her voice. "If your highness thinks so, that's wonderful. Harmony between husband and wife is the most important thing." Madame Feng stole glances at Heng Wang, known for his fearsome reputation, and noticed that every time he looked at her daughter, his gaze was soft and gentle. As someone with experience, she knew exactly what that meant. Heng Wang must truly like Jie. Her daughter was undeniably stunning. She had kept her at home before precisely to avoid unwanted attention and, worst of all, being summoned to the palace as a concubine. Unexpectedly, the emperor still took notice, but for his son. Fortunately, the outcome seemed positive. Heng Wang didn't appear as savage and violent as rumored. As long as he cherished Jie, her life would be secure and peaceful. After the matriarch fell silent, the hall grew quiet. No one dared to engage the fearsome Heng Wang in conversation, afraid of offending him. Sensing the awkward atmosphere, Tan Lingyin leaned towards Xie Jingheng and whispered, "Didn't your highness prepare gifts for my family? Let's have them brought in now." Xie Jingheng glanced at Jueyun and Zhufeng, who stood at the door. The two immediately left to retrieve the items. Before long, servants from the Prime Minister's residence began carrying in boxes one by one. Jueyun and Zhufeng stood to the side, announcing the names of the treasures inside. 2 small boxes with gold floral engravings. A pair of jade vases with intertwined lotus patterns. A pair of redwood rui scepters with silver inlay and purple jade. A fragrant wood and jade-inlaid seasonal screen. A carved Zetan dragon pattern floor screen. 20 bolts of fine silk. A complete set of the 4 treasures of the study. The list went on, leaving everyone in the hall stunned, including Tan Lingyin. This was just a family visit. Why had Xie Jingheng prepared so much? For a regular family, these could have served as betrothal gifts. She turned to glance at Xie Jingheng. The man reclined lazily in his seat, supporting his head with one hand. His sleeve had slipped slightly, revealing a prominent wrist bone. He exuded a calm and noble air. Well, he was a prince, after all. Wealth wasn't an issue for him. When the list was finally read, Tan Yushan snapped out of his daze and quickly bowed to Xie Jingheng. "Thank you, your highness, for these generous gifts, though isn't this a bit too much?" Xie Jingheng replied indifferently, "It's not too much. You raised Jie well, it's only fitting." His words left everyone in awe. At Madame Feng's urging, Tan Yushan nervously said, "Your highness, lunch isn't ready yet. How about a game of chess in the meantime?" Xie Jingheng found the suggestion agreeable and followed Tan Yushan to an adjacent room for a match, with Tan Qingyue accompanying them. Meanwhile, Madame Feng signaled to Tan Lingyin, who promptly rose and approached. "Mother, grandmother, how have you been lately?" The matriarch patted her hand gently and smiled. "We're well, as long as you are." Madame Feng leaned in and whispered, "Jie, did you sleep in until midday again today?" Tan Lingyin's face almost turned red as she quickly said, No, it's just that I took more time getting dressed." She had indeed slept in a bit longer after the exhaustion of the previous night. Darn that wretched Xie Jingheng. Couldn't he show some restraint? Madame Feng, relieved, advised, "That's good. But in the future, you mustn't oversleep. As the princess consort, you should wake early to assist His Highness with his attire, lest you provoke his displeasure," the Tan matriarch added. "Sooner or later, the entire Heng Wang residence will depend on you to manage. You must act with the utmost caution to avoid any missteps. Heng Wang has yet to plan for a secondary consort. But if he does take one in the future, what will you do if you're bullied?" Madame Feng said, her voice filled with worry. The matriarch continued, "It's inevitable that he'll take one eventually. Jie, what you need to do now is manage the residence well, win his heart, and, ideally, have a child or 2. That way, you'll hold real power in the household, and no one will dare to mistreat you. Tan Lingyin had completely forgotten about this matter. After all, Xie Jingheng was a prince, and it was certain he'd have multiple wives and concubines in the future. Her brows furrowed slightly. It seemed she needed to start planning her own future. Relying solely on her beauty to control a man would inevitably fail. There would come a day when he tired of her. If a younger, more beautiful woman appeared, Xie Jingheng might stay in her room every night and forget about her altogether. For now, she played along with Xie Jingheng because the imperial system left her no choice. Since she couldn't escape the role of princess consort, she might as well enjoy Xie Jingheng's extraordinary physique and treat him as a perfect casual partner. But she would never agree to share him with other women. She could only accept a one-on-one relationship. If the day came when he took another woman, she would leave him. Once separated, he could marry as many wives as he pleased. It would no longer concern her. She would be free to pursue her own romances, whether with a puppy-like suitor or a wolfish rogue. Jia, did you hear what I said? Madame Feng snapped her out of her thoughts by patting her hand. Tan Lingyin hadn't paid attention to what her mother and grandmother said afterward, but it was likely more talk urging her to have a child. She nodded perfunctorily. All right, I understand. Having a child was out of the question. It would only complicate things when she decided to leave Xie Jingheng. Imperial bloodlines weren't something she could take with her. Tan Qianzi, who had remained silent, timidly interjected, "Actually, if you're worried about her being bullied, there's another solution." Madame Feng looked at her. "What solution?" "I could marry into the residence as a secondary consort. That way, the two of us sisters could support each other. Even if His Highness marries more women later, they wouldn't be able to bully us," Tan Qianzi said, her cheeks flushing with a shy demeanor. Madame Feng frowned slightly, but then relaxed. "It's not a bad idea," the matriarch enthusiastically agreed. "Indeed, if Qianzi marries into the residence, the two of you can look out for each other and ensure peace and stability." Tan Lingyin laughed coldly in her heart. Tan Qianzi truly wouldn't give up. First, she tried to replace her as Heng Wang's bride, and now she wanted to enter the residence as a secondary consort. Her audacity was thicker than a city wall. Her second uncle was merely a minor, idle official in the Ministry of Appointments, a position he only held thanks to their late grandfather. Without their grandfather, her second uncle wouldn't have even secured that role. With such status, Tan Qianzi was only fit to enter the Heng Wang residence as a concubine. Seeing both the matriarch and Madame Feng support her idea, Tan Qianzi turned to Tan Lingyin and said, "Lingyin, I came today to remind you about something." "Remind me?" Tan Lingyin asked with interest. Tan Qianzi's eyes glistened with tears as she said, "Murong Gongzi knows about your attempted elopement. What will you do if he spreads the word?" Madame Feng tensed up immediately. "Jia, did you really try to elope, see?" The White Lotus knew how to spin a narrative. Tan Lingyin smiled faintly, though it didn't reach her eyes, and replied, "How would Murong Lingyu know about something as baseless as an elopement?" Tan Qianzi was taken aback, unsure why Tan Lingyin was suddenly denying the elopement. She feigned concern and said, "Lingyin, I understand you have your reasons for denying it, but we should find a way to silence Murong Gongzi to protect your reputation. You and Murong Gongzi grew up together, and I know you care for each other deeply. Marrying His Highness was out of your control. It's understandable that you wouldn't want to discuss the elopement now." Her words were pretentious and hypocritical, a masterclass in sowing discord. Madame Feng, confused, asked nervously, "Jia, what's this about Murong Lingyun? Did he really help you try to elope?" Tan Lingyin gently patted her mother's hand to reassure her. "How could I possibly elope? Marrying His Highness is a blessing. He's wise, handsome, and a war hero who has protected our nation. I've admired him for a long time and have always dreamed of marrying him. As for Murong Lingyun, he's nothing more than a penniless scholar who couldn't even pass the imperial examinations. Why would I ever be interested in him?" She turned to Tan Qianzi with a cold smile. "Elder sister, your repeated attempts to slander me are truly malicious. Do you think that if His Highness divorces me, you'll become Heng Wang's bride?" Tan Qianzi turned pale and choked back her words. "Lingyin, Why would you think that? I'm genuinely worried about Morong Gongzi revealing her plans to elope. After all, it was something you two discussed. I'm only trying to help you. If I discussed anything with Morong Lingyun, how would you know? At least make your lies consistent. Tan Lingyun's voice turned icy, her radiant face hardening like frost. Outside the door, Zhu Feng overheard everything. Wow. Who would have thought the princess consort had always admired the master? He would report this immediately. Tan Qianzi, I've tolerated you out of sisterly affection, but your slander is unacceptable. Tan Lingyun raised her voice, ignoring the matriarch's attempts to calm her, and coldly ordered, Qixi, Keilei, drag her out and give her 30 lashes. Earlier, Qixi and Keilei had been waiting outside while the women talked privately. But Tan Lingyun knew that where Xie Jingheng was, his shadow guards would always be lurking, their trained hearing picking up everything, even lip-reading if necessary. Tan Qianzi clearly knew this, too, which is why she kept steering the conversation toward the elopement. What a vicious woman! She wasn't a white lotus, she was a poisonous flower. The matriarch, panicking, pleaded, Judge, don't act rashly. Your elder sister must have been speaking out of confusion. The Tan matriarch was someone who cherished the younger generation, treating everyone equally. Tan Lingyun didn't want to argue with her, lest she upset the elderly woman. She gently patted her grandmother's hand and said, Grandmother, I have to teach my cousin a lesson. If His Highness truly believes her nonsense, do you think I'd still have a good life in Heng Wang's residence? If my life becomes difficult, the Prime Minister's residence will also suffer, and the entire Tan family will face hardship. The matriarch looked at Tan Qianzi kneeling on the ground, her heart aching. She sighed and said, a small lesson should suffice. 30 strikes are too much for a young girl to bear. Grandmother, I am the princess consort of Heng Wang. My dignity reflects His Highness's, and His Highness's dignity represents the Emperor's. If I let her off lightly, wouldn't that be slapping the Emperor's face? Please don't say anything more. Tan Lingyun gently pushed away her grandmother's hand, her tone resolute and cold. Madame Feng, growing increasingly displeased with Tan Qianzi, gently patted the matriarch's back. Mother, leave this matter alone. Judge's reputation concerns the entire Tan family. Tan Qianzi, teary-eyed, hadn't expected even her grandmother to fail in persuading Tan Lingyun. She cried even louder, Grandmother, save me. 30 strikes will kill me. Your Highness, please spare me. I was wrong to mention the elopement, and even more wrong to bring up Morong Lingyun. Please forgive me. I'll never bring it up again. Tan Lingyun coldly ordered, give her 20 slaps first, and see how she'll continue to spread lies. With great strength, Qixi immediately began slapping Tan Qianzi's face alternately with both hands.
Ah!
Help! It hurts! Stop hitting me!
A slap! Slap! Slap!
The loud sound of slaps echoed like a heartbeat, nearly leaving the matriarch breathless. Fortunately, Madame Feng was there to soothe and comfort her. It didn't take long before Tan Qianzi's face was swollen. Tan Qingyue entered the scene and was stunned by what he saw. He hurriedly asked, What's going on? Tan Lingyun replied coldly, Brother, there's no need for you to interfere. Tan Qianzi immediately sought help from him, crying, Cousin, save me. The princess consort is going to beat me to death.
Ah!
Tan Qingyue, still unaware of the full story, said, Sister, why resort to such measures? Can't this be resolved through conversation? Tan Lingyun narrowed her phoenix eyes, and only after the 20 slaps were delivered did she respond, Brother, why don't you ask her yourself? Tan Qingyue looked at Tan Qianzi's now unrecognizable face, feeling some pity. Qianzi, what happened here? I mentioned the princess consort and Morong Lingyun's elopement, and she ordered me beaten. Tan Qianzi's face was so swollen she slurred her words. Tan Qingyue's expression shifted. His once concerned demeanor disappeared, replaced by indifference. What nonsense are you spouting? Do you wish for my sister to suffer? Consider yourself lucky they didn't beat you to death. While Tan Qingyue usually doted on his younger cousins, he had zero tolerance when it came to Tan Lingyun's well-being and reputation. Tan Lingyin smiled sweetly, wrapping her arm around Tan Qingyue's and playfully shaking it. Brother, there are still 30 strikes to go. Just watch. This brother of hers, as it turned out, was both reasonable and a staunch defender of his sister. Not bad, not bad. At least one person in the Tan family wasn't overly protective of Tan Qianzi. Before the family divided, Tan Qianzi had been raised under the watchful eyes of her parents and brother. Her obedient and sweet persona was deeply ingrained in their minds, making it difficult to change their opinions of her. Slowly, layer by layer, Tan Lingyin intended to expose her cousin's malicious nature until her family no longer defended her. Qixi and Kale directed the Prime Minister's servants to pin Tan Qianzi to a bench as they prepared to administer the remaining strikes themselves. The servants, loyal to Tan Lingyin as the eldest daughter of the Prime Minister's residence and now princess consort of Hengwang, held Tan Qianzi down with extra force. The first strike landed, and Tan Qianzi let out a blood-curdling scream. At that moment, Tan Yushan and Xie Jingheng entered the hall and witnessed the scene. Both men were already aware of the situation, which was why they had come. Xie Jingheng crossed the threshold with his long legs, his gaze immediately locking onto Tan Lingyin, who was clinging to Tan Qingyue's arm. His narrow eyes narrowed slightly. Seeing her so intimate with another man, even her brother, kindled a flame of jealousy in his heart. Lingyin, Xie Jingheng's voice was cold and tinged with sourness. Tan Lingyin turned to him with a faint smile and beckoned. Your Highness, have you finished your chess game with my father? Noticing she hadn't let go of her brother's arm, Xie Jingheng pressed his lips together tightly as he strode over. He grabbed her delicate hand and pulled her directly into his arms, his large hand firmly grasping her waist. He replied curtly. Tan Lingyin noticed his displeasure in his tone but couldn't understand why. She had just made it clear that she had no connection with Morong Lingyun. What was there to be upset about? She looked up at his cold profile and asked softly, Your Highness, did you lose the game? Is that why you seem upset? No, it was I who lost. Tan Yushan quickly chimed in. Even if he could have won, he wouldn't have dared to. Not that he stood a chance anyway. Xie Jingheng glanced down at her, but refrained from voicing his displeasure in front of everyone. Instead, he found an excuse.
I'm hungry.
It's time to eat. Tan Lingyin, unaware that hunger affected his mood, immediately turned to her father. Father, is lunch ready? The kitchen has been preparing it and should be done soon, Tan Yushan said, signaling the steward to hasten the preparations. Meanwhile, Tan Qianzi, her face swollen like a pig's, looked at the dashing and refined Xie Jingheng with a mix of envy and hatred. Surely, it was because Tan Lingyin had a seductive face that she had bewitched him. From the moment he entered, Hengwang hadn't spared her a single glance. Had he truly forgotten their fleeting encounter from before? Tan Qianzi had come with a maid, who slipped out of the Prime Minister's residence upon seeing her mistress being beaten. She hurried back to inform Tan Qianzi's parents. Soon, Tan Suishan and Madame Wang arrived in a rush, only to find their daughter lying on the bench, her backside bloodied. Qianzi, my daughter, Madame Wang wailed as she flung herself onto her daughter's back.
Stop it.
You can't hit her anymore. Qixi and Kale, holding the paddles, looked at Tan Lingyin. Your Highness, shall we punish her as well? Both being trained shadow guards cared little for familial ties. Their master's orders were absolute. Tan Suishan saw Xie Jingheng and Tan Lingyin standing nearby and immediately fell to his knees before them, kowtowing in desperation. Greetings to your Highness and the princess consort. Please have mercy. My daughter Qianzi is still young and speaks without thinking. Please forgive her just this once. Princess consort, for the sake of sisterly affection, please ask them to stop. Xie Jingheng narrowed his eyes at the kneeling figures, his thin lips parting slightly. To slander the princess consort, if I don't have her flayed and dismembered, it's already an act of mercy. Madame Wang let out a horrified shriek.
No.
Qianzi is just a child, Tan Lingyin sneered coldly. A child older than the princess consort. Truly, still a child. Madame Wang's wails abruptly stopped, replaced by an awkward silence. Tan Suishan crawled to the matriarch, wiping tears from his face. "Mother, please help your son. Qianzi is my only legitimate daughter. What if she gets seriously hurt from this punishment?" The matriarch looked troubled and said, "This. Qianzi has indeed gone too far." In truth, she had never liked Madame Wang. After all these years, she had borne only one daughter, leaving her second son without even a legitimate heir. Tan Suishan himself had accomplished little, and if Qianzi caused Heng Wang's anger to fall upon the Tan family, the matriarch felt she would be too ashamed to face her late husband. This time, she truly couldn't intervene. But she thought of another way to protect her granddaughter. Linine, perhaps Qianzi's mother could take the rest of the punishment. Qianzi has already been disciplined, and this should serve as enough of a lesson. Since her grandmother had spoken, Tan Lingyin couldn't go against her and risk being seen as abusing her newfound authority as princess consort. Tan Lingyin glanced at Qixi and Keilei. "Do as my grandmother suggested, Madame Wang." No, she pleaded for her daughter's punishment to be reduced, not to take it upon herself. She looked at the matriarch with resentment, clenching her fists, and timidly said, "Husband." Tan Suishan shot her a glance and impatiently said, "The princess consort has already spared Qianzi. What more do you want? Take the punishment already." Madame Wang's heart went cold. This husband of hers had long since grown indifferent. She should have known better than to expect anything from him. Tan Qianzi's personal maid helped her up, though she was too weak to stand, and sobbed, "Mother, it's all my fault. Please scold me instead." Madame Wang, seeing her daughter's red and swollen face, felt a stab of pain in her heart. "As your mother, it's only right I take this punishment for you." She lay on the bench, and Qixi and Keilei immediately began swinging the paddle with such force that Madame Wang screamed in pain after just one strike. Tan Suishan remained kneeling on the ground, listening to his wife's cries. He was relieved it wasn't him being beaten, otherwise, he wouldn't have the energy to visit his concubine's chambers tonight. After about 10 strikes, Madame Wang's face turned pale, covered in sweat, and she could barely stand even with her maid's support. The matriarch looked at Tan Qianzi with pity, but still turned to Tan Lingyin and asked, "Linine, shall we let them return home now? Their presence might affect your mood with the prince." Tan Lingyin nodded slightly. "Let them go. But if it happens again, I will not be so lenient." Tan Suishan repeatedly bowed to Xie Jingheng and Tan Lingyin, saying, "There won't be a next time. I'll ensure she's properly disciplined at home." With that, the group left the Prime Minister's residence, finally restoring peace. During lunch, the matriarch left early, her mood souring her appetite. She returned to her courtyard to rest after only a few bites. Tan Lingyin, however, ate with great satisfaction, thrilled to have dealt Tan Qianzi another blow today. Afterward, she took Xie Jingheng to the courtyard where she had previously lived. In truth, it was her first time there, as the original owner of her body had lived there before. She had many things to accomplish during this visit. Entering Lingyin Pavilion, a beautifully crafted 3-story building stood beside a lotus pond, with a tall magnolia tree in full bloom nearby. The scents of lotus and magnolia intertwined in the air, creating an elegant and refreshing fragrance. The servants in the courtyard bowed respectfully when they saw them enter. Tan Lingyin scanned them with a dark glint in her eyes before pulling Xie Jingheng into the building. The first floor served as a tea and rest area, the second as a bedroom and study, and the third for stargazing and playing the zither. Xie Jingheng observed the jade-decorated furnishings on the first floor and said warmly, "Linine, you seem to like jade objects." Tan Lingyin nodded. Yes. In reality, it was the original owner's preference. She herself thought practicality mattered more than aesthetics. 2 maids brought over tea and stood quietly to the side. These were Tan Lingyin's personal maids from before, Xiao Rou and Xiao Qing. Holding her teacup, Tan Lingyin let her gaze sweep over them and casually asked, "Is the study on the 2nd floor organized?" "I want to take His Highness up to see it." Xiao Rou immediately replied, "I'll tidy it right away." Xiao Qing followed suit, and the 2 quickly left. After finishing their tea, the maids returned downstairs. Xie Jingheng stood and extended a hand to Tan Lingyin. "Let's go see the second floor." The upstairs study was tastefully arranged. A long writing desk sat beneath the window, adorned with ink, paper, and neatly stacked books. Fresh flowers in a vase added a touch of elegance, likely prepared in anticipation of her visit. Tan Lingyin's eyes flicked to a wooden box on the desk. Clinging to Xie Jingheng's arm, she led him toward another part of the room and said, "Your Highness, look at these paintings. I made them long ago." Xie Jingheng stopped to examine the paintings of flowers and birds. They seemed average at best, but because they were his Lingyin's work, he praised them generously. "Not bad. The strokes are smooth, and the colors are vibrant and lifelike." Tan Lingyin, he really could lie with a straight face. The original owner had dabbled in music, chess, calligraphy, and painting but excelled at none. From her perspective, the artwork was subpar. Feigning excitement, she nudged Xie Jingheng toward another painting and said, "Keep admiring them, Your Highness." "I'll look for some of my old calligraphy," Xie Jingheng hummed in response, his gaze lingering on a lotus painting. Tan Lingyin hurried to the desk and discreetly stored the wooden box into her Emperor Phoenix space. Her consciousness entered the space to inspect its contents, a few sheets of paper, all love poems written by the original owner, and all addressed to Murong Lingyun. Thankfully, the original owner had adhered to proper decorum and never sent the poems to him. Otherwise, if Murong Lingyun had revealed them to Xie Jingheng, she would have been done for. After rummaging a bit more, she found some calligraphy by the original owner. Seeing the clumsy brushstrokes, she couldn't help but twitch her lips in frustration. The handwriting was truly unremarkable, each stroke proper but clumsily arranged, giving it a somewhat unattractive appearance. The original owner had been spoiled growing up, and whenever she read a book, she quickly became drowsy, eventually giving up entirely. If it weren't for her striking looks, she might truly have been good for nothing. But this handwriting, Tan Lingyin knew she couldn't imitate it. Producing something so plain felt embarrassing. She carried the writing back to Xie Jingheng, feeling slightly awkward. "I wrote these for fun in the past. They're a bit ugly. Don't hold it against me, Your Highness." Xie Jingheng took the paper, his cold, sharp features furrowing briefly before smoothing out. He coughed lightly and said, "Cough, not ugly. Your handwriting is very
Unique. What's unique about it?"
Tan Lingyin asked, her phoenix eyes wide with curiosity. "Uniquely outstanding," Xie Jingheng replied, almost tripping over his own words. He wasn't accustomed to lying, but he feared that calling her handwriting ordinary would upset the beautiful woman before him. If that happened, he'd likely go without affection tonight. Tan Lingyin couldn't hold back her laughter. Wrapping her arms around his narrow waist, she looked at him with a radiant smile. "Husband, are you flattering me against your conscience?" Xie Jingheng pinched her cheek, his fingers brushing against her soft skin. "I'm speaking the truth. In my eyes, everything you do is perfect." Tan Lingyin hadn't expected him to dote on her so much. She nuzzled against him and said, "I've improved a lot since then." "Oh, let me see." Xie Jingheng's interest was piqued. If her handwriting was still lacking, he could teach her himself. That way, he'd get to hold her hand, and maybe steal a kiss. They moved to the desk, and Xie Jingheng rolled up his sleeves to personally grind the ink for her. Tan Lingyin rested her chin in her hands, watching him intently. Her phoenix eyes sparkled as she said, "Husband, you look so attractive grinding ink, so charming." Xie Jingheng's lips curved into an uncontrollable smile, and he chuckled softly. "Do you like it?" Especially when you're doing it for me. It makes me feel so happy." Tan Lingyin's sweet words flowed effortlessly from her lips. "Other than my father, I've never ground ink for anyone. You should indeed feel fortunate." Xie Jingheng felt elated. A little initiative on his part had clearly charmed her. It seemed he should pamper her more often. Tan Lingyin took up a brush, dipped it in ink, and had an idea. She wrote a line of poetry. Xie Jingheng stood behind her, watching as sharp, sword-like strokes emerged on the paper. His eyes gleamed with admiration. The characters were elegant, upright, and imbued with an air of authority. The brushstrokes were fluid, balanced, and composed, exuding a refined and majestic aura. Upon closer inspection, there was even a faint hint of aggression in the style. He glanced at another sheet of paper on the desk and noted that the handwriting on it was entirely different from what Tan Lingyin was now producing. It was as if two different people had written them. When Tan Lingyin finished, she gently blew on the ink to dry it. Tilting her head up, she said, "Your Highness, please take a look." Xie Jingheng squinted slightly at the lines and read aloud, "If we someday brave the snow together, it would count as sharing our twilight years." An excellent poem. Tan Lingyin blinked. "Your Highness didn't sense any deeper meaning?" Xie Jingheng leaned closer, his deep black eyes locking onto hers. "Does Lingyin wish to watch the snow with me? If someday your Highness finds another love, at least I would have shared some part of your life. I could die without regret." Tan Lingyin spoke sincerely. Judging by Xie Jingheng's behavior during their visit home, he had given her plenty of respect and seemed to value her as his princess consort. In ancient times, marriages were often beyond one's control. The remarkable thing was that someone of Xie Jingheng's stature was willing to accommodate her wishes. Of course, dying without regret was an exaggeration. Leaving Xie Jingheng would only open the door to other opportunities for her. Xie Jingheng's gaze darkened as he gently stroked her cheek. "Why does Lingyin think I would take another wife? Your Highness currently has only me as your princess consort. In the future, you'll likely marry 2 secondary consorts and could take more than 10 concubines. If that day comes, please first issue me a divorce letter so I can yield my position willingly." Tan Lingyin rested her cheek against his warm, dry palm, her phoenix eyes glistening with unshed tears. She looked like an abandoned kitten, her moist eyes tugging at Xie Jingheng's heartstrings. Though they had been married for only 3 days, her every emotion seemed to resonate with him. Even if his initial attraction was purely physical, he didn't want to see her cry. "Jia," he said softly, calling her by her nickname. A single tear slid down her cheek, landing in his palm. "Husband, my parents have always loved each other deeply. My father never considered taking a concubine. I've always envied their bond. But I understand that as the 9th prince, you have a duty to produce heirs. I know I can't have you all to myself. Rather than staying in the palace and growing despondent, I'd prefer you give me a divorce letter so I can retreat to a temple and pray for your happiness with your new love." Tan Lingyin pushed his hand away and turned to wipe her tears with a handkerchief. When it came to acting, she could rival an award-winning actress. This was her way of planting the idea early. When he eventually married a secondary consort, it would make it easier for her to pack up and leave. Let him stew in guilt, she thought. Xie Jingheng stared at the wet mark in his palm, his mind fixated on the words, "divorce letter." Lingyin actually wanted him to divorce her. That was impossible. Even if he took secondary consorts, he would never cast her aside. Any woman who became his would belong to him for life. Looking at her trembling shoulders and delicate neck as she softly sobbed like a kitten, Xie Jingheng placed his large hand on her shoulder, tilted her chin up, and kissed her. "Dan Lingyin?" Why did this dog of a man still have the mood to kiss her? The kiss was gentle but carried a hint of punishment, his teeth lightly nipping at her lips. Xie Jingheng murmured, "My sweet Lingyin, in my heart, you are the most special. Let's leave the future to the future."
Dan Lingyin liar.
Never trust a man's sweet words. "I still have something to say." She pushed him away, her cheeks flushed. "I want to establish some personal assets." Xie Jingheng's gaze lingered on her rosy lips as his Adam's apple bobbed. "Whatever you want, I'll buy it for you." Tan Lingyin softly said, "All right, then I want a lot of silver. That way, if your Highness ever dismisses me, I won't be left with nowhere to go. Jia, I won't dismiss you." Xie Jingheng's voice grew deeper, and he looked at her with a trace of displeasure. Tan Lingyin cupped his face and playfully pouted, "I'm just speculating. After all, no one can predict the future. Will your Highness indulge me or not?" Xie Jingheng thought it wasn't unreasonable for his delicate wife to want her own assets, so he replied, "As you wish." Overjoyed, Tan Lingyin jumped up and hugged his neck, kissing his cheek. Husband, you're so wonderful. Jia likes you so much, huh? Xie Jingheng chuckled softly, his large hand encircling her slender waist, satisfaction evident in his tone. Jia has admired me for a long time, hasn't she? Tan Lingyin buried her face in his shoulder, nuzzling against him softly. Husband is teasing me, her delicate voice trailed off sweetly, almost syrupy. Xie Jingheng couldn't resist this charm and laughed, his low chuckle resonating faintly through his chest. His large hand moved downward, lifting her effortlessly by the waist. Carrying her high, he stepped around the desk and headed toward the closed bedroom door. Tan Lingyin clung to his neck and noticed his direction. Husband, why are we going to the bedroom? Xie Jingheng smiled. There's something I'd like to ask you. What is it? Tan Lingyin asked curiously. Xie Jingheng pushed open the door and nudged it closed with his foot. Pulling her to sit by the tea table, his voice dropped to a husky tone. When did Jia start admiring me? Tan Lingyin hesitated, sifting through the original owner's memories until she found a thread to weave into a believable tale. 3 years ago, when husband returned victorious. I saw you from a distance as you led your troops along the official road. You were riding a tall horse, clad in armor, and your heroic appearance deeply captivated me. From that moment, I secretly admired you. Xie Jingheng pressed further, his voice thick with interest. Was it the kind of admiration that consumed your thoughts, day and night? It was, did Jia dream of me? I did. Total nonsense, the original owner didn't even know him. Xie Jingheng chuckled. No wonder I dreamt of you. It seems Jia's longing was so strong that you entered my dreams. His magnetic voice was utterly enchanting, and he clasped her small hand in his firm grip. I remember you in the dream, so enchanting and sweet, making every bone in my body ache. Tan Lingyin froze at his words, curiosity bubbling up. Husband, you dreamed of me. Fragments of hazy, intimate memories suddenly flashed through Tan Lingyin's mind. Before she had transmigrated, she had once drunkenly entangled herself with a stranger. She vaguely remembered his rough kisses and lean waist. The man had long black hair and a small red mole near his collarbone. In the dim candlelight of the past few nights, she hadn't closely observed Xie Jingheng's features. She hesitantly asked, Does your highness have a small mole on your collarbone? Xie Jingheng leaned closer, his deep black eyes steady. See for yourself. Tan Lingyin's slender fingers rested lightly on his shoulder, then moved downward. Her delicate touch gently pulled open his collar. His skin was warm to the touch, and as his collar parted, a faint heat seemed to rise, making her hand tingle. Tilting her head, her beautiful eyes scanned his collarbone. On the left side, nestled within its deep contours, was indeed a blood-red mole.
Boom.
A buzzing filled her mind, and she felt a wave of dizziness. How could this be? How had she, a transmigrator, encountered Xie Jingheng before? She recalled the fragmented memories. The bathhouse from that night had an ancient style, and the man, though his face was unclear, had long hair, a rarity in the interstellar era. People say that faces in dreams are always indistinct. Could it be that she had dreamed the same dream as Xie Jingheng? The thought was absurd, like something out of a fantasy. Tan Lingyin rested her finger lightly on the mole, her mind spinning. Unable to figure it out, she decided to stop trying. Perhaps she and Xie Jingheng were fated to be. Maybe her transmigration to this era, with the original owner's identical appearance, was part of some divine plan. Fate worked in mysterious ways. Knock, knock, knock. The sound of knocking startled her. Tan Lingyin's eyes widened. Who is it? Princess consort, something's happened. Please come to the front courtyard. Qixi's voice came from outside. Xie Jingheng frowned slightly and called out. What is it? The Murong family is making a scene in the front courtyard. Tan Lingyin's spirits lifted, and she quickly stood. Let's go to the courtyard. Xie Jingheng took her hand, and together they left Lingyin Pavilion. In the front courtyard, a plainly dressed woman knelt on the ground, crying loudly. Her voice broke with sobs as she wailed, My poor Yunner. Losing his father so young, and now his life or death is unknown. Tan Yushan looked troubled, unable to find words to comfort her. He turned to his wife for help. Madam, what should we do about this? Madame Fong clutched her handkerchief, her usually gentle gaze now cold as she looked at the woman crying on the ground. Her voice was sharp. Lu Suilon, if you refuse to leave, believe me, I will have you sent to the prefecture of Jingzhou. Madam Chancellor, you can't use your power to oppress and harm commoners like this. Lu Suilon cried loudly, tears streaming down her face. My son Yun risked his life to save your daughter Lingyin. Lingyin was desperate to marry him, and he sacrificed himself to protect her. Now he's gone, and it's all her fault.
Wah.
Absurd. The princess consort and his highness live in perfect harmony. How dare you spout such baseless lies? Madame Fong couldn't bear to hear another word. Lu Suilon was clearly slandering her beloved Jejia. Someone slap her mouth. Slandering the princess consort is a grave offense. Several servants rushed forward, restraining Lu Suilon as they began slapping her cheeks. Madame Fong hadn't specified how many slaps, so they continued until her lips split and her face swelled. Madame Fong finally called for them to stop, her tone icy. Leave now. If you spread falsehoods about the princess consort again, the Morong family won't have enough heads to pay for it. Having endured a beating, Lu Suilon's words only grew more venomous. She screamed at the top of her lungs, slap me all you want. It won't change the truth. Tan Lingyin is nothing but a shameless woman who tricked my son Yun into giving her countless jewels and trinkets, bleeding our family dry. She promised to marry my son, then turned around and wed his highness. Return the jewelry she took from my son. My son's life is now uncertain. It's all her doing. You heartless fiends, give us back our silver. Tan Lingyin and Xie Jingheng arrived just in time to hear the tale and of Lu Suilon's tirade. Tan Lingyin quickly approached, noticing Madame Feng's heaving chest and furious expression. Mother, don't get upset. She gently stroked her mother's back to calm her, then turned to Tan Qingyue. Brother, what does she mean by return the silver? Tan Qingyue, his fists clenched, spat through gritted teeth. This woman is accusing you of taking a bunch of jewelry and trinkets from Morong Lingyun and is demanding we return them. It's blatant extortion. When you were unmarried, all your jewelry was custom-made in complete sets. Why would you need anything from Morong Lingyun? Your taste has always been refined. You wouldn't even wear cheap baubles. How could a penniless scholar afford to give you anything expensive? Tan Lingyin raised an elegant brow, her red lips curling into a faint smile. Morong Lingyun never gave me anything. On the contrary, he borrowed 100 taels of silver from me. Tell him to return it immediately. Lu Suilon, hearing this, shouted, My son went to see you and never came back. Where are you hiding him? Marrying his highness while clinging to my son. Shameless. Drag her out and execute her, a cold male voice commanded, laced with an air of menace. Zhueyun and Zhu Feng moved forward instantly, ready to carry out the order. Lu Suilon froze in terror and turned her pleading eyes to Tan Yushan, screaming, Chancellor Tan, save me. My husband once saved your life. You can't just stand by and let this happen. My poor husband. Tan Yushan had remained silent earlier, out of respect for the debt he owed to Lu Suilon's late husband. Years ago, Morong Lingyun's father had shielded him from a blade, sacrificing his own life. On his deathbed, the elder Morong had entrusted his family to Tan Yushan's care. For years, Tan Yushan had provided for the Morong family. Now, however, with Xie Jingheng calling for Lu Suilon's execution, he could no longer remain silent. He sighed heavily and stepped forward. Your Highness, please show mercy. Tan Lingyin tugged on Xie Jingheng's sleeve, her voice soft. Don't be angry, and don't make things difficult for my father. At her gentle plea, Xie Jingheng glanced at Zhueyun and Zhu Feng, who immediately stepped back. Tan Yushan sighed again, addressing Lu Suilon. Lu, you have slandered the princess consort, a crime punishable by death. You then openly insulted her. His Highness has every right to execute you here and now. I have intervened to save your life. If you continue to speak without restraint, I will not protect you again. As for your son, Morong Lingyun, his disappearance has nothing to do with my daughter. Stop making baseless accusations. If you utter one more lie, the prefecture of Jingzhou will be your home for the rest of your days. Lu Tsuelon, recovering from her initial shock, glared hatefully at Tan Yushan and sneered. If my husband knew he sacrificed his life for an ungrateful wretch like you, he would rise from his grave. The Chancellor's residence has gone too far. My son disappeared because of your daughter, yet you refuse to take responsibility. You even threaten me with the prefecture of Jingzhou. This is abuse of power. Tan Lingyin's expression grew frosty, her voice icy and detached. Morong Lingyun is dead. On the night of my marriage to His Highness, he infiltrated the Wang residence to assassinate me. The fact that His Highness didn't have your entire family executed is an act of mercy.
What?
My Yunar is dead. Lu Tsuelon's eyes widened in disbelief before she collapsed, wailing. Give me back my son. He was going to be a top scholar. How dare you kill him? According to the laws of the Great Zhou, attempting to assassinate royalty warrants the execution of one's entire family, Tan Lingyun said calmly. I refrained from implicating the Morong family out of mercy. If you insist on following him to the grave, I'll grant your wish. Kulo, notify the prefect of Jingzhou. Arrest everyone in the Morong family. Kulo bolted, his swift steps carrying him away. Lu Tsuelon, realizing Tan Lingyun was serious and seeing no intervention from Tan Yushan, softened her tone. Please, don't summon the prefect. Tan Lingyun looked down at her. From this day forward, the Chancellor's residence will provide no more support to the Morong family. If you continue spreading lies, you'll spend the rest of your days in a cell. Lu Tsuelon swallowed hard and lowered her head, wiping her tears. Her mind raced to find a way out. My son committed a crime, but the innocent shouldn't suffer. I had no idea he would do something so foolish. It must have been his deep love for you that drove him to act rashly. But he truly did spend our family's savings on jewelry for you. As the princess consort, I'm sure you have no use for such trinkets. Could you return them to me? Tan Lingyun couldn't help but laugh at Lu Tsuelon's words. Indeed, as the princess consort, I don't lack silver to spend. But let me remind you, Morong Lingyun never gave me anything. Perhaps you should carefully consider where his money actually went. Lu Tsuelon's eyes darted about, revealing her guilt. Of course, she knew where the money had gone. She had only come here to exploit her late husband's favor with Chancellor Tan Yushan and extort some silver. Seeing her sly demeanor, Tan Lingyun's tone turned cold. Someone, throw her out. Servants immediately stepped forward, grabbing Lu Tsuelon by the arms and dragging her out. Surprisingly, Lu Tsuelon didn't resist and even walked out of the Chancellor's residence on her own accord. She was already plotting to recover the money her son had wasted on that vile girl Tan Qianzi. Madame Feng turned to Tan Lingyun with a furious expression. Jia, how dare Morong Lingyun attempt to assassinate you? What was he thinking? Tan Lingyun quickly embellished the story. He's always wanted to cling to the Chancellor's family. When I married His Highness instead of him, I suppose love turned to hatred, and he sought to destroy me. Turning to Xie Jingheng beside her, she softened her voice. Thankfully, my husband descended like a god to save me. Otherwise, mother, you might have found me lying dead in the streets. Xie Jingheng looked down at her, patting her small hand with an indulgent gaze. Don't say such inauspicious things. Madame Feng scolded, sighing heavily. She shot a cold glare at Tan Yushan. You've taken care of the Morong family for 10 years. Whatever debt you owed them has been repaid in full. From now on, you're not to send them a single coin in secret. Tan Yushan nodded repeatedly, trying to appease her. Rest assured, my dear. After this incident, I'll sever all ties with the Morong family. Curious, Tan Lingyun asked, Father, do you still remember the details of the event when he saved you? Tan Yushan frowned, his tone grave. Of course I remember. Morong Chung and I became friends during the imperial examinations. He practiced martial arts from a young age, and after I became the top scholar, he served as my personal bodyguard. My first mission was to lead troops into the mountains to eliminate bandits. In the forest, we were ambushed. Even though I had soldiers protecting me, some bandits managed to get close. Murong Chung threw himself in front of me and took a knife to his vital spot. He sighed deeply. As it turns out, I wouldn't have died even without his intervention. Your grandfather had anticipated the danger and arranged for me to wear a soft armor. The blade would have only pierced the outer layer. Still, Murong Chung acted out of loyalty and bravery. I owe him my gratitude. Hearing this, Tan Lingyin silently marveled at the twists of fate. Regardless of whether the blade would have killed her father, Murong Chung lost his life that day. In return, her father had cared for the Murong family for a decade, repaying the debt thoroughly. Enough of this topic. Madame Feng took Tan Yushan's arm and led him into the house. Tan Lingyin stayed behind, pulling Xie Jingheng with her as they turned toward Lingyin Pavilion. In the courtyard, her maids, Xiao Rou and Xiao Qing, were leisurely drinking tea and snacking, acting as though they were the masters of the household. Startled by her arrival, they hastily tried to hide the sunflower seeds they were eating. Tan Lingyin's sharp gaze swept over them. Stealing from your mistress. What do you think your punishment should be? The two maids immediately fell to their knees, kowtowing and begging for mercy. Princess consort, please spare us. We thought you wouldn't return, so we indulged. Please forgive us this once. We'll never do it again, we swear. From the original owner's memories, Tan Lingyin knew these two were far from innocent. As a child, the original Tan Lingyin's handwriting had been decent, but these maids had repeatedly criticized her penmanship, pressuring her to alter her style until it became as unsightly as it was now. Both women, in their 20s, had taken advantage of the original Tan Lingyin's naivety and kindness, manipulating her into ruining her own artwork with garish colors and mismatched designs. To make matters worse, when Tan Lingyin mentioned going to the study with Xie Jingheng earlier, they had deliberately left her love poems to Murong Lingyun out in the open, clearly intending to humiliate her. The original Tan Lingyin had been foolish, keeping these poisonous snakes close. Qishi, Keilei, fetch their sale contracts from the steward, Tan Lingyin suddenly ordered. The two maids exchanged nervous glances, unsure of her intentions. When the contracts were brought back, Tan Lingyin's tone turned icy. Sell them to the harshest places possible. Xiao Rou shrieked, Mistress. Why are you selling us? Xiao Qing looked pitifully at her. We've served you for over a decade. How can you just discard us?
Tan Lingyin smirket coldly.
I used to be blind, but now I see how malicious your hearts are. If you don't understand, you can spend the rest of your lives figuring it out. Qishi, Keilei, take them away. Zhueyun interjected, Princess consort, let us handle this. You'll need someone to serve you. That's fine. Tan Lingyin nodded indifferently, not sparing the kneeling maids a glance. The shadow guard seized the maids, who, sensing their doom, resorted to desperate measures. Xiao Rou shrieked, Your Highness, did you know the princess consort secretly admired Murong Lingyun? She even wrote him love letters. Xiao Qing quickly added, It's true. We saw her writing those letters with our own eyes. Tan Lingyin stopped in her tracks, her lips curling into a cold smile as she turned to face them. You dare slander me? If His Highness doesn't believe us, he can search the second-floor study. The love letters are in a wooden box. Xiao Rou cried. Xie Jingheng's lips pressed into a thin line, suspicion flickering in his heart. From the moment she'd attempted to elope, had she been lying to him? Was Murong Lingyun's intent not to assassinate her, but to run away with her? The maid's claims were vivid and detailed, lending them credibility. Perhaps they were telling the truth. Tan Lingyin noticed his cold expression and asked softly, Your Highness, do you truly wish to search? Her question only deepened his doubts. His voice turned icy. Search it. Xiao Rou exhaled in relief. If the letters are found, please spare us. We'll leave the capital and never return. Xie Jingheng said nothing, his dark gaze fixed on Tan Lingyin's delicate face. Tan Lingyin's lips curved into a faint, mocking smile. Her phoenix eyes brimmed with disappointment as she murmured, Your Highness would rather trust two servants than me. If that's the case, grant me a divorce letter today so we can spare ourselves the sight of each other. Xie Jingheng's entire demeanor turned icy at her words. His jaw tightened as he said, each word dripping with coldness, Tan Lingyin, I've already said I will never dismiss you. He would rather see her dead than divorced. His woman would die in the Wang residence if it came to that. Typical of Xie Jingheng's princely arrogance, he's unyielding, but Lingyin will eventually tame him. Tan Lingyin's eyes reddened slightly, and she gave him a wounded glance before turning away to wipe her tears. This paranoid dog of a man. On the night of the elopement, the original Tan Lingyin had run away of her own accord. The shadow guards must have reported the entire incident to Xie Jingheng. Now, with the maids bringing up the matter of love letters, it was no wonder he was suspicious. Xie Jingheng softened at the sight of her aggrieved expression. He instinctively reached out to touch her cheek, but she turned away, leaving his raised hand to fall awkwardly by his side. The two stood close, yet it felt as though a vast chasm separated them. He was certain he cared deeply for her, but the thought of her having written love letters to someone else filled him with an unbearable jealousy. He felt an irrational urge to dig up Murong Lingyun and whip his corpse. How could that scoundrel deserve Lingyin's affection? If Lingyin ever wrote love letters, they should only be for him. Driven by jealousy, Xie Jingheng was determined to verify the truth. Meanwhile, Tan Lingyin wiped her tears with a handkerchief, deliberately rubbing her eyes until they became redder. Her makeup smudged slightly, and her tear-streaked face seemed genuinely swollen. Straightening her back and inhaling deeply, she turned to Xie Jingheng with a calm expression. Your Highness, you may stay here and wait. I will go keep my mother company. Xie Jingheng's heart ached at the sight of her reddened eyes.
Lingyin.
She bowed slightly in polite deference, but maintained a distant posture as she turned and walked away. Xie Jingheng clenched his fists tightly at his sides, his cold gaze landing on the kneeling maids. His voice was deadly. Exile these two to the harsh northern mines. I never want to see them again. Your Highness, please spare us. You haven't even seen the love letters yet. How can you send us away without proof? Spare us. We're telling the truth. The maids wailed, but the shadow guards gagged them and dragged them out of the courtyard. Xie Jingheng stood rooted in the courtyard, radiating an icy aura. The air around him seemed frozen. Zhueyun hurried out from the pavilion, holding a single sheet of paper. Master, this was all we could find. Xie Jingheng's pupils constricted, and his fists tightened audibly. They had actually found something. For a brief moment, he regretted ordering the search for those alleged love letters. Lingyin was already his wife. The past was the past. Murong Lingyun was dead. Why was he still clinging to old grievances? It was those two maids' fault for sowing discord. Zhueyun handed over the paper, and Xie Jingheng's long lashes quivered as he read it. It was the poem Tan Lingyin had just written about watching snow. Is there nothing else? His tone eased slightly. Zhu Feng shook his head. We searched the entire study, and even the bedroom. There was no trace of love letters. Zhueyun cautiously added, Master, it's possible the maids were trying to sow discord out of spite, especially since the princess consort intended to sell them. Xie Jingheng's lips curved faintly, and he carefully folded the poem, tucking it close to his chest as though it were a treasure. He quickly made his way to the front courtyard. As he approached, he heard the sound of a girl's clear, bell-like laughter. It was crisp and lively, like wind chimes dancing in a gentle breeze. Lingyin, he thought. Her name suited her perfectly. Tan Lingyin was leaning against Tan Qingyue's shoulder, laughing as she listened to his stories about the Imperial Academy. 18-year-old Tan Qingyue, preparing for the Imperial examinations, rarely came home. He had taken special leave from his studies to spend time with his sister on her return visit. The siblings seemed to be enjoying themselves immensely. Tan Lingyin's earlier sadness and grievances were nowhere to be seen. Xie Jingheng stood at a distance, watching silently. He didn't step closer. He had just caused her distress. Now that she was happy again, he didn't want to ruin her mood. He decided he would make amends once they returned to the Wang residence. At dinner, Tan Lingyin didn't initiate conversation with him. Instead, Xie Jingheng busied himself serving her food several times. She ate everything on her plate, but left untouched the dishes he had personally placed for her. Everyone at the table knew about the earlier incident in Lingyin Pavilion, but no one dared to comment. Tan Yushan simply focused on his meal in silence. After dinner, Xie Jingheng suggested they return to the Wang residence. Tan Lingyin had no choice but to follow. In the carriage, she sat sideways, her beautiful eyes fixed on the passing street scenes outside the window. She stubbornly refused to glance in his direction. Xie Jingheng's fingers twitched against his lap. He struggled with his pride, unsure how to apologize. He had doubted her, and he owed her an apology. But he was a prince and a king. How could he lower himself to apologize? The light from colorful lanterns filtered through the gaps in the curtains, casting a soft glow on her exquisite features. Her small, upturned nose and full, slightly pouting lips were particularly captivating. Her posture accentuated the curve of her waist, making her beauty even more striking. Xie Jingheng's atoms apple-bobbed. The carriage suddenly felt unbearably warm.
Wow.
Tan Lingyin exclaimed softly, her eyes widening at the sight of street performers balancing bowls on their heads. Noticing her interest, Xie Jingheng leaned closer to see what she was looking at. He spotted a group of acrobats performing tricks. "Stop the carriage," he ordered. The carriage came to a halt, and Jueyun approached. "Master, do you have any orders?" Xie Jingheng lifted the curtain and stepped out, lowering his voice to a gentle tone. "Lingyin, come out for a walk. It will help with digestion." Tan Lingyin squeezed her handkerchief, a slight smile tugging at her lips. The dog of a prince wanted to cheer her up? Fine. She had wanted to explore the night market anyway. She exited the carriage, deliberately ignoring his outstretched hand as she haughtily stepped down on her own. Xie Jingheng gritted his teeth, thinking, difficult, but worth it. She's my Lingyin, after all. The street was bustling with people, illuminated by vibrant lanterns. Stalls offered an array of snacks and intriguing trinkets, many of them exquisitely crafted. Tan Lingyin flitted about like a freed bird, her phoenix eyes scanning every corner with delight. Qixi and Keilei didn't follow, leaving Xie Jingheng to trail closely behind her. She stopped at a stall, her attention caught by a colorful hairpin. As she picked it up to examine it, a large hand reached out beside her, placing a silver ingot on the table. The street vendor immediately bowed and smiled obsequiously. "It's too much, too much. I run a small business and can't provide change. Why don't you pick a few more hairpins for your wife?" The hairpins were made of copper wire with colorful stones embedded in them, not worth much at all. Xie Jingheng picked up a hairpin and handed it to Tan Lingyin. "This color suits you." Tan Lingyin didn't take it and instead raised her eyes to him. "Then help me put it on." She decided to give him a chance to make amends. There was no point in making things too tense. Xie Jingheng's heart leaped with joy. He carefully positioned the hairpin in her hair, his movements gentle, afraid of hurting her. It was his first time doing something like this, and the hairpin ended up sitting loosely and crookedly, almost slipping out of her hair. The vendor helpfully chimed in, "Not like that, not like that. Push it in a bit further, and it'll stay in place." Xie Jingheng quickly adjusted the hairpin, holding her head lightly with his large hand. "If it hurts, tell me," he said softly. Tan Lingyin looked up at him, noticing the serious frown and tightly pressed lips as though he were tackling an important state matter. She couldn't help but smile, her laughter light and clear. Finally, Xie Jingheng got the hairpin secured. He stepped back to admire it, his gaze lingering on her. "What's so funny? I was laughing at how serious you looked just now, as if you were handling some great task," Tan Lingyin replied. Her earlier pretense of anger and grievance dropped entirely. "Ahem." Xie Jingheng cleared his throat awkwardly, clearly not used to such moments. "Pick a few more." Tan Lingyin selected 2 more hairpins from the stall, and the vendor packed them into a box. Qixi quickly stepped forward to take it. Xie Jingheng tentatively reached for her small hand. She didn't pull away, but she didn't hold his hand either. Still, that was enough for him. He wrapped her soft hand gently in his, careful not to squeeze too tightly. As they strolled down the bustling street, Tan Lingyin couldn't help but shop to her heart's content. Snacks, drinks, trinkets, anything that caught her fancy, she stopped to admire. And the moment she showed interest, Xie Jingheng would pay for it. After a long while, not only Qixi and Keilei but even Jueyun and Zhufeng were carrying several boxes and bags in their arms. Tan Lingyin leaned against the stone railing of a bridge, watching the river below. A few flower lanterns floated on the water's surface, and boatmen rowed their boats leisurely across the gentle ripples. The serene scene, combined with the lively night market, exuded a charm unique to the Dezhou dynasty. It was an era of openness, where people freely roamed the streets at night, and young men and women could enjoy each other's company without the rigid expectation of marriage after meeting. The original Tan Lingyin had ventured out with her family to see such sights when she was young. However, by the time she was 10, her outings ceased. Even at 10 years old, the original had been tall and slender, her delicate features hinting at a beauty that would captivate the world. Fearing that her daughter might be taken into the palace as a concubine to curb her father's political influence, Madame Foam kept her hidden at home. Tan Lingyin admired the original's family. They loved her deeply and always had her best interests at heart, never once considering her marriage a mere bargaining chip. But that was fine. From now on, Tan Lingyin would repay this family's love by cherishing and protecting them. She would maintain her position as the princess consort for as long as it took to safeguard her loved ones. She turned to Xie Jingheng and found him watching her intently. "Has the prince been staring at me this whole time?"
she teased.
"No scenery could compare to your smile," Xie Jingheng replied, reaching out to tuck a stray strand of hair behind her ear. His fingertips brushed her cheek gently. "Smile for me." Tan Lingyin grabbed his large hand and smiled brilliantly.
I'm tired.
"Will you carry me on your back?" Xie Jingheng frowned slightly, hesitating for only a moment before nodding.
All right.
He turned and crouched down, allowing her to climb onto his back. Her soft body pressed against him, carrying with it a faint, intoxicating fragrance. Her small hands wrapped around his neck. His large hands slid under her legs, effortlessly lifting her. Tan Lingyin playfully swung her feet, resting her chin on his shoulder as she whispered, "You seem so practiced at this. Don't tell me you've carried other women before?" The way he adjusted her skirt and supported her legs had been so smooth and familiar. Xie Jingheng felt a tingle at her breathy words, so close to his ear. His deep voice rumbled, "Never a woman. Only wounded comrades in the army." "So I'm the first woman you've carried," she said with a sly grin, leaning forward to study his profile. At this close distance, she marveled at his flawless skin, high nose bridge, rosy lips, and long lashes. He was breathtakingly handsome, without a single imperfection. Xie Jingheng turned slightly, meeting her gaze. "Wipe your drool." Tan Lingyin quickly checked her lips and huffed. "Narcissistic prince." He chuckled softly, his laughter reverberating through his chest and making her heart flutter. She squirmed slightly, trying to shake off the strange sensation, unaware of the torment her movements caused him. Her soft curves brushed against his back, making him crave her touch even more. Quickening his pace, Xie Jingheng carried her back to the carriage. Once inside, he wasted no time pulling her onto his lap. His large hands gripped her slim waist, holding her securely. Tan Lingyin shivered slightly, her voice trembling. "What's wrong, Your Highness?" Xie Jingheng's dark eyes bore into hers, his voice husky. "Call me husband." "Husband," she whispered, her heart softening at the sight of his intense gaze. It seemed her prince had desires. "Good girl," he murmured, leaning in to kiss her. He had been yearning to do so all evening but had refrained, fearing she might push him away in anger. Tan Lingyin placed her hand on his lips, stopping him. Her voice was gentle but firm. "I'm still upset with you." Xie Jingheng sighed, frustrated but unwilling to force her. He tightened his embrace, his voice low and coaxing. "Lingyin, what can I do to make you forgive me?" "To make a woman happy, you have to give her gifts," she said, batting her lashes playfully. "I'll send gifts tomorrow. But tonight." His gaze dropped to her lips. Let me taste that lip balm of yours first. When they returned to the Hunglong Manor, Tan Lingyin was carried off the carriage by Xie Jingheng. She was wrapped in a cloak, her rosy face hidden, along with her slightly disheveled clothing. The man strode into the bedroom with her in his arms. "Prepare the bath," Xie Jingheng ordered in a deep voice. Qixi and Keilei immediately set off to make the preparations. Within the manor, apart from Qixi and Keilei, there were no other maids in attendance. Xie Jingheng sat on the chaise longue with the beauty in his lap, holding her steadily. His large hand gently lifted the cloak to reveal her flushed face. "Are you angry, Jiao Jiao?" "No," she replied softly, even her tone sweet and tender despite her anger. How could he not adore such a woman? He feared he was destined to be ensnared by her.
Don't be mad at me.
See, I still remember your insistence on bathing before bed. Otherwise, by now, you'd already. He leaned close to her ear, whispering something suggestive and explicit. Tan Lingyin's cheeks burned red as she rebuked him softly. "Shameless. Bullying me just because you're a prince. You're my princess." "This isn't bullying. It's entertainment," Xie Jingheng replied with a low chuckle. Qixi entered and announced, "Your Highness, Princess Consort, the bath is ready." "Leave us," Xie Jingheng said, rising to his feet with her still in his arms. He carried her to the adjacent bathhouse. "I can bathe myself." "Put me down," Tan Lingyin murmured. He obliged her unhurried. Entering her bathhouse, both were met with the sight of an empty tub. The two exchanged a glance. Xie Jingheng smirked wickedly. "Tomorrow, your two maids should have their monthly allowances doubled." Tan Lingyin puffed her cheeks in annoyance. "Qixi and Keilei are clearly siding with you, not even filling my tub with hot water. Don't be upset. Tomorrow, you can punish them however you like. For now, let's get you bathed." He chuckled and carried her into his own bathhouse. Steam filled the room, the edge of the bath adorned with damp red silk and a black robe tangled together. The water rippled gently, wave after wave spreading across the surface. Outside the bedroom, Qixi and Keilei sat on the stone steps. Keilei asked, "Isn't it inappropriate to only prepare one bath?" "What's inappropriate about it?" "The prince didn't say to prepare two," Qixi replied with a cheeky grin. She leaned in and added, "You're so naive. Can't you tell what they were doing in the carriage?" "They must have been." Keilei's cheeks flushed as she nudged Qixi.
"Stop it."
"How do you even know such things as a girl?" Qixi huffed. "As the princess's maid, I had to learn a lot. I even studied some reliable handbooks." "What handbooks?" "Let me see," Keilei demanded, squinting at her suspiciously. Qixi's round face turned red as she stammered, "You don't need to see them. I'll just remind you when necessary." Keilei held out her hand, her typically stern expression even more so. Pouting, Qixi reluctantly pulled out a thin booklet from her clothes. "Don't tell anyone." Keilei opened it under the lantern light near the eaves and froze when she saw the title, Bedroom Delights. She flipped to the first page, her eyes widening at the illustrations. She wanted to close it immediately, but found herself curious to keep reading. Qixi peeked over her shoulder. "The man on the first page is too ugly. Turn to the next one." Keilei turned the page and pointed at the woman in the illustration. "She's quite beautiful." Finally finding her voice, Keilei muttered, "She is. This is outrageous. I can't even look at this." She snapped the booklet shut and glared at Qixi. "How could you read something like this?" Qixi clung to her arm, whining, "I was just curious. Every night, the princess makes such noises that it makes me itchy. I didn't know what they were doing, so well, now you know." "No more reading these books," Keilei scolded with a sigh, pretending to tear the booklet apart. Don't. Qixi quickly stopped her, clutching the booklet protectively. "Please, sister, don't tear it." She carefully inspected it for damage before tucking it back into her clothes. "This is a rare edition. If you destroy it, I'll never find another." Keilei looked at her helplessly. "You have no sense of decorum. What if someone finds that book?" "Decorum doesn't feed us. We were trained as shadow guards, treated as men. What's the use of decorum? Serving the princess is what matters." Chishi patted Kayleigh's shoulder. Relax, Kayleigh. You look so pretty when you smile. Kayleigh hadn't expected such a compliment, and allowed a small smile to tug at her lips. She rarely smiled, but Chishi's lively personality always managed to bring one out of her. Suddenly, Xie Jinghing's low, magnetic voice rang out from the room. Prepare water. Chishi nudged Kayleigh. Let's go. We need to fetch more water. Kayleigh smiled softly, and the two hurried off to the water room together. After Chishi and Kayleigh had prepared the bath water, they respectfully announced, Your Highness, Princess Consort, the hot water is ready for your bath. Xie Jinghing's voice came from inside. Got it. You may leave. The two quickly exited the room. Inside, after the bath was prepared, Tan Lingyin was pressed into another round of washing. The outcome was predictable. Before she passed out, her last thought was that she absolutely needed to prioritize making contraceptive pills tomorrow. The next morning, the first thing Tan Lingyin did upon waking was retreat into her space to brew a dose of contraceptive medicine. To her surprise, the candy wrappers in the drawer had reverted to their intact state. She was certain she had eaten those candies before. This suggested that the items inside the spaceship were automatically replenished. No matter what she took out, after some time, everything inside would return to its original condition. It was as though the spaceship was frozen in time, preserving everything within like a photo, eternally unchanging. She wasn't sure about the exact time frame for the replenishment. This needed further observation. For now, she didn't have the luxury of time for experimentation. She popped 2 candies to suppress the bitterness of the medicine and quickly exited the space. After lounging in bed for a while longer, she called Chishi and Kayleigh into the room. As Chishi applied her makeup, she couldn't help but compliment. Princess Consort, your complexion looks better every day. Like a peach glistening with dew. Ahem, don't talk nonsense. Tan Lingyin's cheeks flushed slightly. What kind of glistening peach? This girl really dared to speak her mind. She changed the subject. Where's the prince? Kayleigh responded. His Highness took Chasing Cloud and Flowing Wind with him. He specifically mentioned he'll return in the afternoon. Tan Lingyin's lips curved in a faint smile, a sly plan forming in her mind. With Chasing Cloud and Flowing Wind absent, today was the perfect opportunity. She planned to go on a shopping spree. After a simple breakfast, Tan Lingyin mentioned wanting to go out for a stroll. Kayleigh called for the steward to prepare the carriage, and the 3 of them set off from the Hungwang Manor. Princess Consort, where are we headed? Chishi asked excitedly, her lively nature always leading her to chatter. Tan Lingyin didn't fully trust the 2 maids yet. After all, they were Xie Jinghing's people, and some matters couldn't be revealed to them. We'll just wander around. You know I've rarely been outside before, she replied nonchalantly. Chishi nodded enthusiastically. Then whatever you fancy, just buy it. The prince has plenty of money. Tan Lingyin smiled subtly, her plan taking shape. The carriage stopped at the bustling main street, where shops of all kinds lined the way, catering to every possible need, and the area teemed with crowds. Walking together, Kayleigh kept a vigilant eye on their surroundings, while Tan Lingyin and Chishi excitedly explored. Ahead, a crooked line of people queued up in front of a stall selling walnut pastries. Tan Lingyin had tasted them before at home and found them delicious. She turned to Kayleigh. Go queue and get me 2 boxes. No, make it 5. I'll give 2 to Mother when we pass by the Chancellor's Manor later. Kayleigh nodded and took her place at the end of the line. Tan Lingyin continued down the street with Chishi, scheming how to send Chishi off next. Kayleigh was harder to deceive, so she sent her off first. Now, with only Chishi left, a few words would suffice to get her to comply. They entered a tailor's shop, where Tan Lingyin selected a dress for Chishi and asked her to try it on in the fitting room. As Chishi changed, Tan Lingyin slipped into a set of men's clothing she had brought, paired with a black hooded cloak, and quietly left the shop. The outfit, hastily altered from Xie Jinghing's wardrobe, fit just well enough for her purpose. Blending into the crowd, she quickly reached the corner of the street and entered a pharmacy. Shopkeeper, I'll take all your medicinal herbs, she said, deliberately lowering her voice to sound androgynous. The shopkeeper thought he misheard. He rubbed his ears and asked, "What did you say, sir?" "I said, I want all your medicinal herbs. Pack them up immediately. I'm in a hurry." The shopkeeper, startled, stammered, "If you buy everything, how will I stay in business?" "Double the price." "Pack them now," she said, slapping a stack of silver notes onto the counter. The shopkeeper glanced at the notes and quickly agreed. "No problem, sir. Please wait a moment." He summoned all the assistants to pack up the herbs, even clearing out the storeroom. When he tried to give her change, she waved it off. After instructing the workers to move the crates to a secluded alley nearby, she dismissed them. The alley, sparsely populated and cluttered with random items, shielded her from view. Quickly, she transported the crates into her spatial realm. She changed out of the men's outfit and ensured the alley was empty before stepping out elegantly. Back on the bustling street, she purchased 3 candied hawthorns and 3 sachets, leisurely retracing her steps. Meanwhile, Kaylee, holding several gift boxes, frantically searched the crowd for Tan Lingyin. Chi-Shi, informed by the shopkeeper that Tan Lingyin hadn't left through the front, had turned the shop inside out before searching the streets. 2 shadow guards emerged from the shadows. "Chi-Shi, the princess consort is over there, buying sachets." They had been secretly guarding the trio, but couldn't figure out when or how the princess consort left the tailor shop. Luckily, she was still nearby. If she had truly vanished, the entire Hungwang Manor might have paid with their lives. Chi-Shi darted through the crowd and spotted Tan Lingyin flipping through a book at a stall, candied hawthorns in hand. "Princess consort," Chi-Shi called out, rushing over.
Tan Lingyin smiled fondly.
"Chi-Shi, where's Kaylee?" "Still in line?" Kaylee soon arrived, having also been alerted by the shadow guards. "Princess consort, where did you go earlier?" Kaylee asked anxiously. Tan Lingyin waved the candied hawthorns. "To buy these for you. Here, and sachets, 1 for each of us." She always purchased in 3s, treating them like sisters. Both Chi-Shi and Kaylee were momentarily stunned before accepting the treats. Smiling, Tan Lingyin added, "This stall has some interesting storybooks. I'm buying a few to take back." She handed over the payment. "Princess consort, why didn't you wait for me earlier?" Chi-Shi asked. "I wanted to wait for you to come out, but I saw a candied haws seller passing by, and I was greedy, so I chased him," Tan Lingyin said with a smile. "You have money yourself, and you don't need me to stay there to pay you." Chi-Shi opened his mouth, sighed, and said, "But you disappeared suddenly. We were very scared." "What? Are you afraid that I will run away?" Tan Lingyin raised her eyebrows and teased. Neither of them said anything, but they really thought so. "Don't worry, the prince and I are in love with each other, and I will never leave him." Tan Lingyin lied as soon as she opened her mouth. 7-Up and Cola looked at each other and thought that they were judging others by their own mean standards. The 3 of them strolled around for a while and then went directly to a nearby restaurant for dinner. After the meal, Tan Lingyin said she wanted to take a nap and took a carriage back to Prince Heng's palace. As for the walnut cookies, she forgot about it. However, Keela did not forget. After returning to the palace to serve Tan Lingyin during her lunch break, she went to the Prime Minister's mansion herself and delivered the walnut cakes bought by Tan Lingyin to Feng. Tan Lingyin was taking a nap in the room, and Chi-Shi was sitting outside the door reading the storybook that Tan Lingyin bought. In the space, Tan Lingyin opened a dozen wooden boxes, which were full of medicinal herbs packed in cloth bags and not mixed together. An afternoon was enough time for her to make a batch of birth control pills. After preparing all the herbs, she walked into the laboratory. The medicinal materials are roasted, ground into powder, mixed and stirred with liquid medicine, and then processed and compressed by a machine, and finally become small pills. The pills are covered with a thick layer of pink sugar coating, and at first glance, they look like jelly beans. In total, more than 30 pieces were made. Enough for her this month. Taking 1 pill a day can achieve long-term contraceptive effects. Moreover, she is a miraculous doctor. The pills she makes have no side effects at all, and even contain medicinal properties that nourish the body. After Tan Lingyin finished her work, she smelled the medicine on her body and felt that it was definitely not possible to go out now. She took a shower in the bathroom, dried her hair, and left the room. While 7-Up was away, she casually found a clean nightgown and put it on. I looked at the sky outside, and it was almost evening. Making pills does take time, but fortunately Xie Jingheng is out today. She called Chishi to come in and help her get dressed, and asked Coke to prepare some refreshments. The evening sunlight was golden, sliding in through the diamond-patterned wooden window lattices and falling on the face of the girl sitting under the window. Her skin was as white as porcelain and seemed to glow under the golden light. Her beautiful eyes were fixed on the medical book on the table, and her rosy little mouth was moving as she ate the fruit. This was the scene Xie Jingheng saw when he entered the room. His Linger was like a goddess, sitting quietly and softly at the table reading a book. 7-Up Cola tactfully withdrew. Xie Jingheng strode over and gently covered Tan Lingyin's eyes with his big hands. Husband, Tan Lingyin was happy today and called him husband sweetly. Xie Jingheng helped her stand up and whispered in her ear, "Be good, I have a surprise for you." Tan Lingyin had her eyes covered by him and walked out holding his hand. The man gently pointed her attention to the steps, his big hands holding her arms tightly. When they reached the yard, Xie Jingheng said slowly, "Open your eyes." He put down his hand. Tan Lingyin squinted her eyes to adjust to the light and was immediately shocked by the scene before her. There were 2 boxes full of jewels in the yard. Zhueyun and Zhu Feng were holding 2 trays with dozens of gold hairpins on them, as well as sets of earrings and necklaces. With a red light flashing in her eyes, she walked over quickly and picked up a golden hairpin. At first glance, she was even more surprised. These gold hairpins are all made by the female craftsman Fufeng. How could you buy so many hairpins from her? Tan Lingyin looked at Xie Jingheng with curved eyebrows, feeling that what she was holding in her hand was not a gold hairpin, but the glory of the women in the holy city. Fu Feng's hands were more skillful than those of the craftsmen in the palace, especially in the making of gold hairpins. His craftsmanship was so exquisite that everything from the large carvings and jade carvings on the hairpin to the small petals of the flower decorations were lifelike. Moreover, she had a strange temper. If one went to buy a hairpin from her, he could only buy 1 per year. Xie Jingheng came over and held her waist, and said in a gentle voice, "If I take action, she'll have to sell it even if she doesn't want to." Tan Lingyin frowned slightly, placed the hairpin on the tray, took his hand and asked, "Did you threaten her? Or did you kill her?" Seeing her worried look, Xie Jingheng narrowed his eyes and asked, "In your heart, I am so cruel and inhumane?" Tan Lingyin shook his hand and pouted. "No, I'm afraid that the prince will be so angry for the beauty that you will be carried away by it. Don't worry, I didn't do anything. I was just bartering." Xie Jingheng squeezed her little hand, signaling her to be at ease. Tan Lingyin asked curiously, "What is it that can move Fu Feng?" "It's just a broken stone," Xie Jingheng said indifferently. "A piece of Bingpa jade from Changbai Mountain is the prince's treasure. It would be a huge loss to exchange it for such a pile of gold artifacts," Zhu Feng added. Tan Lingyin asked hurriedly, "Is Bingpa jade valuable?" Zhu Feng: "Of course, the ice soul jade is crystal clear and transparent, and it is cold to the touch and can never be warmed up." Hiss. Tan Lingyin suddenly felt a little regretful. "That's too bad. You might as well give me the Bingpa jade." Xie Jingheng raised his eyebrows slightly and said with a smile, "Why do you need that broken stone? Don't you like these hairpins?" The concubines in the palace are fighting for the hairpins made by Fufeng. Since Fufeng is willing to exchange with you, the ice soul jade must be more valuable. Tan Lingyin pouted, but the next second she hugged Xie Jingheng's waist and said with a smile, "But the prince actually took out his own collection to give me jewelry, which shows that the prince holds me at the top of his heart." She hugged the man and rocked him. "Thank you, Your Majesty. I really like these surprises." Xie Jingheng gently stroked her soft long hair, feeling quite satisfied. It seems that his trip to collect these girls' jewelry today was not in vain. At least the little beauty really likes it. 7-Up and Coke took all the jewelry to the bedroom and arranged them next to the dressing table. The 2 marveled at Fufeng's deft hands. She carved even a small leaf very carefully. No wonder the ladies in the holy city all wore Fufeng's golden hairpins to show off. Xie Jingheng went to the study and listened to the shadow guard's report on Tan Lingyin's whereabouts for the day. He frowned slightly, but did not ask any more questions. His linger seldom went out before, so it was normal for her to be dazzled when she went out. After a busy day, he prepared to hug the beauty after taking a bath, and it would be best if he could have a kiss with her. As soon as I came out of the bathroom, I was greeted by the smell of medicine. Husband, a soft and tender voice came. Xie Jingheng walked to the tea table and sat down. Tan Lingyin placed the bowl of black medicinal juice in front of him. Thank you for your hard work, my husband. This is the tonic I specially brewed for you. Seeing the man frowning and covering his mouth and nose, she quickly added, Don't worry, my husband. Although it is my first time to prepare medicine, there is absolutely no problem with the medicine. The housekeeper watched me make it. The old butler standing by nodded respectfully. It is indeed a tonic. The princess is quite talented in studying medicine. She has prepared a tonic prescription after only 2 days of study. Linger is so smart. Xie Jingheng's eyes lit up slightly, and he looked at Tan Lingyin with admiration. Tan Lingyin smiled shyly. I'm just a beginner, so I just made a random prescription. Humph, this is the yang-dispersing and nourishing soup that she carefully prepared. It can help men dispel their love and nourish their bodies at the same time. That's why the old housekeeper who studied medicine thought it was a bowl of nourishing soup. I guarantee that after Xie Jingheng drinks it, it will be difficult for him to control her and do whatever he wants tonight as he did in the past. Even though Xie Jingheng did not believe in Tan Lingyin's medical skills, he believed in the old butler's medical skills. He was the imperial physician in the palace and had been taking care of his daily life since he was a child. Under Tan Lingyin's expectant eyes, Xie Jingheng picked up the bowl and drank it all. His handsome eyebrows were furrowed, and it was obvious that the medicine soup was very bitter. Tan Lingyin considerately handed over a candied fruit, and the man ate it from her small hand. His thin lips gently passed over her white fingertips, and there was a faint sense of wetness scraping across her fingertips. Tan Lingyin immediately withdrew her hand, feeling her fingertips numbed by the electricity. Xie Jingheng chewed the candied fruit slowly and swallowed it, his narrow eyes curled up with a wicked smile. Why are you hiding? Where on your body haven't I kissed you? Shut up. Tan Lingyin hurried over and covered his lips. Zhueyin and Zhu Feng at the door looked up at the sky. Zhueyin, it seems like it's time for dinner. Let's go eat. Zhueyin. Yes, I felt a ringing in my ears just now. It will be gone after eating. 7-Up and Coke stood with their heads down. They couldn't leave. Tan Lingyin was so angry that her face turned red. She gritted her teeth and said, Can you please choose the right occasion for your words? Why do you say everything to others? The man pulled her arm and pulled her into his arms. He pressed her against his legs and raised her chin with a smile. Are you angry or embarrassed? Of course I'm angry. Tan Lingyin slapped his hand away, and her angry look attracted a lot of attention. Xie Jingheng couldn't help but kiss her on the face. Then he hugged her waist and coaxed her. I won't say this in front of others anymore. Don't be angry. Humph, you have no control over your mouth. My dear Jiao Jiao, do you believe me? Xie Jingheng kissed her again. Tan Lingyin wiped her face in disgust. I'll trust you for now. Your mouth smells like medicine. Don't kiss me. Okay. Xie Jingheng pinched her little face lovingly. There was no rush. He had plenty of time to kiss her in the evening. After dinner, the two of them watched the moon on the swing outside the yard. Xie Jingheng had long legs, so after sitting down, his feet could still touch the ground, so he slowly swung on the swing on his toes. Tan Lingyin leaned on his shoulder and asked, What does the ice soul stone look like? Want it? Xie Jingheng took her little hand and rubbed it. It's not that I just want to take a look. I haven't seen it before. Zhueyin, get all the remaining ice soul stones, the man ordered in a deep voice. Zhueyin in the dark responded and soon came back with a wooden box. Xie Jingheng took the box and opened it. They're all for you. Tan Lingyin stared at the naturally formed stones in the box, her eyes slightly lighting up. Is this the ice soul stone? She picked up a piece and held it in front of her eyes. The lanterns in the yard shone into her eyes through the stone, and their shapes were clearly visible. She licked her lips and looked at Xie Jingheng with sparkling eyes. My lord, is the ice soul stone really valuable? How much gold is this piece worth? Seeing her so happy, Xie Jingheng thought she was going to sell it and said gently, One piece can be worth 1,000 taels of gold, but if you sell it, you can't buy it back. Tan Lingyin's eyes widened. 1,000 taels of gold. She is going to get rich. What is ice soul stone? Isn't it just transparent glass? However, in this era, transparent things are indeed rare. Even though craftsmen have already refined colored glass of various colors, they have never been able to refine completely transparent ones. There are glass cups, glass dolls, and other items in her space. A piece of naturally formed, transparent mineral can be worth so much money. I guess transparent, exquisite objects will be even more valuable. She was in a good mood, holding Xie Jingheng's arm and sliding down the swing. I'm going to take a bath. She wanted to see what glass objects there were in the space, planning to open a shop so that she could make a lot of money and be able to be more decent when she was divorced. When Xie Jingheng heard that she was going to take a shower, he was in a good mood. He took the box back to the bedroom and placed it directly on Tan Lingyin's dressing table. In the steaming hot bath, the girl leaned against the smooth stone wall with her eyes closed as if she was asleep. In fact, her consciousness was immersed in the Emperor Phoenix space, searching for glass objects everywhere. She has several sets of glass cups for drinking water, and the transparent patterns are different. She also has several styles of glass tea sets for making tea, and each one is very exquisite. She used to like collecting crystal balls, the kind of glass balls that would drop snow and colored powder when shaken. She collected the 12 constellations, the 12 Chinese zodiac signs, various small animals or anime characters, etc. There are also small animals made of glass. Each one is small and exquisite, with noses and eyes, lying there round and chubby, which is really cute. These things are worth at most a few $100s on Blue Star, but I didn't expect that in the Zhou dynasty. They are more valuable than jade and jadeite. Tan Lingyin closed her eyes as if she was asleep, but in fact her consciousness was in the space holding a bunch of glass balls, and she was very happy. Xie Jingheng waited for her on the bed for a long time, but she didn't come back, so he had to come to the bathroom to catch her. I didn't expect that when I came in, I saw her eyes closed, and she seemed to be not breathing. He came over in a panic and was about to step into the bathtub. The next second, he saw the little beauty open her eyes. He was relieved and asked, "Are you asleep?" Tan Lingyin didn't know what her body would look like after her consciousness entered the space. She probably thought it would look like she was asleep, so she nodded. "Yeah, I got sleepy after soaking in the bath." Xie Jingheng reached out to her. "Come here. Go back to bed and sleep." Tan Lingyin stood up shyly, shielding her chest with her hands. Just as she was about to step out of the bathtub, the man wrapped her in a cotton towel and picked her up by her legs. Xie Jingheng put her on the bed, took a towel, and wiped the water droplets on her calves and feet. Tan Lingyin felt something was wrong and pulled her feet back. "I'll wipe it myself. Don't move. Wrap yourself up and be careful not to catch a cold. If it's cold today, you must dry yourself, otherwise you will catch a cold." Xie Jingheng's strong big hands pinched her little feet and pulled them back. The man's palms were broad, and his finger bones were long. When he held her feet seemed even smaller, not even as big as his palms. The cotton handkerchief wiped her toes one by one, gradually moving up along her ankles, wiping away the water droplets on her slender calves, and then her knees. Further up, there was a cotton bath towel that wrapped Tan Lingyin tightly, barely covering her thighs. The man seemed to be squeezing the towel harder. Because she was wiped too hard, a faint red mark instantly appeared on the skin of Tan Lingyin's thigh. Jiao Jiao really lives up to her name. She can become red just by wiping with a towel. Xie Jingheng half knelt beside her legs, raised his handsome face to look at her, with the corners of his narrow eyes curled up in a wicked smile. Tan Lingyin lowered her eyes and looked at him. This angle inexplicably gave her a desire to conquer him. Normally, Xie Jingheng was always the high and mighty prince, and it was rare to see him crawling at her feet. With such a look and such a submissive posture, it was hard not to make her heart move. "My lord, do you know what you look like now?" "Like what?" Xie Jingheng tightened his hand, holding the towel slightly. Tan Lingyin moved her arms, tore open the cotton cloth wrapped around herself, stretched out her two slender arms, wrapped the cotton cloth tightly with one hand, leaned forward slightly and hooked Xie Jingheng's chin with her fingers, like a pet begging me to touch it. She spoke boldly and gently rubbed the man's chin with her fingertips. The slight stubble scratched her fingertips and caused some pain. Her pink lips were curled up in a proprietary smile, and she really looked like a female emperor. Xie Jingheng's Adam's apple was dry, and he couldn't help rolling it, and said in a slightly deep voice, "Does Jiao Jiao want to touch it?" Tan Lingyin suddenly felt dry in the mouth, with a smile on her lips. Think. The small hand hooked on the man's chin and gently stroked it, following his angular jawline all the way up and gently stroking the top of the man's inky hair. Xie Jingheng's hair is very black, very smooth, and feels very silky to the touch. "Jiao Jiao," Xie Jingheng spoke. You are so beautiful." Looking up like this, the beauty leaned forward slightly and looked down at her, her phoenix eyes drooping, narrow and blurred. Tan Lingyin's fingertips trembled, and her small hands slid down to his neck, pinching his neck gently with her fingertips. "My lord, do you know what I'm going to do next?" "At least you're not going to kill me." Xie Jingheng chuckled softly. Feeling the vibrations from her fingertips, Tan Lingyin felt that this male demon was really alluring. She moved her small hand and pressed her thumb on the protruding Adam's apple on his neck, pressing it gently. "I heard that this place can't be touched. Is it true?" Xie Jingheng's hand holding her calf suddenly tightened, and he opened his thin lips and took a breath, and his breathing became much heavier. "Jiao Jiao, are you lighting a fire?" Tan Lingyin gently scratched her Adam's apple with her fingernails and immediately withdrew her hand. "Of course not. I'm just curious." Xie Jingheng refused to give in. He stood up and wanted to come over to kiss her, but she reached out and held his shoulder. "Don't move." "Kneel down. Kneel down." Xie Jingheng raised his eyebrows, with a hint of displeasure on his face. Tan Lingyin leaned forward, looking at him with her eyes slightly hooked, her voice soft and aggrieved. "What? Your Highness, can't you even tell the difference between the top and bottom of the couch?" "Okay, I'll listen to you." Xie Jingheng laughed hoarsely, knelt on one knee obediently, and looked up at her. Tan Lingyin raised her foot and stepped on his chest with her toes little by little. Her toes lifted his collar, revealing a large area of strong chest muscles. The round and white toes are like delicate pearls, and they match the small and exquisite feet, which can be called jade feet. The soft toes gently brushed the man's Adam's apple and lifted his chin. Xie Jingheng felt as if a volcano had exploded in his brain. All the blood in his body instantly rushed to his head, and his handsome face flushed red with heat. "Jiao Jiao," his voice was hoarse, like gravel rubbing on sandpaper, full of graininess. Tan Lingyin smiled and said, "Xie Jingheng, my shoulders are sore. Come and give me a massage." Although she was a delicate and soft girl, she acted like a superior and stepped on Xie Jingheng. "As you command, my husband will come and massage your shoulders right away." The man's handsome face was filled with love, and the corners of his narrow eyes were already red, showing that he was really charmed by her. "My dear Jiao Jiao, you really want to kill me." That night, 7-Up did not sleep at all. Tan Lingyin pitifully begged Xie Jingheng for help the whole night, and Qixi and Coke could vaguely hear it. It's a pity that Xie Jingheng didn't show any mercy, otherwise he wouldn't have begged for help all night. The next morning, Tan Lingyin felt extremely regretful. She originally wanted to tease Xie Jingheng deliberately and then watch his funny look of being itchy but helpless. Unexpectedly, Xie Jingheng was not affected at all by the sanyang nourishing soup, not at all. She sighed, my throat. As soon as she opened her mouth, her usually soft voice became a little hoarse, and her voice was still very small. Fortunately, she was tidying up the dressing table behind the screen, and came over immediately after hearing the noise. Tan Lingyin sat up, and she put a cushion behind her. "Water." My throat felt dry and uncomfortable. Xie Jingheng suddenly came in from outside, holding a porcelain bowl in his hand. "Linger, get up and drink some throat-soothing pear soup." He sat down beside the couch and looked at her fair little face with concern. Tan Lingyin reached out to take it, and Xie Jingheng said, "It's hot, I'll feed you." He scooped up a spoonful with a spoon, blew on it, and then handed it to Tan Lingyin's mouth. Tan Lingyin took a sip, and the sweet pear soup slid down her throat, and she immediately felt much better. Come on, keep drinking. The next spoonful was handed over. Tan Lingyin was fed mouthful by mouthful, her eyes staring at Xie Jingheng's face from time to time. What was going on? Why was the yang-dispersing and nourishing soup she prepared ineffective for Xie Jingheng? There was no sign of fatigue on the man's handsome face. Instead, his thin lips were rosy and his eyes were like cold stars, bright and sharp. 7-Up was standing not far away and watching. Both of them had envy in their eyes. The prince is so kind to the princess. The prince has changed a lot since he married the princess. His temper has improved, and he loves to laugh more. The princess is really the lucky star of Prince Heng's mansion. Is your throat better? After feeding her a bowl of pear soup, Xie Jingheng took the handkerchief and gently wiped the corners of Tan Lingyin's mouth. Tan Lingyin snatched the handkerchief from his hand and wiped her mouth, snorting. Thanks to the prince, it won't get better. Her voice was a little hoarse, and she seemed to be speaking in a breathy voice. Compared with her previous softness, there was a hint of indescribable sexiness. Xie Jingheng knew he was in the wrong. He leaned over to hug her, and even if the beauty hit him with her hands, he would not let go. He buried his head in her fragrant neck and hair, and said in a muffled voice, "Goodlinger, please forgive me. I won't dare to do it next time. There won't be a next time. I won't give you a chance." She wants to improve the Sanyang nourishing soup and make it more powerful. Be good, don't say anything angry. Your husband will coax you well tonight. Tan Lingyin? Ahem. Shut up. 7-Up was standing right next to them. Even though the two of them had their backs to them, it was hard not to see that 7-Up was grinning from the way her shoulders were shaking. 7-Up. Please get the prince out. Tan Lingyin gave the order mercilessly. Qixi stopped smiling instantly. Let them ask the prince to leave? Are you kidding me? This is Prince Heng's palace, and it is his place as the prince should be. But their current master is the princess, and the princess's words are orders. The two walked to Xie Jingheng's side. Qixi lowered his head and said with a stiff face, Your Majesty, the princess needs more rest. You go out first. Your Highness, we servants are going to help the princess wash up. Please leave first. Kailei was not nervous and spoke in a firm tone. Xie Jingheng frowned slightly and looked at Tan Lingyin with concern and grievance on his handsome face. Goodlinger, I will go to handle official business first and come to accompany you later. Tan Lingyin turned her head away proudly and didn't look at him, her little mouth pouting so much that an oil bottle could be hung on it. Xie Jingheng sighed slightly and had to leave first to avoid making the little beauty even more angry. After washing up, Tan Lingyin took the opportunity to take a contraceptive pill while eating breakfast. She couldn't forget to take this pill for a day, otherwise she would have to drink the bitter medicine. Feeling a bit bored, Tan Lingyin started to tinker with the glassware in the space. She should start making money as early as possible, so she should start now. Qixi, find all the land deeds and shops in my dowry. After thinking of a series of marketing strategies, Tan Lingyin took the first step to decorate a store specializing in selling glassware. 7-Up Cola searched for a long time and finally found the antique sandalwood box among a pile of dowry. Tan Lingyin opened the lid and saw a thick stack of deeds. She took them all out and placed them on the table one by one. 7-Up, can you help me look at the shops here and see which one has the best location? The original owner didn't know these things, so naturally she didn't understand them either. Coke went to get a street map of the Holy City, which detailed all the shops and residential areas. The two of them looked at each other for a long time and picked out 3 shops. Princess, this one is a ready-made clothing shop, located on the most prosperous Xinglong Street, right here. Coke pointed his finger on the map. Tan Lingyin looked over and saw it was marked with Lingluo Pavilion. This one is a small restaurant on Fenghuang Road, which intersects with Xinglong Street. This one is a medicine shop, located at the corner of Xinglong Street. Tan Lingyin raised her eyebrows slightly. It turned out that the pharmacy she had bought out with a wave of her hand was hers, and she had inadvertently taken care of her own business. She thought for a while and decided to close the clothing store and renovate it. There are many ready-made clothing shops on Xinglong Street, especially 2 opposite Lingluo Pavilion. Moreover, When she went to Xinglong Street with Chi Cola yesterday, she accidentally caught a glimpse of the Lingluo Pavilion sign. The store was empty and no one was interested. Even if a girl wanted to buy clothes, she would go directly to the clothing store across the street. Even she chose to go to the clothing shop opposite at that time. Because the facade of Lingluo Pavilion is old, even the clothes hanging at the door don't look good. From this we can see that business must be just average. Tam Lingyin had no interest in checking the accounts in the store. Selling glass would definitely make more money than selling clothes. If she hesitated for even a second longer, it would be disrespectful to Jean. 7. Up. Take this deed and close the store. Clear out all the clothes inside and sell them to the surrounding shops at a low price. Tan Lingyin suddenly paused. Forget it, don't sell it. Just donate it to the poor in the north of the city. Just think of it as accumulating some wealth for the new store. The two nodded and set off with the title deed. Tam Lingyin looked at the remaining shops again, compared them with the locations on the map, wrote down their locations one by one, and planned to find an opportunity to visit the shops. She put away all the maps and deeds, took a clean white paper, and began to write and draw. I haven't visited the store yet, but she could draw some simple drawings of the interior furniture and then just modify the dimensions. After Xie Jingheng finished his military duties, he came over with a bowl of pear soup. Linga, it's time to drink pear soup, he said in a gentle voice and placed the pear soup on the desk. Tam Lingyin was drawing the key pattern and said in a deep voice, "Wait a moment." She looked focused and the thin tip of the brush, under her control, drew thin lines. The winding and complex patterns piled up together were unexpectedly beautiful. Xie Jingheng had never seen such a pattern before, so he stood beside her and watched quietly. Such meticulous painting skills and such steady brush control really made him doubt whether those paintings in the Prime Minister's mansion were really drawn by her. The fingertips hanging in his sleeves rubbed habitually. This was his habit when he was thinking. From the day she ran away from her marriage, her behavior became deviant, completely different from the noble lady she was rumored to be. And last night, she teased him so seductively, using bold words, and even dared to hook his chin with her foot. She doesn't look like a girl who has been kept in seclusion at all. Her handwriting and her paintings used to be so ordinary that they were ugly. Now, her handwriting and painting are beautiful. Xie Jingheng narrowed his eyes slightly, thinking that he should investigate his princess carefully. The woman in the dream was indeed hot and seductive, but the daughter of the Prime Minister's mansion should not look like this. Tam Lingyin put down the fine brush and gently blew on the drawing paper on the table. She picked up the pear soup on the table and drank it in big gulps. Then she realized that Xie Jingheng beside her hadn't said anything. "Your Majesty, what are you thinking about? I was wondering why you are so talented." Xie Jingheng raised the corners of his lips slightly, leaned over and held her shoulders. "Linger, what is this pattern?" "I don't know. I just drew it casually. It's fine as long as it looks good. This is the style of furniture from ancient Europe, which did not exist in the Great Zhou dynasty. It will surely amaze the guests." Xie Jingheng watched her finish her pear soup and then asked softly, "What are you going to do with these tables and chairs you painted?" "I'm planning to open a shop, and all these things will be placed in the shop." Tam Lingyin did not hide it, and Xie Jingheng would also know about it when she runs the shop every day. Xie Jingheng seemed to be thinking about something and said calmly, "You want to make money?" "Yes, I want to make a lot of money so that I won't have no money to spend in the future." Tan Lingyin looked at him with a smile. "You still want me to divorce you?" Xie Jingheng raised her chin, with barely perceptible anger in his eyes. Tam Lingyin was not afraid of him either. She snorted and said, "Why? Does the prince want me to watch you being affectionate with another woman and then let me stay a widow in the palace?" Tam Lingyin. Xie Jingheng called her name in a deep voice, but he didn't know what promise to make to her. "No matter how many women I marry, you will be the principal wife. His father will definitely arrange the position of concubine for him." Tsk. Rumors say that Prince Hung is not interested in women, but look at him now. He just married a wife, and he's already thinking about marrying a concubine. Tan Lingyin pried his hands apart, slowly stood up and looked at him. "Your Highness was able to stay single for many years, so he must have really no interest in women. But now he is planning to have 3 concubines and 6 concubines. Why don't you marry a few women sooner? Xie Jingheng was slightly stunned. He opened his thin lips, but for a moment he didn't know how to refute this statement. Yes, he never married before. Wasn't it because he thought women were troublesome? His father showed him so many portraits of noble ladies, but he rejected them all. Why would he now think of marrying more women in the future? Then what's the point of his persistence over the years? At worst, he can just continue to refuse to get married. Besides, Linger had appeared in his dreams. How could any other woman be as good as Linger? In terms of appearance, Linger is a stunning beauty in the Saint capital, and even the most beautiful woman is not as beautiful as her. In terms of family background, Linger's father was the prime minister of the current dynasty and the head of civil servants. In terms of knowledge, Linger is not good at anything, such as playing the piano, chess, calligraphy, and painting. But it doesn't matter. He can teach her slowly. Talking about interesting things in the boudoir, Lingert has a delicate and soft body and is naturally charming. After thinking this through, Xie Jingheng suddenly felt a lot more relaxed. Linger, I have insisted on not marrying for many years, and now I can also insist on not taking a concubine or a concubine. Just don't always think about leaving me, okay? He said in a low voice, holding Tan Lingyin's small hand with his big hand to coax her. Tan Lingyin's heart trembled slightly, and she was almost coaxed by these words. A man's mouth is a lie. How can a prince only marry one principal wife? Her lips curved up, and her hoarse laughter was somewhat tender. Then I will believe you, your majesty, and I will not say such things again. I can't bear to leave you, your majesty. She can also make big promises with her mouth. Xie Jingheng was happy. He hugged the girl's waist and kissed her. Tan Lingyin's buttocks were pressed against the table, and her bright red little mouth was being eaten and licked by him. She really wanted to pick up the inkstone and hit him on the head with it, expressing her endless love for him all day long. What a sweet little mouth. Xie Jingheng sighed against her lips and kneaded her slender waist with his big hands. It's because I just drank pear soup. Tan Lingyin tilted her head and inhaled. Her long neck was white and attractive. Xie Jingheng looked up at her. The sunlight fell on her beautiful face, making her skin almost transparent. The fine white hairs seemed to be glowing, and the small red mole under her left eye was blindingly red. Linger has a red mole under her eye, and I also have one on my collarbone. Do you think we are a perfect match? He looked at her tenderly. Tan Lingyin looked at him with flowing eyes, and her moist lips moved. My husband is right. What a bullshit match made in heaven. They don't even grow in the same place. If this guy were a matchmaker, he would definitely match couples up randomly. Let me go first. I still want to continue painting. Tan Lingyin pushed him. Xie Jingheng smiled and moved closer to her. Give me a kiss and I'll leave. Hateful. She still kissed him on the face and quickly left her sight. Xie Jingheng chuckled and strode out of the room. In the sunlight, there was a faint lip mark on his cheek, reflecting an ambiguous light. While things are going smoothly in Prince Heng's mansion, things are going terribly wrong in the Tan family's residence. Lu Cuelon came to the Tan residence every day to make trouble, demanding that Tan Qianzi pay back the money. Tan Qianzi has been hiding in her room for the past 2 days, afraid that Lu Cuelon will rush over and tear her apart. As long as she doesn't go out, she won't say anything wrong, and no one will believe what Lu Cuelon says. But today is different. The second Master Tan and the third Master Tan live in the Tan family. If Master Tan Air is a pervert with many wives and concubines, then Master Tan Sand is a reckless man who only knows how to solve problems with violence. Lu Cuelon came to make trouble again that day. It was impossible to lock her out of the door. People coming and going would all laugh at her. In the yard, Lu Cuelon stared at Wang and said, "Let that little witch Tan Qianzi come out. She cheated my son out of so much money, and she won't be able to live in peace until she pays me back." Wang was a stingy person and said stubbornly, "Everyone knows that Murong Lingyun likes Tan Lingyin. Now you say that Murong Lingyun gave jewelry to my daughter. Who would believe it if you tell others? Okay. You are determined not to return my money. My son is dead. How can you hold his belongings and not give them to me?" Lu Cuelon's eyes turned red with anxiety. She had no money to spend now, and there was an old woman at home who needed to eat. If she didn't get the money back, she would have to starve. When she came to make trouble yesterday, Wang said that she would give her an explanation and would ask Tan Qianzi about the situation, so she went home. I didn't expect that when she came here today, Wang would change her face. She was really angry. If you don't return the money to me, I will go to Jingzhou Prefecture to sue you. I want to see how Tan Qianzi has the nerve to take my son's things and not return them to me. Lu Tsuelon sat on the ground, wiping her tears. When Wang heard this, she wondered how she could sue the authorities. Jingzhou Yin is well known for his impartiality. If anyone in the holy city makes a mistake, he will handle the matter impartially, even if you have connections and backers, and will never abuse his power for personal gain. If this matter gets to the attention of Jingzhou Yin, Qianzi's reputation will be ruined.
No.
Wang was a little panicked and immediately said, Lu Tsuelon, calm down. My Qianzi has been ill recently. How about we talk about this after she recovers? Bah. Don't try to delay me. If you don't explain to me today, I will leave here and go to Jingzhou Prefecture. Wang was overwhelmed, not to mention that the marks on her but were still painful. Lu Tsuelon, please tell me what jewelry Morong Lingyun has given to my daughter. If you can tell me, I will return it to you. Lu Tsuelon frowned. Morong Lingyun was paid in silver. How could she know what he bought? Lu Tsuelon couldn't say anything, and Wang smiled. Since you said it, it means it doesn't exist. Come on, throw Lu Tsuelon out. Wait. Lu Tsuelon got up from the ground and sneered. I have evidence. Proof that Tan Qianzi has been having an ambiguous relationship with my son all these years. Believe it or not, I will spread the news immediately and see who dares to marry her then. You dare. Wang was furious. Tan Qianzi was born pure and beautiful and had always been the apple of her eye that she was proud of. Since she could not give birth to a son, all her future depended on this daughter. We must not let Wang destroy Tan Qianzi's reputation. My son is dead, and I have nothing now. Do you think I dare? Lu Tsuelon crossed her arms across her chest, looking very confident. Wang was lying on her side on the couch. If it weren't for the pain in her butt, she really wanted to go over and slap Lu Tsuelon a few times. It's true that those who are barefoot are not afraid of those who wear shoes. Lu Tsuelon would definitely dare to do this. Wang gritted her teeth and said to the maid, Go and invite the young lady over. Tan Qianzi was lying on the bed with ointment on her butt and face. Miss, Madam asks you to leave. Tan Qianzi frowned. Why are you asking me to go out? Can't you just send Lu away? That's what the lady said. Several maids carefully helped Tan Qianzi out. A soft couch was placed in the yard, and Tan Qianzi was helped to lie on it. Both mother and daughter were lying on the couch. The scene was very funny. Lu Tsuelon narrowed her eyes, looked at the two of them, and sneered with disdain. Although I don't know what happened to these two people, they definitely deserved it. Wang asked Tan Qianzi softly, Qianzi, what jewelry did Morong Lingyun give you? Return them all to Lu today. Tan Qianzi clenched the handkerchief in her hand and bit her lip under the veil. Her mother actually asked her to return the jewelry to Lu. Doesn't that mean that there is something unclear between her and Morong Lingyun? Who knows what nonsense Lu will say in the future? Mother, I didn't receive any jewelry. Don't listen to her nonsense. Lu Tsuelon immediately jumped up and said, Good for you. Since I dare to come and ask for money, I have evidence. Every time my son buys something, he habitually keeps a record of it, and your name is written all over the account book. What? Tan Qianzi's eyes widened immediately. Where's the account book? Lu Tsuelon snorted coldly. You want to destroy the evidence? I tell you there's no way. I've hidden the account book. If anything happens to me, my mother-in-law will send the account book to Jingzhou Yin. Don't even think about having an easy life. Tan Qianzi bit her lower lip tightly and cursed Morong Lingyun over and over again in her heart. Darn, Morong Lingyun actually has the habit of keeping an account book. However, she should have discovered that this stingy man would keep accounts. After all, he would take advantage of her even if she gave him jewelry, so how could he not write down the money afterwards? Once the account book is sent to Jingzhou Prefecture, we can compare the handwriting and know that it was written by my son before he died. You can't escape. Lu Suelon became more and more powerful as she spoke, as if the Jingzhao Yin had already made the verdict. Wang gritted her teeth and said, Qianzi, immediately ask the maid to take out those jewelry and return them to her. Quickly. Tan Qianzi looked at her personal maid Xiaoju. Xiaoju, go and get the red box. The red box was handed to Tan Qianzi. She looked at the jewelry inside, which was not very valuable, and said to Lu Suelon, all the things Morong Lingyun gave me are in here. I will return them to you, without missing anything. You can go back and check the account book. The maid handed the red box to Lu Suelon, who immediately opened the lid and looked inside. She sighed. What a foxy woman. She actually coaxed my son into giving you so many jewels. It must be worth at least 100 taels of silver. Tan Qianzi gritted her teeth and said, a mere 100 taels is worth your consideration. She thought of Tan Lingyin's jewelry. A pair of small pearl and gold wire earrings were worth 100 taels, not to mention her sets of jewelry and head ornaments. Why isn't her father the prime minister? This really annoying her. Lu Suelon hugged the red box tighter, but she had no intention of leaving. Her eyes rolled around. If you want me not to tell anyone about Tan Qianzi and my son, you must give me some hush money. Lu Suelon, you're going too far. Wang straightened up and scolded her, but the wound on her buttocks was suddenly pulled, and she grimaced in pain. Lu Suelon raised her eyebrows and shook a finger. Only takes 100 taels, and I will keep my mouth shut. You have no shame. When it comes to shamelessness, your daughter is the most shameless. Not only did she charm the man your sister likes, but she also cheated him of his money. Bah! Lu Suelon spoke viciously. After all, Wang was the wife of a minor official and was not as good at talking as Lu Suelon. Tan Qianzi's eyes were red. Mother, please help me. I don't want to be unable to get married. Go to the accounting office and withdraw 100 taels of silver for her. After Wang and the other maids brought the silver, they said to Lu Suelon, write it down in black and white and promise not to damage my daughter's reputation in the future. Otherwise you will have to compensate me with 1,000 taels of silver. Lu Suelon frowned and responded quickly. What if other people know about your daughter's affairs and you blame me? I won't sign. You make me so angry. You make me so angry. Wang was so angry that she almost couldn't breathe. Finally, she said, I hope you will keep your promise. 1,000 taels will be enough. Only then did Lu Suelon take a brush and write a letter of commitment, then left the Tan family with a red box and a bag of silver. Tan Qianzi lay on the couch and sobbed quietly, hating Morong Lingyun in her heart. But what she hated even more was Tan Lingyin. It was all Tan Lingyin's fault for not following Morong Lingyun to escape the marriage. Otherwise, she would be Princess Hing now. Morong Lingyun's death must be related to Tan Lingyin, but she has no evidence, and Tan Lingyin is now protected by King Hung, so she has no way to fight against Tan Lingyin. Tan Qianzi suddenly stopped crying, and a look of resentment flashed in her eyes. If she can't target Tan Lingyin, can she target her family? In Prince Heng's mansion, Tan Lingyin suddenly felt a little cold. She turned her head and looked out the window. It turned out that there were dark clouds outside the window blocking the sun, and it looked like it was going to rain. Before long, a cool breeze blew through the yard. The wind blew up a corner of her drawing paper, bringing with it waves of rose scent. Tan Lingyin simply stopped painting. It was time to take a break after a whole day of painting. Xie Jingheng didn't come to see her the whole day, and no one knew what he was doing. Oh no! She still had to prepare the yang-dispersing, nourishing soup, and immediately improved the recipe and made a bowl of it to send to him. In the study, Xie Jingheng stared at a portrait in a trance. This is Tan Lingyin's portrait. This is the one he saw when the marriage was arranged. The woman in the portrait plays with her hair, with bare hands. The wrist was white and clean, without the phoenix birthmark. Have you found out? Xie Jingheng asked indifferently. Zhueyun replied respectfully. Those two maids have served the princess for a long time and are absolutely sure that there is no birthmark anywhere on her body. Xie Jingheng narrowed his eyes and touched the wrist of the person in the portrait with his slender fingertips. Call the princess over here. Yes, Tan Lingyin was making medicine for Xie Jingheng in the kitchen, and the housekeeper was watching beside her, fearing that she might have burnt the medicine. Jueyin walked in with the bitter smell of medicine and said, "Princess, the prince invites you to come over." 7. Up. You guys watch the heat. Tan Lingyin covered her mouth and nose with a handkerchief and handed the spoon to 7 Up. "Let's go." Tan Lingyin and Jueyin walked towards the courtyard of the study. There was wind blowing in the yard, ruffling Tan Lingyin's hair. When Xie Jingheng looked up, he saw her clothes fluttering and her long black hair dancing in the wind, like a fairy from the sky, flying towards him gracefully. Such a beauty, like a fairy or a demon. "Your Highness, are you looking for me?" Tan Lingyin walked up to him with a smile and glanced at the portrait on the table. "Hey, it's my portrait." Xie Jingheng held her wrist, pressed her against his leg, and said in a calm voice, "Well, take a closer look to see if there's anything different." Tan Lingyin knew that this portrait was painted by a painter when the original owner came of age, but she looked at it for a long time but couldn't see anything different. She turned her head to look at Xie Jingheng, blinked and said, "This is what I drew on the day I came of age. There is nothing different about it." Xie Jingheng smiled faintly, stroking the phoenix birthmark on her wrist with his big hand, and said in a calm voice, "Linga, think about it carefully." Tan Lingyin suddenly understood what he meant. It turned out that this fellow was doubting him again. She pointed her little finger at the wrist of the person in the painting and said, "Your Highness, are you trying to explain why there is no birthmark in the painting?" "Yeah." Xie Jingheng pursed his lips, staring at her pretty face with his dark eyes. Tan Lingyin said, "The artist mainly painted my face and my demeanor. Isn't it normal that this small birthmark was not depicted? It seems that she needs to go home tomorrow and explain the matter of the birthmark to her mother. Otherwise, if Xie Jingheng really investigates it, she might be considered a criminal who pretended to be the daughter of the Prime Minister." Xie Jingheng looked at her innocent eyes and felt that what she said made sense. But what the two maids said was also true. He hugged the beauty's slender waist tightly and said without raising his eyes, "Get out." The door of the study was closed. Xie Jingheng grabbed Tan Lingyin's waist, picked her up and put her on the table, sitting right on the portrait. Xie Jingheng lowered his head and kissed her lips gently, stroking her porcelain-white face with his fingertips. "What are you going to do tomorrow? Let's go to the shop and find someone to repair it." Tan Lingyin hooked her arm around his neck and said with a smile, "How about your Majesty help me find a team of reliable craftsmen? You can ask Butler Xie. He has been in charge of the renovation of the palace. He must know it," Xie Jingheng said lightly.
Okay, Tan Lingyin smiled sweetly.
"One more kiss, then it's time for dinner." Xie Jingheng leaned forward and gently kissed her lips. The little girl's mouth tasted sweet. She must have eaten some sweet fruit just now. He took his tongue inside, taking in her sweetness. The doubts in his heart gradually disappeared during the kiss, and he suddenly understood. Regardless of whether the person in front of him is the former Prime Minister's daughter, she is his princess, his dream lover, and the girl he likes at the moment. She is his own pet. No one is unchanging. Hasn't he changed a lot from childhood to adulthood? He is completely different before and after marriage. What he wants is the Linger of the present. What Linger looked like in the past has nothing to do with him, and he won't care anymore. My mood suddenly became clear, and even the kiss was more affectionate and gentle than before. Tan Lingyin was gradually pushed backwards by him. She tried to support her body with her small hands in a panic, but accidentally knocked over the teacup next to her. The tea quickly spread over the drawing paper. Xie Jingheng quickly picked up Tan Lingyin to avoid the water stains on her skirt. Tan Lingyin turned her head to look at the portrait and said hurriedly, "Oh no, my portrait is wet." This is a portrait of the original owner. It is a commemoration after all. It would be a shame if it got wet. Xie Jingheng held her tightly and whispered in her ear, "No, I'll ask the painters in the palace to draw a few new ones for you some other day." The tea was bright yellow in color, staining the girl's pink dress in the painting into a mess, and soon it turned into a dark yellow color. She struggled to get Xie Jingheng to put him down, and hurriedly used a handkerchief to wipe the portrait, but because the paper was soft, it tore after just 2 wipes. It's worse." She frowned anxiously. Xie Jingheng put his arms around her waist from behind. "It's just a portrait. Can't you just look at it in the mirror a few more times every day?" "Well, let's draw a new one some other day." Tan Lingyin said helplessly. After dinner, Tan Lingyin rolled up the dried portrait and put it directly into the space. Anyway, Xie Jingheng asked her to deal with it herself. She spread the portrait on the table and stroked the face of the person in the painting with her fingers. I will help you avenge your hatred and protect your family. Don't worry. After looking at it for a while, she decided to burn the portrait. It would be strange for her to see it hanging in her space every day. In the orange-red firelight, she seemed to see her own face, smiling at her and gradually becoming transparent. When I came out of the space, I found it was raining outside. Chi-Chi held an umbrella and Coke came in with a tray. Princess, the tonic is ready. Tan Lingyin came closer to smell it and said calmly, let the prince come over to drink the medicine. Yes. Soon, a slender figure appeared in the rain. The man was holding an umbrella, and his handsome face, even through the rain, could not hide his elegance and grace. He looked very handsome. Tan Lingyin leaned against the window and looked at him, and couldn't help but sigh at the creator's partiality. With a face like Xie Jingheng, he would definitely be a stunning superstar in the interstellar world, and his crazy fans would probably be all over the planets. When Xie Jingheng came in, Kailei immediately took the umbrella from him. Jilong, take your medicine. Tan Lingyin took light steps, and with her soft little hand, she grasped Xie Jingheng's big hand and led him to the table. Xie Jingheng listened to this strange name and asked with a smile, Jilong, is it because I am the 9th child in the family? Yes, Tan Lingyin grinned. Picking up the medicine on the table and drinking it all, Xie Jingheng just frowned, with no other expression on his handsome face. Tan Lingyin considerately handed over the candied fruit, and Xie Jingheng hooked his arm around her waist and held her in his arms. 7-Up Cola quickly retreated and stood guard under the eaves outside the door. Linger, do I have to drink it every day from now on? Xie Jingheng said with candied fruit in his mouth. His voice was a little sticky and childish. Tan Lingyin held his face and coaxed him. Of course, you have such strong physical strength. You have to replenish it every day. You don't trust me that much? Xie Jingheng's eyes flashed with a faint light, and he used his big hands to scratch her. Haha, it's so itchy, stop it. Tan Lingyin's itchy spot on her waist was tickled by him, and she rubbed it all over his legs. Xie Jingheng put his arm around her shoulders, and with his other hand, he kept tickling her slender waist. So Linger is ticklish here. Tan Lingyin laughed so hard that tears almost came out, and her little butt wiggled back and forth. The man suddenly groaned, then pinched her waist and pressed her on his legs. Tan Lingyin swallowed, stared at the man's face and blinked. There's a bad feeling. Xie Jingheng leaned back in his chair, his Adam's apple sliding up and down on his slightly tilted neck, his cold and lustful face showing boundless beauty. A man's Adam's apple is like a woman's figure. Both are very tempting. There was a sound of rain outside the window, and the cool night wind blew in from the open window, making Xie Jingheng feel even hotter. Tan Lingyin couldn't help but say, Put me down, don't move, hold me for a while, Xie Jingheng said in a hoarse voice, looking at her with half-closed black eyes. He parted his thin lips slightly and looked at her with his narrow eyes half-closed, which was very handsome. Tan Lingyin stared at his Adam's apple, which moved from time to time, and slowly reached out her slender fingertips. Thinking she wanted to touch his face, Xie Jingheng did not hide. The slightly cool fingertips landed on his sharp and protruding Adam's apple, like the scratch of a cat's claws, which instantly made him itchy. Linger's Adam's apple trembled as he spoke. Tan Lingyin traced the Adam's apple with her fingertips and urged in a low voice, Try to say another word. Xie Jingheng was tortured by her innocent and unaware appearance. He pinched her waist and pressed hard, saying in a hoarse voice, Dear, stop making trouble now. There is still official business to be dealt with in the study. Really? Tan Lingyin raised her lips into a wicked smile. She lay in his arms and gently kissed the man's neck with her bright red lips. Her lips rubbed up little by little and kissed the man's Adam's apple. Xie Jingheng's whole body stiffened, and the veins on his forehead throbbed. Suddenly, he felt a soft touch on his Adam's apple, warm breath sprayed on his neck, and alluring fragrance seeped into his nose. Jiao Jiao, are you seducing me? Xie Jingheng swallowed and his Adam's apple slid up and down. Not surprisingly, the little beauty's lips followed. Tan Lingyin wanted to tease him, and she bit his Adam's apple lightly with her pearly teeth, then immediately raised her head. "Your Highness, please go and take care of your official business first." She got out of his arms and walked quickly into the bedroom. Xie Jingheng sat on the chair, looked down at his bulging robe, and used his internal energy to suppress the thoughts. Late at night, Xie Jingheng returned to his bedroom after dealing with various military events. He took a quick shower and then came back to lie down. He held the person in his arms and decided to sleep peacefully tonight. After a while, Mei Jiaojiao snorted softly and grumbled in dissatisfaction. "It's too hot. Turn down the air conditioner." "Air conditioner?" Xie Jingheng was confused and didn't understand what this meant. The night rain on a hot summer day is hot and humid. Tan Lingyin was hugged by the man's hot body and was awakened by the heat. She pushed his chest with her small hands and moved towards the wall. "It's so hot, don't hug me." Xie Jingheng felt a little disappointed, but he didn't force her. "Okay, I won't hug you." Tan Lingyin closed her eyes and continued to sleep. Then she heard the man ask, "Turn down the air conditioner." "What do you mean?" She suddenly opened her eyes, thinking of her mumbling just now, and wanted to slap herself in the face. "What is my husband talking about?" Xie Jingheng looked at him sideways and said softly, "You just talked in your sleep." "I don't know what I said." "How can I speak clearly in my dreams?" "I guess it was nonsense." Tan Lingyin pouted her lips and acted coquettishly to get away with it. "Husband kiss." Xie Jingheng believed what she said, leaned over and pecked her on the lips. "Go to sleep. The rain is getting heavier. You won't be able to sleep later, okay?" Tan Lingyin closed her eyes and her breathing gradually became steady. The man is not in heat tonight. It seems that the yang-dispersing tonic soup is effective. Little did she know that Xie Jingheng just couldn't bear to upset her. After all, she had to go out to check on the shops tomorrow, and he didn't want her to feel unwell. The rainy night was noisy, with the crackling sound of raindrops hitting the eaves. 7-Up Coke. Jueyin walked under the eaves holding an umbrella. 7-Up was keeping watch in the little room next door. The door was open. Jueyin said to the two of them, "It's windy at night. You should close the door and go to sleep. I will help you guard here tonight." Qi Shi's round face immediately showed a smile, and he took a step forward and patted Jueyin on the shoulder. "Captain Jueyin, you are so kind." Jueyin's stern face showed no expression, but the tips of his ears were suspiciously red. "It's not that good, just a small matter. There are cakes and tea here. Eat when you are hungry. Let's go back to sleep." Qi Shi held Coke's hand and patted Jueyin's shoulder before leaving. Jueyin felt his entire arm was numb. The little girl looked well-behaved, but her hands were quite strong. He sat down at the table, staring at the rain outside in a daze. In the morning, the rain stopped. Tan Lingyin was in a good mood looking at the good weather. If it rains all day today, she won't be able to go to the store. She accompanied Xie Jingheng and had a quick breakfast. Xie Jingheng was going to the palace, so she was happy to have some free time. Butler Xie brought someone into the palace and came to Tan Lingyin's yard. "Greetings, princess. This is Craftsman Ma. He has a team of craftsmen under him who are specifically responsible for repairing the palace. Their craftsmanship is very good." Butler Xie gave a very detailed introduction, saving Tan Lingyin from asking any more questions. Tan Lingyin took a look at the horse craftsman. He had dark skin, was tall and strong, and stood there with his head down, not looking around. The most important thing was that he didn't stare at her, which made her feel that this person was very honest and had good character. She ordered, "Qi Shi, show the blueprint to Craftsman Ma." Qi Shi immediately handed the paper over. Ma Gongshan took it and took a look at it. His eyes widened instantly. He looked at it carefully, examining all the patterns on it, and even imagined what the real object would look like in his mind. After a while, Tan Lingyin asked, "How about it? If these things have accurate dimensions, can you make them?" "Yes. We can definitely do it." Craftsman Ma looked up at her excitedly, his eyes flashing with amazement before he quickly lowered his head. Seeing such a challenging object, Craftsman Ma would never let other teams do it. Once his team is able to do it, their reputation will be even greater. Tan Lingyin nodded in satisfaction. "Very good.
Come with me to the store today.
We can discuss the sizes of these things on the spot, and then you can start preparing. Okay, princess, shall we set off now? Ma Gongshan asked impatiently. Tan Lingyi nodded slightly, held Qi-Shi's hand and stood up, saying calmly, "Let's go." The horse craftsman and the coachman sat together, and the group came to the bustling Xinglong street. The previous clothing shop had been emptied, but Tan Lingyi did not dismiss the original shopkeeper, and the two girls who were arranging the shelves inside also stayed. The three of them did not do anything wrong, so there was no need to fire them, and it also saved her the trouble of hiring more people when the new store opened. The store was open, and the female shopkeeper and two young girls had been waiting for a long time. "I pay my respects to the princess." The female shopkeeper was the first to kneel down and salute. The two girls also knelt down and said, "Commoners pay homage to the princess. Everyone stand up. We are all family from now on. You don't have to kneel when you see me." Tan Lingyi nodded slightly and began to look around the layout of the store. The craftsman Ma also quickly took out the ruler he carried with him and began to measure the internal wall base and height. Qi-Shi unfolded the drawing and showed it to Tan Lingyi. After looking at the interior for a long time, Tan Lingyi roughly estimated the size of the interior decoration. On the other side, Craftsman Ma also measured the overall area of the store with the cooperation of the shopkeeper. "Craftsman Ma, come here, and let's discuss the dimensions together." Tan Lingyi sat down at the tea table. Craftsman Ma hesitated and didn't dare to sit down.
Sit down.
"How can you write and draw while standing?" Tan Lingyi tapped the table with her fingertips. A craftsman Ma sat down nearby and looked carefully at the dimensions marked on the paper. The two discussed for a long time and finally decided on the size of the tables and chairs, leaving only the interior wall and layout design. Craftsman Ma handed over the area he had measured and the thumbnail of the interior he had roughly drawn. "Princess, this is what I just drew. There may be some deviations in the size, but I will measure it more accurately during the actual construction." "That's right. Take these drawings back and start working. The internal design drawings will be given to you in 2 days." Tan Lingyi handed the paper to Qi-Shi beside her and asked her to put it away. Craftsman Ma was in a hurry to go back and make these gorgeous tables, chairs, and benches, so he left in a hurry. Tan Lingyi then looked at the shopkeeper and the two little girls. "What are your names? How long have you been in the shop?" The woman lowered her head and said, "I am Lu Chunhua, and I have been the shopkeeper here for 3 years. The thinner girl said, "I am Su Zhaodi, and I have been working in the store for a year." "I'm Feng Rongrong, and I've been here for half a year," said the plump girl. Tan Lingyi noticed the demeanor and micro-expressions of the three people when they spoke, and felt a little dissatisfied with them. No wonder the business of the garment shop was so average. Doing business does not require being honest and naive. Without a smooth talk, it is difficult to please customers or deal with those unreasonable guests. But I don't have time to look for suitable people right now. These three are quite dedicated. At worst, I can hire a shopkeeper who is eloquent and can teach them more. I, the princess, will speak frankly. You three may have good character, but when it comes to doing business, you are a little shy. Tan Lingyi spoke frankly to give them a heads up so that they would not be unaware of their shortcomings when they recruited new people in the future. Lu Chunhua pursed her lips and lowered her head, saying in a low voice, "I will work hard in the future." Tan Lingyi said in a cold voice, "After the new store opens, I will give you a 3-month trial period. If you still don't make progress, I will fire you." She doesn't need people who just sit there and do nothing to eat under her command. During the opening period of the new store, she would come to the store often, and the three of them would just help out and be tested at the same time. The three of them lowered their heads shyly, looking like they were people who could be manipulated by others. Tan Lingyi sighed in her heart and said calmly, "You guys come to the store as usual these few days. If Craftsman Ma has any arrangements, you should cooperate with him and your wages will be paid as usual." Lu Chunhua didn't expect that even though all the clothes were cleared out, they would still get paid, and she kept thanking Tan Lingyi. Tan Lingyi left the shop and asked the driver to drive to the Prime Minister's mansion. Her sudden return made Feng very happy. Jiao, didn't you accompany the prince today?" Feng held her hand and looked at her lovingly. Tan Lingyi chuckled and said, "The prince has entered the palace." I am happy to have some free time, so I came to see you. She turned to look at 7-Up. You two go down first. I have something private to say to my mother. Yes. The two of them retreated obediently. Tam Lingyin took Feng's hand and pulled her into the bedroom. Feng asked curiously, what kind of private conversation do you have to hide here? Without waiting for Tam Lingyin to speak, her eyes suddenly lit up with joy, and she lowered her voice and said, could it be that you're pregnant?
No, no.
It's only been a few days. It's impossible to find out. Mother, this is not what I want to talk about. Tam Lingyin knew that she was overthinking. What good thing is it? Look at my hand. What's the difference? Tam Lingyin lifted up her sleeves and extended her left hand. Feng held her white and tender little hand and looked left and right, and finally saw the small red phoenix mark on the inside of her wrist. What is this? Is it a burn? She asked worriedly, not daring to touch it for fear that it was a scar. It's not a burn, it looks like a birthmark. Feng was puzzled and asked, birthmark? You were born white. So where did the birthmark come from? Tam Lingyin frowned slightly and said worriedly, it appeared on the night of my wedding. I was worried that it was a family inheritance, so I hurried back to ask my mother. Feng gently stroked the phoenix mark, recalled her family from her mother's side, and recalled Tan Yushan's family, shook her head and said, it can't be hereditary. The Tan family and the Feng family don't have such a mark. Mother, what should I do now? There is a mark suddenly appearing on my hand. Yesterday, the prince took out the portrait of me when I was a 15-year-old and asked me why there was no mark on the portrait. I don't know how to answer. Her eyes turned red as she spoke. She believed that Feng would definitely help her hide it. Feng was indeed very distressed and said quickly, Jiao Jiao, don't be afraid. You have had this birthmark since birth. It didn't just appear a few days ago. Don't be afraid. When Tam Lingyin heard this, she thought to herself that she was worthy of being the Prime Minister's wife. She was really sensible. She rushed over and hugged Feng, saying softly and coquettishly, I knew that my mother was the best to me. I was almost scared to death when I found this mark. Don't worry, I will tell your father that if anyone asks about this matter, he will do as I say. Feng patted her back gently, but she was very anxious in her heart. Could this birthmark that suddenly appeared be a serious hidden illness? She whispered, Jiao Jiao, do you feel uncomfortable anywhere in your body? Could it be a sign of some disease? No. The steward of Prince Heng's mansion used to be an imperial physician. I consulted him, and he said there was nothing wrong with her health. Tam Lingyin was not lying. When she had discussed tonics with the steward before, the steward had indeed taken her pulse. That's good, as long as it's not a disease. If the prince asks you again, just tell the truth that you have had it since childhood. Feng was also afraid that this sudden mark would make Xie Jingheng regard his daughter as a freak. As the two were talking, Kayleigh's voice came. Princess, Prime Minister Tan is back. Let him in. Tam Lingyin said loudly. Tan Yushan had just finished his morning court session. When he heard that Tam Lingyin was here, he came over without even having time to change into his court robes. Jiao Jiao is here, why? Are your eyes red? As soon as he came over, he saw that his daughter's eyes were red. Feng made a gesture to keep quiet. Come here. Tan Yushan went over and asked nervously, what happened? Take a look. Feng handed Tan Lingyin's wrist to him to see. When Tan Yushan saw the birthmark, his eyebrows twitched wildly, and he asked hurriedly, This is a phoenix. When did it appear? It suddenly appeared on the wedding night, and I couldn't wash it off no matter how hard I tried. Tam Lingyin said helplessly. Tan Yushan thought of the recent rumors in the palace, and his brows immediately lit up with joy. Good, this is good. Feng glared at him. What kind of good thing is this? Madam, Jiao Jiao, you don't know that a few days ago, the Imperial Astronomical Observatory observed the stars at night and found that the Phoenix star entered the world. Tan Yushan sat down next to Feng with a smile. Tam Lingyin and Feng looked at him curiously. And then, the night when the Phoenix star entered the world was the night when Jiao Jiao and Prince Heng got married, and the director of the Imperial Observatory also said that the Phoenix star fell to the east of the Holy City. He raised his eyebrows. Think carefully. Is Prince Heng's palace to the east of the Holy City? Otherwise, let's talk about the Prime Minister's palace. Is it also in the east? Tan Lingyin narrowed her eyes slightly. She didn't expect such a strange thing to happen. Such a mysterious thing as Feng Xing's entry into the world was unexpectedly encountered by her. But it's not surprising when you think about it. After all, she has traveled through time, and the Phoenix Star's entry into the world is probably the strange phenomenon in the sky caused by her traveling through time. Tan Yushan took Tan Lingyin's wrist and took another look, his face becoming more and more delighted. It really is in the shape of a phoenix. It seems that my Jiao Jiao is the Phoenix Star. Feng hit him lightly. Don't talk nonsense. The Queen and His Majesty are still here. If you compare Jiao Jiao to Fengxing, isn't it? Tan Yushan quickly covered his mouth and said, Yes, I was wrong. We have to keep this a secret for now and don't spread it. Tan Lingyin said goodbye to her family, and on the way back, she thought about Xie Jingheng entering the palace today. I hope he doesn't associate Feng Xing's entry into the world with her. But she told him that the birthmark she had since childhood did not match the time when Feng Xing entered the world. At noon, Xie Jingheng did not come back for lunch. After taking a nap, Tan Lingyin woke up and found it was raining outside again. She sat by the window drawing the design, not caring at all about what Xie Jingheng was doing. On a foggy, rainy day, there were not many pedestrians on the streets, especially on the official roads. A frail woman in white, supported by her maid, staggered to the ground. The carriage suddenly stopped, and Xie Jingheng, who was taking a nap with his eyes closed in the carriage, slowly opened his eyes with an unhappy look on his face. Zhueyun said quickly, Your Majesty, a woman fell down in front of the car. I will take care of it right away. He brought several guards with him and immediately stepped forward to help the person up. Miss, are you okay? Tan Qianzi, wearing a white veil on her face, said delicately, I sprained my foot. Could you please give me a ride? Zhueyun frowned immediately. Don't you have eyes? This is the carriage of His Royal Highness Prince Heng. What qualifications do you have to ride with him? But my feet. Tan Qianzi deliberately pinched her throat when speaking, and she looked even more fragile as she lay in the rain. Zhueyun snorted coldly and directly let go of the hand that was supporting her. He said coldly, You fell down in front of the carriage on purpose just now. Don't think I don't know what you are up to. Get out of here now. The guards immediately lifted up Tan Qianzi and dragged her to the side of the road. Zhueyun jumped onto the carriage, cracked the whip, and said, Your Majesty, we are off. Xie Jingheng looked at the cakes on the table and remembered that his little beauty at home liked to eat walnut cakes, so he pulled aside the curtain to see how far it was from Xinglong Street. Her long fingers, as slender as jade, lifted the car curtain and looked toward the street through the rain. Tan Qianzi stood there enduring the pain in her waist and hips and saw that a corner of the car curtain was lifted, revealing only the man's superior jawline. Your Majesty. Her voice was particularly small in the rain and was drowned out by the sound of horse hooves. After taking a look, Xie Jingheng lowered the curtains and said calmly, Let's go to Xinglong Street instead and buy 2 walnut cakes. Yes, Zhueyun responded, shaking the reins. Go. Watching the carriage moving further and further away and disappearing around the corner, Tan Qianzi bit her lower lip tightly. She finally found out that His Royal Highness Prince Heng was going to the palace this morning. She waited on this road for the entire morning, even skipping lunch, just to meet Prince Heng. What's even more coincidental is that we thought it wouldn't rain again, but unexpectedly it started drizzling in the afternoon. God is really helping her. When she met Xie Jingheng by chance on a rainy night, he gave her his cloak, which showed that he had feelings for her. Today's rain allowed her to perfectly recreate the scene at that time, and she didn't believe that Xie Jingheng would not think of her. It was all because of that guard named Zhueyun, who drove her away without even waiting for the prince to even look at her. When she becomes Princess Heng, the first person she will do is to execute Zhueyun. The carriage drove into Prince Heng's mansion, and a shadow guard appeared and said to Kailei, Kailei, the prince has returned. Kailei immediately went to inform Tan Lingyin. Princess, the prince is back. Okay, got it. Tan Lingyin looked uninterested, her eyes still fixed on the drawings on the table. She reminded quietly. It's raining today. You should come out to greet the prince and show some concern for him. Tan Lingyin put down her pen and turned her head to look out the window. The man had a cloak on his shoulders and was holding 2 boxes in his hands, which he was carefully holding in his arms to avoid getting them wet by the rain. In the rain, his cold and handsome face was blurry and elegant. Jueyun stood by and held an umbrella for him, while half of his body was soaked in the rain. Zhu Feng had already gone out in the rain and wanted to take the 2 boxes from Xie Jingheng, but was rejected. Walnut cookies. Tan Lingyin's eyes lit up and she immediately stood up and walked around behind the table. She walked quickly to the eaves and Qiqi quickly followed her with an umbrella. "Princess, go slowly, don't get caught in the rain." Tan Lingyin stepped on the thin water on the blue stone road and came to Xie Jingheng with a smile. "My husband is back. Are you tired or cold?" As she spoke, she couldn't help but glance at the walnut biscuit package in his arms. Xie Jingheng naturally noticed her gaze and raised his eyebrows and asked, "Are you here to pick me up, or are you here to pick up the walnut cake?" "To pick up. Of course it's the prince." Tan Lingyin took a step forward and fell directly into his arms. Jueyun tried hard to tilt the umbrella towards this side and got himself drenched by the rain. Qiqi came over and held the umbrella over his head. Jueyun looked at the little girl's round, smiling face and felt his ears getting a little hot. Zhu Feng stood under the eaves and said, "My lord and princess, stop standing there and chatting. Come in." Xie Jingheng held Tan Lingyin's slender waist and said softly, "Go in first." The two entered the house. Zhu Feng quickly helped Xie Jingheng take off his cloak and stood next to Jueyun. Xie Jingheng took Tan Lingyin's arm and sat down at the table. He then placed the walnut cake in his hand on the table. Seeing that the little beauty looked at the walnut cake more than at him, he couldn't help but laugh and said, "You said you would pick me up. I think you are afraid that the walnut cake will get wet." Tan Lingyin glanced at him and said angrily, "No way. It's obvious that we are here to pick up the prince and the walnut cakes at the same time." Xie Jingheng didn't argue with her, and even felt that his decision to take a detour to buy walnut cookies was the right one. Otherwise, the little beauty would probably hide in the house and would not go out to greet him at all. He used his long fingers to open the package, pushed the box over, and looked at her lovingly. "Eat it, I know you are greedy." Tan Lingyin had just traveled through time, and she had just tasted all the delicious food that the original owner had eaten before, so she was quite greedy. She picked up a piece of walnut cake with her beautiful white fingers and took a small bite. "Delicious, it's really delicious." Xie Jingheng rested one hand on the table and just looked at her with his head propped up like that. There was such tenderness in his narrow eyes that it could bring tears to the eyes. Qiqi winked at Coke and pulled her out of the room quickly. Jueyun and Zhu Feng also wisely left and closed the door. The four of them stood at the door, and Zhu Feng noticed that Jueyun's ears were red. "Jueyun, why are your ears red?" Zhu Feng said as he wanted to touch them. "Get out of the way." Jueyun quickly moved to the side, but accidentally bumped into Qiqi. Qiqi staggered after being knocked by him and reached out to grab Jueyun's sleeve. Jueyun quickly moved sideways and grabbed her hand, while his other hand hooked around her waist. Qiqi is not thin, but has a slightly plump figure. In the summer, people wear thin clothes, and I can still feel the soft flesh on her waist through 2 layers of clothes. Jueyun's Adam's apple moved, and his fingertips clasped together tighter, without control. Qiqi patted his chest and said, "Fortunately you held me back." "Thank you." She stood up, and Jueyun had to withdraw his hand. "It's okay." Zhu Feng raised his eyebrows and frowned, with his arms folded across his chest as he looked at Jueyun's profile. Why is this kid Jueyun acting so weird? Something is wrong. "Jueyun, your ears are almost sore, did you know that?" He suddenly spoke up and reached out to hit Jueyun on the arm. Jueyun quickly raised his hand and touched his ears, feeling the burning temperature. I was blown by the cold wind." After he said that, he glanced at Qiqi and left quickly. Zhu Feng chased after him, chattering, "What's your physique? You turned red from a little cold wind? Are you kidding me?" "Jueyun, stop talking, shut up." 7-Up was guarding outside the door diligently, when suddenly a cry came from inside. The two looked at each other and walked away tacitly. Xie Jingheng grabbed Tan Lingyin's wrist and pulled her onto his lap, holding her. He wiped her chin with his long, bony fingers and bent down to kiss the corner of her lips. "You." Tan Lingyin was stunned, and her fingers that were pinching the walnut cake were almost limp. He was eating the crumbs on the corner of her lips. The man lowered his eyes and looked at her and said in a low voice, "You eat yours and I eat mine." Tam Lingyin directly handed the walnut cake to his lips. "Eat it." She looked at the man's narrow eyes with her eyelashes curled and saw a hint of smile in his eyes, and an extremely restrained desire slowly spread in his black eyes. Xie Jingheng opened his lips and took a bite of the walnut cake, chewing slowly, his eyes fixed on the person in his arms. His Adam's apple rolled up and down, and even the subtle movements of chewing were very seductive. Tam Lingyin felt her mouth was a little dry, and she was very thirsty. Why does this guy look so lovely when he eats? It made her heart beat faster. Xie Jingheng smiled, picked up the teacup on the table and took 2 sips. His voice was wet and hoarse. "Be good. What do you want to eat tonight? Let the kitchen prepare it now. It's all right. I'm not too hungry." Her voice was dry, and her eyes involuntarily glanced at Xie Jingheng's Adam's apple. The protruding curve of the Adam's apple is so lovely. I finally understand how it feels for men who can't help but feel jealous when they see women with big chests and thin waists. Faced with the handsomeness of a man, she could hardly control herself. Xie Jingheng stared at the small piece of walnut cake left in her hand, lowered his head and bit it directly, his lips gently pressed against the slender white fingertips, and ate it all. Tam Lingyin's fingertips felt numb from his warm lips, so she quickly retracted her hand and was about to pick up the handkerchief on the table, but Xie Jingheng grabbed her wrist. Etc. He swallowed the food in his mouth in a few mouthfuls and looked at Tam Lingyin with burning eyes. "I haven't finished eating yet." As Tam Lingyin's pupils trembled, the thin crimson lips wrapped around the slender white fingers. "Don't." The first word she uttered was a trembling voice that she herself didn't even notice. The man's narrow black eyes looked at her quietly, hot and scorching. He just stared at her, ate the crumbs on her 2 fingertips, and then kissed the other fingers very slowly. "It's clean." The hoarse male voice was cold and a little depressed. Tam Lingyin's face flushed, and she quickly struggled to get out of his arms, saying in a low and quick voice, "Well, I haven't finished the drawing yet." Oh, my dears, for the sake of such beautiful illustrations, please give me a 5-star praise. Please. There are too few book reviews. Tam Lingyin sat down at the desk and gently pressed her little hand on her heart. My heartbeat was as loud as thunder. If it had been any faster, the deer in my heart would have been killed. She took 2 deep breaths and was about to finish the unfinished drawing when she saw Xie Jingheng walking towards her. He stood behind her, his long arms confining her between the table and chair, looking down at the drawings on the table without saying a word. Tam Lingyin held the brush and asked, "What are you doing?" "Just focus on your painting, ignore me." Shen Xi's voice sounded above her ear. Tam Lingyin's fingertips turned white as she gripped the pen, but she continued to paint. In fact, she no longer had the heart to paint, but she didn't know what to do if she didn't paint. It seemed that every time she was alone with Xie Jingheng, things would develop in an ambiguous direction. Fortunately, the drawing was carefully designed by her, and she would not let it become waste paper because of the last few strokes. She quickly calmed her mind, and her strokes became steady and delicate. Xie Jingheng looked at the entire drawing intently, his eyes becoming more and more amazed. He had never seen a store interior with such a layout. It looked complicated, but it had a spacious layout and many eye-catching highlights. Even the design of the tea area is unique. Just by looking at the drawings you can feel the bright light, which gives drinking tea a special flavor. His gaze gradually fell on Tam Lingyin's profile. Outside the window, rain was pattering. In the cloudy evening, a cold gray light faintly shone on the side of her face, making her skin look cold and pale. Her profile is very beautiful, forming a beautiful painting in the sound of rain and dim light. Xie Jingheng remembered what his father said today. Feng Xing entered the world. Rumor has it that Feng Xing is the phoenix goddess who has descended to earth and will be the master of the 6 palaces and the queen of a country in the future. Speaking of the phoenix, there was one on the beauty before him. The phoenix star only appeared on the night of his wedding. The Imperial Astronomical Observatory guessed that it should be a crying baby girl. His father had been secretly investigating the baby girl born in the holy city that night. Xie Jingheng had no interest in being emperor, and he didn't care who Feng Xing was. But his princess seems to be related to Feng Xing. Her two maids, Xiaoro and Xiaoqing, who had taken care of her food, clothing, and bathing for many years, both said that she had no birthmark on her body, and they still said so even after being beaten with 20 sticks. Originally, Xie Jingheng had not dispelled his doubts. He just wanted to cherish the person in front of him, so he did not mention this matter again. But Feng Xing suddenly appeared in the world, and combined with the birthmark on Tan Lingyin's wrist, he guessed that the so-called Feng Xing was his queen. It's becoming more and more interesting. His princess is no ordinary person. It gets dark especially early in the rainy evening, and lanterns have already been lit under the eaves outside the window. Xie Jingheng reminded her gently, "Linger, draw again tomorrow. The dark light will hurt your eyes." Okay. Tan Lingyin also had the same idea. She put down the brush and blew gently on the drawing paper. There are still some details that have not been carved. I will go to the store tomorrow and discuss the details with craftsman Ma. Just make your own arrangements. I won't interfere with your affairs. Xie Jingheng knew that she didn't want him to interfere in her business, so he just reminded her lightly, just don't mess around outside. Flirting with other women? Tan Lingyin turned her head to look at him and pointed at herself. Are you talking about me? Xie Jingheng stood up straight and reached out to pull her up. What else? Tan Lingyin stood up and looked at him, with a hint of mockery in her eyes. Everyone around me is yours. How can I have the chance to flirt with other women? You don't even need a chance. Just standing there is already flirting with other girls, Xie Jingheng said jokingly, pulling her hand and walking towards the living room. That makes sense. After all, my country is beautiful, and everyone loves it. Tan Lingyin winked at him. After dinner, Tan Lingyin went to boil medicine for Xie Jingheng as usual, with 7-Up helping her. I just heard from Zhueyun that the prince's carriage was stopped today. Qixi muttered softly. Tan Lingyin stared at the medicine jar with no expression on her face. Kailei asked, "Who dares to stop the prince's carriage?" "A girl." Qixi came closer to Tan Lingyin. "Does the princess know who that girl is?" "I don't know. I wasn't there." Tan Lingyin felt a little uncomfortable, but didn't care much. Xie Jingheng has good looks and status, and when a girl stops his carriage, what else could it be? She just wants to marry him. Qixi's eyes widened as she said, "The princess knows that girl." Tan Lingyin turned her head to look at her, squinting her eyes and said, "I know her." "Which noble lady is she?" The Prime Minister's mansion had held several flower-viewing banquets, and the participants were all noble ladies from the holy city. She knew a few of them. Qixi snorted coldly. "Tan Qianzi, I don't know where she got the nerve to stop the prince's carriage." Zhueyun did not recognize Tan Qianzi at that time. After all, she was wearing a veil, but when the shadow guard followed Tan Qianzi back, he discovered her identity. Tan Lingyin's expression, which had originally been indifferent, suddenly turned cold. How dare Tan Qianzi stop the carriage? The wound on her buttocks must not have healed yet, but she went to stop a carriage and chat despite the pain. There is something fishy about this. Tan Lingyin's lips suddenly curled up. More fun was coming. After the medicine was ready, she sent it to Xie Jingheng's study. The man told her not to paint in the dark, but he wrote letters in the warm light. "Your Highness, what are you writing?" Tan Lingyin sent the servants away and leaned over his shoulder. Xie Jingheng's hand holding the pen did not shake at all, and he wrote slowly and calmly, "Write a reply to the army. This is a letter from the army." "Is it a big deal?" Tan Lingyin asked curiously. "It's not a big deal. This is the rule I set. As long as I'm not in the army, you have to report to me about the latest situation in the army every half a month." He said calmly and added, "The letter I'm replying now is half a month ago, and it will take nearly half a month to send it back. In ancient times when communications were not well developed, even correspondence had time differences." However, Xie Jingheng's title of God of War was not in vain. He did not actually have any real military power, nor was he a general, but the people in the army obeyed him, trusted him, and followed him. Xie Jingheng folded the letter and stuffed it into the envelope, then glanced at the bitter medicine soup placed next to it. "Linger, can you please not take the medicine?" He felt helpless. Who would drink tonic medicine every day? Even an old man couldn't stand it. Tan Lingyin shook his arm and said, "Drink it. I made it myself. I don't drink any water at home." Xie Jingheng was helpless and said in a deep voice, "From now on, just drink it once every 2 weeks and don't drink too much tonic." He picked up the bowl and drank it directly, and a candied fruit was pressed into his lips. Tan Lingyin looked at him with a smile, thinking that she could relax again tonight. "Linger, stay here for a while." Xie Jingheng stood up and walked to the side, sat cross-legged on the couch, closed his eyes, and entered the state of practicing. Tan Lingyin watched him quietly at the side, smelling the strong smell of medicine in the air. Unlike the medicinal smell emanating from the bowl, this medicinal smell seems to be evaporating from the pores. The space around Xie Jingheng became mysterious. He was filled with the fragrance of medicine, and wisps of light white mist were rising from his body and head. The corner of Tan Lingyin's mouth twitched, and she tightly clenched the handkerchief in her hand. Wow, no wonder Xie Jingheng is still full of energy after drinking the yang-dispersing, nourishing soup. It turned out that he practiced internal energy after drinking it, and used it to force out all the effects of the medicine. This guy's internal strength is so amazing. Why does she have to work so hard to make medicine every day? I will never endure it again. Tan Lingyin left the study room directly while he was still practicing his internal energy. She should go back and study the glassware in her space and customize a sales plan. She took a shower especially early today, then went to bed, pulled the bed curtains, and plunged into the space. She arranged various glassware in rows and wrote and drew on paper. There was a noise outside the space, and Tan Lingyin hurried out, covering herself with a quilt. The bed curtain was suddenly pulled open, and Xie Jingheng's cold and handsome face came into her eyes. "Your Highness." Tan Lingyin wrapped herself in the quilt and greeted him with a smile. Xie Jingheng squinted at her for a long time and suddenly asked with his thin lips, "Was Linger sleeping just now?" "Yes, I'm busy tomorrow, so I want to go to bed early." Tan Lingyin yawned, pretending to be sleepy, hinting at a truce tonight. Xie Jingheng's fingertips, which were pinching the bed curtain, turned slightly white, and he said in a calm voice, "You go to sleep first, I'll go take a shower." He lowered the bed curtains and turned around, his expressionless face looking frighteningly cold. He just felt that the bed was empty, but when he approached, there was suddenly a familiar smell on the bed. His internal strength was close to the top level, and he could easily sense any fluctuations in the surrounding aura, so he was very sure that there was no one on the bed just now. "Xiaolinger, do you know how to hold your breath?" How could the delicate daughter of the Prime Minister have such skills? Besides, he had felt her pulse and found that she had no internal strength. Feng Xing has entered the world. How many secrets does she still have? Xie Jingheng leaned back in the bathtub, with his eyes closed. He didn't figure out where Xiaolinger was hiding just now, so he simply stopped thinking about it. He returned to the bedroom, sensed the breath inside the bed curtains, walked over, and gently lifted the curtains. The little beauty was lying on her side with her back to him, her thick black hair spread out on the soft pillow, revealing a beautiful white neck. With a smile on his lips, he lay down sideways behind her and gently placed his big hands on her slender waist through the thin quilt. "I know you're not asleep." He leaned against her, his thin lips next to her ear. Tan Lingyin closed her eyes and said nothing, trying hard to pretend to be asleep. Although she knew medical skills, she couldn't control her breathing rate. The breathing of a person pretending to be asleep is always unstable. Xie Jingheng put his handsome face against the back of her neck and kissed her softly. The big hand pressed on the slender waist through the thin quilt. The burning breath slowly quickened and became heavier. He supported himself with his elbows, exerted a little force, and pulled the person over to lie flat, then lowered his eyes to look at her tightly closed eyes. The little girl's curled eyelashes trembled gently like butterfly wings. The man's low, hoarse laughter sounded above her. Still pretending, Tan Lingyin couldn't pretend anymore. Her heartbeat quickened, and the cold sandalwood scent from the man filled her breath, making her feel uneasy. She opened her eyes and said softly, "I really fell asleep, and you woke me up." "Woke you up?" Xie Jingheng lowered his head and approached her, kissing her with his thin lips, moving all the way to her ear, and said in a hoarse voice, "It's my fault. Next time I'll just take action." Tan Lingyin shrank her shoulders slightly and said with trembling pink lips, "That's not necessary." What an abstinent prince. He is clearly a beast in human clothing. The language is too explicit. Xie Jingheng lowered his head and moved closer to her, looking at her with dark eyes. "Why are you pretending to sleep?"
No.
Tan Lingyin's eyes were evasive. "Are you afraid of me, you?" Huh. The man's hoarse voice was filled with desire, and it rolled down her eardrums with a heavy, grainy sound. Her heart beat involuntarily faster. Tan Lingyin swallowed and clutched the cool silk quilt tightly. What a direct question. What a scary man. Seeing that she didn't answer, Xie Jingheng suddenly stood up and pulled away the thin blanket that was in the way. He leaned in again and kissed her directly. Aggressive, provocative. Wet kisses all the way down. The bed curtains trembled slightly. The room was full of beauty, all of which fell into Xie Jingheng's inky black eyes. Xie Jingheng did not get up early today, and Tan Lingyin was not woken up, so she slept until almost noon. When she woke up, the man was leaning on his head beside her, looking at her with affectionate eyes. "Good morning. Why didn't you go out?" she spoke with a hoarse voice. Xie Jingheng frowned and touched her cheek distressfully. "I'll accompany you today. Don't talk. Let's talk after drinking the pear soup." Tan Lingyin stretched out her little hand and twisted his waist hard, glaring at him fiercely with her phoenix eyes. "Drinking pear soup again? Don't you feel guilty?" "I feel so distressed." The man looked at her seriously. "You can keep silent next time. I don't want my princess to become a mute." Tan Lingyin stared at him with her beautiful eyes. Finally, she couldn't bear it anymore, so she got up, pounced on him, and bit his neck. This bite was really forceful, and she could even hear Xie Jingheng gasp in pain. Her sweet voice hummed hoarsely. "If you take care of yourself, I won't become mute." Xie Jingheng's Adam's apple moved, his brows furrowed, and he raised his hand to touch the place where he was bitten and felt shallow teeth marks. "Jiao Jiao, if you don't want to get up, you can just say so. There's no need to try to provoke me." He pinched the beauty's slender waist and held her in his arms. Humph. Tan Lingyin felt that there was nothing to say to silly dog, so she stood up and left. It was almost noon, and it was no longer raining outside. It looked like the sun was shining brightly, so it must be a sunny day today. Xie Jingheng sat next to her with a bowl of pear soup and considerately prepared to feed her. Tan Lingyin felt that it would be a shame if she didn't enjoy the prince's service, so she leaned back in her chair and drank from the spoon he handed her. "You want to go to the store after dinner? I'll accompany you." After feeding her, Xie Jingheng took a handkerchief to wipe the corners of her mouth. Tan Lingyin wanted to refuse at first, thinking that he would be in the way and conspicuous if he followed her, but she changed her mind and agreed. "Okay." Xie Jingheng looked at her with gentle eyes and felt as if he had taken another step closer to her. After dinner, Xinglong Street became bustling with activity. When the carriage from Prince Heng's palace appeared, passers-by made way. A woman seemed to have suddenly fainted and lay in front of the horse. Zhueyun and Zhu Feng were both there. They looked at each other and quickly got out of the car to deal with it. Tan Qianzi's face was very red, as if she had a fever, and she lay on the ground unconscious. Zhueyun frowned and said, "Why are you here again? Do you think you can ram the carriage of Prince Heng's mansion?" Xiaoju, the maid next to Tan Qianzi, knelt on the ground and cried, "Please, my young lady is seriously ill. We were just about to go to the clinic, but she can't hold on any longer. Why don't you call a carriage if you can't hold on? Are you qualified to ride in the carriage of Prince Heng's palace?" Zhu Feng also heard Zhueyun talking about the rainy day and looked down on Tan Qianzi. If she wasn't a member of the Tan family, he would have picked her up and thrown her on the side of the road. Xiaoju cried while kowtowed towards the carriage, "Your Highness Prince Heng, please send my young lady to the clinic. Please. She is the princess's cousin. Please." As she spoke, she kowtowed, and her forehead was bleeding. The onlookers felt sorry for Xiaoju and Tan Qianzi, especially when they heard that Tan Qianzi was Tan Lingyin's cousin. They all felt that they had to help King Heng. "Yes, this is the princess's sister. It won't be a big deal to send her to the hospital, no matter how cold and heartless Prince Heng is. He can't just ignore the princess's family, right? Your Highness Prince Hung, please give her a ride. After all, we are family. The common people relied on their numbers and knew that no matter how cruel Xie Jingheng was, he would not kill them all, so they spoke one after another. Xie Jingheng held Tan Lingyin's slender waist and said softly, "Linge, whatever you want to do, I will listen to you." Tan Lingyin looked outside through the blinds and saw that there were quite a lot of people watching. She smiled and said, "Of course we have to manage it, and we have to manage it carefully." On a hot summer day, Tan Qianzi lay on the hot ground, feeling that her bones were about to melt. Especially since she had delicate makeup on her face, it was almost stained by sweat. "Come on, Your Highness Prince Hung, please come and save her." Before lunch, she learned that His Royal Highness Prince Hung would come to Xinglong Street today, so she hurried over. The wounds on her body still hurt, but she could endure it in order to see Xie Jingheng. As long as Xie Jingheng spoke to her for a few words alone, she didn't believe that she would not be able to evoke Xie Jingheng's memory, and then she would definitely be able to enter Prince Heng's palace. The curtain of the carriage was lifted, and a tall and slender man walked out and jumped off the carriage nimbly. Then, a light yellow figure walked out, and her bright and pretty face made everyone around stare at her in amazement. Xie Jingheng pinched her slender waist with both hands, picked her up steadily, and put her on the ground. The two of them standing together are a perfect match. The man, wearing a dark gold-woven robe, is tall and has a cold aura, which makes the beauty in his arms look even more petite and slender. Xiaoju looked up, and the moment she saw Tan Lingyin, her face immediately became nervous and at a loss. What's going on? Why is the princess in the carriage? Didn't the gossip just now say that Prince Hung was traveling alone? Oh no, oh no. How can the young lady charm King Heng now? Xiaoju turned around and looked at Tan Qianzi. Seeing that her cheeks were red and her eyes were closed, she quickly crawled over and whispered in her ear, "Oh no, the princess is here too." Tan Qianzi's eyelashes trembled, and her hand, which was hidden by her sleeve, clenched into a fist. No, she had to act out the whole scene and not give up halfway. Tan Lingyin walked over slowly, lowered her eyes to look at Tan Qianzi, who was lying there, and seeing her red face, she immediately realized that she had put too much red powder on her face. The crowd was far away and couldn't see Tan Qianzi's face clearly, so they really thought she was seriously ill. Tan Lingyin slowly squatted down and said with a pitying tone, "Isn't this my cousin? It looks like she has a heat stroke. Qishi, quickly cool her down with cold water or she'll faint. Qishi, okay." As she spoke, she opened the lid of the teapot and poured the cold tea directly onto Tan Qianzi's face. Tan Qianzi opened her eyes in panic and struggled to sit up, but the wound on her butt was pulled, and she rolled on the ground in pain. The brewed green tea leaves hung on her head and face, making her look so messy. Everyone around felt sorry for Tan Qianzi, and some even thought that Princess Tan Lingyin had gone too far. "It's good that she's awake. Quickly wipe her clean with Coke, and then we'll send her to the clinic." Tan Lingyin gave the order in a calm voice, her voice clear and pleasant. Kaylee strode forward and wiped Tan Qianzi's face forcefully with a handkerchief, wiping off the tea leaves on her face while also wiping off the powder on her face. The white handkerchief was covered with traces of red powder. Tan Lingyin's eyes widened slightly, and she said in surprise, "Cousin, your face is not red anymore. I thought you just had a heat stroke. How come you are fine after washing your face?" Tan Qianzi's face turned pale, and she stammered, unable to speak. She had never expected that Tan Lingyin was also in the carriage, and she had never expected that she would remove her makeup on the spot. Tan Qianzi said quickly, I'm not suffering from heat stroke, I just caught a cold. I'm so cold. Princess, can you take me to the hospital? So that's how it is." Tan Lingyin raised her eyebrows and looked at her and said in a slightly cold voice, "It just so happens that I have learned some medical knowledge recently and I can treat colds." She walked over slowly, squatted down and pinched Tan Qianzi's wrist. Tan Qianzi looked at Tan Lingyin suspiciously. Did she learn medical knowledge? Can she diagnose a person's pulse? Impossible. After a moment, Tan Lingyin curled up a sneer at the corner of her lips and suddenly shook off Tan Qianzi's wrist. She stood up, looked down at Tan Qianzi, and said in a cold voice, "This princess thinks you are not suffering from a cold, but you want love. Since you like lying on the ground to stop the carriage so much, from now on you must lie here and not move, and you can't leave until the sun goes down."
Tan Qianzi screamed, "No."
It's not what the princess said. She crawled over and tried to pull Xie Jingheng's clothes, but the man took a step back and dodged. "Prince, you have been so good to me. Have you forgotten?" She looked at Xie Jingheng with tears in her eyes, eager to awaken his memory. When Tan Lingyin heard this, she stretched out her hand and twisted Xie Jingheng's waist. What did she mean? The muscles on the man's waist were very hard, and she twisted them, but it didn't cause much damage. Xie Jingheng lowered his eyes to look at her angry eyes, grabbed her hand, and explained, "Linger, I don't understand what she is saying. Can you believe me?" Tan Lingyin felt that there was no need for Xie Jingheng to lie to her. If he really had some past with Tan Qianzi, he would not have watched Tan Qianzi being beaten. She snorted softly. "I'll believe you for now, but I still need to hear what she says." "Ask her yourself." It was rare to see the little beauty jealous, and Xie Jingheng felt a sense of pleasure in his heart. His narrow eyes glanced lightly at Tan Qianzi, who was lying on the ground. "When has the king ever been nice to you?" The man's voice was dull and cold. Tan Qianzi squinted at him. The sunlight was very dazzling. His handsome face was hidden in the shadows, with the dignity and indifference of someone who had been in a high position for a long time. "On a rainy night last autumn, I fainted in the alley. Your Highness wrapped his cloak around me and sent me home. Has your Highness forgotten everything?" There were traces of tears on her face, making her fair face look even more charming. Xie Jingheng frowned slightly. He couldn't remember this person at all. "Give me a cloak." Tan Lingyin glanced at Xie Jingheng with her beautiful eyes slightly raised, with a sour look in her expression that she herself didn't even notice. At this time, she didn't know that she had begun to like Xie Jingheng. Xie Jingheng hugged her slender waist and coaxed her softly. "Linga, I don't remember this at all." He looked at Jueyun and Zhu Feng. "Do you two remember?" Normally, the two of them were almost inseparable from him, and if he gave the cloak away, they would definitely remember it. Jueyun thought about it carefully and recalled the scene at that time. "My lord, on that rainy night, your cloak was scratched by a stray cat, and when you got on the carriage, you casually threw it to your subordinates to deal with it." Jueyun said as he looked at Tan Qianzi, "I casually threw it into the alley, and it seemed to have happened to fall on her." The people around sighed and were amazed that this was the case. Tan Qianzi gritted her teeth and said, "That's not the case." "Later, the prince sent me home." Zhu Feng said sarcastically, "Send you home? What are you dreaming about?" "It just so happened that the carriage wheel had a problem that day, so the prince had to walk home, and you just happened to be on the same route as the prince." Tan Qianzi argued anxiously. No. The prince looked back at me many times. He was clearly trying to confirm whether I was following him. Zhu Feng spat in disdain. "Bah. Are you mentally ill? The prince turned around to look at you, because you were wearing his cloak.
The prince wanted you to take it off at that time."
After all, he couldn't let a strange woman wear his things after they were lost. "But you got home very quickly, and we didn't have time to ask you for the cloak back." Tan Qianzi kept shaking her head and murmured, "No, it's not like that." Xie Jingheng narrowed his dark eyes slightly and said with thin lips, "This king seems to have remembered this incident. There was indeed a stray cat that scratched my cloak. I only thought of the stray cat and didn't think of Tan Qianzi." Tan Lingyin also figured out the cause and effect of the matter and chuckled, "So that's how it is. Then I have to ask my cousin, where is my husband's cloak?" Tan Qianzi stared at her gloomily, digging her nails into her flesh. "What do you mean? After all, it is my husband's cloak. It is not right for you, a girl waiting to be married, to keep it hidden. Or, do you have other intentions in keeping the cloak?" Tan Lingyin said slowly. Tan Qianzi suddenly felt guilty and argued, "No. I just think that it is very meaningful for the prince to send me home, and I want to keep the cloak as a souvenir. The prince is already your brother-in-law, so there is no need to keep him in memory. If you want to see the prince in the future, you can come to Prince Heng's mansion to find him." Tan Lingyin chuckled and said to Kailei, "Kailei, take Xiaoju back to the Tan family and get the cloak back." Tan Qianzi bit her lip in shame and anger and said, "Sister, That was given to me by the prince. What qualifications do you have to take it away? Xie Jingheng said slowly. She is my king's princess, so she is naturally qualified. Kailei had already pulled Xiaoju up. Let's go back to the Tan family to get the cloak. Xiaoju looked at Tan Qianzi nervously. Miss, what should I do? Let's
Go.
How dare you disobey the prince and princess? Kailei forcibly grabbed Xiaoju and took her away from the crowd. Tan Qianzi lay on the ground alone, watching everyone pointing and talking at her, wishing she could find a crack in the ground to crawl into. Xie Jingheng held Tan Lingyin's hand and said gently, Get in the carriage. Tan Lingyin followed his wishes and was carried into the carriage by him. The carriage slowly drove away, and Tan Qianzi lay on the ground, feeling as if the sky had fallen down. In the shop, Craftsman Ma was leading the workers to dismantle the original decoration inside the shop and threw all the useless tables and chairs at the door. Zhuayin said, The prince and princess have arrived. Craftsman Ma immediately came over with his men to pay their respects, and Lu Chunhua also came over with 2 girls to bow and pay their respects. Tan Lingyin said calmly, Get up, you guys continue to be busy. Ma Gongshan, come with me. Craftsman Ma nodded repeatedly and followed her to a clean place. She took out the blueprints, and Tan Lingyin began to talk to Craftsman Ma about how to renovate and repair the decoration inside the store. Craftsman Ma listened very carefully and occasionally expressed some of his own small opinions. Tan Lingyin would also praise him for understanding things quickly. Xie Jingheng sat next to her, looking at Tan Lingyin quietly. Her serious and focused look had a magical charm, as if she was shining. The more I listened, the more I felt that Tan Lingyin's ideas were wild and imaginative. She always had many wonderful ideas in her mind that he had never heard of. Even the senior craftsmen next to her sighed repeatedly, looking as if they had learned something. After spending an afternoon in the store, Tan Lingyin finally discussed the decoration of the store with Craftsman Ma. In the future, she only needs to come and take a look occasionally. After returning home, Tan Lingyin looked at the cleanly washed cloak, picked it up and took a look at it. It is quite clean after washing. Seeing her disgusted look, Xie Jingheng came over and hugged her slender waist. It's very dirty, throw it away. Just a reminder, Xie Guzi is the god of war prince. So, he was a little overbearing at the beginning, but after Linger taught him a few times, he became obedient. His overbearing nature at the beginning was in line with the prince's personality under the imperial system. Babies, don't worry, he loves Linger very much and only Linger. Tan Lingyin snorted. It's a pity to throw it away, just throw it at the door as a shoe cloth. As she spoke, she threw it on the ground and stepped on it with her tender pink embroidered shoes, causing the pearls on the toes to sway. Xie Jingheng just thought she was cute, so he picked her up and walked into the room, whispering in her ear, Guilinger is so cute when she's jealous. Who is jealous? This princess is never jealous. Tan Lingyin kicked her legs. Put me down. Okay. Xie Jingheng didn't bother her and put her on the stool. Qishi brought a basin of water and a towel for washing hands. I'll help you wash. Xie Jingheng carefully pushed up Tan Lingyin's sleeves and placed her little hands in the water. His long, bony fingers gently rubbed the slender and soft fingers. His fingertips were hotter than the warm water in the basin, and Tan Lingyin's ears turned red. Now she suddenly felt that her behavior today was a little strange. Originally, she asked Kailei to reveal the news to Tan Qianzi in order to teach Tan Qianzi a lesson, but she didn't expect that after hearing about the rainy night cloak, she suddenly felt a little sour in her heart. It turns out that Tan Qianzi has known Xie Jingheng for a long time. No wonder she has always wanted to marry him. Xie Jingheng washed her little hands, wiped her hands with a towel, and wiped his own hands at the same time. Then he held the person's hand tightly and refused to let go. Linger, what do you want to eat tonight? Fish with vinegar, Chinese cabbage with vinegar, sweet and sour spare ribs. I think there is something sour. Shut up, who wants to eat so much sour food? Tan Lingyin pouted her lips and glared at him. Give me a jar of wine, I want to drink today. Okay, bring a jar of vinegar to the princess, Xie Jingheng said with a smile, and then he felt his leg being kicked. It was neither light nor heavy, it was the strength of the little girl. Tan Lingyin was so angry that she called out his name, Xie Jingheng. I simply hate Tan Qianzi. I'm not jealous. Okay, I won't say anything.
Don't be angry.
Xie Jingheng smiled and gently held her in his arms. His big hands gently stroked her hair, as if he was stroking her fur. Linger, don't worry. I don't even know her. If you hate her, I will find a chance to kill her. No, even if you are a prince, how can you kill people for no reason? Tan Lingyin respected the laws of the Great Zhou dynasty and did not want Xie Jingheng to have blood on his hands for her. The incident with Murong Lingyun was because Tan Lingyin knew the ending of the original owner. Murong Lingyun was indeed planning to take her away from the holy city and give her to bandits to sell for money. So his death is not a pity. Xie Jingheng said in a gentle voice, Then I'll follow your arrangements. During dinner, Tan Lingyin received an invitation. Kailei said, It's a summer lotus viewing banquet hosted by the eldest princess. Both men and women will attend. The unmarried ladies of the holy city will also attend. Tan Lingyin was not interested. What was she, a married woman, going to a blind date party where a bunch of men and women gathered together? But this was an invitation from the eldest princess, Xie Jingheng's aunt, so she really had to go. She said, Keep it, we'll go there tomorrow. Xie Jingheng said nonchalantly, If you don't want to go, then don't go. It's not an important party. After all, this is my first invitation since I became a princess, and it was my aunt who invited me, so I should go. She was in her position, and there were some things she could not control. After dinner, Tan Lingyin and Xie Jingheng were swinging on the swings and talking about the eldest princess's banquet. Prince, will you go tomorrow? Tan Lingyin leaned on his shoulder, dangling on her toes. No, if I go, she will definitely try to arrange for me to marry a concubine. Xie Jingheng slowly swung the swing, rubbing her waist with his big hands. Oh, then you'd better not go. Tan Lingyin thought to herself that her shop had not yet made a name for herself in the holy city, and if she divorced now, Xie Jingheng might deliberately suppress her. Are you afraid that I will marry a concubine? Huh, Xie Jingheng asked puzzledly. Speak, Xie Jingheng said with a smile in his voice. I was thinking. Tan Lingyin thought about how this guy would get angry every time she talked about divorce, so she quickly changed her words. Yes, I was afraid that you would forget about me after you married a concubine. No matter who I forget, I will never forget you. Xie Jingheng said solemnly. Don't worry, Jiao Jiao. The sultry summer night was already hot, and there was no ice in the yard to cool down, so Tan Lingyin felt a little hot. It's so hot in the yard, let's go back to the room. Tan Lingyin shook his big hand. Xie Jingheng put his toes on the ground to stop the swing from shaking. Then he reached out with his big hands and picked the person up. Holding with one hand is as easy as holding a child. Tan Lingyin quickly hugged his neck and whispered, You don't look very muscular. How come you are so strong? Xie Jingheng chuckled and weighed her a few times with one hand. It's not that I'm strong. It's that Linger is too thin. Eat more at each meal in the future. Humph, if you get fat, you won't be able to hold me anymore. You can eat more weight. Your husband has plenty of strength. Xie Jingheng chuckled and strode into the room with the person in his arms. Qixi and Kailei watched the two of them return to the room. Their eyes widened. It's not even late at night yet, and the prince has already started. Qixi moved towards Coke and said, We need to boil more hot water today, otherwise there won't be enough. Coke nodded woodenly. Ever since she read Qixi's sketchbook, she now knew what the prince and princess were doing. When she heard the princess's sweet voice, she felt her legs go weak. Zhueyun, she called out softly to Zhueyun in the distance. Zhueyun immediately came over and asked in a low voice, What's wrong? Captain Zhueyun, we will stay here. Go and help us boil some hot water. The fire doesn't need to be too big, Qixi said with a smile. Zhueyun nodded without hesitation. Okay, I'll go right away. He left. Kailei raised his eyebrows and looked at Qixi. Qixi, I noticed that you're getting more and more comfortable in ordering Zhueyun to do things. Qixi didn't think much about it and said, It's all for the prince and princess. Of course he is willing. Then you can try to order Zhu Feng to do it, said Coke. I don't even bother talking to that idiot Zhu Feng. Look at what he's doing. Qixi pouted and pointed at Zhu Feng in the distance. Kailei looked in the direction where her finger pointed and saw Zhu Feng lying in the grass with his butt sticking up, looking for something. Suddenly, Zhu Feng laughed loudly. Haha, I finally caught you. He got up from the ground, holding a cricket in his hand. Kele almost rolled his eyes, looked away, and said, "You're right. It must be difficult to communicate with him." Zhufeng came over happily, holding a cricket and waving it in front of the two people. "This cricket has the longest legs I have ever seen in the palace." "Look, go away." Coke moved to the side, his disgust obvious. Zhufeng came closer to Qixi and put the cricket in front of her eyes. "Qixi, look." Qixi's whole body was stiff, and his hands hanging at his side were clenched tightly. She is a little afraid of insects." "Qixi, if you want it, just tell me, and I'll give it to you," Zhufeng said generously. As he said this, he pushed the cricket towards Qixi's face. Don't. Qixi was a little stuttering. She tried to step back, but her left foot tripped over her right foot and she fell backwards. Coke rushed over, 7, up, but she was a little far away and watched Qixi's head about to hit the pillar when a figure, whoosh, landed next to Qixi. Qixi felt someone hugging her waist. The clean and refreshing scent of the man penetrated her nose, and she was held tightly in his arms. She raised her eyes carefully and met Zhueyun's concerned gaze. "Zhufeng, what are you doing?" Zhueyun frowned and looked at Zhufeng with displeasure on his handsome face. Zhufeng immediately scratched his head and said, "I think Qixi wants this cricket, so I'm going to give it to her." "Nonsense. Can't you see Qixi is scared?" Zhueyun helped Qixi up, lowered his head and said softly, "Don't be afraid. I'll tell him to get out of here. Take your cricket and get away from here."
Zhufeng, ah?
He felt that Zhueyun was acting strange, but he obediently walked away. Kele also came over to support Qixi, patted her on the back and said soothingly, "Don't be afraid. Don't be afraid. Do you want to drink some water to calm your nerves?" Qixi clutched her collar tightly, shook her head slightly and said, "I'm fine." When Zhueyun saw the fear in her eyes fade away, he took a step forward to find Zhufeng, ready to beat him up. "Zhueyun, don't blame Zhufeng. He doesn't know that I'm afraid of bugs. Even Coke didn't know that I was afraid of bugs. Qixi has always tried to overcome this. After all, she's a killer. How can she be afraid of little bugs?" Seeing her say that, Zhueyun said in a gentle voice, "Okay, do you want to go take a rest?" Coke pulled Qixi to the side room and said, "Let's go, take a break, have some tea and eat something." The two sat down in a room and Kele said, "So you are afraid of bugs. Why didn't you tell me earlier? I would have kicked Zhufeng away at that time. I feel a little embarrassed to say it out loud. After all, I was trained to be a killer." Qixi clenched the teacup and said in a low voice. Kele patted her shoulder and comforted her. "There's nothing to be ashamed of. We won't be killers in the future. It's normal for you to be a little scared." She and Qixi are not in the same team. They were both suddenly transferred here to serve the princess. They will stay in Prince Heng's mansion in the future and will not return to the team. Qixi smiled at her, holding the teacup without saying anything. She looked at the swaying tea and seemed to see Zhueyun's concerned gaze. In the past, she had only seen Zhueyun from afar. After all, Zhueyun was the captain of the Shadow Guard, and she was a member of the killer team. But today, she always felt that Zhueyun looked at her in a strange way. I care about her too much. And she seemed to be a little greedy for the breath in Zhueyun's arms. When his hands were clasped on her waist, her heart beat faster. Coke stuffed the peeled grapes into her mouth and said, "Eat something sweet, and you won't be afraid anymore." In the yard, Zhufeng was teasing crickets beside the stone table. Zhueyun walked over with the sword in his arms. "Zhufeng, don't scare Qixi next time. She is afraid of bugs." "I don't know. I won't do that again." Zhufeng sighed. "She is so strong. Who would have thought that she is afraid of insects?" Zhueyun snorted coldly. "After all, she is a girl. Isn't it normal for her to be a little afraid of things?" Zhufeng looked up at Zhueyun, raised his eyebrows and asked, "Why do you care so much about Qixi? Are you—" "Shut up. Don't talk nonsense." Zhueyun interrupted him immediately, and the tips of his ears turned red suspiciously. "What did I say? You just want Qixi to make you some cakes to eat? I want some too. You can't eat alone, Zhueyun." "Very good. Zhufeng's brain is very dull. Just tell me if you want to eat it. Don't go to Qixi and scare her." Zhueyun sat down next to him and stretched out his hand to hook the cricket. "This cricket has very long legs, right?" I said it has long legs. Go catch one, and let's have a fight. The Lotus viewing banquet was held at noon. Tan Lingyin got up early in the morning to dress up, especially 7-Up and Coke, who were even more serious than her. Today is your first time attending a banquet as a princess. You must dress exquisitely and beautifully, and must not lose your status, Chi muttered to herself, while gesturing with various hairpins on Tan Lingyin's head. Kaylay held up 2 skirts and asked, Princess, which one do you like? Tan Lingyin looked over and pointed at a golden-orange set with her fingertips. This one, the orange is not bright enough, it looks calm, and the golden pattern looks rich and suitable for my status. Chi immediately said, Okay, then use these hairpins, the colors will match the clothes better. After packing for a long time, I finally finished dressing up. Xie Jinghen got into the carriage with her. After Tan Lingyin sat down, she adjusted her skirt and asked him, Are you going to the banquet too? No, I'll go to the palace after I send you there. Tan Lingyin asked casually, What do you do every time you enter the palace? Discuss border affairs with the emperor? Almost. There are other things as well. Xie Jinghen did not elaborate. Tan Lingyin didn't ask either. In the Zhou dynasty, women were not allowed to interfere in state affairs. The carriage soon stopped in front of the princess's mansion. Tan Lingyin said, I'm getting off the bus. Well, there are shadow guards following you, so don't be afraid if you encounter any problems. Xie Jinghen squeezed her little hand and reminded her gently, Don't eat what you shouldn't eat, understand? Okay, I'll be careful. Tan Lingyin didn't expect that he cared about her so much. She felt warm in her heart and gave him a soft smile. She got out of the car, and the delicate look on her face disappeared, replaced by the dignity and coolness that only Princess Hing had. The princess's mansion is located not far from the imperial palace and covers a large area. Kaylay handed the invitation to the person at the door, and the person quickly saluted Tan Lingyin. Your servant greets Princess Heng. Please come in. Tan Lingyin nodded slightly, placed her hands on her abdomen, and stepped over the threshold. A maid came over to lead the way. Princess Heng, please come this way. Tan Lingyin took a 7-Up and followed the maid to the Chaos Ho corridor. There are many rockery beside the corridor, and a thin stream of water meanders along the direction of the corridor. After walking for a long time, Tan Lingyin roughly estimated that the area of the princess's mansion was about the same as that of Prince Heng's mansion, and in any case, both were larger than the Prime Minister's mansion. The reason why the Lotus viewing banquet was held here was because there was a large lake in the back garden of the princess's mansion, where lotus flowers of various colors were planted. After careful cultivation, the entire lake was finally covered with lotus flowers in bloom this year, so a lotus viewing banquet was quickly held. Tan Lingyin arrived early. After all, it was the eldest princess who invited her to a banquet, and she had to call her aunt, so it was right for her to come early. Finally, I walked out of the corridor. A gentle breeze blew, and waves of lotus fragrance filled the air. What catches your eye is a large expanse of emerald green. The pink lotus flowers are shining in the sun, and there are other colors that are also very beautiful. Tan Lingyin glanced around and saw a banquet by the lake. An elegant woman was leaning on a gorgeous couch, her hair full of pearls and jade, and she looked very noble. The maid walked over and whispered something, and the woman turned and looked over. Tan Lingyin took a step forward, bowed and said, I pay my respects to the eldest princess. It's Princess Heng. Come closer, so I can take a closer look. The princess didn't smile, and her voice was a little cold. Tan Lingyin took 2 steps forward, with a faint smile on her face. This eldest princess doesn't look easy to get along with. The eldest princess raised her eyes and stared at Tan Lingyin for a long time, with more and more amazement in her eyes. This was her first time to see this popular girl from the Prime Minister's family. She didn't expect that she was really as beautiful as the rumors said, with an immortal figure and graceful appearance. This face, with rosy cheeks, phoenix eyes, and red lips, has soft lines on its small, palm-sized face. Even its ears are white with a rosy glow. Its chin is pointed and round, and it looks extremely well-behaved. To be fair, the eldest princess felt that the girl was extremely pretty and impeccable. Her only shortcoming was that she was not her daughter. Tan Lingyin could hardly hold on to the smile on her face, and she said in a gentle voice, "Aunt, the princess's mansion is too big. Lingyin walked for a long time when she came here. Can you sit down and rest your feet?" She just didn't believe that the princess would let her stand even if she said it. When the princess heard the aggrieved voice, she hurriedly said, "Come, sit here." The seat next to her was prepared for Princess Heng. As soon as Tan Lingyin sat down, the maid served her cold tea and some iced fruit. One after another, girls came to pay their respects to the eldest princess and then to pay their respects to Tan Lingyin. There were many girls that Tan Lingyin had seen before. In the past, when Feng was the prime minister's wife, she would also hold flower-viewing banquets to build relationships with the wives of ministers in the court, and those ladies would bring their daughters to attend. But now, when they see Tan Lingyin, they have to bow and salute. When Luo Qingqing saw Tan Lingyin sitting there, her eyes lit up instantly. Lingyin, the maid behind her, hurriedly reminded her, "Miss, you have to bow when you call her Princess Heng now." "Oh." Luo Qingqing quickly bowed to the princess, then turned to Tan Lingyin and bowed. "Greetings, Princess Heng." Tan Lingyin smiled and nodded. "Sit down." She had some impression of Luo Qingqing. She was the legitimate daughter of the imperial censor and had a good relationship with the original owner. Although they were not close friends, she was very easygoing towards the original owner and loved to take the initiative to talk to him. The original owner was silly and liked making friends very much. After all, she seldom went out. "Greetings, Princess Heng." A girl in green bowed to Tan Lingyin, her face gentle and her eyes soft. Tan Lingyin smiled and nodded. "Sit down." The girl's name was Lu Xiangru. She was the daughter of the minister of the Ministry of Revenue and had had several conversations with the original owner. The original owner was kind and approachable, similar to Tan Lingyin's own personality, so she smiled at these acquaintances. Gradually, male guests arrived. Tan Lingyin saw Tan Qingyue and immediately stood up and said, "Brother." Tan Qingyue politely bowed to the princess. When he was about to bow to Tan Lingyin, she came over and said, "Brother, you don't need to bow." She turned to ask the eldest princess, "Aunt, my brother and I haven't seen each other for a long time. Can I go over and talk to you for a few minutes?" The eldest princess raised her chin and said, "Go ahead." Tan Lingyin immediately pulled Tan Qingyue to the side. Tan Qingyue was actually a little embarrassed. After all, his sister had a different status now and couldn't be too close to him. But Tan Lingyin didn't think too much about it. She pulled people out of the seat and stood by the lake. "Brother, are you taking a day off today?" Tan Qingyue usually went to the Imperial College to attend classes during the day, and sometimes came back very late. Tan Qingyue nodded. "The princess is hosting a banquet today and many students will be attending, so the teacher just let us take a day off." "Are you going to take the imperial examination soon?" Tan Lingyin thought of Tan Qingyue's age and knew that he should take the imperial examination this fall. "It's almost time. I have to participate this year. It's a scientific expedition that happens every 3 years. If I miss it, I can't bear to wait another 3 years." Tan Lingyin made a cheering gesture and said with a smile, "Brother will definitely get into high school. He will definitely be the top scorer. Haha, I'll take your good words. I'll study harder when I go back." Tan Qingyue was amused by her. He habitually wanted to touch her head with his big hand, but stopped halfway. His younger sister is now Princess Heng, so even if he is her biological brother, he cannot touch Princess Heng's head. Tan Lingyin saw that he stopped and grabbed his hand and shook it. "We don't have to be so formal with each other. Brother is still my brother." 7-Up was watching from the side, and both of them actually envied this kind of brother-sister relationship. Because they are all orphans, they have no family, and certainly no brothers like Tan Qingyue. "Brother, are there any friends you know over there?" Tan Qingyue looked at the seats for the male guests and shook his head. "I haven't seen anyone I know well yet. The ones I know are my classmates from the Imperial College, so I can't say I'm familiar with them." "Qingyue." Xiaoling, a hearty male voice came. The two looked back and saw a young man in red clothes with black hair tied up high walking towards them. "Cousin." Tan Lingyin's eyes widened. "Aren't you in the barracks in Shuzhou?" Feng Jingyu strode over and hugged Tan Qingyue and Tan Lingyin tightly. He is tall and handsome, especially his eyebrows and eyes, which are straight and deep. His muscles are very strong, and he is much stronger than Tan Qingyue. Feng Jingyu patted them on the back, very lightly. He knew that he was very strong, and that his cousins might not be able to withstand his strength. Tan Qingyue also showed joy and asked, "Cousin, when did you come back from Shuzhou?" "Yesterday, but unfortunately I didn't make it to Xiao Linger's wedding banquet." Feng Jingyu patted Tan Lingyin's shoulder. "How is it?" "After becoming Princess Heng, is your life going well?" "Everything is fine." "Don't worry, cousin." Tan Lingyin looked at him with a smile. She had a deep impression of this cousin. The original owner had sneaked out of the house several times, and it was Feng Jingyu who took her over the wall. Tan Qingyue would sometimes get involved, thinking of ways to get the original owner out to eat, drink, and have fun. Feng Jingyu turned his head to look at 7-Up next to him, coughed lightly, and said, "You guys leave first." 7-Up looked at Tan Lingyin, and when he saw her nod, he could only step back a few steps. Feng Jingyu then lowered his voice and said, "Xiaolinger, tell your cousin how you are doing in Prince Heng's mansion. I heard that Prince Heng doesn't like women, so he must be very dissatisfied with you." Tan Qingyue next to him also looked at Tan Lingyin seriously. Although he had met King Heng before, several days had passed now, so he wanted to hear what his sister had to say. Tan Lingyin thought of Xie Jingheng's attitude towards her these days and said softly, "There's nothing wrong with him. He also gave me a lot of jewelry and brought me walnut cakes when he came back. That's all." Feng Jingyu frowned slightly. "Didn't Qingyue and I do these? You have to tell me how you feel. Are you happy marrying him?" Tan Lingyin suddenly realized that the things that Xie Jingheng did were done by her two brothers, and even her father would do the same. From this perspective, Xie Jingheng's kindness to her is not worth mentioning. But we have only been together for such a short time, so if I were to say that we are really good friends, it would not be apparent. I'm happy. He is not as vicious as the rumors say. He is very gentle to me. There are no beautiful women in his house. I live a comfortable life. Tan Lingyin told the truth. This is her life recently. Not having any beautiful women is an advantage. Feng Jingyu nodded, then coughed and asked, "After the banquet, can my cousin meet him?" Tan Lingyin. She thought she had heard wrongly. "It's like this, my cousin has a good friend in the military camp. He admires His Royal Highness Prince Heng very much and hopes that I can meet the real him on his behalf," Feng Jingyu said seriously, and even his face became serious. Tan Lingyin raised her eyebrows suspiciously, feeling that he was making up stories out of nothing. "Okay, just come with me to Prince Heng's mansion after the banquet." Tan Lingyin guessed that Xie Jingheng would not care about these, so she agreed immediately. Feng Jingyu's face instantly became happy. He laughed and patted Tan Qingyue on the shoulder. "Qingyue, you're going to take the imperial examination soon, right?" Tan Qingyue nodded and asked, "Yes, is my cousin doing well in the military camp?" "That's great. We recently found some time to go to the mountains to fight the bandits. We beat them so badly that they were running scared." Feng Jingyu's hearty laughter attracted many girls to look over here. Tan Lingyin glanced at the female guest seats and asked with a smile, "Cousin, you spend all your time riding, shooting, and practicing swordsmanship. When will you find us a cousin-in-law?" Feng Jingyu immediately blushed and frowned, saying, "Go away, I'm not in a hurry. If I get married, how can I lead the troops to fight with peace of mind?" "I won't marry." Tan Qingyue smiled and shook her head. "It seems that Auntie will have to worry for a few more years. After all, you're already 22. No rush, as long as my father doesn't urge me." Feng Jingyu was not panicked at all. "Did your uncle come back with you?" Tan Lingyin asked curiously. Her uncle was also in the military camp in Shuzhou and was a general. Feng Jingyu said, "I came back mainly because I heard that you got married. It happened so suddenly that we came back late no matter how hard we tried. Then I'll go to the general's mansion tomorrow." Tan Lingyin hasn't seen her grandparents for a long time. Qixi came over and whispered, "Princess, it's time to take your seat." "Okay, both brothers, please take your seats." Tan Lingyin nodded at them and followed Qixi towards the seats for the ladies. When passing by Luo Qingqing winked at her. There is a stream between the seats for male guests and female guests, which leads directly to the lake. There are many bright red little fish swimming in the water, as well as many small stones of beautiful colors, which is very elegant. After Tan Lingyin sat down, she saw that Tan Qianzi had also arrived. Tan Qianzi was wearing a very elegant light pink dress today. The pink and white dress looked well made, which made her beautiful face look even more innocent. She knows how to show off her strengths and looks like a lovely little white flower. Tan Lingyin's eyes met hers, and her lips curled slightly. She wanted to see what tricks Tan Qianzi could play at today's banquet. Tan Qianzi saw that Tan Lingyin was wearing luxurious clothes, especially the hairpins on her head, which were all made by the female craftsman Fufeng. It was obvious that she lived a better life in Prince Heng's mansion than in the Prime Minister's mansion. She clenched her handkerchief tightly, wishing she could rush forward and tear Tan Lingyin's hair and snatch all the hairpins on her head. The princess spoke softly. "Everyone, today is the first time that I hold a lotus viewing banquet. I invited you here mainly to make it lively and let these beautiful lotus flowers get some popularity. What talents do you have today? Show them off. I have specially set a prize. For each topic, there will be one for each man and one for each woman. They will be given to you after the banquet." As soon as she finished speaking, the girls began to whisper. The princess has always been generous, especially at this lotus viewing banquet. She even invited the children of officials above the 7th rank in the holy city, which shows that the prize of this banquet must be extraordinary. The more people there are, the bigger the prize. The maid next to the princess spoke up in a resonant voice. "You can all show off your skills in music, chess, calligraphy, poetry, dance, and kung fu. The more you know, the more the princess will appreciate you." Tan Lingyin sat obediently, glancing at the girls. It seemed that the eldest princess was really holding a blind date party. I just don't know why she, as the eldest princess, would worry about this. The nanny asked, "You can't not participate, you have to show it." The princess's lotus is not for nothing. Tan Lingyin licked her lips and thought that since she was married to King Hung, she definitely didn't need to attend. At this time, a girl came over from a distance. She was wearing a bright red dress, and the pearls and jade on her head were very large, even more exquisite and gorgeous than those of the eldest princess. The person who came was the eldest princess' daughter, Princess Onping. She walked quickly and attracted the attention of all the girls. The male guests were also looking at her. "Greetings, mother." Princess Onping bowed, turned her head to look at Tan Lingyin, and bowed reluctantly. "Greetings, Princess Hung." Tan Lingyin's eyes dimmed slightly. It seemed that Princess Onping was hostile to her. Princess Onping sat down next to the princess and said loudly, "Since everyone is going to participate, then this princess and Princess Hung should also participate, right?" The nanny received the princess's gaze and nodded and said, "Yes, you and Princess Hung will also show your talents." Tan Lingyin. "What bad luck. She is already married. What else is there to show?" Princess Onping said, "Let's start now, starting with the simplest one." The nanny looked at the eldest princess and asked, "Which one do you think is a good place to start? The children have just sat down. Why don't we start with poetry?" The princess' sharp eyes swept over the female guests, then looked at the male guests next to her and said calmly, "Since it is a lotus viewing banquet, of course the main theme should be lotus. Why don't you write a poem or lyrics with a theme of lotus?" After the eldest princess spoke like this, everyone's faces immediately became serious and many of them fell into deep thought. The maids in the princess's mansion prepared writing brushes, ink, paper, and inkstone, and placed them on everyone's table. Tan Lingyin looked at the white paper on her desk and tapped it lightly with her fingertips. Time passed little by little, and Xiaoju, the maid beside Tan Qianzi, quietly walked to Tan Lingyin and handed Qishi a piece of paper directly for Princess Hung. After handing over the note, the maid Xiaoju left quickly. Tan Lingyin took the note, took a look at it, and a faint smile appeared on her lips. Sure enough, he is going to make trouble. Tan Lingyin raised her eyes to look at Tan Qianzi in the distance, and saw her looking at her with a weak and frightened look, as if Tan Lingyin had done something to her. Ugly people often do bad things. Tan Lingyin snorted lightly, but kept smiling on her face. As time went by, some people wrote complete verses. One of the male guests stood up and recited a 5-character quatrain, which won the eldest princess nod of approval. The male guests stood up one after another and recited poems. Even Tan Qingyue recited one. After all, Most of them studied in the Imperial Academy and would recite poems and compose couplets on weekdays, so poems with a theme of lotus were relatively simple for them. The eldest princess was pleased to hear this, so she turned her attention to the female guests and said, "Girls, whoever has written it, why don't you read it out loud for me to hear?" The girls were all hesitant. After all, the male guests were very talented, and what they learned most in their daily lives were music, chess, calligraphy, and painting. Writing poetry was not their strong point. Luo Qingqing suddenly stood up and said, "Princess, let me go first. I'll just throw out some ideas to inspire others." She was lively, and the princess liked her very much, so she nodded and said, "Read it out loud for me to hear. The lotus flowers are round and red. The lotus leaves are round and green, red and green, round and round." After she finished reading, the party was silent for a few seconds. Someone from the male guests' side laughed softly. Tan Lingyin looked in the direction of the voice and saw that the person laughing recognized Feng Jingyu. Luo Qingqing frowned instantly and turned to look at Feng Jingyu. "Sir, you have never written a poem before. How dare you laugh at me?" Feng Jingyu immediately stood up, bowed to her, and said, "Miss, I think your poem is easy to understand, and I think it's very good. To be honest, I am a military officer, and I don't know how to write poetry." Seeing how sincere he was, Luo Qingqing didn't know what to say, especially since this man knew Tan Lingyin, and she didn't want to make things difficult for her own people. "You're so quick to give in. I won't bother with you anymore." But she was still harsh in her words. There were also some female guests laughing, and some even looked at Luo Qingqing with mockery and contempt. Anyone could tell that Luo Qingqing had no knowledge at all. The princess straightened her expression and said to Luo Qingqing, "Qingqing, this poem is very good. It implies reunion. Although the words are not gorgeous enough, I like it very much. Please sit down." "Qingqing, thank you for the praise, princess." Luo Qingqing sat down with a smile and winked at Tan Lingyin. She lip-synced silently, as if asking Tan Lingyin to quickly get up and compose a poem. Tan Lingyin understood what she meant. After all, if you don't have any talent, it's better to read it out earlier than to fall behind talented people, as the contrast would be even more tragic. Tan Lingyin's lips curled slightly as she handed a piece of paper to Qixi. "Qixi, give this poem to the princess for her appraisal." Everyone's eyes fell on her, and Tan Qianzi looked at her with wide eyes. The anticipation in her eyes was almost overflowing. The eldest princess took the paper handed over by Qixi, frowned as she looked at the sharp handwriting on it, and a look of amazement flashed in her eyes. She even became more and more satisfied the more she read. "What a great poem! I didn't expect Princess Hung to have such talent. If the next girls are not as good as you, the poetry prize among the girls will belong to you." The eldest princess' praise shocked all the girls present. Princess Anping said coquettishly, "Mother, I haven't even written a poem yet. Why are you praising others like this?" "Yes, Princess Anping's poems will definitely be better." Tan Qianzi suddenly spoke up, her tone quite humble. Her sudden response caught the attention of the eldest princess, who asked, "Where are you from?" "You are so pretty and elegant." Tan Qianzi immediately stood up and said, "My daughter is the legitimate daughter of the deputy director of the Ministry of Personnel, Tan Qianzi." The eldest princess asked, "Is Tan a relative of Princess Hung?" Tan Qianzi immediately lowered her eyes and replied, "Yes, I grew up with Princess Hung." "Then it means that you are quite knowledgeable. Why don't you read your poem to me?" The eldest princess didn't think too much about it. She just asked casually. Tan Qianzi raised her eyes and looked at Tan Lingyin and said softly, "What the princess doesn't know is that Qianzi has never dared to surpass Princess Hung since she was a child. After all, she is the daughter of the Prime Minister, and sometimes she even completes her homework for her. Princess Hung has already written a good poem today, so I'd better not embarrass myself." She spoke with grievance, and there were tears in her eyes. Xiao Ju suddenly said, "Miss, you have written a poem. I will show it to the princess right away." As she spoke, she handed over the white paper regardless of Tan Qianzi's attempts to stop her. The maid next to the eldest princess took it and said, "Please take a look." The eldest princess lowered her eyes and looked at the poem. The more she read, the tighter her brows furrowed. Tan Xianzi saw her expression and felt secretly delighted. She wiped her tears with a handkerchief and said, Princess Heng used to be playful, and I would help her every time Mr. Wang took an exam. Today is no exception. I can't let her embarrass herself in front of others. Unexpectedly, you took a fancy to my poem. The eldest princess raised her eyebrows and asked, Are you saying that you wrote Princess Heng's poem? Tan Xianzi lowered her eyes and nodded. Yes, I was afraid that Princess Heng would not be able to write, so I asked my maid to send a poem to her. Tan Lingyin did not refute and said calmly, Aunt, why don't you read these 2 poems aloud? And everyone will be able to tell whether they are from the same person. The princess looked at Tan Xianzi and said, Let me read your poem first. Pink Lotus. Omitted. Writing poetry is too difficult. The following is Princess Heng's poem. The lotus is fragrant and the leaves are green. The west wind stirs up green ripples. The beauty smiles across the lotus water. The bright sun is reflected in the green waves. Note. See the author's words. After the princess finished reading, the surroundings fell into silence. Tan Xianzi widened her eyes in disbelief. What was going on? Tan Lingyin's poem was completely different from the note she handed over. Moreover, how could Tan Lingyin write such good poems? All she was taught on a daily basis was to dress up, eat, drink, and sleep. It was impossible for her to write such good poems. The male and female guests were all talking about it. Luo Qingqing said, Let me first say that I really don't know how to write poetry, but I can tell that Princess Heng's poems are very elegant. Tan Xianzi's poems are similar to mine. They must not have been written by the same person. Lu Xiangru also spoke timidly. I also feel that it was not written by the same person. The style of the words is so different. Tan Xianzi pulled the handkerchief in her hand hard, and sweat oozed from her forehead. It's all over, it's all over. She originally wanted to establish a good image in front of the eldest princess, but now everything is messed up. It's all the fault of that witch Tan Lingyin. Why not use the note she gave you? Also, how could she write such good poems? She must have prepared them in advance. Tan Xianzi immediately looked at Tan Lingyin and said in a soft voice, Princess, you usually need my help with your schoolwork. How can you write such a good poem now? Did you prepare this poem a long time ago? Tan Lingyin raised her eyebrows and said calmly, First, I didn't know there was a talent show today. Second, your poem is so bad. How could you have the nerve to copy it for me? Third, my homework is my business. You insisted on meddling in my business. You finished all my homework while I was having a meal. What can I do? When the original owner was a child, she had a tutor, and Tan Xianzi would study with him. She always told the original owner not to do her homework and let her have fun, and then she did all the homework for her. Although the original owner was very grateful to Tan Xianzi for doing this, Tan Lingyin would not give Tan Xianzi a chance and directly killed her with a stick for the rest of her words. If you want to talk about your past studies, you're just dreaming. Everyone's eyes towards Tan Xianzi changed. There was disdain, contempt, and even incomprehension. Tan Xianzi's face turned red and blue, and she didn't know how to respond. Darn Tan Lingyin, how could she become so sharp-tongued and even deny what happened in the past? Princess Anping snorted coldly. How can you write such a good poem when you haven't even done your homework before? You must have copied someone else's. The princess also looked at Tan Lingyin with some suspicion. Princess Heng, this poem is really great. The words are elegant. Did you really write it yourself? Even my aunt thinks this poem is extraordinary. If I really copied it, the person who wrote the poem would have been famous long ago. What do you think? While speaking, Tan Lingyin glanced at Princess Anping. The princess was indeed hostile to her. The eldest princess thought for a while and felt that what Tan Lingyin said made sense. Princess Anping next to her suddenly said, Princess Heng, why don't you write another poem? If it's as elegant as this one, it means you really wrote the poem yourself. Tan Xianzi was immediately delighted and quickly responded, Yes, princess, write a few more poems. This will not only show your talent, but also prove that this poem was not prepared by you in advance. Luo Qingqing stood up and said indignantly, What right do you have to force Princess Heng? You just wanted to claim Princess Heng's poem. How dare you do that? Tan Lingyin stood up slowly and said to Luo Qingqing, Qingqing, some people just can't stand seeing others do better than they do. It's just a few poems. It's not that difficult. Luo Qingqing looked at her with concern and worry. Princess Heng. Tan Lingyin walked slowly out from between the seats, speaking with each step. Green lotus grows in the quiet lake. Note, see the author's words. She took another step forward. The morning sun is bright and fresh. One more step. Summer flowers emerge from the green water, and dense leaves are covered with green smoke. The girl was wearing a golden-orange gauze long dress. Standing in the afternoon sun, her whole body seemed to be glowing, and her skin was as white and bright as porcelain. She walked at a leisurely pace, reciting a line of poetry with every step. Whether it was a 5-character quatrain or a 7-character quatrain, she could recite it fluently. It can be said that every step is a poem, and every word he speaks becomes a verse. The banquet was so silent that you could hear a pin drop, with only the occasional gasps of surprise from the crowd. Tan Qingyue was also very shocked when he looked at the girl standing in the middle of the banquet. That was his sister. He had watched her grow up since she was a child, but now he suddenly felt that she was a little strange. How come he didn't know when his sister became so talented? Or maybe he was so busy preparing for the imperial examinations that he neglected his sister's growth. Under the weeping willows on the shore of the lake, a man was wearing a black robe woven with gold, and the auspicious cloud and golden patterns on his sleeves were fluttering in the wind. Xie Jingheng stared at the orange figure with his deep and narrow black eyes, stroking it gently with his fingers hanging in his sleeves. The gentle breeze made his heart beat faster. Interesting. This princess writes a poem with every step she takes. If she were a man, he would definitely be a top scholar. Tan Lingyin had already written 3 poems. She stopped in front of Tan Qianzi's desk. She chuckled. Is that enough? If not, I can still read more. Before Tan Qianzi could speak, Tan Lingyin turned around, flicked her sleeves, slightly opened her pale pink lips, and the eternal quatrain poured out from her lips. She walked lightly and at a leisurely pace, and her shocking verses of poetry struck everyone's eardrums one by one. Princess Onping looked at Tan Lingyin, who was walking towards her, and clenched her hands tightly. I clearly wanted to see Tan Lingyin make a fool of herself. But why is she the one who is in the spotlight now? She is so unlucky. The eldest princess's expression was so shocked that it could not be described as shock. The nanny next to her was writing furiously, writing down all the poems that Tan Lingyin recited. Tan Lingyin walked to the eldest princess's desk and the poem came to an end. She bowed slightly to the eldest princess and said, Aunt, what do you think of these poems? Tan Lingyin originally did not want to use those famous quotes and quatrains from ancient times. After all, the girls here all wrote their own poems, so she also wrote her first poem after much thought. But when she was asked to write a few more poems later, she admitted that she was not that talented and could not write too many good poems in a short period of time, so she could only use the verses of her predecessors. Anyway, there were no such ancestors in the Great Zhou dynasty, so no one would know even if she used them. Besides, she could memorize so many poems, so it wouldn't hurt to use them. Pa. The princess clapped her hands gently, her eyes full of praise for Tan Lingyin. What a good poem. It's a perfect poem. What a good poem. Princess Heng, come here and see if these verses written by Nanny are correct. If they are not correct, please change them. I will copy them down and hang them in the study with your name on them.
This
doesn't need to be signed. Tan Lingyin didn't dare to sign her own name. Listen to me. I like these poems very much. The eldest princess gave her a reproachful look, with a majesty on her face that could not be refused. Tan Lingyin had no choice but to agree. I'll listen to my aunt. She helped the nanny read the poems, corrected a few typos, and kept praying in her heart. Dear ancestors, dear talented men and beautiful women, please forgive me. I am so unlucky to have traveled here. Please lend me your poems. Tan Qianzi was completely shocked. She never expected that Tan Lingyin, who usually fell asleep while reading, could speak poetry. Xie Jingheng walked over slowly and went straight into the banquet hall for female guests. Brother Heng, Princess Onping immediately stood up and went to meet him. Seeing her rushing towards him, Xie Jingheng turned sideways and flicked his sleeves to avoid her touch, then strode towards Tan Lingyin's direction. Tan Lingyin looked at him with sparkling eyes. "Why are you here? I was worried about you, so I came to check on you." The man said it bluntly, and it was obvious that he felt that she had just been bullied. He walked around the long table and sat directly next to Tan Lingyin and put his big hands domineeringly around her slender waist. Princess Onping saw this scene and clenched her fists tightly. She walked over slowly and said, "Brother Heng, why are you ignoring me?" Xie Jingheng raised his eyebrows and glanced at her, then said calmly, "Now that I see you, what's the matter?" Princess Onping pouted and said coquettishly, "Brother Heng, you ignored me just now. Come and sit next to me. There's more space next to me." Her table is longer than Tan Lingyin's, and the couch is also longer accordingly. The princess scolded coldly, "Pingting, it is right for Prince Heng and the princess to sit together. Go back and sit down." "But Brother Heng always sat next to me before." Princess Onping waved her sleeves and said arrogantly. The princess said coldly, "Go back and sit down. Don't let me say it for the third time." Princess Onping went back and sat down in dismay, her eyes fixed on Tan Lingyin, sometimes affectionate, sometimes as if she wanted to kill her. Tan Lingyin whispered, "You used to sit next to her? I've never sat on a soft couch before, don't worry." Xie Jingheng's big hands stroked her waist, and his thin lips pressed against her ear and whispered soothingly, "I'm not interested in her." Tan Lingyin didn't ask any more questions. She leaned into his arms and whispered, "I'm already married, but I still have to perform talents." But the man said, "That's great. I want to see your talent too." Tan Lingyin. Her original intention was to have Xie Jingheng support her so that she wouldn't have to perform, but she never expected this guy to say that. The eldest princess said at this time, "Princess Heng, the prize for the female guest's poem is given to you, and the prize for the male guest is given to Tan Qingyue. You are indeed brother and sister. Both of you are talented and wonderful people." Tan Lingyin nodded in thanks. "Thank you, Aunt. You must perform well next time." "I am looking forward to it very much." The eldest princess' words forced Tan Lingyin to participate in the following performance. Tan Lingyin pursed her lips and took a deep breath. She was so unlucky. On the female guest's side, the atmosphere suddenly changed. Many girls were tidying up their appearance, and some even sat more upright than before. Tan Lingyin raised her eyebrows and looked around, suddenly realizing something. Xie Jingheng came, but he still had 2 concubines to marry. Even though they had a bad reputation, many girls wanted to enter Prince Heng's palace. That's enormous wealth, so it's okay even if you're not favored. She pursed her pink lips and calmly moved Xie Jingheng's hand away from her waist. Maybe he came here just to choose a concubine, and if she got so close to him, it would delay him from flirting with those girls. Xie Jingheng frowned slightly, thinking that the weather was too hot and she was uncomfortable in his embrace, so he withdrew his arms and stopped hugging her. Tan Lingyin turned her head to look at him and saw that he was staring at the lotus flowers in the lake, but wherever his eyes passed, there were beauties everywhere. TSK, maybe he will be able to pick 2 concubines today. When she returned, she would urge Craftsman Ma to open his shop as soon as possible and make his shop famous. Even if they divorced in the future, the holy city could not be without her, Tan Lingyin's glass shop. Mammy said loudly, "The second item is painting. The theme is also lotus." The paint is ready. The palace servants spread the drawing paper on everyone's table, and the paints and brushes were neatly arranged. Tan Lingyin pushed Xie Jingheng with her hand and said, "Move aside. Don't affect my performance. How dare you speak to Brother Heng like that? You are a wife, and you should respect your husband. How can you be unfit to be a princess?" Princess Onping was always paying attention to this side and immediately began to criticize Tan Lingyin's actions. Tan Lingyin's eyes were filled with coldness, and she said quietly, "I'm talking to my husband, and Princess Onping wants to intervene? Otherwise, how about you move into Prince Heng's mansion and supervise me in the future?" Princess Onping's eyes flashed with joy, and she immediately said, Okay, I don't agree." Xie Jingheng's cold and gorgeous voice sounded, and his narrow black eyes looked at Tan Lingyin gently, Linga, I like to be alone with you. Tan Lingyin frowned and signaled him to shut up. The man also obediently shut his mouth. Princess Onping was rejected and was so angry that she wanted to smash the paint in front of her. Everyone started to paint, and the surroundings were so quiet that only the slightest sound of the wind could be heard. A cool breeze blew over from the other side of the lake, bringing with it bursts of fresh lotus fragrance. The breeze blew up the loose hair on Tan Lingyin's temples and hung it on her pink lips. Xie Jingheng stretched out his hand, hooked the strand of hair with his long fingers, and gently tucked it behind her ear. "Thank you," Tan Lingyin said lightly, her delicate phoenix eyes always staring intently at the painting on the table. Xie Jingheng sat beside her and watched in fascination, staring at her small hands. Such a delicate pair of hands seemed to be born with a talent for painting. But why were her paintings so ugly in the past? Oh, can the phoenix stars coming into the world change a person's talent? "Time's up, who'll show their painting first?" asked the nanny loudly. This time no one from the male guests spoke. After all, they didn't spend too much time on this kind of sentimental cultivation. "Here," Lu Xiangru said timidly. "Let me start first. Please forgive me if my painting is not good." Her maid picked up her painting, walked up to the princess, and began to show it, with Lu Xiangru standing beside her. The princess looked at it carefully and nodded with satisfaction. "It's a good painting, with delicate brushstrokes and bright colors. It's a masterpiece." "Thank you for your praise, princess." Lu Xiangru bowed and returned to her seat. Tan Lingyin raised the end of her eyebrows slightly. She didn't know if she was seeing things, but she always felt that when Lu Xiangru turned around, her eyes were looking towards her. But he was not looking at her, but the man next to her. She turned her head to look at Xie Jingheng and met the man's deep gaze. He seemed to have been looking at her all the time, never looking away. Princess Onping was upset watching from the other side and said sourly, "Princess Heng has been in the limelight before. Why don't you show us your paintings?" "Princess Onping, Princess Heng is not good at painting, so we should not make things difficult for her." Tan Qianzi spoke hypocritically, her mouth full of the flavor of green tea. Tan Lingyin tapped her fingertips on the table and chuckled. "Tan Qianzi, how do you know I'm not good at painting?" Tan Qianzi said weakly, "Usually you just scribble when you pick up the paintbrush. I've never seen you finish a painting. Since you said that, I have to make a bet with you. If I can get the prize for the painting this time, what price are you willing to pay?" Tan Lingyin directly threw out the bait, waiting for Tan Qianzi to fall into the trap. Tan Qianzi really fell into the trap and said with wide eyes, "Then if I win, will you also have to pay the price?" "Of course, no matter what conditions you put forward, I will agree to it. Even King Heng can't stop me." Tan Lingyin glanced at Xie Jingheng. The man nodded slightly, completely agreeing with her. "Okay. Then if I lose, I will agree to one of your conditions," Tan Qianzi said solemnly. Tan Lingyin suddenly smiled. Her beautiful phoenix eyes looked up and down at Tan Qianzi and said in a dull voice, "You don't seem to be qualified to help me accomplish anything. Your conditions are worthless." Tan Qianzi felt insulted again. She was indeed inferior to Tan Lingyin in every aspect, but it was all because Tan Lingyin was born into a good family. If she were the daughter of the Prime Minister, she would definitely be more talented and beautiful than Tan Lingyin. But she forgot that no matter what her identity was, her despicable and dirty mind was forever engraved in her bones, and if her identities were reversed, she would still be a despicable person. She bit her lip and asked, "So, what do you say we should do? Let me put it this way. If you can't paint as well as I do, you are not allowed to set foot in the Prime Minister's mansion again. My family does not welcome people like you who sow discord." Tan Lingyin was so tolerant of Tan Qianzi that she would always beat him up and let it go, completely out of consideration for her grandmother's feelings. "My grandfather passed away early, and my grandmother gave all her love to her grandchildren. She treated her 3 sons' children with all her heart, and each of her grandchildren was held in her arms for a long time. Especially Tan Qianzi. She is sweet-mouthed and likes to pretend to be weak, and she holds a very special position in her grandmother's heart. If Tan Qianzi died suddenly, or if her grandmother found out that she was the one who killed her, she might suffer a heart attack and become paralyzed, and she would also blame her, Princess Hung, for being so aggressive. In short, we must gradually uncover Tan Qianzi's true face so that grandmother will no longer care about her. At that time, whether Tan Qianzi is dead or alive will not affect grandmother's mood. The first step is to let Tan Qianzi visit her grandmother less often in the future to reduce the old lady's dependence on her. When Tan Qianzi heard this, she hesitated for a moment. If she couldn't go to the Prime Minister's mansion in the future, how could she see her grandmother and ask her for money? But right now, Tan Lingyin's condition is even more tempting. Her eyes became firm and she said, "I promise you. I hope you will keep your promise even if you lose. How dare I deny my debt in front of the princess?" Tan Lingyin tapped her fingertips on the table and said to Qixi, "Take the painting over and show it to the princess." Over there, Tan Qianzi and Xiaoju also came to the eldest princess with paintings. The two of them made a bet, and the men's guests gathered together to look over here, and the women also came over to look at the two paintings. Luo Qingqing licked her lips. "What else is this?" Princess Hung wins completely. Tan Qianzi's face was very pale, her steps were a little unsteady, her lips were trembling, and she couldn't believe that the painting she saw was painted by Tan Lingyin. Tan Lingyin's paintings were very simple, realistic lotuses that looked almost like photographs, but people in the Great Zhou dynasty did not know what photographs were. They only thought that the paintings were very real and lifelike, as if the lotuses had appeared on the drawing paper. "Oh my God, is this a painting?" a girl exclaimed. "It looks like a real lotus. Look, there are water droplets on it. Let me touch it." Someone wanted to reach out and touch it, but Qixi stopped him. "The ink hasn't dried yet and it will be smudged if you touch it." Yes, then I won't touch it." What a realistic lotus. Princess Heng's painting skills are amazing. It's like a magic brush. The princess waved her hand and said, "Quick, bring Princess Heng's painting here. I want to appreciate it up close." Qixi placed the painting on the princess's desk. The princess stared at it intently. She wanted to touch it, but saw that the ink was not yet dry. She sighed. "It's as if the flowers were placed on the paper. They are so lifelike and real that it seems unreal to me. Excellent work." "A well-deserved excellent work." She looked at Tan Lingyin with a smile. "Princess Hung, who taught you this painting skill?" Tan Lingyin said modestly. "It's just my own thinking. I can't paint in a free and unrestrained style, so I can only go for this realistic style." The princess nodded repeatedly after hearing this. Very good, very good. "The messy style is 100 times better." Tan Lingyin smiled and nodded, then looked at Tan Qianzi in the crowd. "Tan Qianzi, you have troubled me again and again. I will not bother with you because you are my cousin, but you are not allowed to go to the Prime Minister's mansion again. You are not welcome in my house, but you're already married." Tan Qianzi bit her lip, her face looking miserable, as if she had suffered a great injustice. "Even if my sister gets married, the Prime Minister's mansion is still her home. We will listen to what she says." "You are not welcome in the Prime Minister's mansion." Tan Qingyue's cold voice sounded from the side. He stood tall and graceful among the young men, wearing a crescent white robe with a blue edge. He was a dignified gentleman, as white as jade and gold. Many girls looked towards him with shyness in their eyes. Tan Lingyin smiled and waved at Tan Qingyue. "Brother, can you take a look at your paintings?" She cleverly turned the page and drew everyone's attention back to the talent show. Tan Qingyue blushed immediately. I don't draw well." He held up his painting embarrassedly. It was indeed hard to describe. The princess chuckled and said, "Qingyue is busy preparing for the imperial examination. It's normal that she doesn't have time to practice her painting skills. Girls, show me your paintings." The girls showed their paintings, but the princess didn't like any of them. "It seems that the prize for this round of paintings will be given to Princess Hung again," the princess said with a smile. "The male guest will be given to General Feng Jingyu." Tan Lingyin didn't expect that her cousin, who was always wielding swords and guns and couldn't write poems, was very good at painting. The nanny brought Tan Lingyin's painting and asked her to sign it. Tan Lingyin knew that the princess wanted to collect her paintings again. Xie Jingheng, who was standing next to her, waited for her to write her name before handing her a bunch of grapes on a wooden stick. "Open your mouth." No skin and no seeds. Tan Lingyin opened her mouth obediently and ate a grape from the wooden stick. The grape was slippery and cool, and it was juicy and sweet when she bit it. Such intimate actions between the two naturally made the girls around them uncomfortable. In addition to Princess Onping, there was another person who was unhappy. Tan Lingyin keenly sensed a resentful gaze, but when she looked over, she did not find the owner of the gaze. Tan Xianzi was also sitting in that direction, but she was so distracted at the moment that she certainly had no time to glare at her. Next is chess. The eldest princess prepared many chess tables and asked people to volunteer to play chess. The loser would be eliminated directly, while the winner could play against the winner. The men had already started playing chess, but no one on the women's side had taken any action yet. Princess Onping stood up, holding her waist, and said, "Who wants to play chess with me?" No one dared to respond after these words were spoken. Few women learn to play chess, and even if they do, they only have a superficial understanding of it. Princess Onping glanced around, and her eyes fell on Tan Lingyin. Seeing Xie Jingheng peeling fruit for her affectionately, she gritted her teeth and said, "Princess Heng, shall we compete?" Tan Lingyin tapped her fingertips on the table and looked at her with her beautiful eyes. Okay, when someone is eager to make a fool of herself, she doesn't care whether she is the eldest princess's daughter. The two of them sat at the chess table, and within a quarter of an hour, Princess Onping was sweating profusely in anxiety because she had no way out. Tan Lingyin calmly placed a piece. "Princess, you lose." Princess Onping was so angry that she almost flipped the table, but Xie Jingheng was watching from the side. She deliberately said aggrievedly, "Brother Heng, she bullied me." "Oh, your level is too low." The man's thin and cold lips opened and closed, and he spoke out words that pierced the heart. Tan Lingyin almost couldn't hold it in. She returned to her seat and whispered, "Why are you so fierce?" "The princess is still here. Annie doesn't dare to blame me," Xie Jingheng said nonchalantly, pinching her small hand with his big hand and stroking it. "Linga, you really opened my eyes today. Tell me, how many surprises do you have that I don't know about?" The man moved closer to her, his hot breath spraying on her ears, causing the tips of her ears to feel slightly warm. "It's just a routine operation. Don't get too excited. There will be plenty of surprises in the future." Tan Lingyin felt that except for her fighting ability, she was not inferior to Xie Jingheng in other aspects. The two were talking in a low voice, and someone came over and asked tentatively, "Princess Heng, can we play chess with you?" "Sure. Come on." Tan Lingyin nodded with a smile. The person coming was Lu Xiangru. She sat down opposite Tan Lingyin and placed the chessboard between them. Tan Lingyin played casually, but gradually she found that this girl was much more powerful than Princess Onping, so she exerted a little strength and smashed Lu Xiangru's chess game into pieces. Lu Xiangru clenched her hands tightly under the table, and her eyes became red. How could this be possible? How could there be such an omnipotent woman? She usually likes to study the chess game, but she didn't expect to be defeated in just a few moves. She stood up suddenly, and with a flick of her sleeve, she knocked over the teacup on the table, and the cold tea fell directly onto Xie Jingheng's robe. I'm sorry. Lu Xiangru said as she was about to wipe it with a handkerchief. "Get lost." The cold male voice was as chilly as ice and snow. Lu Xiangru's hand stopped in midair, hiding the unwillingness in her eyes deeply. Tan Lingyin quickly wiped Xie Jingheng twice with a handkerchief and said, "Forget it, it can't be wiped clean. Why don't you go back home first?" "No." Xie Jingheng's voice became much gentler, and he said to Zhuyin beside him, "Go back and get some clean clothes. I will wait for you in the guest house." "Yes." Zhuyin disappeared in the blink of an eye. Xie Jingheng stood up and said to the princess, "And I'm going to the guest house to change clothes and will be back later." "Go." The eldest princess waved her hand. Tan Lingyin stood up and said, "I'll go with you." "No, just continue." Xie Jingheng touched her head, turned around and left. Lu Xiangru stared at Xie Jingheng's back until he disappeared, then she lowered her head and said, "I'm sorry, it's all my fault for being clumsy." Tan Lingyin didn't take it to heart. It wasn't splashed on her skirt. She smiled lightly and said, "It's okay, you didn't mean it." Afterwards, 2 more people came to play chess with Tan Lingyin, and they all lost. As the sky gradually darkened, the nanny brought up a guqin and asked the girls to play it. There was already a girl playing the piano. Tan Lingyin looked boredly towards the place where Xie Jingheng disappeared, wondering why he hadn't come back yet. Zhueyin went back to get his clothes very quickly. She looked at the female and male guests and suddenly discovered a problem. Tan Qingyue is missing too. And Tan Xianzi and Princess Anping are all gone. Oh no. She stood up without changing her expression and said, "Aunt, I drank too much tea. I'll be back soon. Go ahead. I'm still waiting to hear you play the piano." "The sooner you go, the sooner you'll come back." The eldest princess nodded softly at her, without any hostility in her eyes. Tan Lingyin turned and left, saying to Kailei, "Go find a shadow guard to ask which courtyard the prince is in, and where Tan Qingyue is. Coke's Qinggong is also very good. He can disappear with just a touch of his toes." Lanterns have been lit in the princess's mansion. The light is soft yet dazzling. Tan Lingyin and Qi Shi walked out of the lake and looked at the corridor in front of them, not knowing where to go. Kailei came back and said in a deep voice, "The prince has entered the west garden and has not come out." Princess Anping has gone in. Tan Lingyin frowned immediately, picked up her skirt, and was about to go over, but her heart suddenly paused. Will I disturb them if I go over? What if Xie Jingheng and Princess Anping have something going on? After all, Princess Anping called him brother so affectionately, like an old hen. There are other shadow guards in Shiyuan. We'd better go over and take a look to find out the specific situation, Coke said. Qi Shi pulled Tan Lingyin's arm and said, "Princess, let's go over there quickly. We can't let the prince suffer any loss." Tan Lingyin snorted. Will he still suffer a loss? Princess Anping is so ugly that the prince would be at a disadvantage if she touches him, Qi Shi said seriously, while Coke beside him nodded repeatedly. Tan Lingyin found it very interesting that the two maids were singing the same tune. In fact, they were even more anxious than she, the princess, so she had no choice but to follow them. With a shadow guard leading the way, they soon arrived at the West Garden. The entrance to West Garden was quiet, and Zhuefeng and Zhueyun were not there. As soon as Tan Lingyin walked in, the tightly closed door opened and Xie Jingheng walked out in a neatly dressed manner. He changed into a brown robe, which suppressed his coldness and made him look more scholarly. The man did not look well. His handsome face was gloomy and his thin lips were pursed into a line. Tan Lingyin walked over quickly, took his hand and asked, "I heard that Princess Anping is here. Did she do anything to you?" Xie Jingheng raised his sharp eyebrows slightly, his expression suddenly changed and he chuckled. "Are you worried about me? Seriously, what did she do to you?" Tan Lingyin glared at him. Xie Jingheng pulled her into the room and said, "See for yourself." Tan Lingyin looked over and saw Princess Anping lying on the ground, probably knocked unconscious. But her face was abnormally red. Tan Lingyin took a few steps closer and keenly smelled a hint of unusual fragrance. She has a charming fragrance. That's right. Once a man smells the scent, it will arouse his animal desires. Xie Jingheng squeezed her little hand and pulled her out of the room. "Let's talk outside." Tan Lingyin looked up at him and saw that he looked normal. She asked, "You smelled it, right? How come you're okay?" Xie Jingheng leaned over and whispered in her ear. "I was already holding my breath when she came in, including just now." Tan Lingyin breathed a sigh of relief. "Then let's go quickly, before she comes back and complains first. There are no servants from the princess's mansion in West Garden. I guess Princess Anping deliberately sent them away because she wanted to do something here with Xie Jingheng." She took Xie Jingheng's hand and quickly left the West Garden, then asked, "Where's Tan Qingyue?" A shadow guard appeared, reporting to the princess, "Master Tan has returned to the banquet." That's good. She was afraid that something might happen to Tan Qingyue. There are many people in the princess's mansion today, and everyone who comes has brought their subordinates with them. It is inevitable that some people will have some evil thoughts. Just because they didn't dare to touch the eldest princess and Princess Anping didn't mean they didn't dare to touch the guests. The two held hands and walked quickly towards the lake. There was the sound of piano at the banquet. It was Tan Xianzi who was playing the piano. To be honest, she has really put a lot of effort into her piano skills. The music she plays is as soft and gentle as the sound of flowing water, comfortable and leisurely. When the song ended, everyone applauded and praised her piano playing. Tan Qianzi bowed softly and said softly, "When it comes to playing the piano, I'm not as good as Princess Hung. Her piano sounds like the sound of a fairy." A question mark popped up in Tan Lingyin's head. This Tan Qianzi was never quiet for a moment. How could the original owner play the piano? Tan Xinghua stood up and said, "My sister is not good at music. I will play a song for everyone." He knew his sister's piano skills. The sound of her piano was like the meowing of a cat or the barking of a dog, a mess. Lu Xiangru suddenly said, "I would like to hear Princess Hung play the piano. After all, she is very good at poetry, painting, and chess. I think her piano playing must not be too bad." The female guests started talking one after another, all wanting to listen to Tan Lingyin playing the piano. Tan Lingyin saw the princess looking at her expectantly, and she could not refuse the kindness, so she slowly walked towards the 7-stringed harp in the field. "Then I will play a song." Tan Xinghua frowned and looked at Tan Qianzi coldly. His eyes were no longer as doting as those of his older brother, but full of disgust. Tan Qianzi noticed his gaze and quickly lowered her head. After this banquet, Tan Xinghua no longer had any feelings for her as a cousin. Tan Lingyin gently stroked the strings with both hands, casually hooked the 7 strings with her fingertips, and tested the tone. Everyone looked at her expectantly. The princess whispered to the nanny beside her, "Where is Pingting? He hasn't come back yet." "I guess he went back to rest out of spite," the nanny said truthfully. The princess said calmly, "Send someone to find her back." The sound of the piano suddenly rang out, like iron horses stepping on an icy river, or like a violent storm hitting banana leaves. The strings sounded loud and urgent, and the flashes of swords and shadows of knives were coming towards you. The eldest princess was accustomed to the leisurely and elegant music of the piano. This was the first time she heard a piece of music with such a heavy sense of murderous intent. She was instantly immersed in the sound of the piano and was intoxicated by it. Tan Qianzi was shocked by the sound of the piano, and her heart beat rapidly. How could this happen? When did Tan Lingyin learn to play the piano? Where did the chaotic piano sound go? Xiaoju next to her suddenly said, "Miss, I found Princess Onping." Tan Lingyin's slender fingers lightly hooked the strings of the zither, and her eyes met Xie Jingheng. The man was leaning on the couch, holding a glass of fruit wine in his hand, and looking at her with his thin lips slightly curled. The look in his eyes seemed to be admiration, but more like a hunter. Tan Lingyin could tell that this guy must have a lot of dirty stuff in his head. She turned her eyes away and ignored him, but her eyes saw Tan Xinghua getting up and leaving the table, followed by Tan Qianzi's maid Xiaoju. Tan Lingyin narrowed her eyes slightly and noticed that Tan Qianzi also stood up and left. She glanced at 7-Up, hoping that the 2 maids would understand what she meant. 7-Up looked at her and didn't understand what she meant, but started smiling and waving. Everyone's eyes were focused on Tan Lingyin, and no one noticed that a few people were missing from the banquet. The piano sounds were clanging, and the sudden acceleration of the sound was like thousands of soldiers fighting to the extreme on the battlefield, and everyone began to tense up. Tan Lingyin suddenly stopped and pressed down the ringing strings with both hands. Everyone suddenly came back to their senses and saw that she had stood up. The princess was still a little reluctant to speak, and before she could even applaud, she heard Tan Lingyin say, "Aunt, I drank too much tea. I'll be back soon. Okay. Go soon and come back soon." The eldest princess responded with a smile, still immersed in the music of the piano. Tan Lingyin hooked her finger at Xie Jingheng, and the man immediately grabbed her hand and left together. "Zhuiyun, go find Tan Xinghua immediately. No matter what he is doing, bring him to me immediately," Tan Lingyin ordered coldly. "Zhu Feng, go find Tan Qianzi and see what she is doing. There are also experts in the princess's mansion, but there should be no shadow guards. Shadow guards need to be carefully trained from childhood. As a woman, the eldest princess has no chance to train shadow guards. At most, the emperor will assign her a few shadow guards to protect her, but the eldest princess probably won't accept it because the emperor sends people over to monitor her." Tan Lingyin didn't think twice and took Xie Jingheng towards the west garden. "What's wrong?" Xie Jingheng didn't know what she was doing in Shiyuan. Tan Lingyin grabbed his hand a little hard. Her voice was very nervous. My brother is missing. I don't know what bad things Tan Qianzi has done. Although she was playing the piano, the position of the piano stand made it convenient for her to pay attention to everyone's movements, so she also noticed the vicious look that flashed across Tan Qianzi's face. After entering the West Garden, Zhui Yunzheng and a shadow guard were dragging Tan Qingyue outside. Tan Qingyue's face flushed, and his clothes were a little messy. Zhu Feng came over at this time and said, Tan Qianzi has returned to the banquet. Tan Lingyin's eyes flashed with murderous intent. I know. In front of several people, she took out several silver needles and stabbed them into several acupuncture points on Tan Qingyue's neck and behind his ears. Brother, wake up. After a few silver needles were inserted, Tan Qingyue suddenly opened his eyes. He was breathing heavily, and his eyes slowly focused. Sister, Prince. He saw the person in front of him clearly and said in panic, Princess Onping, it's Princess Onping inside. Brother, don't panic. Tan Lingyin took out the silver needles one by one and said to Qi Shi Kok, hurry up and tidy up his clothes. In just a moment, Tan Qingyue's clothes were neatly arranged. Tan Lingyin pulled Tan Qingyue's hand over and pricked his little finger. Tan Qingyue cried out in pain and saw a drop of dirty blood seeping out. Qi Shi quickly wiped it clean with a handkerchief. A shadow guard suddenly appeared and said, people from the princess's mansion are coming this way. Tan Lingyin immediately put away the silver needle and pulled Tan Qingyue out. Let's get out of here quickly. Go this way. Xie Jingheng pointed in a direction and led them there. The group quickly disappeared, and people from the princess's mansion rushed over and entered the West Garden. Tan Qingyue's face looked a little bad, and he was in a tense state. Tan Qianzi asked me to tell her something, and I thought she was my cousin, so I came to listen to what she had to say. Tan Qingyue's eyes were still red, and his voice was a little hoarse, but when I entered the room, I saw Princess Onping lying on the ground. I smelled a fragrance and instantly lost my mind. If Shueyin hadn't arrived, I'm afraid something big would have happened. Tan Lingyin took out a mint mustard candy from and said, Brother, open your mouth. Tan Qingyue opened his mouth obediently, and instantly a refreshing feeling rushed straight to his forehead, causing him to gasp, hiss. He pinched his brows, his face a little painful. What is this? Tan Lingyin patted his arm. Are you awake? She couldn't stand the taste of mustard even if she occasionally ate it, let alone Tan Qingyue who had never eaten it before. Wake up, wake up. Tan Qingyue was not only awake but his face also turned a little pale. Go back to the banquet, Tan Lingyin said in a calm voice. The group returned to the banquet. Tan Qianzi noticed that Tan Qingyue was safe and sound, and hurriedly lowered her head in panic. Her actions did not escape Tan Lingyin's eyes. Tan Qingyue returned to the men's seats and sat next to Feng Jingyu. He quickly picked up the herbal tea on the table and took a few sips. What's wrong? Where did you go just now? Feng Jingyu asked with concern when he saw that he didn't look well. I didn't go anywhere. I just went out to get some fresh air. Tan Qingyue finally recovered. Feng Jingyu said excitedly. It's a pity that you didn't hear Xiao Linger's piano playing. It made my blood boil. I couldn't wait to return to the barracks and kill the enemy. Well, my sister is really amazing. Tan Qingyue looked towards the female guests, and his eyes fell on Tan Qianzi's face. This cousin really disappointed him, and he must tell his family about it when he gets home. The nanny beside the eldest princess whispered something in her ear, and the eldest princess's face suddenly changed. She turned to look at Xie Jingheng beside her and asked softly, did anything happen when you went to Shiyuan earlier? Xie Jingheng put the wine glass on the table, looked at her with narrow eyes, and said in a cold voice, Since Aunt knows, I hope you can discipline her well in the future. With so many people present, he did not mention Hua Pingting's name out of consideration for the eldest princess's face. The eldest princess' face turned pale, and she tightly clenched the golden armor on her little finger. She was silent for a long time, then suddenly stood up and said, Today's banquet ends here. The prize will be delivered to you. I am tired. The nanny helped her turn and leave. Everyone felt a little puzzled, but they didn't dare to ask what was going on. A maid brought up the prizes, and Tan Lingyin got 4 of them. There are 4 sets of head jewelry, which are finely crafted and all have pearls wrapped around gold threads, which are very suitable for little girls to wear. Luo Qingqing said beside her. So beautiful. Princess Heng is really amazing. She has won all the prizes for the female guests. Seeing her eyes sparkling, Tan Lingyin handed her a set directly and said, I'll give you one. That's great. I like it very much. Luo Qingqing was very excited and quickly took it with both hands. Everyone who saw it was envious. Tan Lingyin smiled and said, As long as you like it. There were 3 dukes in the Zhou dynasty, namely the Prime Minister, the General, and the Chief Censor. Among these 3 people, the Grand Censor has the lowest status, but he is also respected by all officials. However, the Prime Minister and the Chief Censor complement each other in government affairs, so the Chief Censor can be considered as half an assistant to the Prime Minister. It's not a bad thing for her to make friends with Luo Qingqing. Tan Qingyue and Feng Jingyu came over, and Tan Lingyin said, Let's go back to Prince Heng's mansion together. Xie Jingheng nodded slightly at the two of them, took Tan Lingyin's hand, and walked forward. 3 carriages arrived at the gate of Prince Heng's mansion one after another. In the living room, the 3 of them sat down. Tan Lingyin looked at Tan Qingyue. Brother, what do you think of what happened today? Tan Qingyue gripped the armrest of the chair tightly and said in a cold voice, I will tell my parents about this when I go back and ask them to keep their distance from my second uncle in the future. Tan Lingyin asked, What else? And you made a bet with Tan Qianzi. She will never be able to enter the Prime Minister's mansion again. This time, Tan Qingyue really saw Tan Qianzi's true face. Tan Lingyin's lips curled up slightly. Brother, you forgot the most important thing. You must emphasize this to Grandma. Father and mother cannot prevail against Grandma. You must make Grandma disappointed in Tan Qianzi. You're right. It's time for me to give my grandmother some sympathy. Tan Qingyue's handsome face was slightly cold, his eyes narrowed, and no one knew what he was thinking. What happened? Tell your cousin. Feng Jingyu couldn't sit still because he knew nothing. Tan Qingyue cleared his throat and told Tan Qianzi that she had deliberately taken him to see Princess Onfeng. Feng Jingyu was so angry that he slapped the armrest. How can this be? How can a cousin frame her cousin like this? This Tan Qianzi is so despicable. Qingyue, don't worry. I will go back to the Prime Minister's mansion with you tonight. I must talk to my aunt and uncle in front of them. Tan Qingyue nodded. Thank you, cousin. He was also afraid that if he told others, his parents wouldn't believe him. Tan Lingyin also said, Don't be afraid. I will go home tomorrow and explain this matter to my grandmother. I will cut off all ties with my second uncle's family from now on. Tan Qingyue nodded. Feng Jingyu on the other side was staring at Xie Jingheng with excitement flashing in his eyes. This is the god of war of the great Zhou dynasty. He is the same age as him, but he has made great military achievements. He is a figure that the enemy troops at the border are afraid of. Xie Jingheng glanced at him sideways, his eyebrows raised slightly, somewhat uncomfortable being stared at by a man like this. Tan Lingyin said, Cousin, didn't you say that you have a good friend who admires King Heng? Do you need him to write a letter or something? There's no need to write a letter. It's enough for you to see me. Feng Jingyu said with a smile, his ears turning red. Cousin, I think the friend you are talking about is you, right? Tan Lingyin's lips were slightly curled, and her beautiful phoenix eyes stared straight at him. Feng Jingyu scratched his head in embarrassment. Hey, cousin, can't you save some face for your cousin? Feng Jingyu stood up and strode to Xie Jingheng, clasped his fists and said, Feng Jingyu from the Shuzhou military camp. Hello to the god of war. Xie Jingheng raised his hand and said, Please sit down. Is Shuzhou peaceful recently? After Feng Jingyu sat down, he said, typing, Shuzhou is easy to defend but difficult to attack. Those enemy troops that sneaked in quietly were unable to break through our defense line. That's good. I'll go to Shuzhou when I have time. Xie Jingheng's focus is on the border. After all, that is where wars occur all year round. Shuzhou is just close to the border, and sometimes some tribes from the northwest would invade, but nothing major had ever happened. Feng Jingyu said excitedly, That's great. When the brothers in the barracks know you're coming, they will definitely line the streets to welcome you. We all admire the god of war. Xie Jingheng chuckled. Cousin, you are too kind. Being praised by Xiao Linger's relatives gave him a special feeling. It is even more comfortable than being welcomed by the people on their knees. The three of them talked for a while, and Tan Qingyue was in a hurry to go home. So Feng Jingyu had to follow him. Xie Jingheng grabbed Tan Lingyin's hand and saw that her delicate fingertips were a little red. He asked distressfully, "Did you get hurt while playing the piano?" "It's okay. I just haven't played the piano for a long time." Tan Lingyin didn't take it to heart. She was thinking about her grandmother. "I'll go back tomorrow. How about you?" "If I accompany you, what I say will be more convincing." Xie Jingheng held her little hand and kissed it on his lips. Tan Lingyi nodded, then suddenly thought of something, pulled her hand back and asked, "What's going on between you and that Princess Anping?" Xie Jingheng's dark eyes were tinged with worry, and he said anxiously, "Linger, I didn't touch her. It was Zhuai Yun who knocked her out. I'm not talking about that." "I mean, you already knew that she liked you? Did the princess intend to bring you together?" Xie Jingheng chuckled helplessly. "My dear Linger, I have no interest in this cousin. The eldest princess dotes on Hua Pingding too much. She had this intention, but I rejected it." Tan Lingyin snorted softly. "Since you knew she wanted to bring you and Hua Pingding together, why did you still dare to go to the banquet? Why, do you want to fall into her trap? Jiao Jiao, do you know what you look like now?" Xie Jingheng saw her and brought her to him and put her on his lap, his black eyes smiling as he looked at her angry little face. "Like you, Dad." Tan Lingyin wanted to swear, but luckily, she held herself back. "Like a jealous little fox, so beautiful and delicate." Xie Jingheng raised his hand and pinched her little face, holding her chin with his long fingers to make her look at him. "Be good. I went there today because I was worried about you. I won't go to the princess's mansion anymore, okay?" Tan Lingyin pouted her lips and said angrily, "If you didn't have martial arts skills and were really affected by Hua Pingting's scent and did something, I would definitely divorce you. Why are you talking about this again? I have always been very careful in this regard. Don't worry, I will not fall into a woman's trap even if I am poisoned." Xie Jingheng's eyes darkened, and he pinched her pretty chin and kissed her. Tan Lingyin's chin was pinched open by him, and her pink lips opened. The man's thin lips carried the aroma of residual fruit wine, slightly spicy, but also sweet. The hot and wet tongue wrapped around hers, lingering and tender. The fruity aroma in her mouth was permeated by the aroma of the wine he stirred, as if Tan Lingyin had also drunk the fruit wine, sweet and delicious. She whimpered, only for the man to press deeper. Xie Jingheng kissed her on the lips and said in a hoarse voice, "Jiao Jiao, I like you to be jealous, but I don't want you to be jealous and sad." Isn't it contradictory? His hot breath was against her ear, and the ambiguous ending sound blew into Tan Lingyin's ears, trying to please her very much. There are some contradictions. Tan Lingyin thought for a while, and said. She pounded the man's shoulder with her small hand and said softly, "Don't make me jealous from now on. If you make me jealous again, I'll punish you to go out and sleep. If I don't calm down, you will never be able to sleep on my bed." Xie Jingheng. This punishment is a bit too severe. Seeing the beauty's unhappy expression, he quickly agreed. "Okay, I won't let you get jealous in the future, but if someone keeps instigating, I can't always be on guard. Can Linger stop talking about divorce all the time? Just ask me if you have anything to ask, okay?" Tan Lingyi nodded. "Okay, if this happens again, you take the initiative to explain it to me so that I won't get angry." "Okay." Xie Jingheng agreed without hesitation. It was getting late, so he picked the person up and carried him back to the room. Tan Lingyin was thrown on the couch, her misty phoenix eyes sparkling with watery light. "My goodness, you're so beautiful that my heart is melting." Xie Jingheng's eyes were filled with love. Prime Minister's Mansion. Tan Qingyue and Feng Jingyu told each other what happened at today's banquet. Tan Yushan and Feng's faces were filled with anger. Tan Yushan said with a serious expression, "I must tell your grandmother about this, but her body cannot stand the stimulation, so I must talk to her carefully." Feng also said softly, "Yes, your grandmother said she was depressed every time she mentioned Qianzi being beaten. Your father and I were worried that she would get sick. Now that this incident has happened again, I'm afraid she won't be able to bear it." Tan Qingyue clenched his fists and said in a deep voice, "I can't keep it a secret from my grandmother. Tan Qianzi is plotting against me like this. I can't let it go." Feng sighed softly. "Your grandmother has had a hard life. She helped take care of the children when she was young. Let her enjoy a peaceful life when she is old. She truly admires and loves her mother-in-law and treats her like her own mother. Feng Jingyu frowned and said, Aunt, you can't let Qingyue be bullied for nothing. If he really offends Princess Onfing today, even Prince Heng's mansion will have trouble protecting him. That's right. Tan Yushan spoke, patting Tan Qingyue's shoulder with his big hand. Son, your father will tell your grandmother that we will cut off all contact with your second uncle's family from now on. He stood up to leave, but Feng held his hand. Master, Madam, I know what you are thinking. As a daughter-in-law, you really can't be so aggressive. Let me take care of this matter. Tan Yushan dotes on his wife and is filial to his mother. He has been juggling between his wife and mother for so many years, taking their feelings into consideration. He knew that if the other person was his wife's mother, his wife would definitely tell him without hesitation, but she was his daughter-in-law now, so it was normal for her to have some concerns. Master, I'll go with you. Foam held his big hand tightly, stood up and stood shoulder to shoulder with him. Qingyue is our child. I'll go with you to tell him. Let's go too. Tan Qingyue stood up. Feng Jingyu coughed lightly and said, I won't go. I'm an outsider. Cousin, come with me and give me courage. Tan Qingyue grabbed him, without hesitation. Feng Jingyu had no choice but to say, okay. It was already late, and Madame Tan had already gone to bed, but she had not yet rested and was embroidering a handkerchief. Her mother's family is a famous cloth merchant in Suzhou, so she has been interested in embroidery since she was a child. Children like Tan Lingyin liked the handkerchiefs she embroidered, and when they were young, they watched their grandmother embroider handkerchiefs with their eyes wide open. Madam, the master and the mistress are here. The nanny came over and said. The old lady immediately handed her the handkerchief in her hand and said, Put it away quickly, don't let them see it. Tan Yushan strode in and saw the nanny tidying up the sewing basket. Mother, you are embroidering by the lamp again. Didn't I tell you that it is bad for your eyes? He sounded helpless, but did not dare to blame her too much. Madame Tan smiled and said, Jiao Jiao went to Prince Heng's mansion, and I thought of embroidering 2 more handkerchiefs for her. If Jiao Jiao knew that you embroidered this while away from home, she would be embarrassed to accept it. Tan Yushan sat down beside the bed and pressed the corner of the quilt for her with his big hands. Foam also came over and took Madame Tan's hand to look at it. The light is not bright, but luckily you didn't prick your hand. If you want to embroider in the future, do it during the day. I'll come over and embroider with you. Okay, I'll listen to you. Madame Tan took Feng's hand and asked with a smile, Why did you think of coming to see me so late? Foam pursed her lips and said nothing, then raised her eyes to look at Tan Yushan. Tan Yushan said solemnly, Mother, I have something to tell you today, but you must promise not to lose your temper and keep your mind calm. Madame Tan's expression changed slightly. You tell me, I can still bear it. Today, Qingyue went to attend the eldest princess's lotus viewing banquet and was plotted against. Tan Yushan cleverly did not elaborate and watched Madame Tan's reaction. Madame Tan frowned immediately and said seriously, Who harmed my grandson? Let me first tell you in detail what happened. At the banquet, Qingyue was told that they were going to meet in the small courtyard of the princess's mansion to talk for a few words. Tan Yushan began to tell the story. Until he finished telling the whole story, he did not say that the person was Tan Qianzi. Madame Tan frowned upon hearing this and slapped the quilt with her hands. How can this be? If Qingyue flirts with Princess Onfing, it will be a serious crime. Then you, the Prime Minister, will also be implicated. If the princess is so cruel as to not let Princess Onfing marry us, our whole family may be exiled. Princess Onfing is of royal blood, so the emperor will certainly favor her. Tan Yushan added, Actually, I'm not afraid. Jiao Jia is Princess Heng. Nonsense. How can you be the Prime Minister? You still want to drag Jiao Jiao into this. Do you think you can be a father like this? Old Madame Tan slapped Tan Yushan on the body. The old lady was quite strong, and the muffled sound was particularly clear. Foam took her hand and said softly, Mother, don't blame Yushan. He didn't want to embarrass that person. Madame Tan frowned. Who is it? Who is that person? He has framed my grandson like this, and you are still protecting him. Tan Yushan said, It's Tan Qianzi. Madame Tan's eyes widened instantly, and she unconsciously tightened her grip on Feng's hand. Yes, it's Qianzi. Her old face suddenly looked a little deflated, her cloudy eyes became moist, and her breathing became rapid. She breathed heavily, and her face turned pale. "Get the medicine quickly," Tan Yushan said hurriedly. Mammy mixed the powder and water, and Tan Yushan took it and handed the bowl over. "Mother, take the medicine quickly." Madame Tan breathed rapidly, took 2 sips between breaths, and gradually calmed down. She drank all the medicine in the bowl. Her eyes were red. How could this happen? Could it be a misunderstanding? She looked at Tan Qingyue. "Qingyue, tell Grandma. Is it that Qianzi doesn't know about this, or did you go to the wrong place?" "Grandma, I didn't go to the wrong place. She must know where Princess Onfing is. Otherwise, why would she choose West Garden when the princess's mansion is so big?" Tan Qingyue squatted down beside the bed and held the hand that her grandmother extended. Madame Tan looked unhappy. She opened her mouth to speak for Tan Qianzi, but she didn't know what to say. How could Qianzi do this? "You are all family. Grandmother, I have something else to tell you." At today's banquet, Tan Qianzi kept making things difficult for Jiao Jiao, even accusing her of copying her poems, and almost got Jiao Jiao punished by the princess. Madame Tan frowned. How dare Qianzi? Jiao Jiao is Princess Heng. What is there for her to be afraid of? She even dared to instigate Jiao Jiao to escape from her marriage, and wanted to marry into Prince Heng's mansion in Jiao Jiao's place. She is capable of anything. Tan Qingyue only learned about this today. When he talked about this, Feng Jingyu was also present. Encouraging Jiao Jiao to escape the marriage? What a sin! Old Madame Tan was instantly panicked. If Tan Lingyin really ran away from the marriage, the entire Prime Minister's mansion would not be able to withstand the wrath of the royal family. "Grandma, don't blindly believe Tan Qianzi. Her nature is definitely not as simple as it seems," Tan Qingyue said in a cold voice. Feng Jingyu interrupted. Indeed, Jiao Jiao was embarrassed several times today, and it was Tan Qianzi who instigated everyone to make trouble. Madame Tan then looked at Feng Jingyu. "Jingyu is here. You also went to the banquet." Yes, Tan Qianzi knew that Jiao Jiao was not good at playing the piano, but still forced her to play the piano. Feng Jingyu also disliked Tan Qianzi from the bottom of his heart. Madame Tan burst into tears and said in a trembling voice, "What a sin! How did Qianzi become like this?" Tan Yushan said, "Mother, Tan Qianzi had been telling Prince Heng that Jiao Jiao had run away from her marriage, and we didn't bother with her for your sake. But this time, Qingyue was almost framed by her again, and Qingyue is about to take the imperial examination. Do you want to see his 18 years of hard study go to waste? No, no, no. Qingyue is going to be the top scorer, and his fate must not be ruined." Old Madame Tan was quite sensible. After all, she knew that her grandson liked to study. "Mother, I have just made a decision. Whether you agree or not, I have decided to cut off contact with my second brother's family and will no longer provide them with financial support." Tan Yushan looked at his mother's face and saw that she did not refute him, so he continued, "In the future, you can't give them money without my knowledge. I will send someone to monitor your spending. Don't blame your son for being cruel, Yushan. He is your second brother after all." Old Madame Tan knew that her second and third sons were incompetent, so she always asked her eldest son to support them. "My second brother's daughter almost ruined my daughter and son. I am the Prime Minister. How can I be controlled by them?" Tan Yushan stood up suddenly. His expression became stern. He snorted coldly. "From now on, my second brother and his family are not allowed to come to the Prime Minister's mansion again, lest they harm my children behind my back." After saying that, he flicked his sleeves and left. Even his back was filled with anger. Old Madame Tan was so anxious that she wiped her tears. Looking at Tan Qingyue, who was squatting beside the bed, she didn't know how to say anything nice. "Old man, you left early. If you were still alive, would you be able to discipline these children?" Foam comforted her gently. "Mother, don't blame Yushan. Qingyue is about to take the imperial examination and can't delay. I know, Yuyan, you go back and accompany Yushan. I will be alone." Feng's name is Feng Yuyan, which matches Tan Yushan's name. Feng nodded, told Tan Qingyue and Feng Jingyu to leave, and before leaving, She told the nanny to keep a close eye on the old lady tonight and not let her get sick. It was late at night, and someone in Tan Mansion couldn't sleep all night. Tan Qianzi hasn't dared to tell her parents what happened today. These things were all her spur-of-the-moment ideas. She tossed and turned and couldn't sleep, so she put on her coat and went for a walk in the back garden. She was absorbed in thinking about how to tell her parents that she had offended Tan Qingyue and Tan Lingyin today. There was a sudden noise behind me. She quickly turned around and saw a figure staggering towards her. "Cousin." Tan Qianzi squinted her eyes and looked at him, then called out tentatively. Tan Zhenghao was drunk and was sobering up in the back garden. When he saw a girl coming over, he thought she was a maid and was about to attack her. When he heard the girl calling him cousin, he burped and said, Qianzi. With this figure, she couldn't possibly be the illegitimate daughter of the second uncle. She must be the pampered Tan Qianzi. "Brother, it's me." Tan Qianzi took a step back, covered her nose, and said, "You drank so much again." Tan Zhenghao is the first legitimate grandson of the Tan family. He is already 20 years old this year. He has several maids and a concubine. "Why, do you dislike your cousin too?" Tan Zhenghao saw her take a few steps back, then he staggered over and said, "Come here." He stretched out his hand fiercely and insisted that Tan Qianzi support him and walk. Tan Qianzi frowned, looking down on this lazy drunkard cousin, and said directly, "I'm sleepy. I'm going to go back and rest first." "Did I let you go?" Tan Zhenghao yelled, staggered over, and directly grabbed Tan Qianzi's arm. "Help me go back and rest." He reeked of alcohol. Tan Qianzi frowned and tried to shake him off, but he grabbed her sleeve tightly. The sound of sizzling was particularly clear in the quiet back garden. Tan Zhenghao's eyes were wide open, staring at the white and tender skin under the belly band, and he seemed to be sobering up a lot. Tan Qianzi screamed in fright and quickly pulled up her coat to cover her private parts. "Qianzi, this thing of yours is quite white." Tan Zhenghao couldn't even speak straight and reached out to touch the belly band. "Cousin."
I'm Qianzi."
"Stop it." Tan Qianzi was so scared that her eyes turned red. Her chest was suddenly pinched with a force she couldn't bear. She let out a hum, but it sounded like seduction to Tan Zhenghao's ears. "Qianzi, I didn't expect that you could sound so beautiful when you scream." Tan Zhenghao was actually too drunk, but he was just greedy. "I'm envious of this white body." He pulled her over, kneaded her vigorously with his big hands, and said in a vulgar tone, "You came to the back garden so late. Didn't you just want to find me? No, let me go." Tan Qianzi suddenly found that she was shamefully enjoying it, but she looked down on Tan Zhenghao, a loser. "Haha, how about I do it to you here tonight?" Tan Zhenghao didn't care about his cousin. She was not his biological sister. What's more, Tan Qianzi seldom interacted with him on weekdays. Living in the Tan Mansion, he could hardly see her once a day. To him, this is a woman. Tan Qianzi gasped for breath, but didn't dare to scream, for fear that someone would see this scene. Although she and Murong Lingyun had done some embarrassing things, Murong Lingyun was at least good-looking and not her cousin. With the force on her chest, she suddenly felt her coming, and her legs went limp. "Cousin, please forgive me. I will never disturb you drinking again," she cried with tears in her eyes, fearing that Tan Zhenghao would be a bad person. Tan Zhenghao laughed and lowered his head to bite her mouth. "2 kisses, I'll spare you." He drank some wine, and he didn't know if there was any vomit in it, but it smelled so bad that Tan Qianzi almost vomited. Tan Qianzi covered her body with her coat, hurried back to her yard, and closed the door. Only then did she feel alive again. The spots on his chest were actually caused by that beast. Her mouth was also swollen. Darn Tan Zhenghao. She must kill him. He actually disregarded human ethics. He is not a human being at all. He is worse than an animal. Fortunately, he didn't dare to continue. Otherwise, how could she get married and enter Prince Heng's palace in the future? Tan Zhenghao didn't get his problem solved, so he went back to his concubine's room. The next day, Tan Lingyin rejected Xie Jingheng's kiss in the carriage. "Don't make trouble. I have something important to do when I go back today." "It's not a big deal. I have my husband here." Xie Jingheng held her slender waist and kissed her cheek with his thin lips. "I apologize for making you unhappy last night." "Shut up." Don't say anything. Tan Lingyin's ears turned red, and she tilted her neck to try to hide, but the man hooked his waist and hugged her. He leaned over to kiss her, but the carriage was small, and Tan Lingyin had nowhere to hide. The carriage moved slowly, and the man's kisses became more and more excessive, already biting and nibbling on her white neck. Stop it. Tan Lingyin pushed his face with her soft little hand, and he caught it and kissed her. I won't bother you anymore. Don't be angry. Xie Jingheng was afraid that she was really angry, so he smiled and took her little hand to play with it. Zhueyin said outside, Prince and Princess, please get out of the car. Madame Tan did not sleep well last night, and she was not in good spirits when she woke up today. When she heard that Prince Hung was coming, she hurriedly helped the nanny to the front yard. Feng Jingyu returned to the general's mansion last night and did not show up today. After all, it is the Tan family's business. He is just Feng's nephew and cannot interfere in these things. Tan Lingyin got straight to the point and said, Grandma, you already know what happened yesterday, right? Madame Tan whispered, I see. Jiao Jiao, you weren't injured yesterday, were you? I'm fine. It's mainly my brother who almost had his future ruined. Tan Lingyin's voice was calm, but it carried the majesty of a superior. His biggest wish is to be the top scorer in high school. If he really falls into Tan Qianzi's trap, he will have a demon in his heart and it will be difficult for him to get into high school in the future. In order to prepare for the imperial examinations, Tan Qingyuan never married, and he didn't even have a maid. He was worried that love would affect his studies, so he always kept himself chaste. Madame Tan knew her grandson's ambitions and supported him very much. She really didn't want him to be ruined. She sighed, Jiao Jiao, I will teach Qianzi a lesson, but your father actually wants to cut off contact with your second uncle's family. Grandma, how are you going to teach Tan Qianzi a lesson? Are you going to give her a verbal lesson, or will you give her 30 lashes like I did? Tan Lingyin's lips curved. She didn't hate this grandmother. She just hoped to make the old lady wake up. Madame Tan was speechless. Of course, she could only give verbal warnings and was reluctant to take any physical action. You are old, and we all hope that you can stay healthy and live a long life. Tan Lingyin said slowly, my father has been working hard for so many years and finally became the prime minister. Only then can my second and third uncles have the carefree life they have now. Now Tan Qianzi is not grateful for his kindness, and she is so vicious. Grandmother, if you don't agree with my father's decision, why don't I ask him to resign and leave the holy city? It's better than living here and being framed by villains. When Madame Tan heard this, she panicked and said hurriedly, Jiao Jiao, don't be impulsive. Your father is the prime minister. How can you just resign like that? Jiao Jiao, Grandma knows that you have all been wronged. Grandma promises you that she will not help your second uncle's family anymore and will not let them come to the prime minister's mansion again, okay? Tan Lingyin immediately smiled. She walked to old Madame Tan and held her skinny hand. Grandma, thank you for understanding us. I can't imagine what my brother would have done to Princess Onping. I would not be able to be the princess of Hung anymore. Be good, Jiao Jiao. Grandmother dotes on Qianzi too much. You and His Royal Highness Prince Hung must be fine. Don't let other people's affairs affect your own lives. Old Madame Tan also knew that she could not control Tan Qianzi. After all, this matter was really too much. Tan Yushan immediately announced something and even posted a notice directly in front of the Prime Minister's mansion. From today on, the Prime Minister's office and Tan Suishan's family have severed all ties. The affairs of Tan Suishan's family have nothing to do with the Prime Minister's office. Tan Yushan, his Prime Minister's seal was also stamped on it, which showed that he had really made up his mind.
Ouch.
The Prime Minister's mansion has actually severed ties with Mr. Tan heir. Are brothers turning against each other? I don't know how Mr. Tan offended the Prime Minister. The Prime Minister is easygoing, but he is a good official in my heart. Second Master Tan has no real ability. He has been sucking the blood of the Prime Minister's mansion all day long. He deserves what he gets now. If you ask me, the Prime Minister should have done this a long time ago. That's right. It's understandable that he supports Madame Tan, but why does he also support two younger brothers? So many people. All of them are making money from the Prime Minister's mansion. Let me tell you, the last time Mr. Tan went out to drink, he said he would put the bill on file with Prime Minister Tan. I heard it with my own ears. How disgusting. What brother? He's just a blood-sucking worm. Support Prime Minister Tan and support the breakup of brothers. When the Tan mansion received the news, it was the servant at the door who heard it from the common people. Tan Suishan frowned and paced back and forth in the room. What's going on? Why did my brother suddenly go crazy and break off all ties with me? Tan Qianzi sat there, tightly pinching her skirt, biting her lips and not daring to speak. Qianzi, Wang suddenly called her. I'm sorry, it's all my fault. Tan Qianzi was so scared that she immediately knelt on the ground and cried, It's all my fault. I offended them. Tan Suishan frowned and scolded, What did you do, you darn girl? He has only this one legitimate daughter. If it weren't for her beauty and the potential for her to marry into the rich and powerful in the future, he would have married her off long ago. I tripped up Tan Xinghua yesterday, causing him to almost attack Princess Anping. But it was just a little bit. He almost lost his reputation. Who told him to help Tan Lingyin bully me? Whoa, it was them, the siblings, who bullied me first. Tan Qianzi tearfully recounted what she had done. It's just that I didn't expect to miscalculate. If only I hadn't failed. In fact, she had been secretly paying attention to Princess Anping for a long time. When Xie Jingheng went to change clothes, she found that Princess Anping had also left, so she immediately asked Xiaoju to follow her. Xiaoju hid in the dark and watched quietly. She saw Princess Anping enter the West Garden and never come out. After that, Xie Jingheng and Tan Lingyin left. Xiaoju went in to take a peek and smelled the charming fragrance of Princess Anping. Afterwards, Tan Xinghua spoke for Tan Lingyin and said that she would never be allowed to enter the Prime Minister's mansion again. Only then did she become anxious and thought of taking Tan Xinghua to the West Garden. After listening to this, Tan Suishan raised his hand and slapped Tan Qianzi in the face. You rebellious girl. You don't have the ability to do it perfectly, yet you dare to play this trick. Tan Qianzi fell to the ground after being slapped, and the injuries on her waist and hips were affected again. She had not fully recovered from the beating she had received previously, and she had been going out frequently recently, which caused her buttocks to hurt whenever she twisted her waist slightly or sat down. Whoa, father, I know I was wrong. Please don't hit me. She quickly knelt down and kowtowed to Tan Suishan, hoping to calm him down. Tan Suishan was so angry that he raised his foot to kick her, but Wang rushed over and said, Master, don't hit the child. She is still injured. She's injured but still goes out to cause trouble for me. Why doesn't she just die? Tan Suishan was so angry that he cursed without thinking. Tan Qianzi bit her lower lip hard, tears falling one by one. Fathers are like this. They have no ability themselves, but they always hope that their children can become successful. Without a father who holds a high position in government, how can she be a successful person? Tan Suishan kicked Wang and angrily scolded, You mediocre woman. This is the daughter you raised. Do you know how much I have taken advantage of you over the years by relying on the title of Tan Yushan's younger brother? If I cut off my relationship with the Prime Minister's mansion in the future, what will those people in the Ministry of Personnel do to me? Two loser women. Wang knew that he was really angry, so she knelt down and hugged his legs. Master, calm down. Let's go to our mother to plead for mercy. As long as she asks, Master will definitely withdraw the notice. She also knew that her husband had no ability. Without his brother, the Prime Minister, Tan Yushan, Tan Suishan would not have so many social circles and would probably become a nobody in the Ministry of Personnel. Tan Qianzi also cried and said, Grandma has always loved me. I will go and plead with her. She will definitely forgive me. Father, please don't beat me. Go now. Tan Suishan kicked Wang away and strode outside. Wang quickly helped Tan Qianzi up. My dear daughter, get up quickly. We will go and ask your grandmother for help now. The three of them came to the gate of the Prime Minister's mansion. Tan Suishan put on a smile and said to the gatekeeper, I am here to visit Madame Tan. I'm sorry, from today on, Tan Suishan and his family are not allowed to set foot in the Prime Minister's mansion. The servant glanced at the three of them and said disdainfully. Tan Suishan raised his eyebrows. pointed at the two men's noses and cursed. "Two lowly slaves. How dare you stop me? I am the son of Madame Tan. Why can't I go in, get lost?" As he said this, he pushed the two men and tried to force his way in. "Today I, the princess, will see who is so bold as to break into the Prime Minister's residence." The girl's cold voice sounded. The dark red door opened, and a bright and beautiful girl appeared before them. Beside her, a man put his big hands around her shoulders, with no expression on his handsome face. Tan Qianzi's face was still covered with tears. She rushed over and knelt down. "Princess, if you want to blame someone, blame me. Don't embarrass my parents. It's all my fault. You can hit me or scold me, but you must not hurt the harmony of our family. My grandmother is old. How can you sever the relationship with her? Please let us in to see Grandma, please." She knelt on the ground, her fair face covered with tear marks, and her choking sobs were heartbreaking. When the people around saw this scene, they all shook their heads and sighed, feeling that Tan Qianzi was somewhat pitiful. Tan Lingyin curled her lips and chuckled, her phoenix eyes full of contempt. "Tan Qianzi, you want to use this method to gain sympathy again, but unfortunately this time, you don't have a chance. Grandma, please come and drive them away yourself." The girl slightly turned sideways and helped old Madame Tan, who was behind the crowd, to walk over. Madame Tan's face was filled with sadness, and she looked much more haggard. She felt very distressed when she saw Tan Qianzi crying miserably, but when she thought of how Tan Xingyue was plotted against and her bright future was almost ruined, she didn't dare to feel sorry for her granddaughter. "Qianzi, you really went too far this time. You shouldn't have framed your cousin like that. Grandmother can't help you either. Don't come to the Prime Minister's mansion again." She sighed heavily and looked up at Tan Suishan. "Suishan, your eldest brother has always treated you well over the years. You should live your own lives from now on. I won't let your eldest brother help you anymore." Tan Suishan suddenly became anxious and knelt on the ground. "Mother, mother, my dear mother, don't you want me anymore?" He was a grown man, but he actually squeezed out 2 tears, looking as if he had suffered a great injustice. Madame Tan shook her head. "I am still your mother, but I am supported by your eldest brother. I will have no money to give you in the future. You should take care of yourself in the future." She closed her eyes in grief, took Tan Lingyin's hand and said, "Jiao Jiao, help Grandma go back to rest. Okay?" Tan Lingyin glanced coldly at Tan Suishan's family of 3 and helped old Madame Tan leave. Xie Jingheng raised his hand towards Zhueyun and Zhufeng. "Drive them away, or the noisy old lady won't be able to have peace and quiet." Zhueyun and Zhufeng immediately stepped forward, picked up Tan Suishan and threw him aside. "Go away. Don't get in the way in front of the Prime Minister's mansion." Tan Qianzi looked at Tan Xingyue and looked at him pleadingly. Cousin, please forgive me." Tan Xingyue snorted coldly, not wanting to pay attention to her, and walked away. He had been nice to Tan Qianzi in the past, but he didn't expect that she would plot against him like this. It is true that you can never judge a person by his appearance. The Tan family actually produced a maggot with the heart of a vicious snake and scorpion. The door of the Prime Minister's mansion slammed shut, blocking out Tan Suishan's shouts. The people around were all watching the fun with smiles on their faces. Originally, they thought that Tan Suishan's family was in trouble, but they didn't expect that Madame Tan said in person that they were not allowed to set foot in the Prime Minister's mansion again, and Tan Yushan and Tan Suishan actually severed their brotherhood. Although they didn't know the reason, they roughly guessed that it was because of Tan Qianzi. "I didn't expect that the seemingly weak little girl could force her uncle and father to sever their brotherhood. I don't know what heinous mistake she had made. It's really unlucky to have a daughter like this around. Maybe one day, I'll even lose my official hat." I don't know who said this, but it landed accurately in Tan Suishan's ears. Tan Suishan's gloomy gaze suddenly fell on Tan Qianzi. Then he turned to look at Wang, sneered, and strode away. "Mother, Father's eyes are so scary." Tan Qianzi was so scared that she hugged Wang's arm tightly. Wang comforted her. "Don't be afraid. Mother will protect you." That afternoon, Tan Suishan went straight to drink wine and planned to stay here overnight, so that he wouldn't be upset when he saw the mother and daughter when he got home. Unexpectedly, He heard an incredible piece of news from a hostess. Tan Lingyin was in a good mood today and was humming a song while taking a bath. Xie Jingheng stood outside the bathroom door, quietly listening to her singing inside. The sweet and cheerful voice coming out was a tune he had never heard before, and even the words she sang were unprecedentedly absurd. Why is it all about love? What is this song about commemorating a dead love and memories of more than 10 years? His handsome face darkened slightly. He pushed the door open and walked in, and asked in a cold voice, "Dead love? This king is not dead yet." His voice was cold, and his stern face was covered with a layer of frost. Tan Lingyin was startled by him and quickly sank into the bathtub. "I haven't finished bathing yet." Xie Jingheng strode to the edge of the bathtub, leaned over and grabbed her chin. "Who are you commemorating? Could it be Morong Lingyun?" His eyes were heavy and there were whirlpools in them, as if Tan Lingyin said a wrong word, a violent storm would sweep out. Tan Lingyin was stunned by the question. "What Morong Lingyun? I'm too lazy to pay tribute to him." She raised her hands to pry open the man's big hands, but her wet little hands tried to pry his slender fingers apart, but she couldn't. "Ouch, you hurt me." She acted coquettishly with grievance. Xie Jingheng pursed his lips slightly and released her chin, only to see 2 red marks on her fair chin, which were his fingerprints. "What are you crazy about?" Tan Lingyin looked at him angrily and raised her hand to splash water on him. The water droplets soaked the man's white pajamas and stuck to his abdominal muscles, and the faint traces of the bumps and depressions of his abdominal muscles could be immediately seen. Tan Lingyin stared at him with some shame, and for some reason, poured 2 handfuls of water on him. Now, the abdominal muscles are more clear. I have to say, the man has a really great figure. Xie Jingheng narrowed his narrow eyes slightly, untied the tie at his waist with one hand, and took off his wet pajamas directly. "If you want to see, I'll let you see enough." He stretched out his long legs and strode into the bathtub. "Jiao Jiao, what song did you just sing? Who were you commemorating?" "It's not a good song. I made it up myself." Tan Lingyin just sang a pop song from the interstellar world, and Xie Jingheng didn't recognize the singer. "Really? Jiao Jiao is really talented. Sing it again for me." Xie Jingheng's dark eyes captured her pretty face, his eyes dark. Tan Lingyin hit him and said, "I don't want to sing anymore." Xie Jingheng snorted coldly. "Sing, I want to hear what song it is." Tan Lingyin reluctantly began to hum. "Time flies, why don't we meet again?" After singing a few lines, I felt that Xie Jingheng's eyes became even more unhappy. "Husband, I don't want to sing anymore." Perhaps the lyrics touched Xie Jingheng's liking. As soon as she sang, he felt that the sentence had a deep meaning. She simply stopped singing. Xie Jingheng raised his eyebrows slightly and said in a hoarse voice, "Are you sure it's not a memorial for someone?" "Absolutely not. I'll compose another song for you." Tan Lingyin immediately searched for the lyrics in her mind and sang in a delicate voice, "I like your gentle smile. I like your warm embrace." She hummed softly, and Xie Jingheng's handsome face was reflected in her wet phoenix eyes. Xie Jingheng raised his eyebrows and chuckled. "Is this the one singing?" "Yes, I like it. Sing it to me often in the future." Xie Jingheng looked at her with a smile, his eyes full of tenderness. At some point, the man's white trousers were hanging on the edge of the bathtub, wet. Ripples spread out on the surface of the bathtub, without any rhythm and as rapid as the surging waves. "Fairy, keep singing. If you sing well, I will spare you," Xie Jingheng said in a low and hoarse voice. His narrow eyes were red, especially the corners of his eyes, which were as red as if burned by fire. Strong love was intertwined in his eyes, which made Tan Lingyin's heart tremble at the sight of it. Tan Lingyin tried to breathe steadily and opened her mouth, but found that she had no way of singing the complete melody. "Woo-woo. I won't sing anymore. You're so mean." She scratched the man's chest with her little hands, leaving cat-claw-like scratches. Xie Jingheng seemed to feel no pain. The veins on his forehead bulged, and he pinched her waist with his big hands even harder, commanding in a hoarse voice, "Hold me tight." Tan Lingyin hugged his neck with her 2 slender arms. The corners of her eyes were wet and red, with tears hanging on her eyelashes, about to fall, looking pitiful. Xie Jingheng opened his thin lips slightly, his disordered breathing gradually calmed down, and his long, bony fingers gently wiped away the tears from the corners of her eyes. Jiao Jiao, you're crying again. Tan Lingyin's lips were bright red, and she bit his neck as soon as she opened her mouth. Woo woo, you are crazy. A madman who has no mercy on women. Well, I'm crazy, big devil, okay? I'm the big devil. Xie Jingheng couldn't help but chuckle, his Adam's apple rolling up and down. If you don't let go, the big devil will go crazy again. Humph. You must be tired from helping me bathe my princess. Tan Lingyin leaned on his shoulder and neck and ordered him angrily.
Ah.
Outside the door, Qixi and Coke were listening to the singing inside, and both found it novel. Cola, do you think the princess is amazing? Qixi sat next to Coke. Coke thought for a moment and nodded. Every time the princess wipes her face, she uses some strange bottles and jars that I have never seen before. Yes, yes, yes. And the princess's hair. Every time she squeezes out the water, she asks me to help her apply some kind of hair care oil. Qixi frowned. I've never seen anyone put oil on their hair. My hands always get greasy. But I have to say, it seems to be working. The princess' hair is getting better and better. Kayleigh chuckled. And the fragrance of the princess, I don't know what kind of flower it is. It's fragrant but not greasy. I want to stay by her side forever. As expected of a young lady who is pampered by the Prime Minister's family, the things she uses are different from us, Kayleigh said. And this song, don't you think it's strange? What tune is it? I've never heard it before. I think the princess must not be an ordinary person, Qixi said solemnly. She then asked, but the princess is really nice to us, what do you think? Kayleigh nodded. It's really good, that's what you said. Xie Jingheng agreed gently, and his big hand slid down her waist and touched her long legs as white as jade. Tan Lingyin suddenly regretted it, but her waist was sore, and she had no strength, so she had to bury her head in his shoulders and neck and urged him, I'm sleepy, hurry up and wash. Okay, I'll listen to you. The man's voice was low and slow, and his movements were quick. Tan Lingyin leaned on his shoulder and finished her bath in a daze. Xie Jingheng picked her up, wrapped them both in cotton cloth, and left the bathroom carrying her. Fortunately, there was no one outside. 7-Up had heard the noise and was standing outside the room. Xie Jingheng carried her back to the bedroom and wiped her hair with a cotton towel. Good girl, go to sleep first. I'll help you wipe your hair. Tan Lingyin closed her eyes and responded softly. She was already sleepy. Xie Jingheng stared at her sleeping face, and the anger in his stomach rose again. What a seductive witch. He gets angry when he sees her. 3 days later, a Taoist priest in simple clothes stopped at the gate of Tan Mansion. The Taoist stared at the plaque and asked the servant at the door, Excuse me, is there a girl around 16 years old in this mansion? The servant looked at him and thought he was a poor Taoist priest, so he drove him away impatiently. Go away, go beg somewhere else. It's unlucky, hey. You barbarians. I am a wandering Taoist priest. I am not a beggar. The old Taoist priest waved his sleeves in anger, acting like a master. The door opened, and a round-faced servant came out and said, Why are you asking about the young lady in our mansion? I have been observing the stars lately and found that there is a lucky star shining brightly in this direction. I have come to see who that lucky star is. The old Taoist stroked his beard, his eyes rolling around. You just need to tell me if there is a girl around 16 years old in the mansion. Yes, we have several legitimate and illegitimate daughters in our mansion. Which one are you looking for? The round-faced servant was very polite and nodded while speaking. The old Taoist snorted coldly and said in an unfathomable way, I must look at their faces before I can judge which girl will be blessed. The round-faced servant immediately bent down and made a gesture of invitation. Master, please come in. There were vendors selling vegetables in front of the Tan Mansion. When the old Taoist priest was driven away earlier, passers-by came to watch the fun. After hearing the words, good luck, they were now discussing it heatedly. Before long, the rumor that there was a lucky star in Tan Mansion spread. The old Taoist priest stayed in the Tan Mansion for a full half day and did not come out until after lunch. His face was flushed, and it was obvious that he had been drinking. The old Taoist priest was holding a wine gourd in his hand and walking unsteadily. A commoner came up to him and asked, "Who is the lucky star of Tanfu?" "A lucky star?"
Ha ha ha.
"It's more than just a lucky star." The old Taoist laughed while stroking his beard. "Master, please speak quickly." "Yeah. We're all waiting to hear it. Do you believe what I tell you?" The old Taoist priest asked drunkenly, hanging the wine gourd around his waist.
Sin.
"You are a Taoist priest. Although I don't know which Taoist temple he is from, he is a Taoist priest after all." The old Taoist priest said mysteriously, "A phoenix star has appeared in Tan Mansion." "Phoenix star? What star is that?" someone asked puzzled. "Feng Xing. You will be the empress in the future." The old Taoist said arrogantly, "I didn't expect that the daughter of Mr. Tanieri is actually the reincarnation of Feng Xing. This trip is worth it." Ha 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 ha. He walked out of the crowd laughing, his steps as light as a drunken immortal. The people turned to look at the gate of the Tan Mansion and gathered together to talk about gossip. "Oh my god. Tan Xianzi is actually the reincarnation of Feng Xing. This is incredible. Tan Xianzi is going to be the empress in the future. Wow, if that's the case, then whoever marries Tan Xianzi can become the emperor, right?" "You're not right. If I marry her, I can become the emperor?" "Impossible." "Yes, it must be the prince who married her. Whichever prince marries Tan Xianzi will inherit the throne." Just a few days ago, the Prime Minister's mansion severed its brotherly relationship with Tan Suishan's family. I didn't expect that Tan Suishan's legitimate daughter would become the reincarnation of Feng Xing. Do you think Prime Minister Tan will regret it? Alas, if Tan Xianzi becomes the queen in the future, Prime Minister Tan's family will suffer. Tan Xianzi is the reincarnation of Feng Xing. Tan Yushan's hand holding the teacup trembled a little. Isn't this nonsense? Feng Xing was obviously his precious daughter. How come she became Tan Xianzi? Feng also shook her head in confusion. But do you think this news is good or bad? If someone takes the place of Feng Xing's reincarnation, won't they be able to find our Jiao Jiao? Tan Yushan put down the teacup, nodded in agreement, and said, "What you said makes sense. The Queen and His Majesty are in love now, and His Majesty is in good health. If a phoenix star reincarnation suddenly appears, wouldn't it force His Majesty and the Queen to abdicate?" Feng held Tan Yushan's hand and said, "Anyway, the fact that Jiao Jiao is Feng Xing may not be a good thing. Let's not talk about it if we can. Anyway, Tan Xianzi, who is fake, can't become real. Madam is right. Our Jiao Jiao has already married King Heng. There is no need for her to use Feng Xing's name to elevate herself. Just let Tan Xianzi take it." Tan Yushan didn't care about it. He has always maintained a neutral position in the court, and Prince Heng has not had any actual military power in these years. He has the title of Prince God of War, but is not necessarily favored. It can be seen that His Majesty has no plan to let him succeed to the throne. If people knew that Jiao Jiao was Feng Xing, he, as her father-in-law, would have no choice but to get involved in the fight for the throne. Even if Prince Heng doesn't want to be emperor, the other princes will not let him and Jiao Jiao go. Prince Heng's mansion and the Prime Minister's mansion will definitely be involved in this fight for the throne. Now that Jiao Jiao is marrying Prince Heng, who has no chance of succeeding to the throne, it can be considered a blessing for the Prime Minister's mansion. After all, Tan Yushan has been immersed in officialdom for many years and has a clear understanding of the situation in the court. At Prince Heng's mansion, Tan Lingyin heard the rumor and smiled. It's true that rats dig holes in their own ways. Without the help of the Prime Minister's office, Tan Suishan actually came up with this idea and was not afraid of being struck by lightning. In the suburbs, the old Taoist priest looked at the two people in front of him and tremblingly handed over his purse. "Two brave men. This is all the silver I have. Please don't kill me." Zhui Yun said coldly, "Who told you that Feng Xing was reincarnated?" The old Taoist priest knelt down immediately and stammered, "It's all fake. It's all that Tan Suishan forced me to say this." Zhui Yun weighed the purse in his hand and said coldly, "I'll take you to a place. If you dare to run around, I'll break your legs." The old Taoist priest immediately bowed and begged for mercy. "No, I absolutely won't dare to run away. God knows how powerful the martial arts of these two warriors are. They can even fly up such a high tree. They're simply amazing." Yun and Zhu Feng rescued the man and brought him to a villa in the suburbs. You will live here from now on. You can take care of your own food, drink, defecation, and urination. You can also clean the place. We will come to see you once a month. Yun threw the silver to him. If you need anything, I will ask someone to buy it for you. There are servants in the villa, but they are not ordinary servants. They are all shadow guards in disguise. When the old Taoist saw that the silver had been returned to him, it seemed that he would not have to live a hard life, so he nodded repeatedly. I will clean this place well, and will definitely not run away. This is a great place. He originally lived in a thatched hut and had planned to use the money to renovate it when he returned home. Now that he had such a nice place to live, it was really great. Yun and Zhu Feng warned the people in the villa, keep an eye on him, he must be alive. Yes, both captains. Within just one day, the news that Tan Qianzi was Feng Xing's reincarnation spread to the palace. The emperor frowned and looked at the director of the Imperial Observatory and asked, didn't you say it was a baby? How did it become Tan Qianzi? The supervisor was also confused.
This
is really absurd. Feng Xing appeared suddenly. I am sure that it must be a baby girl who was just born in the holy city. Otherwise, Feng Xing should have appeared more than 10 years ago. Your Majesty, everything I said is true. Rumors are not to be believed. The emperor believed the words of the supervisor. He hesitated for a moment and said, continue to look for the baby girl. Yes, the supervisor quickly retreated. Xie Jingheng walked in from outside and bowed to the emperor. Greetings, father. Old Nine, you're here. The emperor put on a smile and patted the seat beside him. Come and sit down. After Xie Jingheng sat down, he said calmly, I have already found out about the rumored reincarnation of Feng Xing. Oh? You actually paid attention to this matter? The emperor found it strange, because his son was not interested in anything except military and political affairs. We just happened to run into that Taoist priest who was cheating people, so we arrested him and interrogated him. It turned out that all the stories were fabricated by Tan Suishan, and the old Taoist priest only did the work for money. Xie Jingheng sat upright and said in a calm voice. The emperor narrowed his eyes slightly. So that's how it is. It seems that Tan Suishan has ulterior motives. Xie Jingheng stared at him with his dark eyes. Father, I want to know what you plan to do with Feng Xing after you find her. Kill her? Or take her into your harem? Neither. The emperor smiled and shook his head, looking at him thoughtfully. Father wants to bring her to the palace, let your mother train her, and then betroth her to you. If it's a baby girl, wouldn't we have to wait for 16 years? Xie Jingheng picked up the tea and took a sip nonchalantly, and his emotions could not be heard. What's wrong with 16 years? Your father can hold on for another 16 years for you. When the time comes, you can marry her and make her your queen. With Feng Xing here to ensure your kingdom's prosperity, the emperor was very fond of the son, and although he didn't give him any real power on the surface, he had actually long regarded him as his successor. Xie Jingheng's lips curled slightly. What about Lingyin? She is the princess. The emperor was embarrassed for a moment. This daughter-in-law was chosen by him personally, and she was also the treasure of Prime Minister Tan. It would have been fine if he had forced the marriage on the man with a bad reputation, the 9th prince, but now he is actually thinking of forcing Tan Lingyin to give up her position as queen in the future. The emperor felt a little ashamed, and even thought that he was a little despicable. At worst, you can give her a position as a co-wife. There have been precedents of 2 queens jointly managing the harem. The main thing is that Feng Xing must be the queen. This is destiny. Destiny cannot be violated. The emperor frowned and added, after we find Feng Xing, I will compensate Lingyin, my daughter-in-law, well. You don't have to worry, Xie Jingheng said quietly. Father, I have never thought of becoming an emperor. The emperor immediately opened his eyes wide with anger and refused in a deep voice. No, I don't trust anyone to rule this country. I must hand it over to you. Your brothers are all indecisive. If you hand it over to them, it will be over sooner or later. The great Zhou dynasty had never appointed a crown prince because the emperor could not find a suitable candidate to be the crown prince. It was not until Xie Jingheng gradually revealed his talents in military and political affairs that he began to think about it. But he did not dare to make him the crown prince. The palace is full of traps, and Lao Zhou's mother has no family to rely on. If he dares to make Lao Zhou the crown prince, he will be putting his son in the spotlight and roasting him on the fire. If he is not careful, not only will he lose his son, but even Lao Zhou's mother will no longer care about him. Speaking of which, he hasn't seen Xue Fei for half a year. Seeing that he was emotional, Xie Jingheng tapped his fingertips on the table. "Father, don't be excited. I have something to tell you. There were only 2 of them in the room, and Zhuayan and Zhu Feng were guarding outside the door, so nothing they said would get out." "You say?" The emperor looked serious. "Your son has found Fingxing." Xie Jingheng stared at his father's expression and actually wanted to tease him. The emperor's eyes widened immediately. "Really? Who is she?" "I will send someone to bring her to the palace immediately. It's the girl from the Tan family." The emperor frowned. Could it really be that Tan Qianzi? Xie Jingheng shook his head and raised his eyebrows, saying, "Now she is my son's princess." "You mean Ling Yin?" The emperor widened his eyes with disbelief and surprise in them. "Yes, it's Ling Yin," Xie Jingheng said slowly. "There is a phoenix mark on Ling Yin's wrist. I have investigated secretly and found that she did not have any birthmarks on her body before she married into Prince Heng's mansion." Hiss. The emperor took a deep breath, frowning as he thought, "If I remember correctly, the night Fengxing entered the world was the night of your wedding, but Fengxing appeared suddenly. So how could it be Ling Yin who had lived in the holy city for more than 10 years? Xie Jingheng was also very confused about this. But he thought of an explanation. Fengxing's sudden appearance may not necessarily be a baby. Maybe Ling Yin suddenly became enlightened, and Fengxing thought she had great talent. So he chose her. The emperor seemed to be convinced by him and nodded in agreement. "What you said makes sense. I will ask the queen to hold a banquet in a few days, and then I will take a good look at the phoenix mark on her wrist." Tan Lingyin went to the store today. It had been completely dismantled, and they had already started to put up counters and other things. She chatted with Ma the craftsman about the details for a few more minutes, and then returned to the palace. "Kola, have you found out clearly?" Tan Lingyin leaned on the couch and applied a facial mask. This was from her space, and it was inexhaustible. She didn't feel sorry for using it at all. Kailei said respectfully, "Princess Onping's seductive fragrance was bought from Huayu Tower." Huayu Tower? Where is that? Tan Lingyin had never heard of this name. "It is the largest brothel in the holy city, located in the south of the city." Tan Lingyin nodded thoughtfully. It seemed that the original owner was really a good girl. She had never heard of this name before, and probably had never even been to the south of the city. The medicinal power of that charm fragrance is really good. Go and find out where the charm fragrance of Huayu Tower comes from. Anyone who could make such a high-grade fragrance must be proficient in medicine and poisons. She would like to compete with this person, and it would be even better if she could recruit him. "I will go investigate now." Kailei left immediately. "Be careful and bring a few more shadow guards." Tan Lingyin felt that it was not safe for her, a girl, to go there. "Don't worry, princess. I will bring more people with me." After Coke left, Qixi came over and asked, "Princess, what do you want to do to the maker of the seductive fragrance? Do you want to do something to the prince? She has a round baby face, and although her smile sounds a bit naughty, she is not annoying at all." Tan Lingyin stretched out her hand and pinched her face. You. Why should I drug the prince? Does he still need me to drug him?" "Hee, what the princess said is true. You are so beautiful that even the prince can't control himself without your charm. Go away, you know a lot." Tan Lingyin's face turned red, but fortunately she was wearing a facial mask, so her expression could not be seen. Qixi also saw her sticking a white thing on her face these days. After getting used to it, she didn't ask any more questions. The princess said that she developed the mask herself, so they believed her. A servant outside the door announced, "The prince is back." Tan Lingyin still lay there motionless. Got it. Every time he came back, she had to go to the door to greet him, but she was too lazy to go. Xie Jingheng strode in and saw something strange white stuck on her face, like a pale human skin mask. "I saw her posting it before, and she said it was a facial mask that she made herself with soft cloth." He didn't believe it, but I was too lazy to expose her. After all, this princess is very special, and he is willing to pamper her as long as she doesn't ask for a divorce. Xie Jingheng walked to the couch, sat down beside her, leaned over and smelled her face. It smells good. Tan Lingyin was wearing a rose-scented facial mask and hummed, "That's natural." She was lying there and the man was sitting beside her, leaning over to look at her. If she hadn't had a facial mask on her face, he would have kissed her for sure. She added 2 cups of tea and then tactfully retreated to the outer room. Xie Jingheng grabbed her little hand and played with it and said softly, "Father said that there will be a palace banquet in a few days and we should attend it together." Yeah. Tan Lingyin didn't ask any more questions. She would just attend the banquet. She was not afraid of anything. Xie Jingheng pinched her little hand and chuckled. "You rest first, I'll go take a shower." "Okay," she responded quickly, wishing he wouldn't stick to her. Xie Jingheng strode away. His tall and straight back would make anyone's heart beat faster at a glance. It had to be said that his back alone was enough to make thousands of girls obsessed with him. Tan Lingyin glanced at the incense burner on the table. The incense inside was almost burned out. She raised her hand to remove the mask on her face and shouted, "Qi, bring some warm water. This mask is quite oily and must be washed off, otherwise your face will always be sticky." The news that Tan Qianzi was the reincarnation of Feng Xing spread throughout the holy city like a foregone conclusion, and no one even stood up to refute it. Tan Suishan originally wanted to find an opportunity to silence the old Taoist priest, but he went to the old Taoist priest's hometown and looked for him, but couldn't find him. "It's good that we can't find him. It means he has left the holy city and no one can expose this matter." Tan Suishan sneered, very satisfied with his decision. The Prime Minister's office severed ties with him, and he must be regretting it now. Tan Qianzi has recently recovered from her injuries, and her face is white and clean. She still looks like a beautiful little white flower, and is very pitiful. Wang warned, "Qianzi, I told you that your father loves you. You are the reincarnation of Feng Xing, and you will definitely marry the future crown prince. Don't provoke that King Hung again." Tan Qianzi knew that this was fake, but no one in the holy city had come out to refute the rumor recently. She even began to think that she was the destined Phoenix girl and the future queen. What Xie Jingheng? What God of War prince? He has already married a princess, so he definitely can't become the emperor. After all, she is the reincarnation of Feng Xing, and it is absolutely impossible for her to be a concubine. As for the candidates for the throne, they must be the princes who do not have a wife. Mother, father, Qianzi will remember that she will stay at home and not go anywhere. She bowed softly to her parents. Tan Suishan originally disliked her, but now that he had taken advantage of Feng Xing, he began to like this daughter. He said in a deep voice, "You are my only legitimate daughter, and the reincarnation of Phoenix Star. You must think carefully before doing anything in the future, and don't be reckless anymore." Tan Qianzi agreed obediently. "My daughter will remember my father's teachings." At this time, the servant came in and said, "The second prince sent a visiting card, saying that he wants to meet the young lady." Tan Suishan's eyes lit up and he said in surprise, "The princes have sent their invitations so soon. It seems they all want to marry my daughter. This is the prince's visiting card." In the past, these visiting cards would only be delivered to the Prime Minister's mansion. "How could it be our turn?" Wang also said with a smile, and quickly walked to Tan Suishan and looked down at the visiting card. Tan Qianzi clenched the handkerchief in her hand, and her drooped eyelashes covered her eyes. The visiting card from the second prince. Now she can actually establish a relationship with the prince. If it were in the past, she could only interact with young men from relatively good families, but she would never be able to meet the prince. After reading it, Tan Suishan laughed and said, "The second prince is now nearly 30 years old and has only married 2 concubines. The position of the principal wife is vacant, and she is a suitable candidate for the succession. If you want to marry his daughter, you must not have a wife." "How can Feng Xing be a concubine?" Wang asked. "Qianzi, go pack up and go meet the second prince tonight." Tan Qianzi was about to agree when she heard Tan Suishan say, "No need to go see him." She bit her lips slightly. "This is the first time a prince has asked my daughter out." "Oh, just stay at home obediently. There will be more princes who will date you in the future. Tan Suishan saw that the mother and daughter were looking at him in confusion, so he explained, right now, these princes must be eager to see you and want to get engaged to you, but we have to be selective. Only the prince who is most capable of inheriting the throne is worthy of marrying you. Tan Qianzi's eyes lit up slightly. Yes, now it's not the prince who chooses her, but she who chooses the prince. Tan Suishan and his family were all overwhelmed by the lies they had made up. The second prince sent out a visiting card, but only received a response from Tan Suishan. He glanced at the reply letter, snorted coldly, and tore it to pieces. What a jerk Tan Suishan is. How dare he show off to this prince? Xie Chen's face was gloomy. As soon as the rumor got out, he started picking on me. That's really good, Your Highness. Now is not the time for us to be angry. If Tan Qianzi is overtaken by another prince, we will have no chance of winning. The attendant comforted him. Xie Chen sneered, took a deep breath and calmed himself down. You are right, besides me, there will definitely be other princes sending visiting cards to the Tan Mansion. You go and keep an eye on them and see who is sending them. Yes, the Tan Mansion was very lively today, having received visiting cards from 3 princes in succession. Tan Suishan gave the same reply to all of them. My daughter was frightened recently and is recuperating at home. The news of the falling out between the Prime Minister's mansion and the Tan Mansion spread to the holy capital. Tan Suishan used this incident as a shield, and the princes were helpless. In the palace, the emperor listened to the Shadow Guard's report and nodded calmly. Continue to keep an eye on the Tan Mansion and report any actions of the princes to me as soon as possible. I obey your order. The emperor sipped the tea slowly, but a dark light flickered in his eyes. It turned out that keeping this fake Fengxing was useful. Several sons began to become active and were eager to marry Fengxing as soon as possible to inherit his position. It's not that he favors the 9th son, it's just that these sons have been badly brought up. They are neither good at literature nor martial arts, and it's really difficult for them to take on important responsibilities with just the title of prince. In recent years, he has been slow to appoint a crown prince, and many ministers have been urging him intentionally or unintentionally, and there is even a tendency for them to form cliques. He saw it all, but he just refused to appoint a crown prince. He wanted to see what tricks these people could use. It can also help to clean up a group of people with evil intentions. Tanfu. After dinner, Tan Qianzi stared at the 3 visiting cards, feeling very itchy. The second prince, the 5th prince, and the 6th prince all sent her visiting cards, wanting to meet her and clearly wanting to marry her. Whenever her father didn't allow her to meet him, she had no choice but to give up. The servant outside the door suddenly said, Master, why are you here? Tan Qianzi suddenly opened her eyes wide. It was that beast Tan Zhenghao who came. The servant said, Wait for me to pass on the message. Tan Zhenghao kicked the boy away and said, Get lost. No need to pass the message. Xiaoju saw him come in and was about to make tea for him when she heard him scold. Get out, you darn girl. Xiaoju, don't go. Tan Qianzi quickly grabbed Xiaoju's arm. She didn't dare to be alone with Tan Zhenghao. Tan Zhenghao snorted coldly. Qianzi, your cousin wants to see you for something. If you don't leave, you will have to let this darn girl watch you. It's such a secret matter, I don't think she would dare to refuse. Tan Qianzi let go of Xiaoju's hand and said, Xiaoju, go wait at the door and don't let anyone in. My cousin and I have something important to discuss. Xiaoju nodded in confusion. She thought there was something important to discuss, so she went out and closed the door. Tan Qianzi tensed up all over. This was the first time they met since the last time Tan Zhenghao got drunk. Cousin, are you okay? Can I come to see you if there's nothing wrong? Tan Zhenghao walked to the table with a swagger, lowered his head and saw the 3 visiting cards on the table. Oh, it's gold-plated. Wow, cousin, you're famous now. Even the prince has sent you a visiting card, he said in a mocking tone and glanced at the visiting card casually. Tan Qianzi said with a stiff upper lip, I will marry the prince in the future, so you'd better not mess around. When did I say I was going to mess around? Tan Zhenghao approached her and held her chin with his rough hands. Or, do you want me to mess around? As he spoke, he grabbed Tan Qianzi's butt with his other hand. Tan Qianzi was so frightened that she almost cried out. She took a few steps back and warned in a low voice, Don't mess around. What Feng Xing reincarnation? Don't think I don't know it's fake. Tan Zhenghao approached her and sneered. I heard everything that the old Taoist priest and second uncle said. Tan Qianzi was nervous. She didn't expect that such an important thing would be seen by Tan Zhenghao. Cousin, I don't understand what you're saying, she said stiffly. Tiske, you don't understand. Tan Zhenghao snorted coldly, kneading her with his big hands, and said viciously, help my cousin solve it, or I will spread this matter immediately. Tan Qianzi shook her head in frustration. Don't. She had never done such a thing before, and even Morong Lingyun didn't dare to let her do it. Tan Zhenghao looked at Tan Qianzi with an evil smile on his face. Good sister, you'd better not resist, otherwise I can't guarantee that the girl outside won't hear it. Tan Qianzi closed her eyes in frustration. She wished she could kill Tan Zhenghao right now. But given the current situation, she didn't dare to speak out. She was going to marry the prince. If people knew that she was bullied by her cousin, how could she marry into the royal family? Xiaoju was standing at the door and didn't hear any noise coming from inside. She just thought they were talking in a low voice and didn't think much about it. Not long after, Tan Zhenghao pushed the door open in a hurry and left without even looking at Xiaoju. Xiaoju noticed that his face was very red and thought it was because of the hot summer night. Just as she was about to go in, she heard Tan Qianzi shouting in a hoarse voice, Xiaoju, prepare some water for bathing. I want to go to bed. Yes, miss. Tan Qianzi's face was filled with grief and anger, and her teeth were about to break. When she becomes the prince's consort, she will definitely castrate Tan Zhenghao and make his life a living hell. In the blink of an eye, the day of the palace banquet arrived. On this day, Tan Lingyi not only attended the event in her best attire, she also wore clothes of the same color as Xie Jingheng, which looked like modern couple outfits. The queen held a banquet, saying that summer was coming to an end, and she wanted to invite everyone to enjoy the flowers while they were in full bloom. After all, it would be difficult to see such a magnificent sight once autumn came. The imperial garden is full of colorful flowers and green and red. The banquet was held among the flowers, and the tables were decorated with bouquets of flowers. It would be a wonderful experience to sit here and eat and chat. Tan Lingyin and Xie Jingheng came side by side. The palace servant guarding the door immediately bowed and saluted. Greetings to His Royal Highness Prince Heng. Greetings to Princess Heng. Your servant will take you to your seats. Xie Jingheng nodded slightly and held Tan Lingyin's small hand with his big hand. Tan Lingyin didn't think there was anything wrong with it. Xie Jingheng often held her hand, and she was used to it. The two walked around the flowers and came to the banquet room. Their positions were not at the front, probably because they were arranged according to Xie Jingheng's ranking, behind the 8th prince. Those who attended the banquet were all family members of officials above the 5th rank, and their wives were all imperially appointed ladies, but of different ranks. The two walked over hand in hand, which immediately attracted everyone's attention and discussion. Prince Heng and Princess Heng are so affectionate. They are holding hands. Mother, I noticed at the princess's lotus viewing banquet last time that Prince Heng was so gentle to Princess Heng and even fed her fruit. These officials' wives did not attend the lotus viewing banquet, so they all looked at this scene in surprise. It seems that King Heng is not as cold and violent as the rumors say, and he doesn't like men either. A lady whispered, even with some envy of Tan Lingyin in her eyes. It would be great if it was her daughter who married King Heng. Prince Heng was the only prince to be crowned king, all because of his outstanding military achievements. The other princes had no reason to stop him. Xie Jingheng took Tan Lingyin's hand and sat down, and considerately adjusted the hem of her skirt. Tan Lingyin didn't have to do anything, just sit next to him. 9th brother. The man's voice was like the sound of a spring, warm and refreshing. A moon-white figure approached. He had his back to the light, and his face was hidden in the light and shadow. Xie Jingheng looked up and nodded slightly. 7th brother. The 7th prince Xie Rongyan smiled faintly. His eyes fell on Tan Lingyin. This must be my 9th brother's wife. Meet 7th brother. Tan Lingyin wanted to stand up, but Xie Jingheng held her shoulders and said, sit down. I just straightened your skirt. Xie Rongyan chuckled and said, no need to greet each other. We are all family. He walked past the two of them and sat in the seat next to them. Only then did Tan Lingyin see his appearance clearly, and a sentence popped up in her mind. The man on the street is as beautiful as jade, and the young man is unparalleled in the world. The seventh prince was really handsome, with eyebrows and eyes curved like a pool of spring water, a high nose bridge, and gentle and non-aggressive eyebrows and eyes. There was always a faint smile on his lips, but it made people feel that his smile was extremely sincere. What a handsome scholar! Xie Rongyan noticed her gaze and turned his head to look over, with stars flowing in his eyes. Ninth brother, sister, why are you looking at me? It's nothing. I just look at how handsome seventh brother is. Tan Lingyin spoke without thinking and regretted at the moment she finished speaking. Sure enough, there was a hint of cold air coming from my side. Xie Rongyan seemed to have heard such compliments many times and smiled faintly and said, "Thank you, my ninth brother is more handsome than me, and my ninth brother's wife is so lucky. Of course, my husband is the most handsome in my eyes." Tan Lingyin immediately made up for it, fearing that Xie Jingheng would go crazy on the spot. Xie Rongyan smiled and said nothing, looking away. A big hand clasped Tan Lingyin's slender waist and hugged her forcefully and domineeringly. "Why, are you attracted to my seventh brother? Listen to the tone, it's sour." Tan Lingyin glanced at him sideways and met the man's slightly narrowed eyes, which were dark and quite majestic. Her lips curled up slightly. "My dear husband, please don't joke with me." "I don't think so. It's better not." Xie Jingheng pulled his lips, his handsome face full of jealousy, and whispered, "Otherwise, I don't mind kissing you here. You're crazy." Tan Lingyin snorted and turned away without paying any attention to him. "Ninth brother." A clear male voice sounded. The light green robe had already appeared in front of Tan Lingyin. "My ninth brother's wife is truly a beauty. I was wondering why my ninth brother would agree to the marriage." The eighth prince Xierongzi bent down and looked at the two of them, a big smile on his handsome face. "Mina, don't get so close." Xie Jingheng frowned slightly, pulled Tan Lingyin into his arms, and put some distance between her and Xierongzi. "Xierongzi. TSK, didn't I just get closer to take a look at my ninth brother's wife? Look how stingy you are. I blocked a lot of wine for you on the wedding day, and you didn't even think about your brother's kindness." On the wedding day, the bride was wearing a red veil. This was the first time he saw the appearance of his ninth brother's wife. "I have always heard about how beautiful and graceful the daughter of Prime Minister Tan is. Today I finally got to see her in person, and she is indeed as famous as her reputation has been." Xie Jingheng chuckled. "If you hadn't instigated me to drink, would anyone else dare to do that?" Xierongzi chuckled. "It's all my brother's fault. Didn't I help you block the wine? Don't hold a grudge." "Yes, you are really my good Mina bird." Xie Jingheng said this with a bit of sarcasm. This was the first time that Tan Lingyin heard of a hermaphrodite like Xie Jingheng. Xierongzi frowned and said coldly, "Ninth brother, don't call me eighth brother anymore. You and I are only a few months apart in age. Just call me by my name, Mina. How ugly it sounds. If you don't know, you might think you are calling a bird." Tan Lingyin couldn't hold back and burst out laughing. She said that it was weird, and it turned out that Xie Jingheng called him that on purpose. "Xierongzi, come and sit down." Xie Rongyan called him. Xierongzi nodded quickly. "Okay, brother. They are brothers from the same mother, both born to the late imperial concubine, but the late imperial concubine passed away early, so the two were raised by the empress at an early age. Those seated at the banquet here were all royal relatives, and a little further away were officials and their families. Diagonally opposite Tan Lingyin sat the eldest princess and Princess Anping. The eldest princess' husband died young, and she never remarried, so she doted on her only daughter, Hua Pingting, and even asked her brother, who was the emperor, to confer the title of princess on her daughter. At this moment, Princess Anping was clutching her handkerchief tightly and staring at Tan Lingyin with a sinister look. It would be fine if Brother Heng never got married, then she would always have a chance. But Brother Heng married a queen, and this queen was so beautiful, which really annoyed her. She failed to charm him with her scent last time, and probably she won't have this chance again in the future. It seems that if she wants to marry Brother Heng, she must think of other ways. Tan Lingyin noticed her gaze, met her gaze, and ignored her. The more people like this pay attention to her, the more uneasy she becomes. It would be better for her to avoid getting herself into trouble. At this moment, Tan Lingyin keenly heard Tan Xianzi's name. She looked into the distance and actually saw Tan Xianzi appearing at the banquet with her maid. Why did Tan Xianzi come to the flower viewing banquet, which was only open to third-rank officials? Judging from the way she held her head high, she must have received the invitation. Tan Xianzi spotted Tan Lingyin at the first sight. After all, the jewelry on her head was the most exquisite and beautiful, and her porcelain-white face seemed to glow in the crowd. It was hard for her not to see her. She steadied her breathing and kept a faint smile on her face. There was a palace servant leading the way for her, and her position was just opposite Tan Lingyin and next to Princess Anping. After Tan Xianzi sat down, she looked around carefully and found that the people who came were all noble ladies among the noble ladies of the holy city. She had seen many of these people before, all of whom she had seen in the Prime Minister's mansion before. The people here are all family members of officials above the third rank. The reason why she received the invitation must be related to Feng Xing's reincarnation. Her eyes moved, and suddenly a handsome face as gentle as jade came into her sight. The young man was dignified and as pure as jade. Tan Xianzi had never seen a man with such a temperament. His temperament was completely different from that of King Hung. She stared at Xie Rongyan, and when the man looked at her, she immediately lowered her head and pretended to be shy. Such a gentle man should like a reserved woman like her. Xie Rongyan glanced at the girl and said to Xie Rongzi beside him, "That is the legendary Feng Xing." Xie Rongzi raised his eyebrows, took a look, tooted, and shook his head slightly, saying, "I don't like this kind of plain girl. She's not as imposing as the cousin painting next to her." Xie Rongyan chuckled and said nothing more. The emperor and empress arrived late. After the two men sat down on the high seats, everyone stood up and knelt in their direction. "Stand up. Today is the Queen's day. All arrangements shall be made by her," the emperor said with a smile, handing the right to speak to the Queen beside him. The Queen was dressed very formally today, outshining all the other concubines who were present. She smiled dignifiedly and said, "Autumn is approaching, and I feel it is a pity that no one appreciates the beautiful flowers in this garden, so I organized this banquet. You can treat it as your own back garden and walk around and enjoy it as much as you want. Don't be restrained. In addition, there is another prize today. The girls present can show their talents to their heart's content. No matter what talent it is, as long as they please me, I will give them a piece of flowing cloud brocade." As soon as these words were spoken, the audience immediately began to whisper, "Liuguang woven cloud brocade. That is a brocade that only the empress is qualified to wear, and it is unique in the Great Zhou dynasty. The queen actually allowed someone to wear the same brocade as her. Could it be that she has other plans? Could it be that he is selecting a concubine for some prince? Could it be that the future crown prince has already been chosen, and this banquet is to select the future crown princess?" Tan Lingyin listened to the whispers around her and showed a little surprise. I have to say that these officials and their wives are very smart, and they thought of this aspect right away. After listening to the discussion, she also felt that this was what the queen meant. At the beginning of the banquet, a singing girl started to dance with water sleeves. The melodious music, combined with the surrounding flowers, created a unique atmosphere. The song ended, and only the light music continued. The girls have already started to get excited and are discussing with their parents what performance to perform in order to please the queen. Finally, a girl stood up and said boldly, "I want to play a piece of music for your majesty and the queen." The queen smiled and said, "Yes." The palace maid brought up the zither, and soon the sound of flowing water could be heard, and everyone present was fascinated by the sound. Tan Lingyin was not interested in this, and was just busy eating the cakes in front of her. Seeing that she never stopped talking, Xie Jingheng couldn't help but frown slightly. "Linger, eat less. Pastries are not easy to digest." "Oh." Tan Lingyin reluctantly put down the chestnut cake in her hand. Xie Jingheng sighed helplessly and wiped her hands with a handkerchief. "Don't be unhappy. I'm just worried that you will feel uncomfortable later. I'm not angry. Actually, it's not that delicious." Tan Lingyin was just sitting there bored and always wanted to eat something. Princess Onping on the opposite side gritted her teeth and stared at the action of Xie Jingheng wiping Tan Lingyin's hands, her eyes almost emitting fire. Cousin Heng, how can he spoil this girl like this? See if she doesn't teach this darn girl a lesson today. Princess Onping winked at the maid next to her and whispered a few words. When the piano music ended, applause broke out at the banquet. The first to applaud were the girls' family, and the girls' close friends also came to support them. The queen simply praised, "You play well. If there is no one better than you, I will give you the prize." Before the girl had time to be happy, another girl stood up and said, "I want to sing a song too." As the banquet progressed, many people began to move around, toast and chat. But the girls' talents never stopped. Some even went to the side hall to change clothes and perform dances, which showed that they were well prepared. Tan Lingyin was feeling drowsy when suddenly a palace servant brought her a pot of fruit wine and flour cake. The fragrance was so strong that she immediately became alert. She lowered her head, picked up the flour cake, and was about to eat it, but her eyes suddenly darkened. She raised her head and looked around, and saw that other people's tables were also placed with flour cakes and fruit wine. Could she have been wrong? She smelled the fresh flour cake in her hand carefully again, and still smelled a medicinal fragrance in it. Haha, it seems someone is really targeting her. Looking up at the opposite side, I saw Princess Onping hurriedly lowering her head. Tan Lingyin smiled and took a big bite of the fresh flour cake, praising it repeatedly. "It tastes really good, Your Majesty. Please help me get another plate." Xie Jingheng glanced at the seat next to him. "Seventh brother, bring your portion over here." Xie Rongyan smiled and nodded. "Take it, Xie Rongza." "Ninth brother, why don't you ask me if I want to eat?" Xie Jingheng simply raised his hand, and Jueyin walked to Xie Rongza's table. "Your Highnesses, I will take away the fresh flour cakes." After saying that, he took away the things on the table. Xie Rongza complained in a low voice. Ninth brother really dotes on ninth brother's wife. It turns out that he has finally come to his senses. Tan Lingyin picked up the pastry that Jueyin put down and smelled it. There was only the fragrance of fresh flowers, no scent of medicine. It turned out to be directed at her alone. She picked up the herbal tea on the table and took a sip, pretending nothing had happened. After a while, the voice of Princess Onping was heard. Princess Heng stole the show at the Lotus viewing banquet. Isn't she going to show off a talent? Her clear voice immediately attracted everyone's attention. Many girls suddenly became nervous. After all, they had all seen how powerful Tan Lingyin was. Once she appeared on the stage, wouldn't their previous performances be overshadowed? Prime Minister Tan, Madame Feng, and Tan Qingyue were also present, and they all looked towards Tan Lingyin. They always felt that their daughter was a nobody and only had a pretty face. Feng asked in a low voice, "Qingyue, is Jiao Jiao really multi-talented?" Tan Qingyue looked relaxed. "Of course, once Jiao Jiao takes action, everyone else is just a foil." Princess Onping wants to cause trouble again, but her sister is not someone who can be easily bullied. A cold look flashed in Tan Lingyin's eyes. It was indeed Hua Pingting who did it. She wanted to embarrass her so soon. She frowned slightly and said as if she was a little uncomfortable, "I am not feeling well, so I will not show it today." When Princess Onping saw her expression, she immediately used provocation. "TSK, could it be that you didn't prepare in advance this time, felt that you couldn't compete with the girls present, and were afraid of making a fool of yourself?" She had arranged for someone to put a strong laxative in Tan Lingyin's fresh flour cake. Judging from Tan Lingyin's expression, the drug must have taken effect. Today, we must let Tan Lingyin perform her talent and make her look bad in public. If Brother Heng saw Tan Lingyin's disgusting side, he would definitely divorce her immediately. Princess Onping's eyes sparkled, and she began to be aggressive again. "Princess Heng, you are not afraid of losing, are you?" Just as Xie Jingheng was about to speak, Tan Lingyin held his hand. She still looked uncomfortable and said slowly, "If I remember correctly, the princess has not yet demonstrated her talent. If you insist that this princess demonstrate her talent, why don't we compete?" Princess Onping thought that Tan Lingyin was also using provocation. After all, she had lost to Tan Lingyin at the last Lotus viewing banquet. Tan Lingyin wanted her to give up. She was just dreaming. "Okay, I'll compete with you, but I'll have the final say on what we compete in. Princess Omping stood up aggressively, and as if she was afraid that Tan Lingyin would regret it, she hurriedly said, "Let's compete in dancing." I didn't see Tan Lingyin dancing at the last Lotus viewing banquet, and because of the effects of a laxative, even if Tan Lingyin could dance, it would be very difficult. Tan Lingyin pursed her lips and said unhappily, "If we don't compete in dancing, let's compete in writing poetry." "No. Let's just compete in dancing," Princess Onping said immediately, thinking that composing poetry was too easy for Tan Lingyin, and she could do it without even standing up. How could that be possible? Tan Lingyin seemed to ponder for a while, then compromised and said, "Then let's compete in dancing, but competitions always have to have stakes." When Princess Omping heard this, her eyes lit up and she said, "If you lose, you'll be dismissed. Give up your position as Princess Heng. She is sure to win today." When Xie Jingheng heard this, a dangerous light flashed in his black eyes. He stared at Hua Pingting with a cold gaze, staring at her so hard that she trembled all over and dared not look at him. He said in a cold voice, "My princess, whether to divorce or not is up to me." Tan Lingyin said loudly beside him, "Okay, I agree, but if you lose, you can never marry Xie Jingheng from now on." "I agree." Princess Onping agreed impatiently. Xie Jingheng held Tan Lingyin's small hand with his big hand and said in a deep voice, "Even if you lose to her on purpose, I will not divorce you." Tan Lingyin patted the back of his hand softly and whispered, "Don't worry, I won't lose." The man's eyes suddenly lit up, and he saw that the little beauty had already stood up, and his cold voice slowly sounded, "Let me perform first." Xie Jingheng watched her walk gracefully to the center of the dance floor at the banquet, with a slight smile on his lips. It turned out that Linger wanted to dispel Hua Pingting's thoughts in public. He also stood up and said loudly, "I will accompany Linger," the queen said with a smile. "Good, good, good. The couple is in harmony, not bad." Xie Jingheng sat down in front of the guqin and asked with a smile, "Which piece do you want to dance to?" Tan Lingyin raised an eyebrow and asked, "You know all of them? This king is proficient in music." "There is nothing I don't know." Xie Jingheng smiled confidently. Tan Lingyin curved her lips and said, "Then let's play a war song." "Okay." Xie Jingheng agreed happily. Tan Lingyin took the long sword handed to her by Qi Shi. It was a fake sword from the dancer. It was very light and had no blade. Some people were whispering below. No one expected that Tan Lingyin could actually dance with a sword. Feng's face was filled with worry. "Jiao Jiao, have you ever touched a sword? Why does she have to dance with it?" Tan Yushan comforted her. "Madam, don't forget, King Heng is the god of war. Maybe Jiao Jiao has learned from him." "That makes sense." Foam felt a little relieved. Everyone stared at Tan Lingyin, seeing her standing gracefully in the middle of the dance floor, sideways, with a sword erected behind her. As the sound of the piano flowed from Xie Jingheng's fingertips, Tan Lingyin also moved. The long sword gleamed coldly in the sunlight, and as she turned her wrist, it looked like a silver dragon dancing in her hand. Tan Lingyin knows swordsmanship, but compared to Xie Jingheng, she has no internal strength, so her sword moves become useless. The silver dragon-like sword jumped as she turned around, and rays of cold light flashed in everyone's eyes. She was truly as graceful as a startled swan and as elegant as a swimming dragon. The war music became more and more rapid, but Tan Lingyin's dance became slower, revealing a hint of sadness. The long sword passed through the surrounding flowers, cutting off a few bright red flowers. The flowers were neatly arranged on the sword, and as she moved slowly, they never fell to the ground. When the music ended, the flower was suddenly thrown into the sky, the sword light flashed, and the petals fell suddenly, while Tan Lingyin slowly lay down on her side, with the long sword in her hand across her neck. She ended the dance by committing suicide. The petals slowly fell on her body. The scene was incredibly sad and beautiful. There was a moment of silence in the audience, and Feng Jingyu was the first to start applauding. Good. Tan Qing'er followed suit, and more people began to applaud. Xie Jingheng strode to the center of the dance floor and reached out to pull Tan Lingyin up from the ground. "The ground is cold. Get up quickly." "Impossible." Princess Onping suddenly burst into a scream. She rushed over angrily. staring down at the hem of Tan Lingyin's skirt. How could this happen? How come you didn't make a fool of yourself? Tan Lingyin snuggled in Xie Jingheng's arms and blinked innocently. What do you mean, princess? Princess Onping gnashed her teeth and said, It must be because your skirt is too thick. As she spoke, she reached out to tug at the hem of Tan Lingyin's skirt, intending to lift it up in front of public. Xie Jingheng's eyes were cold, and he took a step back while holding Tan Lingyin. Hua Pingting, you are looking for death. Princess Onping also suddenly realized that her behavior was inappropriate. If she lifted up Princess Heng's skirt in public, it would not only embarrass Tan Lingyin, but also Prince Heng and the entire royal family. She hurriedly explained, Brother Heng, please let her go. She stinks. Tan Lingyin's lips flattened. Husband. Xie Jingheng glared at Hua Pingting with a cold gaze. As a princess, you have no manners. I think you don't deserve the title of princess at all. Princess Onping said hurriedly. It's true. Her skirt is full of excrement. Husband, she humiliated me. Tan Lingyin said softly, her pretty face full of grievance. Even the emperor and empress, who were in high positions, could not stand it anymore. The queen said sternly, Pingting, stop talking nonsense and come back and sit down. The eldest princess also looked at her anxiously. Pingting, come back soon. Hua Pingting was very close to Tan Lingyin at this time. Not only did she not smell any bad smell, but it was all the fragrance of flowers. It must be the fragrance of flowers that covered up the bad smell. She rushed over in a rage, grabbed the hem of Tan Lingyin's skirt, and was about to lift it up. It must be hidden under the skirt. Tan Lingyin, you must make a fool of yourself today. Xie Jingheng had no expression on his face and kicked out. Hua Pingting was kicked away by him and let out a scream. Pingting, the eldest princess, stood up hurriedly and rushed over here with a pale face. No one present expected this sudden change, let alone that Xie Jingheng would kick Princess Onping, who was his cousin. Hua Pingting was helped up by the palace servants and shouted sharply, Why? Why did you take so many laxatives? And you are still clean. Tan Lingyin wanted to laugh, but she couldn't. She said aggrievedly, I was wondering why there was a strange smell in the flour cake. It turns out you gave me a laxative. Xie Jingheng's voice became even colder. Call the imperial physician. The imperial physician arrived quickly, but he was not here to see Hua Pingting, but to take Tan Lingyin's pulse. At this time, Tan Lingyin and Xie Jingheng returned to their seats, and Hua Pingting was also brought back to her seat by the eldest princess. How is it? Is the dosage too large? Xie Jingheng's handsome face was tense, and his voice revealed a hint of nervousness. The imperial physician stroked his beard and said, There is indeed a laxative in her body, but the princess did not have an attack. She must have taken some medicine that just neutralized the effect of the laxative. Tan Lingyin quickly said, I study medicine on weekdays and often make tonic medicine to drink. The imperial physician said, That's it. It just so happens that there are other drugs left in the princess' body, which offset the effect of the laxative. Tan Lingyin patted her chest and breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, I usually like to drink tonics. Otherwise, I would have made a fool of myself today. Xie Jingheng's eyes were dark, and he turned his head to look at the eldest princess opposite him and said in a very cold voice, Aunt, this is the good daughter you spoiled, and she actually gave her cousin's wife a laxative in public. Shouldn't you give your nephew an explanation for this matter? Hua Pingting had just been kicked and was being treated by an imperial physician. Her face was a little pale, and it was obvious that Xie Jingheng's kick was quite powerful. The eldest princess knew she was in the wrong, but she only had this one daughter, so naturally, she had to protect her. She looked at the emperor for help. Pingting loves Hunger too much. That's why she did such an excessive thing. I will definitely discipline her in the future. And, do you mean to just let it go? Xie Jingheng's voice was cold, and even contained a hint of smile. You have just punished Pingting. She is having difficulty breathing now, the eldest princess said helplessly. Although her daughter did something wrong, as a mother, it is unreasonable for her to not protect her. Xie Jingheng stood up suddenly and said coldly, Father, Hua Pingting has bad behavior. I beg you to revoke her title of princess. Hua Pingting immediately shouted, No. Don't take back my title of princess. If she lost the title of princess, how could she show off her power in the future? The eldest princess thought it was a good thing this way. Even without the title of princess, she could still keep her daughter safe and sound. She immediately said, "Okay, let's do as Henge said." The emperor was a little embarrassed at first, but when he saw that his elder sister, the princess, had agreed, he said slowly, "From today on, Hua Pingting's title of princess will be revoked, and no one will have to perform formalities when seeing her again." Hua Pingting cried and said, "Mother, why? Stop messing around. Do you want to offend King Heng?" The eldest princess was actually a little afraid of her nephew Xie Jingheng. He has a bad reputation, great military achievements, and cruel methods. If Xie Jingheng is really pushed into a corner, Hua Pingting might lose half her life. Now that she has just lost the title of princess, the result is already very good. Because of this farce, the banquet became dull. Tan Qianzi took a deep breath. It was time for her to appear. She stood up and saluted the emperor and the empress. "I have just learned a new flower-stepping dance and would like to present it to your majesty and the empress." Seeing someone willing to come out to warm up the atmosphere, the queen hurriedly said, "Okay." The emperor whispered in her ear, "She is the phoenix star that people have been talking about." The queen nodded slightly. "It depends on how she performs. If possible, do as your majesty says. The only one who understands me is the queen." The emperor chuckled. The queen also laughed, but her laugh was not as happy. It would be great if she were the only one who understood this emperor. Tan Qianzi came prepared and even went to the side to change into a dance dress. The folds of her sleeves are like flower petals, and her skirt looks like blooming flowers. She looks very beautiful when dancing. She had some dancing skills, and her dancing was graceful. With this dress, she really looked like a flower fairy, causing everyone to nod in praise. When the dance was over, the queen clapped her hands and said loudly, "Yes, this dance is very much my favorite." Tan Qianzi's eyes flashed with joy, and she bowed gracefully. "Your Majesty, you are so kind. It's worth it that I personally handed you the invitation. You really didn't disappoint me." The queen smiled and nodded and winked at the nanny next to her. "Give her the flowing cloud brocade." The nanny raised her hand, and a palace maid holding a tray followed her to Tan Qianzi's front. Tan Qianzi immediately knelt down and said, "Thank you, Queen, for the reward." No one around had expected this result. The daughter of a sixth-rank official made an exception and appeared at the banquet, and was given a piece of flowing cloud brocade that only the empress could wear. Why do I feel that all of them have become supporting roles and bricks to serve as catalysts for further discussion? After Tan Qianzi sat back at the banquet table, many people looked in her direction. She looked at Xie Rongyan cautiously. She had just asked Xiaoju to find out. He was the seventh prince. He had not yet married a wife and had no concubines. And most importantly, Xie Rongyan was raised by the queen and was the son of the former imperial concubine. Now he has the status of a legitimate son, making him the best candidate to succeed the throne. Tan Lingyi noticed Tan Qianzi's gaze and curled her lips slightly. It seemed that Tan Qianzi had changed her target. She asked Xie Jingheng in a low voice, "Husband, are you on good terms with Brother 7? "Well, Brother 7 and Brother 8 are the brothers closest to me." Xie Jingheng put his arm around her slender waist, leaned closer, and asked, "Why are you asking this suddenly?" "Seventh brother is being targeted by Tan Qianzi. You can remind him so that he won't fall into the trap." Xie Jingheng responded calmly. "Okay." He then called Zhueyin over and whispered a few words to him. Zhueyin walked over to Xie Rongyan and delivered a message. Xie Rongyan looked over here, smiled gently, and nodded. This talent show also ended when the Luguangzi Yunjin was awarded to Tan Qianzi. But the flower viewing banquet was still going on, and people began to walk around the imperial garden together to appreciate the flowers. The second prince, Xie Qin, came to Tan Qianzi. "Miss Tan, can you please do me a favor?" Tan Qianzi stood up and saluted. "Hello, second prince. Your skirt is not very convenient." She had a goal in mind, so naturally she didn't want to have anything to do with the second prince. Xie Chen's expression changed instantly, and he said coldly, "Why? Do you look down on me?" "No, it's just that my skirt is too heavy and I want to rest for a while." Tan Qianzi hurriedly tried to make excuses, not daring to offend the second prince. At this time, the fifth prince Xiecheng came over and said with a smile, "Second brother, Miss Tan wants to rest. Why are you making things difficult for her?" Xiecheng narrowed his eyes at him. "Why? Fifth brother also wants to date her. No, I want Miss Tan to have a good rest." After Xiecheng finished speaking, the guards behind him placed a pot of tea on Tan Qianzi's desk. "Miss Tan, your flower-stepping dance just now was very beautiful, and flower tea goes perfectly with a beautiful woman." Tan Qianzi quickly thanked him. "Thank you, fifth prince, for the reward." Xiecheng snorted coldly, turned around and left. With Lao Wu causing trouble, he decided not to stay here for long. He would find a chance to meet Fengxing again later. Seeing him leave, Xiecheng smiled and said to Tan Qianzi, "Miss Tan, would you please have a meal with me tomorrow at noon?" Tan Qianzi had just been rescued by him, so it was difficult to refuse, but she still said ambiguously, "My family is very strict with me, and I need to tell my parents before I can go to the appointment." Xiecheng raised his eyebrows and nodded. "Indeed, I will visit you in person tomorrow." Tan Qianzi smiled and said nothing. Tan Lingyin was also chatting with her parents and brother. Xie Jingheng followed her and listened quietly to their family conversation. The emperor and empress came towards them. Everyone bowed quickly, and the queen said with a smile, "No need to bow. I want to talk to Lingyin for a few words. Am I disturbing you?" Foam quickly said, No. We've finished talking." The queen waved to Tan Lingyin. "Come here." Tan Lingyin walked over obediently, and the queen reached out and held her hand, patted her little hand and said, "I'm sorry for making you suffer just now. The palace servant who gave you the laxative has been dealt with." Tan Lingyin nodded and thanked him. "Thank you, father and mother, for making the decision for me." The queen looked at her with a smile, then slowly lowered her head to look at her hand, and saw the small phoenix mark on her wrist. The emperor next to her also saw it. The two looked at each other, both with meaningful expressions in their eyes. After seeing what he wanted to see, the emperor said, "Princess Heng was frightened today. I will reward her with some treasures and send them to Prince Heng's mansion tomorrow." Tan Lingyin quickly thanked him. "Thank you, father." The emperor and the empress did not stay long and turned and left. Tan Lingyin also sensed something was wrong because she noticed when the emperor and empress stared at her wrist. As it got darker, the flower viewing banquet drew to a close. The emperor and empress did not appear again. They only arranged for palace servants to come and tell them that they could leave. After returning to Prince Heng's mansion, Tan Lingyin soaked in the bathtub, her fingers gently stroking the phoenix mark on her wrist. Something is wrong. Something is very wrong. The dance that Tan Qianzi performed today was beautiful, but it was not enough to make the queen praise it endlessly after watching it. The emperor and the empress would not easily believe the rumors about Fengxing. Today, she gave the flowing cloud brocade to Tan Qianzi. Wasn't it a hint that Tan Qianzi would become the queen in the future? Could it be that she really believed the rumor that Tan Qianzi was Fengxing? She was so absorbed in her thoughts that Xie Jingheng pushed the door open and asked, "Are you not done washing yet?" Tan Lingyin frowned and looked at him. "Why did you come in again?" "I'm afraid you'll faint in there," Xie Jingheng said in a high-sounding manner, but his dark eyes were fixed on her fair shoulders. She was soaking in the water. Her shoulders were faintly visible, looking smooth and delicate. Xie Jingheng's Adam's apple rolled, and he said with dark eyes, "If you don't want to start here, then come out first." Tan Lingyin glared at him with her beautiful eyes and could only follow his hand to get up and be hugged by him. 7-Up helped Tan Lingyin dry her hair, and then left in a hurry. Xie Jingheng pressed forward and bit that bright red little mouth without hesitation. The wet and hot kisses were rapid and detailed, stirring the little lilac tongue and making it breathless. Xie Jingheng kissed her chin. His breathing was heavy and his voice was low and hoarse. "Do you like me?" Tan Lingyin was too embarrassed to speak and looked at him with narrowed eyes. A hoarse voice sounded in her ear, hooking the tip of her ear and kissing it. "Yeah," she admitted softly. Xie Jingheng propped himself up and looked at her, his dark eyes fixed on her pretty face, and ordered in a hoarse voice, "Say it out." "Like." He chuckled. "What do you like about me?" Tan Lingyin stared at his handsome face. Her slender white fingertips touched his brow bone and slowly slid down. I like your eyebrows. They are cold and beautiful. The fingertips continued to move down and landed on the high bridge of the nose. The nose is also beautiful. Xie Jingheng looked at her with dark eyes. What else? She gently touched his lips with her small hand. I like this place the most. You look so beautiful when you smile. The man grabbed her little hand and kissed it gently. Shouldn't the favorite be? Tan Lingyin blushed. Go to hell. Xie Jingheng chuckled softly, and his big hands rubbed down her slender waist. Feeling something was wrong with the touch, he glanced down. There were traces of bright red blood on the white and slender fingertips. Jiao Jiao, does your stomach hurt? His voice was hoarse and his eyes were full of heartache. Tan Lingyin looked at him in confusion and saw that the man was staring at his hands with his eyes lowered, his jawline tense. Ah! She screamed and quickly covered her face with her hands. Get out! Get out! Why is there sunflower water at this time? The most outrageous thing is that Xie Jingheng touched her hand. Seeing her panic, Xie Jingheng soothed her softly. Be good, don't worry. I'll let 7-Up come in to take care of you. He quickly got up and left. Not long after, 7-Up came in with a menstrual belt in her hand. Tan Lingyin could accept being helped to take a bath, but she could not accept having 2 maids help her wrap her menstrual belt. You guys go out, I'll do it myself. She drove the 2 men away. After the 2 of them went out, she immediately entered the space. There are all kinds of sanitary napkins in the space, and the most convenient one is the tampons. She doesn't want to use menstrual belts. After finishing everything in the space, Tan Lingyin sorted out her clothes and lamented that the ancient clothes were beautiful, but they were really troublesome to wear. She looked outside the space and saw that there was no one outside, so she started eating snacks in the space. While eating, I was thinking, now it's good. Xie Guzi will suffer. The more I think about it, the happier I am. Suddenly, there was a noise outside, as if Xie Jingheng had returned. She hurried out of the space, opened the bed curtain, and saw Xie Jingheng walking towards her with his black hair loose. Haven't you rested yet? Xie Jingheng walked over. His eyes were still a little red, probably because he was still angry. I was just about to take a rest. She quickly covered herself with a quilt. The man lay beside her and put his big hand into her clothes. Tan Lingyin quickly held down his hand. No, it's not convenient for me. Is this guy poisonous? Why doesn't he let her go? Be good, I'm just warming your belly, Xie Jingheng said softly, his big hands gently placed on her belly, rubbing gently. Does it hurt? He had only heard of women having menstrual period before, but had never seen it with his own eyes. When he saw the blood on his fingers just now, he felt a deep pain in his heart. It must be very painful to be bleeding. Seeing that he was just rubbing her belly, Tan Lingyin silently took back the scolding she had just said to him. She gently placed her small hand on the back of his hand, and as he rubbed her belly, she said, It's okay. It doesn't hurt now, but it will probably be uncomfortable tomorrow. Why not let the housekeeper take a look at you and see if the pain can be relieved? Xie Jingheng was really afraid that she would be in pain. If she cried in pain, he would be heartbroken. Let's talk about it tomorrow. Tan Lingyin turned her head to look at him and met the bright red at the corners of the man's eyes. Are you feeling uncomfortable? A faint syllable, very hoarse. Xie Jingheng's dark eyes fell on her eyebrows and involuntarily slid down to her plump lips. Want a kiss? I want to kiss you hard. But he can't. The situation is already bad enough now, and he doesn't want to add to another crisis, which would make him the only one to suffer. His thin eyelids closed, and he said slowly in a deep and hoarse voice, Go to sleep, we'll talk tomorrow. If you don't look at her, you won't want to kiss her. Tan Lingyin saw that he was frowning, so she reached out and gently stroked his brows. Don't frown, it'll cause wrinkles. Xie Jingheng's Adam's apple slid quickly, and he could hardly bear her touch. What's more, she was already fragrant all over, and the fragrance became even stronger when her little hand reached out. It is not a seductive fragrance, but it is better than a seductive fragrance. He simply held her in his arms and turned her over, letting her lie on her side with her back facing him, his big hands still pressing on her lower abdomen to keep her warm. Go to sleep and don't move. The man's hoarse and restrained voice sounded behind Tan Lingyin's ears, and his warm breath was a little heavy and fell on the back of her neck. Unexpectedly, Xie Guzi was so patient that he didn't even ask her to help him. As Tan Lingyin was thinking this, she fell into a deep sleep soon after because of the discomfort in her stomach. Xie Jingheng listened to her soft breathing and knew that she had fallen asleep. He did not dare to move his hand that was pressed against her belly for fear of waking her up. The little beauty had fallen asleep, but it was a pity that he was so angry that he had no place to vent his anger even with the beauty in his arms. Early morning. Tan Lingyin woke up early. Every time she had her period, she would wake up very early because she always wanted to go to the bathroom. As soon as she opened her eyes, she felt that something was wrong with the people around her. Her eyes suddenly became clear. What else could it be so early in the morning? She moved carefully, preparing to get up quietly without waking him. Awake. Xie Jingheng's voice was hoarse in the early morning and full of sleepiness. Yeah, I'm going to get up. Tan Lingyin turned around and was about to step over him to get off the bed. Xie Jingheng suddenly stood up, pressed her into his arms and sat her down, looking at her with half-open black eyes. Kiss. His voice was low and hoarse, and when he spoke slowly, it sounded like seduction, and Tan Lingyin blushed when she heard it. Especially when she sat in his arms, wrapped in the cold sandalwood scent on his body, all filled with his scent. She pouted her lips and kissed him on the thin lips. I'm going to the toilet. Well, go ahead. Xie Jingheng didn't stop her again and watched her put on her shoes and escape in a hurry. He lowered his eyes to look down, raised his hand and pinched his eyebrows. I heard that the period would last for 7 days, and he had to endure it during these 7 days.
Darn.
After dressing up, Tan Lingyin wrote a prescription and asked Kaylee to go out and get the medicine. She had a lot of medicinal materials in her space, but she was reluctant to use them. After breakfast, Xie Jingheng had no intention of going out. He sat next to Tan Lingyin and held her little hand and played with it. The little beauty's hands were soft, as if they had no bones, and he liked to hold them in his hands and knead them. Tan Lingyin chewed the red dates and asked, Are you not going to the palace today? No, I'll accompany you recently. His narrow eyes were slightly curved, and the arc of his thin lips was handsome and evil. Tan Lingyin's heart trembled at his smile. This guy was handsome enough even when he was not smiling, but when he smiled, he was simply charming. You don't have to accompany me, just do your own thing. She didn't think there was any point in him accompanying her. I can't make menstrual water for her. Xie Jingheng took her little hand and pulled her into his arms. I want to be with you. I can rub your belly anytime. Isn't that good? He placed his big hands on her belly through her clothes, and his deep, magnetic voice was ambiguous and seductive. Tan Lingyin's ears turned red, and she couldn't stand the attention of a top male beauty like him. She responded softly, Okay. The man chuckled with satisfaction and kissed the tip of her ear with his thin lips. After these few days, you must make it up to your husband. How to compensate? Tan Lingyin almost bit her tongue when she asked this question. What, and how to compensate? What kind of compensation could this guy be talking about? Let's talk about it later and see how you perform, she said proudly. Xie Jingheng quickly coaxed her softly. Okay, just stretch out your hands for clothes and open your mouth for food these few days. I will never let you be wronged or unhappy. Qixi put the medicine on the table. Princess, the medicine is no longer hot. Tan Lingyin picked up the bowl angrily and drank it in one gulp.
Hiss.
Quick, candied fruit. Darn medicine, it's so bitter. Xie Jingheng hurriedly stuffed a piece of candied fruit into her mouth, his dark eyes full of heartache. After eating a few pieces of candied fruit, she finally suppressed the bitter taste on the tip of her tongue. Tan Lingyin glanced at the man beside her and said, Can you stay away from me? It's very hot. Although it is almost autumn, the weather is still hot, especially his body is still very hot. Even through the clothes, you can feel the heat from his body. Xie Jingheng pursed his lips and sat aside helplessly. What can he do? He can only pamper his princess well. Tanfu. Tan Qianzi received an invitation from the 5th Prince Xiecheng, and he was already in the restaurant. Tan Suishan thought for a moment and said, They are already in the restaurant. It would be too disrespectful if we don't go. Let's go. Tan Qianzi didn't really want to go. After all, she had a crush on Xie Rongyan. Father, His Majesty the Seventh Prince, hasn't you given me the invitation yet? She asked after hesitating. Tan Suishan snorted. Seventh Prince has always liked to worship Buddha. Don't even think about him. He may never marry in his lifetime. Right now, the Fifth Prince is also a good choice. He has never married a queen, which shows that His Majesty has other plans. You must seize the opportunity, he warned. Tan Qianzi said softly, My daughter will remember this. Yanyu Tower, the most luxurious restaurant in the holy city. It didn't rain today. If it rained, that would be the time when Yanyu Tower would have the most guests. After all, looking out from Yanyu Tower, you can see a large lake and bamboo forest, which is simply beautiful when it is misty and rainy. Xie Cheng was sitting there, and a young man beside him was hugging the girl and kissing her. He slammed the table angrily and said, Sixth brother, can you please be quiet? The sixth prince Xie Ming let go of the girl in his arms, wiped the corner of his mouth, and said nonchalantly, Why are you in such a hurry? No one has come yet. Xie Cheng looked at him with disdain. Look at your lifeless eyes. You look like a pervert possessed. Fifth brother, what you said is wrong. You have quite a few beautiful concubines in your backyard. Xie Ming snorted. That's still less than yours. Xie Cheng looked down on his sixth brother, but this guy had joined his third brother, so it was hard for him not to see him. The door opened, and a man dressed in black appeared, tall and majestic. Xie Cheng and Xie Ming immediately stood up and called out obediently, Third brother. Xie Xiao responded calmly, and the temperature in the room dropped due to the heavy pressure from his body. He glanced at the girl in the room and said in a cold voice, Get out. There was no telling whether he was happy or angry in the tone. It sounded like he was saying it was time to eat. Xie Ming waved his hand quickly. Get lost now. The girl quickly fled out of the room. Xie Xiao took a sip of the tea on the table and said calmly, Sixth brother, if you bring this woman to me again, I'll chop off your hands. Yes, I remember it. Xie Ming's face turned pale, and he said in a tense voice. Xie Cheng held back his laughter and cursed in his heart. He deserved it. Old 5, if you can't even control Old 6, how can you control the people under you? Xie Xiao suddenly said with a cold tone. Xie Cheng quickly expressed his determination. Don't worry, third brother, I will discipline sixth brother well in the future. Yes, I will listen to what fifth brother says. Xie Ming also said quickly. Xie Xiao chuckled, showing no joy or anger. Fifth prince, Tan Qianzi is here. The guard pushed the door open and said. Xie Cheng immediately said, Please come in. Tan Qianzi thought Xie Cheng was the only one in the room, but she unexpectedly saw 3 people when she came in. She had met these 3 people at the flower viewing banquet, but why was the third prince here? The third prince has already married a wife, and they have been married for more than 3 years. She bowed softly. Qianzi greets the 3 princes. Please sit down, Xie Cheng said with a smile, his eyes always on Tan Qianzi. She has a good figure and a pretty face. There is no concubine of this type in his backyard. But what a pity. This is the reincarnation of Feng Xing. He dare not marry her without the permission of his third brother. Tan Qianzi sat down properly, keeping her head down and looking at the table, allowing 3 pairs of eyes to look at her. Miss Tan is 17 this year. The man's voice was deep and majestic. Tan Qianzi heard that the person who was speaking was not Xie Cheng, so she looked over and met Xie Zhao's sharp eyes. She was so scared that she clenched the handkerchief in her hand. Those eyes were like a poisonous snake staring at its prey, and she felt like a small beast that could be slaughtered at will. Yes, she said in a low voice and lowered her eyes, not daring to look at him again. This third prince is really scary. Rumor has it that his 2 previous wives died, and now this wife is not in good health. Rumor has it that he is unlucky in marriage, and maybe his wife will be killed soon. She looks okay, but her family background is too poor. Xie Xiao gave an 8-character evaluation. He doesn't care about a woman's appearance, he only cares about her family background. It's a pity that Feng Xing's family background is average, or even has no advantages. However, the name of Feng Xing barely makes up for these shortcomings. Tan Qianzi bit her lips slightly and didn't dare to speak. Miss Tan, have some tea. Xie Xiao personally poured a cup of tea and pushed it in front of Tan Qianzi. Tan Qianzi raised her eyes and looked at him, only to see the man giving her a fairly kind smile. "Thank you, third prince." She carefully picked up the teacup and took a sip. Xie Xiao chuckled. "Once you drink my tea, you are mine. Don't get entangled with other men in the future." Tan Qianzi shuddered with fear and wanted to refute but didn't dare. She could only bite her lip, tears welling up in her eyes. However, the other two princes present had no intention of speaking. "I guess they all obey the orders of the third prince." She thought to herself, "It seems that he is not as good as the second prince. At least the second prince has no principal wife." Tan Qianzi ate the meal with trepidation. Fortunately, Xie Xiao did not stay long and left early. It was Xie Cheng who sent someone to send Tan Qianzi back to the Tan mansion. Tan Qianzi hurriedly found Tan Suishan and cried, "Father! Father, please save me. What's wrong?" Tan Suishan asked quickly when he saw her crying. "Were you bullied?" He thought that the fifth prince had already forced himself on her, and he was anxious. "The third prince has taken a fancy to me and threatened me not to have anything to do with other men," Tan Qianzi said, holding his hand. Tan Suishan frowned. "What's going on? Aren't you going to see the fifth prince?" The fifth and sixth princes seemed to listen to the third prince. "He asked me to meet him." Tan Qianzi's brain was still very useful. He figured it out on the way back. When Tan Suishan heard this, his eyebrows were wrinkled into a chan shape. "Qianzi, don't be anxious. Since the third prince also wants to fight for your phoenix life, he must want to marry you as his principal wife." He thought about it carefully and figured it out. Tan Qianzi cried and said, "But father, he has a wife, and he is also unlucky in marriage." Tan Suishan pulled her up from the ground, pressed her down on a chair, and comforted her in a deep voice. "Don't panic. You are a phoenix. He can't defeat you, father." "Did you really believe the lies we made up?" Tan Qianzi felt that her father was possessed by a demon. "Shut up. Now that everyone believes it, it must be true." Tan Suishan glared at her and continued, "The third prince's wife is weak and sickly. If he really wants to marry you, he will definitely give you the position of wife. Don't worry. Father means the third imperial concubine will be." Tan Qianzi didn't dare to say any more. The third prince's face flashed through her mind, and she was so scared that she trembled all over. But at this point, she has been targeted by the third prince, and she can't run away even if she wants to. If you want to blame someone, you can only blame her for using the lie about Fengxing's reincarnation. Tan Lingyin has rarely gone to bed early and gotten up early lately, all because of someone's restraint. Sunflower water is the main contributor. Kaylay walked into the room quickly and handed a piece of paper to Tan Lingyin. "Princess, I found the source of the seductive fragrance." That person claimed to be a disciple of Wanyu Valley. Tan Lingyin half leaned on the beauty couch, holding the white paper and looking at it carefully. It recorded some things about that person in the holy city. "What is Forget Sorrow Valley?" She had never heard of it. Kaylay explained, "It is a hidden clan land. The people there are all good at medicine. It is said that there is a miracle doctor who can bring the dead back to life." Tan Lingyin's eyebrows slightly raised. The corners of her beautiful phoenix eyes also curled up, and her pink lips curled up into a faint smile. "Oh, resurrection from the dead is interesting." She calculated the time of her menstrual period and said calmly, "Make arrangements. I want to see this miracle doctor the day after tomorrow." "Yes." Tan Lingyin looked at the sky outside the window and caught a glimpse of the man walking past the window. A slender figure stepped into the threshold, wearing a crimson-purple gown, which made his skin look even whiter and his handsome and noble face look like that of a god. Xie Jingheng strode to the side of the couch, put his arms around the beauty's slender waist, and pressed his big hands on her lower abdomen with ease. "Does your stomach hurt?" "It doesn't hurt. I told you I took some medicine." Tan Lingyin pushed his hand away. She had drunk a bowl of medicine before, which could relieve her pain during her period. She didn't need him to warm her stomach. Xie Jingheng didn't listen and still held her tightly, gently rubbing her belly. His dark eyes caught sight of the white paper she had placed aside and glanced at the words on it. "What is this?" He stretched out his long arm and reached over it. holding it in his hand and examining it carefully. Luo Yujing Meixiang. The thin lips uttered these words softly. The man looked at the beauty in his arms with his narrow eyes, and with a probing look in his dark eyes, he asked jokingly, "Jiao Jiao, you haven't even felt good yet, but you're thinking about giving me a scent? What nonsense are you talking about?" Tan Lingyin glared at him coquettishly. This man was really unruly. She pinched the man's waist with her small hand and explained, "Didn't Hua Pingting give you a scent before? I asked Kele to investigate and found Huayu Tower and then found out that the scent was given by this person. Then what?" Xie Jingheng didn't know what she was going to do. "His scent is indeed unique. I think I can recruit him to serve me." She looked up at the man and saw him narrow his eyes slightly, so she changed her words. "For my husband and me, this kind of useless and unpresentable trick is not necessary for me." Xie Jingheng was quite arrogant. Tan Lingyin poked his chest with her hand and said, "The trick is indeed not up to par, but there is no guarantee that no one will fall for it again, so it would be best if we can catch this guy. Hua Pingting knows to go to Huayu Tower to buy incense, so it is obvious that other princes will also know it. Especially at this stage, when Fengxing appeared in the world, it was the time when the princes were fighting for power and profit. The means that could not be shown on the surface were actually the most brutal and simple means." Xie Jingheng grabbed the little hand, placed it on his lips and kissed it. "It's up to you, but this person is not of much use." Tan Lingyin didn't think so. She had her own plans. Tan Lingyin's voice was muffled and blocked between the man's thin lips. "The cold sandalwood is extremely strong, stirring the rich floral scent domineeringly." The beauty's lips were red from the kiss, moist and shiny, and seemed to be slightly swollen. She had fallen asleep, but was woken up by the kiss of that jerk. The man's heavy breathing was close to his ears, and his voice was hoarse and tinged with love. "Jiao Jiao, the 7 days are up. How long do you want me to endure it?" Xie Jingheng spoke in a hoarse voice, his thin lips roaming around the delicate ear, especially the area behind the ear where it connected to the neck, leaving behind inch-by-inch detailed kisses. His palm was as hot as fire and could burn Tan Lingyin's delicate skin even through her pajamas. He increased the strength of his fingertips, not satisfied with the layer of surprise between them, yet he restrained himself and did not dare to really probe inside. His voice was deep and magnetic, and this syllable came out from his nose, which was extremely charming. Tan Lingyin suddenly felt her ears go soft and hot. She whispered, "I have to go to South City tomorrow. Let's do it another day." She has to go see the miracle doctor named Luo Yujing tomorrow and doesn't want to be disturbed by the noise and have a bad rest. You know, Xie Jingheng has been patient for 7 days, so he must have a big trick waiting for her. "Then can I give you some sweetness tonight? Okay?" The hoarse and depressed voice actually carried a hint of pity, and he called her like a spoiled child. "Jiao Jiao, is that okay?" Jiao Jiao. His voice was pleasant to the ears, like the sound of jade and gold being struck. It was particularly alluring when it was tinged with love. Mixed in with the heavy and chaotic tremolo, he sounded like a male demon. Tan Lingyin couldn't resist at all and could only nod. When Xie Jingheng heard this, his dark eyes suddenly darkened. He lowered his head and kissed her, biting those moist lips as if he wanted to tear her apart and eat her. The tip of Xie Jingheng's ears was dripping with blood, but his movements were not vague at all. He unbuttoned his clothes in a few seconds and threw them aside. The dim candlelight illuminated a corner of the room and fell on the light pink bed curtains embroidered with gold patterns. The cool sandalwood and rich floral scents intertwined together, filling the candlelight. In the late night when autumn is almost approaching, a cool breeze has already begun to blow. A light breeze came in through the window, causing the candlelight in the corner of the room to sway slightly. With a hiss, the candle went out. In the dark room, only beauty remains. In the early morning, Tan Lingyin slowly opened her beautiful eyes and saw that the place beside her was empty. She turned over and suddenly felt some discomfort in her legs. She sat up to check, and fire instantly appeared in her phoenix eyes. "Xie Jingheng," she called him angrily. "The person who came was 7-Up. She said, "The prince has already left." Kele asked, "Princess, is there something urgent?" I will send someone to catch up with the prince. Tan Lingyin raised her hand and said, It's okay. I need to take a shower and do my makeup. Yes. The two men came over to help her get dressed and take a bath. When they saw the finger marks on her calves, they pursed their lips in tacit understanding and said nothing. Last night, I heard the princess voice for the first time in a long time. Sitting in the bathtub, Tan Lingyin gently touched the skin on the inside of her legs with her small hands, and her fingertips trembled in pain. She was so angry that she slammed the water hard, splashing water onto her angry, pretty face. Hateful. Xiego also said something about forgiving her, which was clearly another form of torture. I don't know how he came up with this trick. It's even more torturous than before. After bathing, Qixi brought over a bottle of ointment. Princess, this is what the prince gave us this morning. He said that it will reduce swelling if you apply it. Humph, you jerk. Tan Lingyin cursed in a low voice and took the porcelain bottle with her small hands. You guys go out, I'll apply it myself. 7-Up obediently turned around and stood behind the screen. After packing for a long time, Tan Lingyin got on the carriage. She couldn't help but steal a glance at her, and there was even excitement in his eyes. Tan Lingyin waved the folding fan in her hand and glanced at her with narrowed eyes. What are you looking at? She said with a smile. Princess, you look even more handsome than the prince when you dress like this. Well, call me young master. Tan Lingyin tapped her head gently with a folding fan, correcting her address. Yes, young master is so handsome. If he were really a man, I wonder how many noble ladies in the holy city would be charmed by him. Qixi grinned, staring at Tan Lingyin with a pair of black grape-like eyes. Tan Lingyin raised her eyebrows slightly, and a wicked smile appeared on her handsome and feminine face. Of course, this face of mine can kill both men and women. She deliberately used her own makeup today. After applying nose shadow and contouring, her bone structure was subtly changed, from delicate to handsome. 7-Up didn't recognize those cosmetics, but he didn't dare to ask more questions. He just watched her apply them on her face stroke by stroke, and a handsome young man emerged. What does it mean to kill both men and women? She didn't understand. Tan Lingyin smiled and moved closer to Qixi. She pinched her chin with her fingers and asked in a low and elegant voice, Qixi, how do you feel? Qixi's heart was pounding, and her pretty face turned red. Up, princess. No. The young master is so handsome. This is called beheading a girl. Tan Lingyin raised an eyebrow and said, Did the princess behead the prince last night? Coke, who usually doesn't like to talk, suddenly spoke. Tan Lingyin was so shocked by her sudden words that she almost choked on her saliva. She hurriedly handed over the warm tea. Sir, please have some tea. Tan Lingyin took a few sips of tea and squinted at Coke. Coke, it's fine if you don't say anything, but once you open your mouth it's really… Did I say something wrong? But Coke still looked confused. Tan Lingyin didn't want to explain these words to these two little ancient people, so she said perfunctorily, You are right. The carriage gradually drove into the southern part of the city, and the surrounding houses gradually became low and simple. The south of the city is a mixed place in the holy city. Many outsiders who have just arrived in the holy city will choose to stay in the south of the city. Only the south of the city was willing to accept outsiders like them. In fact, you can live in the north of the city, but the north of the city is a slum. Some outsiders have some family assets, so they naturally don't want to live with poor people. Tan Lingyin lifted the curtain and looked outside. The pedestrians on the road were all in a hurry, as if they were in a hurry to do something. Occasionally, there would be young men dressed in rich clothes walking by, but most of them were drunk, and some even held a girl in their arms. One can guess what the relationship between them is. The carriage drove across the stone bridge and stopped under a big willow tree. Tan Lingyin stepped on a footstool and got out of the car, casually lifting the hair hanging on her shoulders behind her. The appearance of handsome men and beautiful women quickly attracted a lot of people's attention. There were many small vendors by the river, either staring at 7-Up or Tan Lingyin. What a handsome young man. This is the first time I've seen him. Such a handsome young man. Could he also be here to have fun? You already have a beautiful woman by your side, but you still come to a place like the south of the city. What a pity. Kayleigh whispered. Sir, the person lives in the alley. Tan Lingyin nodded slightly, put away her folding fan, and walked towards the alley. In a small courtyard at the end of the alley, the ground was covered with dried herbs. In the rocking chair in the yard, a man in a red robe was lying on it, crossing his legs and rocking gently. His face was covered with a medical book and he appeared to be basking in the sun. There was a knock on the courtyard door, and he shouted through the book, "It's not locked." Kayleigh pushed open the door, and Tan Lingyin walked in. The yard was full of medicinal herbs, all of which were fresh and being dried. The aroma of various herbs mixed together was actually a bit choking. Tan Lingyin opened her folding fan to cover her mouth and nose, then walked in with a slightly frown on her face. What caught my eye was the handsome figure of a man lying in a rocking chair. The red dress was as bright as fire and particularly dazzling. The robe seemed to be embroidered with something with gold thread, which flickered in the sunlight. "The old price, how much?" The man's voice was muffled through the book with a smile. Tan Lingyin raised her eyebrows and asked in a low voice, "What's the old price?" Luo Yujing heard that the voice was not right and raised his hand to take the book off his face. The man had a fair face, a pair of narrow and sharp peach-shaped eyes, a small black mole under the corner of his eye, a high nose bridge, and rosy lips that seemed to be painted with lip balm. Tan Lingyin looked at him, and her pupils suddenly shrank. When their eyes met, the air seemed to stagnate. Exploration, shock, delight, doubt. Various emotions intertwined together, constantly changing in the eyes of the two people. Luo Yujing stood up from the rocking chair, staring at Tan Lingyin with wide eyes. "Who are you?" Tan Lingyin stared at the small black mole under his eye. Her lips trembled slightly, but no sound came out. When Kilo investigated the name, Luo Yujing, Tan Lingyin became suspicious, so she had to come and meet this person. He really looks like him, but the man in front of him has full-grown facial features and is more mature. Could it be that she was overthinking it? Luo Yujing took a few steps forward hesitantly and asked tentatively, "Interstellar?" Tan Lingyin's eyelashes trembled slightly, and she lowered her voice and said, "Let's talk inside." Chishi Kola wanted to follow, but he heard Tan Lingyin's order. "Stay at the gate of the courtyard. I have something to say to the miracle doctor." The two had no choice but to agree. "Yes, sir." Tan Lingyin clenched the folding fan in her hand and walked quickly into the room, followed closely by Luo Yujing. He closed the door, turned around and asked excitedly, "Sister, brother, why are you here?" Tan Lingyin looked at him intently, her face very excited. When Luo Yujing heard the name, he strode forward and hugged the person tightly in his arms, patting Tan Lingyin's shoulders gently with his big hands. "Sister, it's great to see you again." Tan Lingyin's eyes were slightly moist, and she patted his back gently. "Me too, it's great to see you." Luo Yujing's eyes were red, and his hands suddenly froze. He held Tan Lingyin's shoulders and pulled her out of his arms, staring at her face and asked, "Sister, are you dead?" If my sister was doing well in the interstellar space, she would definitely not appear here. He still remembered that he had accidentally entered a black hole and then appeared in this world inexplicably. Tan Lingyin pursed her lips and shook her head, her thoughts going back to the day when she traveled through time. "I drank some wine that day and had a dream. When I opened my eyes again, I was here. Then it seems that you are not dead. Have you heard of parallel universes?" Luo Yujing breathed a sigh of relief and pulled her to sit down at the table. "I suspect that this world and the interstellar world are parallel universes because this body looks exactly like me." Tan Lingyin didn't quite understand why he suddenly said that. "Brother, what do you mean by that?" "I suspect we need to trigger some mission, and then we can return to the original interstellar space." Luo Yujing has always believed this. Since he can enter the black hole and travel through it, he will definitely be able to go back one day. Tan Lingyin frowned slightly and looked at Luo Yujing like a fool. "Brother, have you read too many novels? Parallel universes may really exist, but your body has entered a black hole. You can't go back. What about you? You didn't die in the interstellar space." Luo Yujing looked at her expectantly. "If you can go back, it's better to go back. After all, the imperial system here is not suitable for us." Tan Lingyin's mind suddenly flashed with Xie Jinghing's face, his smiling face at her, or the seductive voice when he kissed her. Scenes flashed one after another. That dream was the medium of time travel, and she came to the great Zhou dynasty, because of Xie Jingheng. Actually, I don't know whether I am dead or not, because the spaceship was in automatic driving mode when I was dreaming. Maybe the spaceship entered a black hole when I was dreaming, Tan Lingyin said here, as if she remembered something. She held Luo Yujing in one hand and brought him directly into the Emperor Phoenix space. This is a spaceship. Luo Yujing looked at the space in shock. Tan Lingyin walked to the operating table and quickly retrieved some information with her fingers. The electricity inside the spacecraft is unlimited, so some of the heating and cooling functions on the spacecraft can be used, and some information on the console is also retained. Until a warning notice appeared on the monitor, and she looked up. At this moment, she felt inexplicably relieved. She didn't even realize it herself, but she actually wanted to stay with Xie Jingheng. Brother, look, she pointed at a line of words on the screen. Warning, black hole storm is coming. Please drive manually immediately. Luo Yujing frowned and whispered, it seems that your spaceship was sucked into the black hole storm. So, you are dead in the interstellar space. It's not a bad thing to not go back. The power struggle in the stars is very fierce. Every war will result in countless casualties. Isn't it good for us to live with a different identity? Tan Lingyin has always been in the mentality of making the best of things. Ever since Luo Yujing accidentally fell into the black hole, her life in the interstellar space has been very boring. After traveling to the Great Zhou dynasty, she never thought about returning to the interstellar space because there was no one she missed there. Her only relative is Luo Yujing, her half-brother. Luo Yujing looked dejected and slumped down on the sofa. It seems like we really can't go back. Don't be sad. Now that we are brother and sister, we meet again. It doesn't matter where we live. Tan Lingyin sat next to him and patted his big hand. Luo Yujing looked around and asked, why do you have a spaceship? This is the reward the Interstellar Empire gave me. I saved the king of the Imperial Alliance. To thank me, they used the most advanced technology to seal the spaceship on my wrist, a nanospace. Tan Lingyin stretched out her hand to show the phoenix mark on her wrist. But what I didn't expect was that this Emperor Phoenix space could actually follow me to the Great Zhou dynasty. Luo Yujing picked up the half-can of Coke on the table and took a few sips. It's so refreshing. I haven't tasted anything like this in 10 years. He was only 15 years old when he accidentally entered the black hole, and now he has lived in the Great Zhou dynasty for 10 years. The two sat on the sofa and chatted. Tan Lingyin asked, brother, how did you get through these years? When I first crossed over, I was near Wanyu Valley and was picked up by my master. I found that everyone in Wanyu Valley studied medicine, so I showed some talent, and my master accepted me as his apprentice. After that, I continued to live in Forget Your Trouble Valley, but life became more and more boring, so I secretly ran away and came to the holy city to make a living. When Luo Yujing said this, he put his big hand around Tan Lingyin's shoulders and said with a laugh, in fact, I have only been in Xingdu for a month. I didn't expect to meet you. We are really like brothers and sisters. Tan Lingyin heard that he had been living well in Wanyu Valley these years, and she was happy for him. It's good that you didn't suffer any injustice. Come back to Prince Heng's palace with me in the future. I will protect you. King Heng? Is it the cruel and violent King Heng? Luo Yujing asked in shock. Tan Lingyin pondered for a moment and explained, actually, he is not as bad as the rumors say. He is a good person. Luo Yujing's mouth twitched. I heard that Prince Heng got married. Could it be you? Tan Lingyin coughed lightly. Ahem, that's right, your sister is now Princess Heng. Darn King Heng. I'm going to hack him to death. No, I'm going to poison him to death. Luo Yujing was so angry that he gritted his teeth and crushed the Coke can in his hand. Don't be impulsive. You don't have any martial art skills. Xie Jingheng is a master with profound inner strength and superb martial arts skills. Tan Lingyin quickly comforted Luo Yujing and took the Coke can out of his hand. Be careful not to scratch your hand. Are you marrying him willingly? It's a marriage of convenience. Luo Yujing pinched her brows and said, if only I could have met you earlier, I would have taken you back to Wanyu Valley, and you wouldn't have to get married. Life in Wanyu Valley is too carefree. You probably haven't realized how powerful the imperial system in this world is. The whole world belongs to the king. I am the prime minister's daughter, and I can't escape. Tan Lingyin is very open-minded about this. She should do what her identity dictates. There is a reason why ancient imperial power has been passed down for thousands of years. Luo Yujing pursed his lips in silence, and after a while he laughed. Sister has grown up, and brother has been muddled these years, but he is not as mature and stable as you. He touched the top of Tan Lingyin's head with his big hand. Why are you dressed like a man? I came to see you because I was afraid of exposing my identity as Princess Heng. I wanted to win over the genius doctor behind Huayu Tower, but I didn't expect it to be you. Tan Lingyin smiled and threw herself into Luo Yujing's arms. It's great to have a brother. Although I have family here, you are my most special relative. Luo Yujing patted her shoulder and sighed at how cleverly fate had arranged this. We are destined to be brother and sister. The two chatted about Tan Lingyin's life in Prince Heng's mansion. Luo Yujing was very concerned about whether she was happy or not. When she learned that Prince Heng treated her very well, she felt relieved. After coming out of the space, Tan Lingyin brought Luo Yujing out of the room. 7-Up Cola came over immediately and said, "Sir, someone just knocked on the door, but we sent him away." Luo Yujing said indifferently, "Don't worry about them. They're just drug dealers." Tan Lingyin looked at the medicinal herbs all over the ground and felt it was a waste to leave them in this small courtyard. She raised her eyes to look at 7-Up and ordered in a deep voice, "Let's help Mr. Luo to pack up these herbs and put them back in a house." Yes, the four of them packed up quickly and put everything into the boxes in no time. While 7-Up was out, Tan Lingyin put all the boxes of medicinal herbs into the Emperor Phoenix space. These were all treasures. Seeing that Luo Yujing was also about to get on the carriage, Chishi Cola asked in confusion, "Young master." From today on, young Master Luo will live in Prince Heng's mansion and will no longer work for Huayu Tower. Tan Lingyin had no way to explain Luo Yujing's identity, so she could only pretend to recruit him. 7-Up nodded, but looked at Luo Yujing with caution. He was successfully recruited in such a short time, and I haven't heard of any conditions required. Maybe this person has some purpose. The carriage quickly returned to Prince Heng's palace. Luo Yujing looked at the magnificent mansion and couldn't help but sigh. It's like a fairyland. I haven't lived in such a luxurious house even in Wanyu Valley. Tan Lingyin chuckled and shook her head. Come in, I'll ask the housekeeper to arrange a yard for you. Butler Xie got the news and came to Tan Lingyin's yard. Princess, what do you want? Help young Master Luo arrange a courtyard. He will be a member of our Prince Heng's palace from now on. Take good care of him. Tan Lingyin gave the order lightly. Butler Xie hesitated for a moment, but finally agreed. The princess suddenly brought back a strange man and had to entertain him well. I don't know if the prince would be furious. Tan Lingyin looked at Luo Yujing's clothes and asked, You have nothing to wear? I don't have many pieces. They are all old clothes. Luo Yujing smiled and scratched his head. I spent all the money I earned on buying medicinal herbs. 7-Up, help him measure his body and go to the clothing store to buy some clothes. Include a few red ones. 7-Up and Coke looked at each other and nodded in agreement. The princess is too concerned about this, Mr. Luo. If the prince comes back and finds there is an extra man in the mansion, I don't know how he will get angry. While Luo Yujing was measuring her size, Tan Lingyin went to her room to remove her makeup and hair and put on women's clothes. Men's clothes required a chest binder, which made her uncomfortable. Near noon, Xie Jingheng came back. As soon as he entered the door, Butler Xie leaned over and whispered something in his ear. Xie Jingheng's handsome face, which was originally full of sunshine and brightness, was suddenly covered with dark clouds. Linger takes good care of him, he asked in a cold voice. Butler Xie answered truthfully, Yes, even the princess knows that young Master Luo likes red clothes. Heh, Xie Jingheng sneered, flicked his sleeves, and walked towards the backyard. Tan Lingyin was playing chess with Luo Yujing. As they played, they talked about some interesting things that happened during their time travel and laughed constantly. As soon as Xie Jingheng walked to the moon gate in the yard, he heard Tan Lingyin's clear and pleasant laughter, tinkling like wind chimes. Seeing the two people sitting and playing chess, he clenched his hands hanging in his sleeves. Qi Shi noticed Xie Jingheng coming over and quickly whispered, Princess, the prince is back. Tan Lingyin paused with her fingers pinching the chess piece and looked sideways. The man had a dignified face, his thin lips were tightly pursed, and when his sword-like brows were lowered, he looked gloomy and cold. "Your Highness." Tan Lingyin dropped the chess piece, stood up and greeted him with a smile. She walked towards Xie Jingheng with lotus steps, but there was no embrace as expected. Xie Jingheng looked at her with deep dark eyes and said with thin lips, "Princess, you are smiling very happily." Tan Lingyin could tell something was wrong with his tone, and she also knew that he was very jealous, so she immediately took the initiative to hug his narrow waist. "Husband, let me introduce you." She turned sideways and looked at Luo Yujing. "This is Dr. Luo, who is good at making poisons. He will be a member of Prince Heng's mansion from now on. My husband can use him at will. This is my husband, His Royal Highness Prince Heng." Tan Lingyin winked at Luo Yujing, wanting him to stand up and salute, but she saw Luo Yujing sitting there, playing with a black chess piece with his fingertips, squinting at Xie Jingheng. Xie Jingheng was also looking at him, and the coldness in his eyes became heavier. The pretty boy was quite good-looking, and was wearing a flashy red outfit. Could it be that Linger likes this kind of icky? Finally, Luo Yujing stood up and bowed to Xie Jingheng, saying, "Greetings, Your Majesty." He didn't show any fear at all, and just stared straight at Xie Jingheng. The two looked at each other, and sparks of calcium carbide crackled. Tan Lingyin quietly held Xie Jingheng's big hand. "Husband, you must be tired. Come and have some warm tea." She forcibly pulled Xie Jingheng away and pressed him against the stone table. Xie Jingheng's face was cold, and he lowered his eyes, not knowing what he was thinking. It was not until the warm teacup was placed against his lips that he moved his gaze to Tan Lingyin's face. The little beauty pursed her lips and smiled, looking at him with her bright eyes. "Husband, have some tea." He held her small hand with his long, bony fingers and drank the tea from her hand. "Is this how Your Highness usually lets the princess serve you?" Luo Yujing sat opposite Xie Jingheng, speaking with a hint of sarcasm. "Did you marry the princess or the servant?" Xie Jingheng narrowed his eyes, stretched out his long arms and took Tan Lingyin into his arms, holding her tightly in his arms, and said in a cold voice, "Is it your turn as an outsider to ask about the private affairs of Prince Heng's mansion?" "What private matter? Inin is my..." Cough cough. Tan Lingyin coughed twice and tried hard to wink at Luo Yujing. Darn it, she only has Tan Xingyue as her brother now. Can Luo Yujing please stop talking nonsense? Inin. Xie Jingheng pinched Tan Lingyin's slender waist, and his tone was very dangerous when these two words came out of his thin lips. Tan Lingyin smiled awkwardly, blinking her beautiful eyes in an attempt to get away with it. Xie Jingheng twitched his thin lips and asked with a fake smile, "When did Linger get the nickname Inin? If I say Luo Yujing is my brother, would you believe it?" Tan Lingyin showed a standard eight-tooth smile, her brain thinking quickly about how to arrange Luo Yujing's identity. "What's the point of me believing it or not? You should go ask Prime Minister Tan about this." Xie Jingheng snorted. "I can explain it." An idea suddenly occurred to Tan Lingyin. "Okay, then explain it to me." The man's voice was cold. He glanced at Luo Yujing with his narrow eyes, then stood up holding Tan Lingyin. "You..." Luo Yujing gritted his teeth in anger, but had no reason to stop him. After the door was closed, Xie Jingheng pushed Tan Lingyin directly onto the couch, pressed his long and powerful legs on hers, and used his knees to separate her two beautiful legs. "Princess, you'd better give me a reasonable explanation. Otherwise I don't mind chopping off that pretty boy's head." The man's voice was dangerous, and his slightly cold fingers gently stroked Tan Lingyin's cheek. Tan Lingyin felt like he was being stared at by a poisonous snake, and his fingers were the snake's tongue. She clutched Xie Jingheng's collar with her small hands, tears instantly welling up in her beautiful eyes. "Husband, he is really my brother. Don't you think I look a lot like him?" Xie Jingheng narrowed his eyes, and the fair face of Luo Yujing flashed through his mind. The small black mole under the corner of his eye did look a bit like her. "Yes, but do my father-in-law and mother-in-law know?" He raised his eyebrows slightly and stared at the little face that was about to cry. "Let's see what else she can come up with. I once had a dream. In the dream, I lived in another place and Luo Yujing was my biological brother in that place. No matter what, she went for it. She must save her brother's life. Otherwise, given Xie Jingheng's madness, who knows how he would torture Luo Yujing?" Xie Jingheng had no expression on his face. His dark eyes stared at her steadily, and he just stared at her for a long time. Is what Linger said true? Tan Lingyin nodded vigorously. It's true. He was my half-brother. I always thought it was a dream, but I didn't expect to meet him. Isn't it a coincidence? Xie Jingheng narrowed his eyes and asked, does he remember that dream too? Of course I remember, otherwise I wouldn't call me Yinin. We are an ironclad brother and sister. Tan Lingyin stretched out her hand and swore, husband, I swear, he and I are an innocent brother and sister. If I lie, let me be struck by lightning. Before she could finish her words, the man covered her mouth with his hand. Xie Jingheng said hoarsely, I'll trust you for now, but I still need to investigate him. Well, my husband, believe me. You are really my good husband. Tan Lingyin hooked her arms around his neck softly and kissed the corner of his lips with her pink lips. After being coaxed by her, Xie Jingheng's anger disappeared instantly. You'd better not let me find out that you and he are behaving intimately, or I will chop off his hand. His voice was cold, and he pinched her chin and rubbed it. My dear husband, I only like you. Tan Lingyin pouted her lips and rubbed her little face against his cheek. Outside the door, Luo Yujing was so anxious that he was pacing back and forth in the yard. Judging from King Heng's temper just now, the rumors from the outside world are all true. He is fierce and brutal, and his methods are ruthless. These are absolutely true. I don't know what he is doing now that he has locked his sister in the room. Was it whipping? Still punching and kicking. Darn it. 7-Up Cola felt dizzy from his walking back and forth. Mr. Luo, can you sit down and rest for a while? Chi said. Luo Yujing gritted his teeth and said, Yinin is suffering in there. How can I rest? Chi. Kale, you misunderstood. The prince would never hit the princess. Then what was he going to do with his ferocious look just now? Chi said with a smile. What else can a husband and wife do? After hearing this, Luo Yujing's ears suddenly turned red. He was so angry that he jumped up and down, and the rage on his feminine and charming face became even more intense. God darn it. No, I can't curse. This is Prince Heng's palace. If he scolds Prince Heng, he will only bring trouble upon himself. Just as he was getting anxious, the door opened. Xie Jingheng pulled Tan Lingyin out from inside, and the atmosphere between them was very harmonious. When I looked at my sister's face again, her little mouth was rosy and her eyes were watery and sparkling. Luo Yujing raised his hand and slapped his forehead, not wanting to watch any further. His memory still stops before he was 15, when his sister was only about 10 years old, and was as cute and well-behaved as a dough ball. Now, my innocent sister has been eaten by a vicious dog. Oh, it hurts him. Xie Jingheng said coldly. Mr. Luo, please stay here from now on. I hope you will behave yourself. Tan Lingyin winked at Luo Yujing, and Luo Yujing nodded silently. Got it. Tan Lingyin breathed a sigh of relief, finally arranging an identity for her brother. But what's wrong with Xie Jingheng? He actually believed her when she said she had a dream. It's really strange. In the evening, in the study, Xie Jingheng looked at the information collected by Zhu Yun and Zhu Feng, all of which was information about Luo Yujing. He had been in the holy capital for a month, doing some medicinal material business. He had never been to the prime minister's residence, nor had he had any interaction with anyone in the court. The same was true for Tan Lingyin. Before today, she had never had any contact with Luo Yujing. Zhu Yun said, Your Highness, we are still investigating the matter of Luo Yujing in Wangyu Valley, but Wangyu Valley is far away from the holy city, so it will take some time for the news to be transmitted back. Xie Jingheng responded calmly, Well, keep a close eye on Luo Yujing recently and record everything he does. Yes. Xie Jingheng leaned back in his chair, supported his head with his elbows on the armrests, and frowned as he thought about what Tan Lingyin had said today. Dream? Could it be that Feng Xing came into the world with his memories? Xie Jingheng was very smart. He had always been suspicious of Tan Lingyin, suspecting that she was no longer the prime minister's daughter. But he felt that the person in his dream was the current Tan Lingyin, so he did not expose her. Now, a man who looks 70% like her suddenly appears and claims to be her biological brother. He actually believes it 50%. After all, the core has been replaced with Fengxing, so everything else is possible. But he would not blindly believe what the little beauty said. He needed to supervise her every day and find out the life experience of Luo Yujing. If Tan Lingyi knew Xie Jingheng's true thoughts, she would definitely be shocked. Xie Jingheng is truly a man of great wisdom and intelligence. At dinner time, Luo Yujing ate alone in his own yard. The food was delicious, but he ate it without any appetite. He hadn't seen his sister for 10 years, and now he couldn't even eat with her. Look at this yard again. It is full of Prince Heng's shadow guards, supervising him very closely. After eating, he couldn't help it and went to Tan Lingyin's yard. The servant at the gate stopped him and said, "Mr. Luo, this is where the prince and princess live. You can't go in. I have something to say to the princess." Luo Yujing looked inside, but could not see anything because of the trees and rockery. "I'm sorry, but I can't let you in without the master's permission." Luo Yujing crossed his arms over his chest, but he didn't want to embarrass a servant, so he turned around and was about to leave. A round-faced maid came over and said, Hey, your name is 7-Up, right?" Chishi was holding a bowl of soup and nodded slightly. "Your servant Chishi, what do you want, Master Luo?" "Go in and tell the princess that I'm looking for her." "Thank you," Luo Yujing said with a smile. Her pair of peach blossom eyes were very intoxicating. She was stared at so closely by him that she took a step back and walked away. "Got it." Luo Yujing stood at the door, looking forward to it, but he always felt that someone was staring at him from behind. He looked back, but didn't see anyone in the dark night except the light of the lantern. Zhuayan stood in the dark, staring at the figure in red with a frown on his face. Why does Mr. Luo smile so brightly at Qixi? It's so abominable. He grabbed the rockery with his fingers and pulled a piece of stone off it. Luo Yujing heard the noise behind him, but did not turn around to look. Sure enough, people followed him wherever he went. Not long after, Qixi came out again. "Master Luo, the princess said that if there is anything, we can talk about it tomorrow. She wants to rest." "Rest? So early?" Luo Yujing calculated the time. It was only 1/2 the hour of Su, which was a little after 8 o'clock in the evening. She didn't say anything, just looked at him silently. Luo Yujing clenched his fists and said, "Let's talk about it tomorrow." The next morning, Luo Yujing came hurriedly. I happened to run into Xie Jingheng coming out of the room. The man was wearing a black robe embroidered with golden clouds today. His black hair was loosely standing on the back of his head, tied up with only a white jade hairpin. He exuded the aura of a superior. His face was noble and handsome. His narrow and long eyes were like cold stars in a cold pond. There seemed to be a little red at the end of his narrow and long eyes, and his thin lips were bright red. Xie Jingheng glanced at him coming, bent his long fingers, and wiped the corner of his lips, then walked past him without even saying hello. Luo Yujing frowned and was so angry that he wanted to slap him twice. Provocation. This is a naked provocation. What does this guy mean by wiping his mouth? Do you think he just kissed his sister? Hateful. He walked into the yard angrily and shouted, "Yinin, brother is here to see you." Tan Lingyin was putting on makeup. She looked at the red mark at the corner of her mouth in the mirror and frowned slightly. Xie Jingheng, this jerk, went crazy early in the morning. Not only did he kiss her, he even broke the skin on her lips. Fortunately, the wound was not big, otherwise it would be inconvenient for her to eat. Luo Yujing came in and saw the maid there, so she didn't say anything and sat quietly beside her watching her dress up. "Brother, let me arrange a job for you." Tan Lingyin turned her head to look at him. "What job?" "I'm planning to open a store, and you can be the boss then. What do you think?" Tan Lingyin suddenly had this idea. Luo Yujing is the most suitable person to run a glass shop. Great. I have nothing to do. Luo Yujing also became interested. "What are you selling?" Tan Lingyin raised her eyebrows and asked mysteriously, "Do you know about the Ice Soul Stone? I've heard of it, but never seen it. Do you have it?" Luo Yujing looked at her in surprise, obviously very interested. "Then I have it all. I can say I have everything you need." Tan Lingyin looked at him with a smile. "I'll show it to you later." Soon, Qixi helped Tan Lingyin comb her hair and said, "Princess, I will go and prepare breakfast for you. Go ahead." There was still coke in the room, but Tan Lingyin had no intention of carrying her behind her back. After all, the store will open soon, and it won't be possible to hide it then. Tan Lingyin walked into the bedroom and brought out a wooden box. It was quite large, and it was obvious that it contained a lot of things. Kaylee quickly came over to catch it. "Come here, slave." She placed the box on the table and opened it. Suddenly, Kaylee's eyes widened. What is this? It's so beautiful. She had never seen such a crystal-clear object, and there were patterns on it. "Princess, is this the Ice Soul Stone?" Tan Lingyin thought for a moment and said, "I guess so, but it's even more translucent and crystal clear than the Ice Soul Stone, and of better quality." Coke picked up an exquisite and transparent water cup and asked, "What an exquisite cup." Luo Yujing came over and took a look, without any surprise in his eyes. "Is this thing valuable?" Tan Lingyin raised her eyebrows and said proudly, "Not only is it valuable, it's priceless." She took out the Ice Soul Stone that Xie Jingheng had given her and handed it to Luo Yujing to see. "Look at this thing, it's worth gold." Luo Yujing compared them in her hands, her eyes lit up. "Sure, sister, we can definitely make a lot of money this time. Where is the shop?" "I'll be the boss there right away. It will open in a few days, and the decoration is not yet complete, because he could become a boss." Luo Yujing suddenly became interested in these glass cups. While fiddling with the cups, "I was thinking about how to sell these things." Shishi had set up the breakfast, and when he came in he saw the glass cups and asked in surprise, "Where did this come from? Did the prince buy them?" "Secret." Tan Lingyin winked at her. Tan Lingyin and Luo Yujing spent the whole morning discussing the matters of opening a store and some business strategies. They also re-established the sales process. When Xie Jingheng came back from the palace, a colorful butterfly flew towards him. "The little beauty is wearing bright clothes today. Her long skirt is red and pink, decorated with golden laces. Even her hair is layered and covered with red hairpins. If someone else dressed like this, they would definitely look vulgar, but this bright outfit served as a foil and embellishment on her. She is so beautiful that no amount of clothing can hide her charming and seductive face." He reached out to catch her and lifted her up easily. "Are you in such a hurry to hold me?" The man's voice was filled with laughter, and he was obviously in a good mood. Tan Lingyin hooked her arm around his neck and smiled. "Come back to the room, I'll show you something good." Xie Jingheng held her in his arms and walked into the room as if he was holding a baby. As soon as he turned around, he saw a table full of transparent objects. Xie Jingheng immediately felt curious, and after sitting down at the table with the person in his arms, he reached out and picked up a transparent cup. "What is this?" "Didn't I say I was going to open a store? This is what I want to sell." Tan Lingyin hooked her arm around his neck and looked at him with a smile. "How does it compare to the Ice Soul Stone?" Xie Jingheng tapped it with his fingers and looked at her sideways. "It's even better than before." "Then what do you think is a suitable price for me?" "It can't be too expensive, otherwise the dignitaries won't be willing to buy it." Tan Lingyin had already decided that her store would be high-end luxury and only target wealthy, high-ranking officials and the rich. After all, glass is more precious than ice stone. Scarcity makes things valuable, so the price must be so high that ordinary people cannot afford it. Xie Jingheng tapped the cup lightly with his fingertips, pondered for a long time before saying, "1,000 taels of gold is a bit too expensive. It would be better to buy 1,000 taels of silver. Many people will buy it. Okay, this is the lowest price." Tan Lingyin smiled, already imagining herself counting the silver bills beautifully. Xie Jingheng stared at her sparkling eyes and gently pinched her face with his long fingers. "I helped you, so I won't give you a reward. Then these cups are all for you." Tan Lingyin waved her hand. She had plenty of these things. "No need." Xie Jingheng's dark eyes were deep, and he touched his lips with his long fingers. "Reward me with a sweet kiss." There was a smile on his lips, and his handsome and evil face made Tan Lingyin's heart beat faster. "Male goblin." Tan Lingyin kissed him generously on the lips, and when she looked up, Xie Jingheng's thin lips were stained red. There is no way. Lip balm is not long-lasting and will be rubbed off with the slightest touch. Xie Jingheng was satisfied, and he touched the beauty's waist a few times with his big hands. "I'm going to take a shower." In the afternoon, Tan Lingyin took Luo Yujing to the store. "The shop has been almost decorated, and we just need to sort out some details before we can open it." Xie Jingheng also followed and looked at the interior of the entire store with a look of amazement in his eyes. It is difficult to find such elegant decoration in the entire holy city. It was a unique decoration that he had never seen before. Luo Yujing didn't find it novel but just sighed. "Inin, you can actually let the craftsman create the style of ancient Europe. You are amazing. This little corner bar is really nice." Xie Jingheng didn't understand what Luo Yujing said, but seeing that Tan Lingyin had no problem talking to him, he felt somewhat certain about the dream that Tan Lingyin was talking about. This is a memory that belongs only to them, the brother and sister. I suddenly felt a little sad. He looked gloomy and stopped walking. Tan Lingyin noticed that he hadn't followed, so she said to Luo Yujing, "Look for yourself." She turned and walked to Xie Jingheng's side. Her soft little hand grasped his big hand and looked up at him. "Why do you look unhappy?" After being together for so long, she could understand some of the man's expressions. Xie Jingheng looked at her little face and said softly, "The princess and he were having a great time talking, but I couldn't get a word in." The corners of his lips twitched slightly as he spoke, like a helpless smile. Tan Lingyin had known him for so long, but she had never seen such a sad expression on his face. His Royal Highness Prince Hung is aloof and arrogant, and he shouldn't show this kind of expression. "Husband, you can ask me anything you want. I will tell you everything I know." She shook his big hand and interlocked her fingers with his. The little beauty had a beautiful smile, and from his angle, looking down, her phoenix eyes were like two clear springs, moist and beautiful like crystal clear jade. He saw innocence and concern in her eyes. Xie Jingheng felt his heart swelling, filled by the beauty in front of him. He suddenly chuckled and held her hand tightly. "Then let me ask, what is ancient Europe?" "It's the place in my dream. The people there like this kind of complicated patterns the most, so we call this style the ancient European style." The little girl spoke very carefully, and Xie Jingheng listened quietly beside her. When the three of them were leaving the store in a carriage, Tan Lingyin saw a girl getting off the carriage through the window. The red hairpin on her head was actually made by the female craftsman Fufeng. If someone else wore this pearl hairpin, Tan Lingyin would not be surprised. But the person in front of him was Tan Qianzi. Where did she get the money to buy this jewelry? There was no way Tan Suishan could buy her a pearl hairpin for 100 taels of gold. "Stop the car." Tan Lingyin suddenly spoke. She drew aside the curtain and looked at Tan Qianzi's back and saw her walk into the Yinyu Tower. Can Tan Qianzi afford such a high-end place? Even Tan Xingyue rarely comes here to eat because the prices are too high. "What are you looking at?" Xie Jingheng leaned over and asked her, his thin lips almost touching her ear. Hey, pay attention. I'm in the carriage." Luo Yujing was so angry watching from the side. What a fool this King Hung was. He attacked his sister right in front of him. Bah! He used his mouth. Xie Jingheng glanced at him with a smile in his eyes. He had some doubts before, but after observing for a while in the afternoon, he found that Luo Yujing looked at Tan Lingyin with a very serious look, and most of the time he ignored Tan Lingyin, let alone that kind of affectionate look. Xie Jingheng thought he was pretty good at judging people, and that Luo Yujing might really be Linger's brother. Tan Lingyin raised her chin and motioned Xie Jingheng to look outside. "Look, who is that?" Xie Jingheng didn't even look at her, but rubbed his nose against her ear. "No, I don't know. It's Tan Qianzi. Let's go to Yinyu Tower and sit down." There was a dark light in Tan Lingyin's eyes. She wanted to see who Tan Qianzi was looking for. Luo Yujing got out of the car and looked around after entering Yinyu Tower. "This is the first time I've been to such a grand restaurant. Although it is not as high-end as StarCraft, he lives a poor life in the holy city." Tan Lingyin instructed Qishi and Kailei, "Find out which box Tan Qianzi went to, and then we'll go to the box next to her. Zhu Feng will go too." Xie Jingheng raised his chin, motioning Zhu Feng to follow. The shopkeeper came over to greet the guests. "Your Highness, Princess, I am sorry for not welcoming you from afar." He was about to take Xie Jingheng upstairs. "Please come this way, both of you." Xie Jingheng raised his hand and said calmly, "Follow the princess's arrangements." The shopkeeper immediately looked at Tan Lingyin with a smile. "Princess, which box do you want to eat in?" Tan Lingyin chuckled. "Wait a moment." Not long after, Kailei came back quickly and whispered in Tan Lingyin's ear, there is a guard at the door of the box upstairs by the lake. Tan Qianzi is inside. After hearing this, Tan Lingyin curled her lips and said, "Let's go upstairs to eat, preferably one with a lake view." The shopkeeper immediately led the way. The best private rooms are in the south corridor, with a panoramic view of the beautiful scenery. The group went upstairs, turned several corners, and finally arrived at the corridor by the lake. Xie Jingheng saw two guards standing at the door. Although she was dressed very ordinary, the material of her clothes came from the palace. The two guards glanced over here, then immediately pretended not to see anything and continued to look straight ahead. Xie Jingheng ignored them and walked into the box next door. The two boxes are separated by only a wall, but the sound insulation is extremely good. Luo Yujing was lying by the window, looking out at the scenery, already mesmerized by it. Tan Lingyin leaned against the wall and listened for a long time, but she didn't hear any sound from next door. Xie Jingheng sat in his seat, leisurely watching the little beauty eavesdropping on him while leaning against the wall, a doting smile on his thin lips. Zhuoyun came over and whispered in his ear, "Your Majesty, the third prince is next door." Xie Jingheng narrowed his long black eyes slightly and then chuckled again. "It's him indeed. Zhuoyun, we have been keeping an eye on Tan Qianzi for some time. She has frequent contacts with the third prince's people, including the fifth and sixth princes." Where's Xie Chen? Xie Jingheng stroked the black jade ring on his index finger, his eyes always on Tan Lingyin. The second prince is in a hurry, but his men were beaten back by the third prince. He is probably thinking of a countermeasure right now. Zhuoyun paused and said in a low voice, "The second prince may ask for an imperial decree to grant the marriage." As if he had heard some huge joke, Xie Jingheng's gentle voice sounded particularly pleasant when he laughed. Tan Lingyin heard him laugh, turned around and asked suspiciously, "Are you making fun of me? Come here." Xie Jingheng didn't answer, but hooked his finger at her. There is a black jade ring on the long bony fingers, which makes her look particularly seductive when she makes this gesture. Tan Lingyin took small steps over and asked, "What?" The man reached out and pulled her to sit beside him, rubbing her face with his long fingers. "Lying there like a gecko, what are you eavesdropping on?" "Of course I wanted to hear who Tan Qianzi was with." Tan Lingyin snorted. "It's a pity that I didn't hear anything. Instead, you laughed at me like a gecko." Xie Jingheng pinched the soft flesh on her cheek and coaxed her in a low voice. "I'm laughing at you, but I'm just laughing at your cuteness." Tan Lingyin slapped his hand away and complained, "How boring. I can't hear what's going on over there." Xie Jingheng said, "The person opposite is the third prince. Tan Qianzi has been in frequent contact with him recently." The third prince. Tan Lingyin searched her memory about the third prince carefully. "I remember that at the last flower viewing banquet in the palace, the third prince's wife was sitting next to him. If he wanted to marry Tan Qianzi, would he let her be a concubine? How could Feng Xing be a concubine? It's not impossible for you to be the principal wife." Xie Jingheng looked at her meaningfully. Tan Lingyin narrowed her eyes, and her eyes suddenly brightened. "I remember that the third prince's wife kept coughing, and her face showed that she had been ill for a long time. Could it be that the third prince wants to kill his first wife so that he can marry a successor?" Xie Jingheng looked at her lovingly. "My Linger is so smart. From this point of view, the third prince is not a good person. It's really a combination of a scumbag and a witch." Tan Lingyin raised an eyebrow. Luo Yujing came over and asked curiously, "Yinin, do you know the legendary Feng Xing?" "More than knowing her, she's my cousin." "Wow, will she be the queen in the future?" Luo Yujing lived a carefree life in Wanyu Valley and knew nothing about what was going on in the court. Tan Lingyin glared at him and whispered, "Don't talk nonsense, everything about Feng Xing is fake." "Oh, it turns out to be fake." Luo Yujing didn't want to listen to these gossips and knocked on the table. "Why haven't you served the food yet? My stomach is growling." As soon as he finished speaking, the waiter started serving the food. The three of them were having dinner here. A waiter came in to add tea and whispered, "The next room is ready to leave." Xie Jingheng immediately put down his chopsticks and said, "Let's go too." Tan Lingyin wiped her mouth and stood up. Only Luo Yujing was still stuffing food into his mouth.
"No.
I'm not full yet. Take your time to eat. There's no rush." Tan Lingyin took Xie Jingheng's arm, and they walked out of the room quickly. The guy's information was very accurate. Not long after he left the house, the private room next door was opened. Two figures embracing each other walked out from inside. The third prince Xie Xiao put his arm around Tan Qianzi's waist and saw Xie Jingheng and Tan Lingyin coming towards him. Ninth brother. Xie Xiao let go of his hand naturally and put some distance between himself and Tan Qianzi. Xie Jingheng looked him up and down and said with disdain, "The third emperor's wife is recuperating at home, but the third emperor is interested in meeting his beautiful concubine in private." He deliberately emphasized the word, beautiful concubine. Tan Qianzi felt very uncomfortable hearing this title. She didn't want to associate with a third prince in the first place, but she had to obey him because of his tough tactics. Now she is treated as the third prince's concubine, and she feels aggrieved no matter how she thinks about it. Ninth brother, I just made a dinner appointment with Miss Tan. There is nothing else to do, the third prince said in a deep voice, his face a little gloomy. Tan Lingyin smiled and said, "Third brother, I wonder if third sister-in-law is doing well these days." Xie Xiao didn't expect Tan Lingyin to talk to him, but he was willing to say a few words to this beautiful ninth sister-in-law. He replied in a light voice, "She is in good health. Thank you for your concern, ninth sister-in-law. But when I met the third emperor's wife at the banquet last time, I noticed that she was coughing badly. It just so happened that I recently met a miracle doctor from Wanyu Valley. How about I bring the miracle doctor to her house tomorrow to see her?" Tan Lingyin looked at him with her beautiful eyes, looking well-behaved and sensible. Xie Xiao refused without thinking. "No need, she is in good health." Tan Lingyin sighed. "That's good. The third emperor's wife is from a famous family. The third emperor should cherish her well." Xie Xiao heard something else in the sentence and thought that Tan Lingyin was using him to warn Tan Qianzi. After all, he also found out about the conflict between the Prime Minister's mansion and Tan Lauer's family. He didn't want to stay here for long, so he nodded slightly at Xie Jingheng and walked away. Tan Qianzi hurriedly followed him, and when she passed by Tan Lingyin, she heard a chuckle. "Hee, Feng Xing is your concubine." Tan Qianzi clenched her fists tightly, thinking about how to get rid of the third prince. She didn't want to be a concubine. After the people left, Tan Lingyin whispered, "Should we save the third imperial concubine?" Xie Jingheng said. If she died, with Xie Zhao's means, he would immediately marry Tan Qianzi. I don't care who Tan Qianzi marries. I just can't bear to see the third imperial concubine die in vain. I want to help her. Tan Lingyin said softly. If you want to help, then help. I'm here. Xie Jingheng put his arm around her shoulders and said indifferently. Tan Lingyin looked up at him. Don't you think I'm meddling in your business? Xie Jingheng curled his lips slightly and whispered, It just so happens that I don't like Xie Xiao either. If you help the third imperial concubine to stay alive, Xie Xiao will be unhappy, and I will be happy. That's great. If you're happy, I'm happy too. In fact, Tan Lingyin wanted to help the third royal concubine, not because she was meddling in other people's business, but because she thought the third royal concubine was a nice person. She had met the third imperial concubine once at the last flower viewing banquet in the palace. That day in the imperial garden, when Tan Lingyin was strolling with her mother, she happened to see the third imperial concubine, who was knocked to the ground by a little palace maid. The little palace maid was holding a large bouquet of flowers in her hand and pressed them directly on the third imperial concubine. The third imperial concubine was choked by the pollen and kept coughing. The little palace maid was so scared that she knelt on the ground and kowtowed for mercy. To be honest, no one would care about executing a palace maid, especially since this palace maid bumped into the third imperial concubine and caused her to fall. But the third princess did not do so. She personally helped the little maid up, coughing and comforting her softly. Hurry up, it was unintentional, and I am not injured. Pick up the flowers and get busy. The little palace maid left with tears of gratitude. The third imperial concubine happened to turn her head and look at Tan Lingyin, and their eyes met. Tan Lingyin saw a pair of eyes as clear as autumn water, and her pale face could not hide the gentle temperament of the third princess. The third princess nodded slightly at her and left with her maid. Tan Lingyin did not take this matter to heart. After all, it was a flower viewing banquet, and suddenly executing the palace maid might offend the queen, so the third imperial concubine was so gentle. But later she heard the other palace maids talking. the third imperial concubine is still so gentle. If she were someone else, she would definitely lose her temper. Yes, the third princess is really kind to us servants, and she gives us a lot of reward silver every time. It's a pity that such a good person has such a serious disease. Seeing how sick she is, I really want to take care of her. The third imperial concubine is truly a kind person. Tan Lingyin didn't think that the palace maid said these words intentionally to her, because she and the three imperial concubines had no connection at all, and there was no reason for them to act out this in her ears. Tan Lingyin couldn't help but feel a little sympathy for the sickly third imperial concubine. Originally, she wanted to find an opportunity to see her doctor, but now that Xie Xiao wanted to kill her, Tan Lingyin became more determined to save her.
Oh.
I'm so full. The food in Yu Tower is really amazing. Luo Yujing's voice suddenly rang out. Tan Lingyin came back to her senses and looked at him, smiling. It's okay as long as you are full. Let's go back home. Now it is dark and the streets are filled with people visiting the night market. Tan Lingyin was thinking intently about how to meet the third royal concubine. Seeing that she was absent-minded, Xie Jingheng grabbed her small hand with his big hand and squeezed it twice. Linger, do you want to go for a walk on the street? Tan Lingyin nodded as he said, okay. The three of them walked on the street, and Luo Yujing looked left and right. Tan Lingyin asked in a low voice, what excuse do you think I should find to meet the third imperial concubine tomorrow? No need to find excuses. Several imperial sisters-in-law go to pay respects to the queen mother every morning. You can go tomorrow, too. Xie Jingheng turned his head to look at her with a smile on his face. Just in time to accompany me into the palace. Because Xie Jingheng lived outside the palace, Tan Lingyin didn't have to go to the queen to pay her respects every day. The other princes' wives all lived in the palace and had to go to pay their respects every morning. Okay, I'll go to the palace with you tomorrow. Once Tan Lingyin wanted to do something, she had to put it on the agenda immediately. Otherwise, her procrastination would take effect, and she would soon forget about it. Not far away, someone was releasing sky lanterns, and a few scattered sky lanterns fluttered and swayed towards the night sky. Tan Lingyin looked up, with a slight gleam in her eyes. She kind of missed the days of flying a spaceship across the stars and traveling between planets. Zhuoyun, go buy some sky lanterns. The man beside him suddenly gave the order. Tan Lingyin glanced at him. Xie Jingheng was looking at her. He said softly, your eyes are shining. I'll buy a few for you. Just because she looked at it a few more times, he bought it. In fact, what she wanted to say was that what she saw was not the sky lanterns, but another world above the night sky. But when she looked at Xie Jingheng's narrow and gentle black eyes, she felt extremely sweet in her heart and didn't want to say this anymore. She hadn't wanted to release a sky lantern just now, but now she did. Xie Jingheng, it's so kind of you. As she said this, the lights around her were bright, and the dim, warm light was projected on her face, making her porcelain-white skin seem to be glowing. Beautiful like an elf. Xie Jingheng's heartbeat suddenly slowed down for a beat, then quickly accelerated. He knew she was beautiful, but she was especially beautiful when she said how nice he was. Xie Jingheng's ears turned red. At this time, Zhuoyun came over with a sky lantern and said, my lord and princess, we have bought the sky lantern. Where should we release it? On the stone bridge. Tan Lingyin pointed at the long arch bridge not far away and held Xie Jingheng's hand with her little hand and walked forward. Hurry, let's go to the bridge and take a good spot. She walked forward holding up the hem of her skirt, her jet black hair fluttering behind her. Xie Jingheng looked at her profile, and seeing that she was smiling happily, he also curled his thin lips into a smile. At this moment, all the sounds around him disappeared, leaving only the laughter of the woman beside him. For a moment, he wished they could stay in this moment forever. On the stone bridge, Linger and the prince released sky lanterns. Luo Yujing caught up with him and said, I want to release a sky lantern too. Several people chose a spot on the stone bridge and began to arrange the sky lanterns. The sky lantern was lit. Zhuoyun held the inkstone and brush, and Zhu Feng held up the sky lantern. Tan Lingyin tilted her head and looked at Xie Jingheng beside her. Aren't you going to make a wish? I have no wish. Xie Jingheng stood with his hands behind his back, with no intention of writing anything. Tan Lingyin pulled his big hand over and stuffed the brush into his hand. how can you not have a wish? Even if it's just what you want to eat for lunch tomorrow, write it down. Xie Jingheng lowered his eyes and looked at the brush in his hand, but he couldn't think of a wish in his mind. Tan Lingyin had already started writing, and she smiled as she wrote on the sky lantern. Let me see yours. Xie Jingheng turned his head to take a look, and saw that it was filled with the names of food. He chuckled and wrote a line of words with a brush. I'll write with you. Luo Yujing came over and wanted to write on the sky lantern. Tan Lingyin quickly stopped him. Stop. You are not allowed to write. Luo Yujing? One for you. This is for me and my husband. Tan Lingyin motioned him to go away and said to 7-Up beside her. 7-Up, light one for him and let him write. Luo Yujing. My younger sister has a husband and has forgotten my brother. Xie Jingheng raised his eyebrows and chuckled, and his previous jealousy towards Luo Yujing was swept away. Tan Lingyin and Xie Jingheng released the sky lantern together. She said, I have another wish. Let me release another one. On this sky lantern, she wrote her wish for her store to open smoothly and prosper. Xie Jingheng turned his head to look at it, and also wrote his own wish. When the third light came on, Tan Lingyin wrote that she hoped her family would be healthy and happy. After Xie Jingheng saw it, a hint of disappointment flashed in his dark eyes, but he still wrote a line of words. He thought Tan Lingyin's wish ended here, but he didn't expect that she still had one. When it was just this one light, Tan Lingyin warned him with her eyes. Don't peek. If you peek, it won't work. Xie Jingheng was puzzled. Can't we watch the previous ones? Because this wish is related to you. Tan Lingyin blinked at him and carefully wrote a line of words on it. Xie Jingheng's eyes widened slightly, and the previous loss suddenly disappeared. He held the brush and thought for a moment, then wrote a line of words with a serious look. The sky lantern was released, and the two looked towards the night sky together. The sky lantern rose higher and higher, swaying, and changed direction with the night wind. Tan Lingyin saw Xie Jingheng's flamboyant handwriting. I only wish that I could grow old with Jiao Jiao in this life, sleep in the same bed, and be buried in the same grave, with no doubt about our love. Her beautiful phoenix eyes suddenly widened and looked at Xie Jingheng beside her. The man was looking up at the sky lanterns, with a faint smile on his lips. In the warm light of the twinkling stars, his cold face became softer, and he looked even more handsome and noble. Xie Jingheng saw Tan Lingyin's wish. I only hope that your heart is like mine, and that we will never be separated until we are old. He and Jiao Jiao were indeed destined to be together. Even the wishes they made were so in sync. Xie Jingheng. The beauty beside him suddenly grabbed his sleeve. He leaned over slightly and heard her soft voice. I think I'm in love with you. Suddenly cheers were heard not far away, and the people's cheers were deafening. Tan Lingyin's voice was drowned out, and Xie Jingheng didn't hear it clearly. Linga, what did you just say? He moved closer and asked in Tan Lingyin's ear. Say it again. Tan Lingyin didn't expect it to be such a coincidence that Xie Jingheng just didn't hear her voice. She reached out and pinched the tip of Xie Jingheng's ear and said with a smile, I say, the moonlight is so beautiful tonight. After saying that, she turned and left. Go back home. Xie Jingheng looked at her back, then slowly took steps to catch up with her. In fact, he heard it. That night, Tan Lingyin was cornered by Xie Jingheng. The man's ears turned red, and he pinched her slender waist and asked, Can you repeat what Jiao Jiao said on the stone bridge? Didn't I tell you that the moonlight is so beautiful? Tan Lingyin felt shy under his burning gaze, but she had nowhere to hide. She could only shrink into the corner and be held in his arms. He pinched her thin white chin with his big hand and said in a hoarse voice, Actually, I heard that when we were on the stone bridge, Jiao Jiao said that she seemed to like me. Tan Lingyin's watery phoenix eyes met his. You heard it, but you pretended not to hear it. I want to hear Jiao Jiao say it again, can I? Xie Jingheng's black eyes were deep, and soft love spread in his eyes. The tips of his ears were very red, even redder than when he applied the stickers every night. Compared to his one-sided dominance, any response from Tan Lingyin could make him so happy that his ears turned red. Tan Lingyin felt like she had fallen into the vortex in his eyes. She unconsciously straightened up and moved closer to him. her eyes sliding down from his eyebrows to his beautifully shaped thin lips. She opened her pink lips and whispered, "Xie Jingheng, I think I've fallen in love with you." "Just seeming?" "Huh." Xie Jingheng's voice was deep. Tan Lingyin said shyly, "Yes." "Remove the word seem and say it again." Xie Jingheng didn't let her off. Shunya's voice slowly said, "Jiao Jiao, I like you, what about you?" Tan Lingyin only felt a tingling sensation that spread directly from her ears to her heart. The figure of Xie Jingheng appeared in the softest part of her heart. Her voice was as thin as a mosquito, and she said softly, "I like you, and I love you." Xie Jingheng raised his head. His breathing became disordered. "Jiao Jiao." He pinched her little mouth open with his long fingers and kissed her impatiently. Their hot and humid breaths intertwined, and her lips were abused lightly by the man's thin lips. Tan Lingyin clasped her small hands around his thick shoulders, and the man held her slender waist with one hand, lifting her up and falling to the side. The gentle kiss continued, and Xie Jingheng had already imprisoned the beauty under him. He said in a hoarse voice, "Good Jiao Jiao, can you say it again?" "No." Tan Lingyin felt a little embarrassed. She had never expressed her feelings to anyone, let alone told anyone that she liked him. "Say it again, I beg you." When the man said this, his breathing was heavy and even trembling. "I like you, Xie Jingheng." Tan Lingyin was so attracted by his pleasant voice that she said it out loud. Xie Jingheng raised his head, his narrow eyes curled up with crimson, and said in a hoarse voice, "You can only like me. You are not allowed to like others." Tan Lingyin nodded obediently. "I only like you. I won't like anyone else." Xie Jingheng was filled with joy. He hugged the person tightly in his arms, as happy as a child. That night, Xie Jingheng was exceptionally restrained. In the morning, Tan Lingyin and Xie Jingheng rode in the same carriage and went to the palace together. As for Luo Yujing, she arranged for him to supervise the work in the shop, hoping to finish some trivial details today so that it could be opened tomorrow. The carriage arrived at the palace very quickly. Since it was Xie Jingheng's carriage, it drove smoothly all the way to the queen's cunning palace. Xie Jingheng held the little beauty's hand and gently reminded her, "The ones who come to pay their respects in the morning are all female relatives. It's not convenient for me to go over. If there is anything, let Kaylee notify the shadow guard, and I will come over." "Yes." Tan Lingyin nodded obediently, lifted the curtain, and got off the carriage. To be honest, she was very happy because Xie Jingheng always cared about her. In Cunning Palace, the queen sat upright on the phoenix couch, fiddling with the golden armor inlaid with jade beads on her fingers. Nanny came over and said, "I received news that Princess Heng is here." The queen was surprised and asked, "Lingyin is here? Is she here to pay her respects?" "She should be. After all, she has nothing in her hands. It doesn't look like she has anything else to do." The queen nodded slightly, a smile on her lips, quickly arranged a seat for Lingyin, and let her sit in the place closest to me. Mammy hesitated and said, "No, you'd better not ask for special treatment. You're right. I just like Lingyin so much. She's so pretty. I want to keep her by my side and look at her more." The queen sighed. When Tan Lingyin entered the courtyard of Cunning Palace, she heard Qixi say, "Princess, the third imperial consort is at the back." Tan Lingyin immediately turned her head and saw that the third imperial concubine looked frail and weak, with a pale face, and the blush on her cheeks seemed a little stiff, as if it was applied with rouge. Probably to look better. Her lips are also light pink. "Master, the person in front is Princess Heng," a maid said softly. Rongxi raised her eyes and looked forward, meeting the girl's sideways gaze. Tan Lingyin smiled and waved her hand, taking the lead in greeting. "Third Emperor's sister-in-law. What a coincidence." Rongxi smiled softly and quickened her pace to catch up with him. "Ninth brother's sister. How did you find time to come and pay respects to the Queen Mother today? Although I live far away, I always come here several times a month." Tan Lingyin replied politely. Rongxi nodded gently, "Then let's go in together." "Third sister-in-law, I'll help you." Tan Lingyin took the initiative to extend her hand, and Rongxi quickly said, No, you are the master. How can you do these things? What master or not? We are both the daughters-in-law of our father and mother, and we are a family. I see that you are weak, so I support you." What's wrong with that? Tan Lingyin raised her eyebrows and retorted, but her tone was very gentle. Before Rome she could think of how to refute, Tan Lingyin had already grabbed her wrist. A smile appeared on Tan Lingyin's pretty face, a smile that looked harmless. Rome she was dazzled by her bright smile. She felt that this ninth brother's wife was too beautiful. No wonder Prime Minister Tan had been hiding her. The two walked through the corridor and finally entered the main hall of Cunning Palace. After walking around the screen, I saw the queen sitting on the main seat, wearing a phoenix hairpin and a dress with a flying phoenix pattern. Although she didn't wear many jewels, each one was unique, showing the supreme honor of being the mother of a country. The two men walked up to the queen and bowed to her together. Your son pays respects to your mother. Your son pays respects to your mother. The queen quickly smiled and raised her hand. Get up and go sit down. The seats were assigned and coincidentally, Tan Lingyin was sitting next to Romshi. Of the 9 princes, only the eldest prince, the 3rd prince, and the 9th prince Xie Jingheng have married wives. The two had just sat down and hadn't even had their tea when the grand princess arrived. Murong Xiao, holding the hand of the 8-year-old eldest grandson, walked slowly to the center of the hall. Your son pays respects to your mother. Grandson pays his respects to the imperial grandmother. The 8-year-old boy bowed properly. When the queen saw her grandson, her eyes curved with smile. Howard, come here quickly and let the royal grandmother take a look. Xie Hao ran over with his short legs and threw himself on the queen's knees. Grandmother. Good boy. Oh, our Howard's little face has become rounder. So cute. The queen pinched his little face and then held him in her lap to sit. Murong Xiao said, Mother, he is very heavy, please don't tire you out. It's okay, you go sit down too, the queen replied with a smile. Normally, the concubines from various palaces should have come to pay their respects, but when Tan Lingyin looked around the hall, it was clear that no one else had come. The queen held Howard in her arms and looked at Rongxi. Rongxi, your health seems to be getting worse. Is the medicine prescribed by the imperial physician useless? Rongxi said softly. Thank you for your concern, mother. I am fine. The queen narrowed her eyes slightly and said suspiciously, Why do I feel that you look worse than yesterday? Howard's crisp voice rang out. Third aunt's face is as white as paper. Is she dying soon? Xie Hao. Murong Zhao's eyebrows immediately turned upside down. He rushed over and picked up Howard, then raised his hand and slapped him on the butt. I told you not to talk nonsense. When will you shut up? The queen didn't dare to stop Murong Zhao. She could only advise. Hey, please be gentle. Don't hurt the child. Murong Zhao didn't stop and spanked Howard on the butt several times before saying coldly, Go, apologize to your third aunt. Howard looked aggrieved, and with red eyes, he walked to Rongxi, bowed politely and said, I'm sorry, third aunt. Howard is wrong. Rongxi pulled the man up and gently pinched his little face. It's okay. Third aunt doesn't blame you. Come, take it and eat it. She handed a piece of pastry on the plate to Howard. Howard nodded repeatedly, holding the cakes and walked to Murong Zhao. Mother, Howard knows he was wrong. Murong Zhao's face still looked very bad, as if he was angry with the child. Rongxi advised softly, Sister-in-law, children should not be restrained in their words. Howard is a straightforward child. I know he has no ill intentions. Murong Zhao sighed, pulled Howard to sit beside him, and then looked at Rongxi. Third sister-in-law, your complexion is really getting worse day by day. What should we do if this continues? The queen also nodded worriedly. Yes, is the cold disease so difficult to cure? Rongxi lowered her eyelashes, and when she raised her eyes again, her eyes were slightly red. It's really okay. I will definitely get better if I keep taking the medicine. Third Emperor's sister-in-law, please don't deceive us anymore. Tan Lingyin said coldly. Rongxi's eyelashes trembled slightly. Ninth brother's sister. I've been studying medicine recently, and I took your pulse a while ago. I found that your body is blocked by cold qi, which means you haven't been taking your medicine properly recently. The queen immediately became displeased. Rongxi, how can you treat your body like this? Rongxi lowered her head feeling guilty as she was looked at by the queen with displeased yet concerned eyes. Mother, I just feel that the medicines are useless. Her voice trembled, and she did not dare to look at the queen, indicating that she was feeling guilty. The queen's gentle face showed a rare frown of displeasure. Rongxi, tell me the truth. Is it because those imperial doctors didn't treat you well? I will drive them out of the palace today. Tan Lingyin looked at the queen with admiration. The queen mother was so domineering and was so good to her daughter-in-law. Rongxi stood up hurriedly and pleaded, Mother, the imperial doctors have tried their best. It's my body that's not doing well. Please don't punish them. Maybe she stood up too quickly, her vision went dark and she fell to the side. Fortunately, Tan Lingyin supported her in time. When the queen saw her like this, she hurriedly shouted, Call the imperial physician. Soon, 2 imperial doctors came over carrying medicine boxes. Rongxi was lying on the bed in the side hall at this time. His face was pale, and his breathing was as light as a feather. What a sickly beauty. These 2 imperial doctors had both treated Rongxi before. After taking Rongxi's pulse in turn, they discussed Rongxi's condition, and then looked at the queen. Your Majesty, the 3rd imperial concubine's health is deteriorating day by day. If this cold can't be cured, I'm afraid she will be bedridden. It seems that she hasn't taken the medicine we prescribed for the 3rd princess recently, otherwise she wouldn't have fainted today. The 2 imperial doctors wrote a new prescription and warned, You must take this medicine, otherwise you will have difficulty walking in the future. After the 2 left, the room fell silent. The queen ordered someone to call in Rongxi's maids who were waiting outside the palace. She looked at Rongxi's 2 personal maids expressionlessly and asked, Tell me, why doesn't your master take medicine? The 2 maids fell to their knees on the ground with a thud, tears streaming down their faces. My master won't let me speak. Please forgive me, queen. Please have mercy, queen, the queen ordered in a cold voice. Speak. If Rongxi embarrasses you, I will protect you from death. The 2 maids cried and said, It was the master who didn't want to eat it. The master said that someone in the yard wanted to harm her, so she didn't dare to take the medicine. Yes. The master's complexion would get better after taking the medicine before, but a few days ago, he became more sleepy after taking the medicine and always said that he was cold. The master felt something was wrong, so he never took the medicine again. The queen was furious. Who is so bold? How dare they tamper with the 3rd imperial concubine's medicine? Someone, come and check for me, mother. A weak voice was heard, and it was Rongxi who opened her eyes on the bed. Tan Lingyin hurried over to support her. Rongxi propped herself up and sat up, saying with red eyes, Mother, don't check anymore. Why don't you check? The queen came over and sat beside the bed. The person who wants to harm me is the 3rd prince, Rongxi said, then closed her eyes heavily, and 2 lines of tears fell. Tan Lingyin had long guessed that it was Xie Xiao who did it. He even dared to tamper with the medicine prescribed by the imperial physician. No one except Xie Xiao would dare to do this. The queen's eyes suddenly turned cold, and her face, which was marked by the traces of time, was covered with frost.
Rebellion.
She held Rongxi's hand and comforted her softly. Don't worry. Your mother will take care of this matter for you. Mother, how can you decide for me? I know it was him, but I have no evidence. The queen was also in a dilemma, but she didn't dare let Rongxi take the risk again. If she ate something weird again, she would regret it. Mother, I have a way, Tan Lingyin said. The queen immediately looked at her and saw a gleam in the girl's delicate phoenix eyes. She looked confident and didn't seem to be speaking casually. Tell me about it. Before Tan Lingyin could speak, Morong Xiao suddenly said, Mother, I will take Hao away first. The queen nodded slightly. Okay, don't hit Hao anymore. I will do my best. Tan Lingyin was a little surprised that the eldest sister-in-law was so tactful. She thought she might hear some important secret, so she left directly. There was no one else in the room, so Tan Lingyin spoke with confidence. We must first cure the 3rd emperor's wife. As long as she is well, the 3rd emperor will surely take action. It will be much easier to catch him harming others then. The queen looked at her steadily. Linger, do you know something? Yes, I saw my 3rd brother and Tan Qianzi together yesterday. They looked very affectionate. Tan Lingyin did not hide anything. She guessed that the queen and the emperor were setting up a trap. That flower viewing banquet was a setup centered around Tan Qianzi and intended for all the princes. The queen's expression was slightly cold. The third brother couldn't wait to marry Fengxing, so he attacked Xie. Tan Lingyi nodded. After seeing them yesterday, I thought about going to the palace to meet the third emperor's wife and give her a heads up, but I didn't expect that the third emperor had already started to act. Lingyi, do you have any way to cure Xie? The queen looked at her expectantly. Tan Lingyi nodded. It can be cured. I recently met a great doctor from Wanyu Valley and learned a lot of medical knowledge from him. Wanyu Valley has special treatments for symptoms like colds. There was a hint of surprise in Rongxi's eyes. Really? Really? Tan Lingyi said in a firm tone. The queen looked at the confident look on the girl's face, and for some reason believed her words. She immediately decided, Xie, you will live here with your mother from now on, and let Lingyi come to treat you every day, how about that? Tan Lingyi also had the same idea and said with a smile, Mother, you and this minister are really in sync. This minister thinks the same way. If Rongxi were allowed to return to Xiezhao's palace, who knows what kind of harm she would suffer. The queen looked at her lovingly and thought in her heart that she made this decision because she wanted to have more contact with Tan Lingyi. It would be great if she could keep such a beautiful daughter-in-law by her side. Rongxi nodded with tears in her eyes. Thank you, mother, for the arrangement. I will trouble my ninth brother and sister-in-law in the future. No trouble. I'll take your pulse carefully again. Tan Lingyi asked Rongxi to lie down on the bed, sat beside the bed, and held her pulse. She was afraid that Rongxi might notice something, so she took Rongxi's pulse for too short a time. Now, after taking her pulse carefully, her eyes became even colder. Third sister-in-law, your cold has worsened because you have been poisoned. After hearing this, Rongxi looked even more sad. She said weakly, I have been married to him for more than 3 years. Although I have not given birth to any children for him, I have always supported him in everything. How could he treat me like this? Tan Lingyi advised. Third sister-in-law, whether or not to have a child is not just your problem, it may be third brother's problem. Rongxi was stunned. She had never heard of this statement before. But, no buts. There is no problem with your fertility. If there is no problem with the third prince either, it means that he secretly gave you the contraceptive soup. Tan Lingyi could only guess this way. Rongxi was silent for a moment, then said softly, I have drunk too many medicinal soups. Maybe there really is contraceptive soup among them. She didn't understand medicine and felt that all the medicines tasted the same bitter when she drank them. The queen comforted her. Xie, you should first treat your illness and put other things aside. I am sorry to have caused you, the queen mother, to worry. Tan Lingyi wrote a prescription for Rongxi. The queen was about to ask someone to go to the imperial hospital to get the medicine when she heard her say, Mother, you don't have to worry about getting the medicine. There are so many people in the palace, it's inevitable that my third brother will have ears and eyes. Then where can I get the medicine? The queen felt that she was right. These princes have grown up, and the palace is no longer full of your majesty's people. I will go to the pharmacy outside to buy the medicine and then come back to the palace to make it. Sister-in-law, just drink the medicine. The queen smiled and said, That's fine.
You are a doctor now.
The queen mother and your third sister-in-law will listen to your instructions. Tan Lingyi pursed her lips and chuckled, then stood up and said, Then I will take my leave first and will come back after lunch. The queen mother will send you. The queen stood up and Tan Lingyi came over to support her. They walked to the gate of Cunning Palace together, and Tan Lingyi bowed and said goodbye. At the gate of Cunning Palace, Kale said, Princess, do you need to send someone to notify the prince? Go ahead. It will take quite some time to walk from here to the palace gate. Without Xie Jingheng, Tan Lingyi was not qualified to ride in a carriage in the palace and could only go to the palace gate to find a carriage. Coke called the shadow guard in the dark. The shadow guard was dressed in black and flew away in just a flash, which showed that he was very good at lightning skills. Tan Lingyi stood under the shade of the tree and watched him disappear, feeling extremely envious. It would be nice if she also had martial arts skills. It seems Xie Jingheng said last time that he wanted to teach her martial arts, so it's something she could consider. After waiting for a short while, the carriage from Prince Heng's mansion came galloping over. The curtains were opened, revealing the handsome eyes and eyebrows of the man, Linger. Tan Lingyi hurriedly climbed into the car and sat comfortably on the cushion. The man came over and stretched his big hand from behind her waist, holding her slender waist. Are you tired of waiting? No. You came so quickly. Will it delay your business? Tan Lingyin leaned on his arm and looked at him sideways. To me, your business is the most important. He looked at her with a smile, his cold, star-like eyes full of love. Tan Lingyin snorted. I don't believe your lies. Today's matter must not be that important. Xie Jingheng sneered faintly and said nothing. He went into the palace every day, never for any major event, just to discuss the situation on the border. After returning to Prince Heng's mansion, Tan Lingyin sent Keilei out to get medicine. The carriage of Prince Heng's mansion was too ostentatious, and she would have to go to the palace to treat Rongxi later. It would be bad if the third prince found out, so it was better to be careful. For this purpose, Tan Lingyin specially asked Keilei to go to her own pharmacy to get the medicine, and the shopkeeper could keep the matter secret. Where's my brother? Tan Lingyin asked Butler Xie. Butler Xie answered truthfully. Mr. Luo has not returned yet. He should still be in the store. Then they probably haven't eaten yet. Butler, please arrange for lunch to be sent to all the craftsmen in the shop. Tan Lingyin originally wanted to send lunch only to Luo Yujing, but then she felt it was inappropriate. She couldn't let the workers watch him eat delicacies from land and sea. She asked Qishi to take a banknote from her dowry and said, go to the restaurant and buy it and send it over. Butler Xie took the banknote, glanced at Xie Jingheng beside him, and when he saw that the man had no other instructions, he left. Seeing that she only used the money from her dowry, Xie Jingheng felt unhappy, but he didn't show it on his face. Linger, I have said that you can use the money in Prince Heng's mansion as you like. His tone was calm and smiling, but Tan Lingyin felt that his smile was not very genuine when she looked at his expression. It is only natural for me to spend your money, but I cannot spend your money on store matters, so as to avoid the trouble of settling accounts later. She was very clear-headed. It was one thing for her and Xie Jingheng to like each other, and it was another thing for Xie Jingheng to marry a concubine in the future. Regardless of whether he would marry someone else or not, she had to plan ahead and nip all troubles in the bud. Xie Jingheng was quite happy to hear the first half of her sentence, but he was a little unhappy to hear the second half. However, he had promised not to interfere in her shop's affairs, so he couldn't say anything more. After lunch, Tan Lingyin went to the palace with a box of medicine. Of course, Xie Jingheng had to go with her, as there was no one else in Cunning Palace at the moment. When the queen saw Xie Jingheng following her, she looked delighted. Hinga, why did you come here? Are you afraid that the queen mother will eat your princess? Xie Jingheng cupped his hands and said politely, Your Majesty, you worry too much. Linger rarely goes out alone. I am just accompanying her to familiarize herself with the way to the palace. The queen smiled teasingly. Oh, Linger, you call me so affectionately. Xie Jingheng coughed lightly and turned his face away uncomfortably. When did mother start joking? Tan Lingyin's pretty face blushed. She didn't expect that the queen was quite fond of joking. I won't tease you anymore. I'll go in and see Xie. Tan Lingyin brought 7-Up in and asked the queen and Xie Jingheng to stay outside. After taking Rongxi's pulse, Tan Lingyin asked 7-Up to go to the next room to boil medicine, and she was left alone in the room. Third Emperor's sister-in-law, please wait here for a moment. I'll go out and get something. Tan Lingyin comforted Rongxi, who was lying down. She walked into the small ear room of the room and quickly entered the space. If you want to cure Rongxi's illness, it is not enough to just drink herbal medicine. You also need to extract special medicine for her to detoxify the poison in her body first. There are many medicinal herbs in the Emperor Phoenix space, all of which are kept in the freshest state. She estimated that it would take half an hour to boil the medicine with 7-Up, which was just a little slower than the speed at which she could extract the liquid medicine. Half an hour later, Tan Lingyin came out of the ear room, observed that there was no one outside, and hurried to the bedside with a small cup of medicine. Third sister-in-law, please get up quickly and drink this medicine. It can detoxify the poison in your body. She helped Rongxi up from the bed. Rongxi trusted her very much and had no doubt that Tan Lingyin would harm her. Right now, everyone is vying to marry Fengxing Tan Qianzi. If she is harmed, Fengxing will fall on Xie Zhao's head, which will not be of any benefit to Tan Lingyin and Xie Jingheng.
But
Ninth brother's sister, this smells very bitter. As soon as the cup was handed to her lips, her pale face wrinkled. Tan Lingyin whispered, "Good medicine tastes bitter. You only need to drink it once and drink it all in one gulp." Rongxi frowned, pinched her nose, and drank the black medicine in one breath. Not only did her mouth taste bitter, it felt like her entire intestines had turned bitter. I had to eat several pieces of candied fruit before I could get over the bitter taste. Rongxi chewed the candied fruit and whispered, "Ninth brother's sister, this bowl of medicine is more bitter than any medicine I have ever drunk, more than 100 times bitter." Tan Lingyin chuckled and felt a little sorry. In fact, if she had enough time, she could concentrate the medicine into a sugar-coated pill, but it would take a day. She is now under Xie Jingheng's supervision and does not have a single day to stay in her own space. Besides, she didn't want Rongxi's body to wait another day. I have no choice but to let Rongxi down. As the two were talking, 7-Up came in. "Princess, I've boiled the medicine into a small bowl as you requested." She brought the tray to Tan Lingyin. Tan Lingyin leaned in and smelled it. "It's well brewed. Feed it to her." She sat beside the bed and looked at Rongxi with a smile. "Third princess, I will feed you the medicine." Rongxi looked at Tan Lingyin curiously and was about to ask why she still needed to take medicine. "This is for treating colds. You need to drink it every day from now on," Tan Lingyin reminded, guessing what Rongxi wanted to ask. Rongxi nodded slightly and drank the medicine mouthful by mouthful with the spoon handed to her by Qixi. "This medicine is also bitter, but much better than the previous bowl." After feeding the medicine, Tan Lingyin asked Rongxi to continue lying down, called the queen in, and reminded her, "Don't get out of bed recently, cover yourself with a quilt, and don't catch a cold. But I can't just lie there all the time. She still needs to go to the toilet. If you go to the toilet, you must put on thick clothes and never be exposed to the cold wind." Tan Lingyin knew what she wanted to say. "It's already autumn now, and it's cool at night, remember that." The queen nodded slightly. "Don't worry, Lingyin, your mother has taken note of it." Tan Lingyin smiled and nodded, and said to the queen, "Mother, the third sister-in-law needs to take a medicinal bath before going to bed at night. I will leave Coke to take care of this matter." The queen had no objection. "Sure, but is it okay if you don't have anyone to take care of you?" "It's okay. I still have 7-Up." Tan Lingyin felt that Coke was steady, and it would be safest to keep her. After giving Coke a few more instructions, Tan Lingyin and Xie Jingheng left the palace. She drove the carriage to Xinglong Street and saw the entrance of the new store from afar. The door is colorful, especially the plaque hanging on the door, which is very unique. This plaque was specially made by Craftsman Ma at the request of Tan Lingyin. The colors on it are bright and eye-catching, and there is also a simple sketch of a very beautiful woman. Xie Jingheng stood at the door and looked up, his sharp eyebrows slightly raised, and whispered, "Crystal clear, what do you think? This name is fresh, right?" Tan Lingyin looked at the plaque above her head with a smile. At first, she wanted to name it the Glass Shop, Treasure Pavilion, etc., but they were not fresh enough or eye-catching enough. Finally, we chose the idiom, crystal clear. The name alone will arouse people's interest, and it is also very consistent with the quality of glass. The two stepped into the store and found it looked brand new compared to the last time they came. The store is full of colors, and the walls are made up of carvings of various colors, which looks pleasing to the eye. Especially the tables, chairs, benches, and cabinets. The patterns on them have never appeared in the holy city before, and anyone passing by would want to come in and take a look. When Luo Yujing saw the two of them coming, he greeted them with a smile. "Sister, brother-in-law." It came very naturally to him, especially since he was 3 years older than Xie Jingheng, so calling him brother-in-law was not considered an offense to the prince. Xie Jingheng chuckled, very satisfied with this title. As long as it is related to his linger, he is happy to accept anything you call him. Tan Lingyin smiled and asked, "Brother, you've been here for a day, how do you feel?" "Yes, I will definitely be the boss." Luo Yujing smiled brightly. Her charming and feminine face was so charming when she smiled. Tan Lingyin looked at Lu Chunhua and the other two in the store and asked, "What do you think of them? They may look a little reserved at the moment, but don't worry, I'm here." I will definitely train them to be eloquent, Luo Yujing promised, patting his chest. Tan Lingyin raised her eyebrows. Then it's up to you to train them. Luo Yujing smiled and nodded. Qi Shi, take out the contract documents you prepared. Tan Lingyin sat down at the tea table and called Lu Chunhua and the other two over. If you want to continue working in the store, you need to sign a contract document. Lu Chunhua nodded repeatedly. I am willing to sign. You want to sign it without even asking what the contract document is? Lu Chunhua said, Princess, this shop is obviously a place that makes a lot of money. I am very grateful that you are willing to keep me here. As long as I can make money, I am willing to work 10 hours a day. It doesn't take 10 hours. The main reason is that the things sold in the store are relatively expensive. If you damage them, you'll have to pay for them. Tan Lingyin handed 3 pieces of paper to the 3 people. In fact, none of the 3 of them could read very well, so in the end it was Qi Shi who read it out loud. Lu Chunhua opened his eyes wide and asked, the store is actually open in the afternoon and only for 3 hours? Isn't that too short? Not short. As long as we can sell 1 order a day, it is enough to maintain the expenses of the entire store. Tan Lingyin said with a smile, you should take a closer look at the prices of the items in the store. Qi Shi handed them the price list they had prepared. It would be fine if you didn't look at it, but once you do, you'll be shocked. Lu Chunhua exclaimed, a cup is actually sold for 1,000 taels of silver. In fact, she almost wanted to scream. It would be fine if it was a tea set, but it was just a cup. Tan Lingyin chuckled, staring at the 3 people with her phoenix eyes and said, don't be afraid. If you break any item, we will only deduct 1 month's wages from you. You won't be asked to pay 1,000 taels. Lu Chunhua, Su Zhaodi, and Feng Rongrong looked at each other. Deducting 1 month's salary is also a serious punishment. Lu Chunhua immediately said, Princess, please rest assured. I will be extra careful when cleaning. If anything is broken, it is reasonable to deduct your wages. The 3 of them signed separate contracts, the contents of which were mainly used to restrict them. For example, if items in the store were lost or damaged, all 3 of them would be responsible. The main reason is that we are afraid that they will be blinded by money and secretly take the things away and resell them. Tan Lingyin is not a black-hearted businessman. If someone really comes to steal, she will naturally not blame them. Tan Lingyin nodded with satisfaction. You guys go back first. The opening ceremony will be tomorrow afternoon. Remember to come and decorate the store in the morning. Yes, we got it. Lu Chunhua and the other 2 nodded and left early. Craftsman Ma had not left yet. He came over and asked, Princess, please see if there is anything else that needs to be repaired carefully. We will repair it overnight. Tan Lingyin looked at Luo Yujing. What do you think, brother? There's nothing wrong with it. I've watched it many times today. Luo Yujing patted Ma Gongshin's shoulder. Your team's craftsmanship is good. Craftsman Ma smiled shyly. Mr. Luo, thank you for your compliment. Tan Lingyin took out a few silver bills and handed them over. This is the reward for repairing the shop. Take it. When Ma Gongjin took it and looked at it, his eyes widened instantly, and he said with trembling hands, Princess, you gave me too much. It was originally agreed that the entire store would be renovated from inside to outside, at a cost of 500 taels of silver. Now the princess actually gave him a full 1,000 taels. Not much. You have captured the feeling I wanted. The patterns are also very delicate. It's worth the price. When Tan Lingyin arrived today, she felt that the store was exactly the same as she had imagined. She was very satisfied with Ma Gongshin's team and felt that their hard work was worth 1,000 taels. Craftsman Ma thanked him repeatedly, his face flushed with excitement. After Ma Jiangjiang left, Tan Lingyin still showed no intention of leaving. Xie Jingheng was also very interested in the store and kept looking around the store. His big hand was suddenly held by a pair of soft and boneless little hands. He turned his head to look over and saw the little beauty smiling at him with a flattering look on her face. Do you have something to tell me? He asked with a smile on his thin lips. Yes, my husband is really smart. He guessed what was on my mind right away. Tan Lingyin approached him with a smile, blinked her eyes and said, Your Highness, can you dispatch a few secret guards to take turns guarding the store? I will pay them. It will definitely not be less than what the palace pays. What? Aren't you afraid that I will interfere with your shop now? Xie Jingheng raised his eyebrows and chuckled, feeling somewhat happy that she could ask him for help. This doesn't count as meddling. After all, I'm just hiring shadow guards. I'll pay them myself. Tan Lingyin looked at him with her lips pursed. Okay, husband. Okay. Xie Jingheng agreed readily and immediately asked Jueyin to go back and select a few suitable shadow guards. As long as he could help her, he would be happy. Tan Lingyin hooked her finger at Luo Yujing and said, "Brother, come with me to the warehouse." The two entered the small warehouse behind the store. Tan Lingyin waved her hand, and rows of glass cups and various beautiful glass animals appeared on the shelves. "Brother, take a look at these things. Tomorrow morning we will put them in the cabinet outside and see how to arrange them properly." Luo Yujing touched his chin and thought. At this time, Xie Jingheng walked in. He saw the shelves full of transparent objects. His eyes darkened. "Where did these come from? Keep it a secret." "I'll tell you later." Tan Lingyin winked at him. Xie Jingheng frowned, and after a long moment, he nodded silently. Yeah. Tan Lingyin could see that he was a little disappointed, but she really couldn't tell him now. It was too unbelievable. She was not sure whether Xie Jingheng would treat her as a monster after knowing it. Xie Jingheng turned and walked out. Tan Lingyin patted Luo Yujing's arm and said, "Brother, think about it slowly. You can leave after the shadow guard comes." She chased Xie Jingheng out, took his hand and said, "Husband, let's go back home." "Yeah," a faint monosyllable, without any emotion. On the way back in the carriage, Xie Jingheng's handsome and noble face remained expressionless. His long eyelashes covered his dark pupils, making him look indifferent. Although he was holding Tan Lingyin's waist, it was obvious that his mind was not on her. "Are you angry with me?" Tan Lingyin asked hesitantly, her long eyelashes curled up, and her phoenix eyes showed caution. Xie Jingheng turned his head slightly to look at her and said calmly, "No." He was just wondering if he had not done something well enough that caused Linger to not want to be honest with him. Thinking carefully about every day after their marriage, he seemed to have done some things wrong. For example, he never asked her consent. He thought that since they were husband and wife, it was natural for them to spend the night together. He is a prince, a god of war, and he is not bad-looking. Linger has no reason to hate him. Besides, every night at that time, he could see that she was enjoying herself and would even pose to match his gestures. So, what did he do wrong that made Ling not trust him? Xie Jingheng was so absorbed in his thoughts that his eyes became a little vague, and he looked like he was troubled by something. "Xie Jingheng." The clear voice was soft. His face was held by a pair of slightly cool hands, forcing him to turn his head and look at her. "Why are your hands so cold?" He frowned, preparing to hold her little hand in his palm. Tan Lingyin held his face tightly and said seriously, "Don't move, look at me." Xie Jingheng was a little surprised by her serious voice and looked at her steadily with his narrow and deep eyes. The little beauty had a serious face and looked at him with clear eyes, which made him suddenly nervous. He intuitively felt that she was going to say something important. Tan Lingyin stared at the pair of deep black pupils and said gently, "Xie Jingheng, there are some things I can't tell you now because I don't think you love me enough." "What does it mean to love you?" Xie Jingheng also wanted to know her standards. "I can't explain it. It's just my feeling. If you love me enough, I will definitely be able to feel it." Tan Lingyin didn't want to set standards for him. Those rules and regulations were not necessary conditions for loving someone. She only believed in her own feelings. Xie Jingheng sighed softly between his lips. "Go on, I'm listening." Tan Lingyin said seriously, word by word, "When I feel that you really love me, I will tell you my secrets and everything about me." The man's Adam's apple moved, and he looked at her intently. "Linger, that day won't be too far away. Let's see how you perform." Tan Lingyin pinched his face with a smile, then kissed his thin lips with her pink lips. Xie Jingheng tightened his hands around her waist slightly and resisted the urge to kiss her. "Since we have to see his performance, we can't force the kiss." Tan Lingyin tilted her head slightly, somewhat curious as to why he didn't kiss her. Usually, if she kissed him once, he would want to kiss her 10 times back. "Why don't you kiss me?" She rubbed his handsome face. Xie Jingheng came back to his senses. "Can I kiss you?" When he asked this question, He didn't expect that he would ask such a question. He is her husband, and it is natural for him to kiss her. But now he was a little hesitant. What he thought was right might not be what Linger thought. Tan Lingyin raised an eyebrow and looked at him. When did your majesty become so reserved? I'm afraid you'll feel uncomfortable. Xie Jingheng looked at her with his dark eyes, and his gaze could no longer be controlled, but looked at her lips. The pink and plump lips looked delicious. Tan Lingyin felt his burning gaze and pursed her lips. Of course, how come this guy suddenly became so gentle, asking her before kissing her? Xie Jingheng lowered his eyelids and looked at the plump pink lips, then slowly approached her. Princess, you can get off the carriage now. Zhu Feng's voice suddenly sounded. Xie Jingheng's lips were almost touching Tan Lingyin's lips. Okay. Tan Lingyin turned her head away abruptly, stood up and left. Xie Jingheng still maintained the same posture, only feeling a little itchy on his lips. Didn't kiss. Just a little bit. He stood up and got off the carriage, and saw Tan Lingyin had already walked onto the corridor. After hesitating for a moment, he strode after her and grabbed the little beauty's wrist with his big hand. Linger. Tan Lingyin was pulled around by him, and a shadow covered her. The man's handsome and noble face quickly approached. He kissed her lips tightly. Tan Lingyin felt her head buzzing. She could see Qi Shi and Zhu Feng out of the corner of her eye. Both of them were stunned. The evening breeze blew, lifting the woman's skirt. The man's ink-colored robe was entangled with hers, like two fluttering butterflies. The man didn't kiss her for long. He just kissed her lips gently twice and then let her go. Let's go. He took her little hand and walked forward. Tan Lingyin's ears turned red with embarrassment, and she covered her face as she followed him. She complained quietly. What are you doing? Qi Shi and Zhu Feng were here just now. You were the one who said I could kiss you. Xie Jingheng's voice was a little hoarse. Tan Lingyin looked at him quietly and found that the tips of his ears were also red, as if they were about to bleed. It turned out that he felt embarrassed too. I didn't expect this guy pretends to be so domineering, but is actually quite innocent. The Imperial Palace, Xie Zhao's palace. The people Xie Zhao sent to Cunning Palace came back. Third Prince, the Queen said that she is in a bad mood recently and wants the third Imperial concubine to chat with her, which means she won't let you go. Xie Zhao frowned, rubbed his fist with his thumb, and asked in a deep voice, Does Rongxi usually get along well with the Queen Mother? It should be. After all, only the third and first consorts would go there to pay their respects. Tomorrow I will go to pay my respects to my mother in person and bring Rongxi back, Xie Zhao said after thinking for a while. He couldn't let Rongxi stay in Cunning Palace, otherwise he would not be able to control Rongxi. If Rongxi hadn't died, how could he marry Tan Qianzi? Third Prince, there is movement from the second prince's side, the guard suddenly said. Explain. This afternoon, our people saw the second prince go to the imperial study. Xie Zhao's face suddenly became much gloomier, and he asked in a cold voice, What did he look like when he came out? The guard said, When he came out, his face looked very bad. It seems that his request was not granted by His Majesty. Xie Zhao breathed a sigh of relief. That's good. But Your Highness, the second prince will definitely take other actions. We can't wait any longer. Well, I will definitely bring Rongxi back tomorrow. Xie Zhao said this with certainty, and he already had a plan in mind. He didn't know whether Rongxi had noticed something or his mother really wanted Rongxi to chat with her, but he couldn't let Rongxi out of his sight. The next day, when paying respects, Xie Zhao showed up rarely. The queen's face turned cold when she saw him. Sanner, this is not the time for you to come. Xie Zhao smiled lightly, bowed and said, Your son greets the queen mother. The queen made no reply. Xie Zhao said respectfully, I want to see Sierre. I hope Your Majesty will agree. Even though the queen was the mother of a country, she couldn't stop the couple from meeting each other, so she had to say, Let's go, I'll go with you. After entering the side hall, Xie Zhao smelled a scent of medicine, and his heart suddenly turned cold. He looked at the people in the room calmly and actually saw a strange maid. Looking more closely, she turned out to be a maid from Prince Heng's mansion. When Kailei saw him coming, he became alert. The queen asked Xie Zhao to stop outside the screen and said in a calm voice, I will go see Sierra first. If she is willing to see you, I will let you in. I obey your command. When Rongxi, who was lying on the bed, heard a familiar male voice, her eyes instantly widened and her eyelashes trembled uncontrollably. The queen came over and saw that she looked nervous. She quickly held her hand and said softly, "Sheer, if you don't want to see him, your mother won't let him in." Before Rongxi could say anything, she heard Xiaoxiao say from outside the screen, "Sheer, I have something to tell you about your mother's family." Rongxi suddenly looked flustered and said in a trembling voice, "Mother, let him in." The queen heard a threatening tone in Xiaoxiao's voice, but she had no choice but to let Xiaoxiao in. Xiaoxiao looked at Rongxi lying on the bed and was very satisfied to see that her face was pale. Very good, but still a sickly person. He smiled on his gloomy face, which looked a little weird. "Sheer, I'm going to go south recently and visit my parents-in-law. Can you come with me?" Rongxi bit her lip, feeling a chill in her heart. He took her away from the holy city. He must have other plans. The queen refused without waiting for Rongxi to speak, saying, "No, Sheer is weak and I can't bear to let her suffer the hardship of traveling. Mother, I am taking Xier home to visit my parents." "It would be inappropriate if you stopped me, right?" Xiaoxiao had never respected his mother from the bottom of his heart. She was the queen, but she had no children. She only has the position and power of queen, but she won't even have the chance to become queen mother in the future. He didn't take her seriously at all. The queen's expression changed slightly. "Sanner, are you dissatisfied with my decision?" "I dare not. I just wanted to take my wife back to Jiangnan. I don't know how I have made my mother unhappy." Xiaoxiao's voice was light, but the smile on the corner of his mouth was a little cold. "There's no need to go back to Jiangnan." A deep and majestic voice suddenly sounded. Through the screen, you can vaguely see several figures standing at the door of the room. The queen immediately put on a smile. "Your Majesty, you are here." Xiaoxiao frowned and had to follow him out. At the door of the room, the emperor put his hands behind his back and looked at Xiaoxiao, who was walking towards him with displeasure. "Third brother, kneel down," the emperor said coldly. Xiaoxiao knelt down silently. He never dared to refute his father. The emperor coldly ordered, "Apologize to your mother." Xiaoxiao pursed his lips, moved his knees twice, and said in a deep voice towards the queen's position, "Mother, I just spoke rudely. I hope you will forgive me." The queen said calmly, "Well, get up." Xiaoxiao stood up and lowered his head, waiting for the emperor's decision. The emperor stared at him expressionlessly and asked with great dignity, "Tell me the truth. What are you doing in Jiangnan?" Xiaoxiao gritted his teeth and said, "I just went back to visit my father-in-law and mother-in-law. Nothing else." This is exactly what the emperor wanted him to say. "Since it's not an important matter, don't go back. I have other things for you to do." The emperor walked to the chair and sat down. Immediately, a palace servant poured him tea. Xiaoxiao didn't expect the emperor to say this, and now he had no chance to refute. The emperor took a sip of tea and said indifferently, "Recently, banditry has been rampant in the northwest. You can take a team of elite soldiers there, and the local officials will cooperate with you to suppress the bandits." Xiaoxiao lowered his head and said in a cold and hard voice, "Your son obeys your order." He flicked his sleeves and left quickly. The emperor snorted. "This third brother has a very bad heart. Fortunately, your Majesty arrived in time. Otherwise she would have been deceived by him today." When the queen learned that Xiaoxiao had come to Cunning Palace, she immediately sent someone to invite the emperor. She also told the emperor last night about Rongxi being poisoned in Xiaoxiao's palace. They both now knew Xiaoxiao's little thoughts. Xinglong Street. Tan Lingyin and Luo Yujing came to the store after lunch. Lu Chunhua and the other two had already decorated the store in a very festive way. The plaque was also covered with red cloth, waiting for the unveiling ceremony in the afternoon. Luo Yujing was busy for a long time yesterday, placing all the glass objects on the cabinet. As soon as you enter the door, you can see the shining glass cups on the cabinet. The light is bright and dazzling, and it is very beautiful. Lu Chunhua came over and saluted. "Hello, princess. This morning we wiped all these cabinets, cups, and other items to keep them spotless." Tan Lingyin smiled and nodded. "Thank you for your hard work. It's not hard at all. It's all for the shop," Lu Chunhua said with a smile. Tan Lingyin said to Luo Yujing, "Brother, You help them go outside to promote what our store mainly sells, and I will go around by myself." Luo Yujing couldn't wait any longer. He felt his lips itching. When he reached the door, he said loudly, "Don't miss it if you pass by. I'm sure you've seen that the items displayed in our shop are all top treasures comparable to Ice Soul Stone. Let me tell you in detail the benefits of buying things from our store. In front of the counter at the entrance of the store, there is a small display stand. The display stand is carved from wood, and the carvings are exquisite and elegant. You can see that there is nothing inside." Tan Lingyin took out a small key and opened the lock on the display case. The carved wooden door opened, and she reached in and placed a round, dreamy crystal ball inside. She tilted her head and wondered where the princess took it from and why she didn't see it. Does it look good?" Tan Lingyin motioned for her to come over and take a look. She looked down at the transparent ball in the display case and immediately said with admiration, "Princess, it's so beautiful. There are snowflakes in it and there is a pine tree.
Wow.
There is even a little deer under the tree. So beautiful. So delicate." She looked at it with starry eyes, but Tan Lingyin closed the door of the display case and locked it. She felt a little melancholy. She wanted to touch it a few more times. Suddenly, Tan Lingyin said softly, "I'll give you one when I get back. Don't tell anyone here." She quickly covered her mouth and smiled with her eyes curved. Tan Lingyin turned and looked at Luo Yujing, who was standing at the door. He was dressed in a fiery red robe and was standing on the steps at the door, talking eloquently, and every word he said was never the same. Her brother is really good at fooling people, especially he has a good business sense. Tan Lingyin looked at the sky outside and felt that the sun was beginning to set. "I don't know if the prince can make it back," she murmured in a low voice. She said beside him, "Don't worry, princess. The prince cares most about what you said. He will definitely arrive at noon." Tan Lingyin's eyes slightly curved. "I hope so." The news that Princess Heng had opened a shop soon spread from Xinglong Street. The gatekeepers of the houses of the rich and powerful hurriedly told them about this matter. When Luo Qing heard the news, she immediately jumped up from the couch and said, "Hurry up and get dressed. I want to go to Princess Heng's shop to support her." Even her father, the imperial censor, said, "Prime Minister Tan will definitely go to see Princess Heng when she opens a shop. It seems I have to go and take a look too." He also specifically reminded, "Prepare money. I heard that the things in the shop are not cheap." Such situations frequently occur in the Holy City. No matter whether they are high-ranking officials or wealthy families, they are all preparing money and preparing to come here to see the treasure that is rumored to be more precious than the Ice Soul Stone. In front of the store, Luo Yujing's mouth was dry from talking. "Please wait a moment, everyone. I'm going to go drink some water." He rushed into the shop, picked up the teacup on the table and drank it all in one gulp, drinking several cups of warm tea in a row. Tan Lingyin chuckled. "Take a break. You'll have more to say after we open the shop." Luo Yujing leaned back in his chair and sighed. "Oh, your brother is really exhausted, but the gimmick has finally been thrown out." Just at this time, Tan Qinghua came in. Tan Qinghua looked at the man in red without changing his expression. He had just heard this man claim to be Jiao Jiao's brother. What's going on? When Tan Lingyin saw him come in, she smiled and waved. "Brother, you're here. Where are father and mother?" Tan Qinghua placed a box of tea leaves on the table and sat next to Tan Lingyin. "Mother is still at home getting dressed. She said she came to support you, and she can't embarrass you." Tan Lingyin chuckled. "Actually, you don't have to come. We're just opening a store. That won't do. You've put so much effort into setting up the shop, which shows that you've put a lot of thought into it. We're a family, so we'll definitely come to support you." When Tan Qinghua said this, he deliberately emphasized the 3 words, family. Luo Yujing laughed beside him. "Yes, we are all family. His sister's family is his family." Tan Qinghua was very concerned about this sister, so he immediately asked, "Sir, Jiao Jiao is my sister, and I hope you won't try to establish a relationship with her indiscriminately." Who is trying to make connections? Luo Yujing was unhappy, and her peach blossom eyes suddenly became angry. Tan Qinghua said coldly, "You just claimed to be Jiao Jiao's brother. How come I didn't know when Jiao Jiao had a brother? Enin, tell him if I am your brother." Luo Yujing stared at Tan Lingyin with wide eyes. Jiao Jiao, brother listens to you. Tan Lingyin was just getting a headache from what she was hearing when she caught a glimpse of a carriage passing by outside the window. It's the carriage from Prince Heng's palace. Soon, the tall man walked into the store and walked towards her. Tan Lingyin stood up and walked over to him, smiling and saying, I thought you were going to miss the opening ceremony. Xie Jingheng put his big hand around her shoulders and said softly, I'll make time to come over even if I don't have time for your business. Tan Lingyin chuckled. Thank you. Tell your husband thank you for anything. He doesn't like to hear it. Xie Jingheng took her in his arms and sat down at the tea table, looking at the two men who were at loggerheads beside the table. Tan Qingyue and Luo Yujing looked at Tan Lingyin and said in unison, Sister, how many brothers do you have? Tan Lingyin coughed lightly and almost forgot about the two troublemaking brothers. She looked at Tan Qingyue and explained, Brother, this is what happened. The man next to you is called Luo Yujing, and he is from Wanyu Valley. I get along well with him, and I have already recognized him as my sworn brother. Tan Qingyue frowned even more tightly. Brother, the person next to you is my brother. Tan Qingyue, you two should get to know each other. Tan Lingyin looked at the two of them with a smile. Luo Yujing looked at Tan Qingyue and saw that he was younger than him, so he said lazily, Since we are both Yinin's brothers, we will all be a family from now on, so I won't bother with you. Tan Qingyue's gentle face showed disdain. I don't know where this liar came from, but he deceived my Jiao Jiao. Brother, he's really not a liar. He comes from the famous Forget Your Trouble Valley. I hope you can live in peace in the future. After Tan Lingyin said this, she reached across the table and grabbed the hands of the two men. In their puzzled looks, she put their hands together and said, You are all my brothers and we will be a family from now on, so stop quarreling. Tan Qingyue looked at his hand that was held by Luo Yujing, and Luo Yujing looked at the big hand that he was holding, and the expressions on their faces were wonderful. As soon as Tan Lingyin let go of her hands, the two men pulled their hands back as if they had been electrocuted. Luo Yujing stood up and said, I'll go to the door and chat with the guests. Tan Qingyue stood up and said, I'll go check out the treasures in the store. Xie Jingheng leaned close to Tan Lingyin and whispered in her ear, Why did you become my sworn brother again? Tan Lingyin quickly turned around, put her hand to her lips and said, Sure. I lied to Tan Qingyue. The dream was too absurd. He definitely wouldn't believe it. Then why did you tell me? Do you think I would believe it? Xie Jingheng looked into her big watery eyes. He could smell the fragrance on her face from such a close distance. Tan Lingyin just wanted to protect Luo Yujing at that time, so she made an exception and made up the lie about the dream. She didn't expect Xie Jingheng to believe it, but he just believed it. At this moment, she stared at the man's narrow and deep black eyes, and for a moment, she couldn't tell him the reason. She rubbed her fingertips with her small hands and said softly, They say a daughter who is married off is like water that has been poured out. I think husband and wife are one body, so it is safest to tell you about the dream. There was a flash of surprise in Xie Jingheng's eyes, but more of it was joy. The soft color in his black eyes slowly spread, gradually covering his entire eyes. His narrow and long eyes were so gentle that they seemed to be able to drown people. Tan Lingyin's heart was beating fast. He was handsome to begin with, and with that look in his eyes, it was hard for her not to be moved. Jiao Jiao, I'm very happy to know your secret, Xie Jingheng said, pecking her ear with his thin lips. From now on, this is a secret between the two of us. Tan Lingyin nodded slightly, her phoenix eyes reflecting his gentle look. Princess, it's almost time, Qi Shi suddenly reminded. She watched the prince and princess from a distance. They were so close that she felt embarrassed to disturb them. But the time for the opening ribbon-cutting ceremony was approaching, and she had to bite the bullet and remind them. Tan Lingyin came back to her senses and quickly stood up. Come on, let's cut the ribbon together. Xie Jingheng looked at the little hand she stretched out. The corners of his lips curled up slightly, and he reached out and grabbed her. The two walked hand in hand to the door of the store, which was already surrounded by people in 3 circles inside and outside. At the front of the crowd, most of them were high-ranking officials with a lot of status, and they were protected by their entourage. Feng Jingyu stood in the crowd and waved at her. Cousin, Tan Lingyin's eyes lit up when she saw her uncle and aunt beside him. She suddenly remembered that she had forgotten something. She had agreed to visit her grandparents at the general's mansion, but she forgot about it after returning home. Probably because she was not the original owner, she did not have much affection for these relatives. She smiled and waved her hand. "Uncle, Aunt, come in and sit down." General Feng smiled and waved his hand. "No, we are guests today." Across the street, the carriage from the Prime Minister's mansion stopped. Tan Yushan and Feng Shi got out in a hurry and walked towards the crowd. Tan Lingying quickly said to Zhueyun and Zhu Feng, "Go and bring my parents in." The two men squeezed through the crowd and brought Tan Yushan and Feng into the door. "Jiao Jiao, we are not late, are we?" Feng was dressed up carefully today. Her hair bun and hairpin were extremely exquisite. Tan Lingying smiled and took her arm. "The timing is just right. Also, Mother is so beautiful today. She looks 10 years younger." Feng smiled a little embarrassedly and said, "My daughter is still considerate. You guys go in first. The prince and I are going to start cutting the ribbon. The ribbon cutting ceremony is the same as that of other shops. It ends with cutting the red silk, unveiling the plaque, and setting off a string of firecrackers." Tan Lingying said loudly, "Everyone is welcome to come into the store to shop. But let me be clear, the lowest price for the items here is 500 taels of silver. Everyone must handle them with care, because if a treasure is broken, it will be gone." Luo Qingqing cheered in the crowd. "Princess Heng, let us in quickly." "I can afford it." She shook the stack of banknotes in her hand and smiled arrogantly. Feng Jingyu followed the crowd and looked over there, and felt that the girl had a kind of messy beauty. Tan Lingying looked at Luo Yujing, who immediately shouted, "Open the door and welcome the guests." In an instant, the crowd began to move, and those who were dressed elegantly all walked up the stairs leisurely. The store follows the high-end luxury route, mainly to make a name for itself in the circle of wealthy and high-ranking officials, because these people's money is easiest to earn. Feng took Tan Lingying to a small corner of the store and asked in a low voice, "Jiao Jiao, what did your brother say? Is that Mr. Luo your sworn brother?" "Mother, it's my fault for not informing you in advance. He and I got along well, so we became sworn brothers and sisters." After hearing this, Feng asked nervously, "Did Prince Hing agree to this?" "Your Highness knows, don't worry. Luo Yujing is a good person." Tan Lingying turned her head to look at Luo Yujing, who was surrounded by dignitaries, her eyes tinged with warmth. "Except for my family, he is the last person who will harm me." Feng sighed. "You are grown up now. I can only support your decision." Crack! Tan Lingying turned her head and saw glass fragments all over the floor. The person who broke the cup was Tan Qianzi. Tan Lingying smiled instantly. "It's better to be broken. May you have peace forever." Tan Qianzi thought she was not going to pursue the responsibility, so she quickly smiled and said, "Princess, I also slipped." Before she finished her words, she saw Tan Lingying stretched out her hand towards her. "Pay compensation, 500 taels of silver." Tan Qianzi. "Didn't they say peace and prosperity every year? Does it have anything to do with you paying the money?" Tan Lingying chuckled and glanced at her with her beautiful eyes. "You can't afford the money, right?" Tan Qianzi suddenly felt ashamed and immediately gritted her teeth and said, "Of course I can take it out." Tan Lingying spread her hands towards her and said, "Give it to me." "But I don't have it now." How could she have so much silver? She might have to ask the third prince for it. Tan Lingying looked around and said, "Everyone, please bear witness. Today, Tan Qianzi owes me 500 taels. If she doesn't pay me back tomorrow, I will sue her to the Jingzhaoyin." "You? We are sisters." Tan Qianzi panicked when she heard that she was going to report it to Jingzhaoyin. "Pay the money back tomorrow. Please leave now." Tan Lingying glared at her unhappily with her beautiful eyes. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, Tan Qianzi could only leave in shame. At night, Tan Lingying was counting silver bills in the shop. "It's rich," Luo Yujing shouted happily beside him. "We sold more than 50 cups today. We've made a fortune," Tan Lingying said happily. Luo Yujing said, "Not only that, someone has reserved the treasure of the store, the glass ball. 10 of them have been reserved. That's 1,000 taels of gold each." He has now begun to fantasize about his future life, living in a luxurious house. But some are happy and some are sad. Tan Qianzi couldn't come up with 500 taels of silver, and Tan Suishan had even less. She had no choice but to contact the third prince secretly, hoping that he would give her 500 taels of silver. But I didn't expect that the third prince was not in the holy city. Tan Qianzi wanted to contact the fifth and sixth princes, but she didn't know how. When she thought of Tan Lingyin saying that she would report her to the Jingzhou Yin, she became extremely panicked. She is Feng Xing. How could Feng Xing lose the lawsuit? Absolutely not. Tan Qianzi struggled for a long time, and finally, she contacted the second prince. At midnight, the second prince Xia Chen appeared. Tan Qianzi secretly left the Tan mansion with her maid Xiaoju and went to Xia Chen's villa outside the palace. Second prince, please help me. As soon as she saw Xia Chen, she burst into tears and threw herself into his arms. The second prince has always been interested in her, but now she is at her wit's end and can only give him some sweet treats first. Xia Chen had long wanted to take Feng Xing for himself, so he boldly hugged her and asked with a smile, "Miss Tan, what do you mean by this? I owe Princess Hung 500 taels of silver. I hope you can help me pay it back." A dark light flashed in Xia Chen's eyes, and his big hands were already resting on her waist. "Okay, but you have to give me some benefits." "Benefits?" Tan Qianzi bit her lip and said shyly, "What benefits does your highness want?" Xia Chen hooked her chin, slid his big hand down her neck, and gently hooked her collar. "Miss Tan, what do you think I want?" Tan Qianzi suddenly panicked. She only asked for 500 taels, but she didn't say she would sacrifice herself. "Second prince, this is inappropriate." "Hee, what's wrong? Do you really want to be the third brother's second wife?" "He is really unlucky in marriage. Do you think your life can be tougher than that of a prince?" Xia Chen sneered, his fingers already starting to pull at her collar. When Tan Qianzi thought of the third prince's cold and hard aura, she suddenly felt a little scared. Didn't she always want to stay away from the third prince? Why was she still hesitating now that she had the chance to leave? "I do." "Okay," Xia Chen responded immediately. He picked the person up and strode back to the room. A whole night of making love. The next morning, Xia Chen said, "Qianzi, I will go to the palace now to ask my father to grant us marriage. You just wait patiently." Tan Qianzi nodded quickly, her face full of joy. The second prince has no wife, so if she marries him, she will become the second princess consort. She can also get rid of the evil spirit of the third prince, which is really great. Tan Qianzi packed up, took the 500 taels of silver given to her by the second prince, and asked Xiaoju to deliver it to Tan Lingyin's shop. Today is the second day of opening, and Tan Lingyin came to the store as usual. Xiaoju put 500 taels of silver on the counter and said loudly, "This is the 500 taels of silver my young lady wants to pay as compensation." Tan Lingyin took the purse and opened it to take a look. She raised her eyebrows slightly and said, "Not bad. I didn't expect Tan Qianzi to be so rich." "Xiaoju, tell me the truth. Where did this money come from?" Xiaoju hesitated and said nothing, only bowed to Tan Lingyin. "Princess Hung, I have other things to do, so I'll take my leave now." Looking at Xiaoju's hurriedly leaving back, Tan Lingyin sneered in her heart. Tan Qianzi had a secret meeting with the second prince last night, and everyone in Xie Jinghing's group saw it. Tan Qianzi was really brave. She took advantage of the fact that the third prince was not in the holy city and had a secret meeting with the second prince for a whole night. Humph, you don't have to think to know where her money comes from. Considering the third prince is such a cruel person, he will definitely teach Tan Qianzi a lesson when he returns. It's a dog-eat-dog situation, and she's just waiting to watch the show. In the imperial palace, the second prince came to the imperial study again to ask to see the emperor. Seeing that he had been waiting outside for most of the day, the emperor let him in. Xia Chen knelt down as soon as he entered the room and kowtowed deeply to the emperor. "Father, I have an unwelcome request," the emperor said indifferently. "Then don't invite me." Xia Chen. "Father, Tan Qianzi and I are in love with each other. I hope you can grant us marriage." When the emperor heard about another marriage, he frowned and scolded. "Xia Chen, I warned you not to have any ideas about Feng Xing. Why didn't you listen?" "Father, but Qianzi and I are truly in love." "Do you really have to break us up?" The second prince showed an aggrieved look on his face. He had been able to pretend to be aggrieved since he was a child, and this trick always worked. The emperor frowned and looked at him. Chinner, why do you have to choose Fingxing when there are so many people you like? Are you hoping that I will die sooner so that you can inherit the throne with Fingxing? Xiachen was so frightened that he immediately knocked his head to the ground. Father, I dare not. I hope you live forever, and I want to be filial to you for the rest of my life. He is no longer a child, and the emperor no longer buys his tricks. He said in a cold voice, Your third brother has been very close to Tan Qianzi recently. He also said that they are in love with each other. Who do you want me to believe? Xiachen raised his head hurriedly. Father, what my third brother said is all lies. Qianzi doesn't like him at all. You know, Qianzi told me personally that she doesn't like my third brother. Of course it's true, Xiachen said in a firm tone. The emperor's face darkened instantly when he heard this, and he scolded coldly. Xiachen, do you want to put me in a dilemma? Father, I want to marry Qianzi as my principal wife. Please grant my wish. Xiachen knew why his father was angry. It was because he looked down on him. He was unhappy to see that Fingxing was taken away by him. Humph, I don't even know which prince my father favors. There's not even a clue. Anyway, it won't be the ninth brother. He has a lot of military merits, but his father has stripped him of his military power long ago. He is the most miserable among the brothers. It seems that not being able to fight a war has its advantages. At least my father won't be too afraid of him. The emperor gripped the dragon head handle tightly and sneered. You go back first. I need to think about it carefully. Father, please don't break up this couple. Xiachen left in a hurry after saying this. The emperor watched his back disappear around the corner and said in a deep voice, Notify the third brother and ask him to speed up the progress of suppressing the bandits and return to the holy capital as soon as possible. Yes, the shadow guard hiding in the dark responded immediately. Behind the screen, Xie Jingheng walked out slowly. Father, during this period of time, you can appropriately expand the second brother's network of contacts so that he can compete with the third brother as soon as possible. When the third brother comes back, you can reap the benefits. The emperor sighed heavily. Alas, Xie Chun and Xie Xiao are the two people who are most troublesome, and they are the ones who most hope that I will die sooner. I don't understand either. What's the point of having these two sons? Xie Jingheng said slowly. Father, let's not talk about Xie Xiao. Xie Chun can still be saved. After all, he was raised in your palm and will appreciate the father-son relationship. No more talk. Wait until your third brother comes back and let the two of them fight for it. The emperor waved his hand. You can go back too. Xie Jingheng bowed and said, I will take my leave. The emperor suddenly stopped him and said, By the way, I heard Lingyin open a shop that sells ice soul stones. Please send me some good ones later. Okay, I'll talk to Linger about it. Xie Jingheng nodded slightly, then turned and left. As the sun gradually set, Tan Lingyin was still busy in the shop. Crystal Clear had just opened and she found it new and exciting, so she had to stay here and watch. The store opened yesterday, and many wealthy people in the Holy City have already spent a lot of money on her, so today's performance is very average. Tan Lingyin was not panicked. She didn't feel bad, even if these things couldn't be sold. Because it is a completely zero-cost transaction, you will make a lot of money as long as you sell it. The carriage stopped in front of a store. Lu Chunhua went over to take a look, then quickly turned around and said, Princess, the prince is here. Tan Lingyin raised her head from the rocking chair and looked towards the door with squinted eyes. The man was wearing a crimson-purple robe with wide sleeves embroidered with mountains, rivers, and auspicious clouds in gold thread. They floated gently as he walked, as if the beautiful mountains and rivers were all under his control. He had broad shoulders, a narrow waist, long legs, and a handsome, elegant face with no expression on it. He strode towards her. Just came back from the palace, Tan Lingyin asked lazily, crossing her legs and rocking leisurely on her toes. Xie Jingheng stood beside her and looked at her with his eyes downcast. Well, father has something to say to you. Tan Lingyin's eyes widened instantly. What did the emperor say? He said he wanted to see what the shop sells and asked you to bring him a few good ones. Tan Lingyin smiled. No problem. I'll bring it to my father when I enter the palace tomorrow. She frowned slightly. Since we have sent father away, we must also send mother away. And my mother, I also want to send her off. Seeing that she was lost in thought, Xie Jingheng chuckled, leaned over, and put her in the rocking chair. My dear Linga, you are so thoughtful. That's… Tan Lingyin raised her chin with a look of pride on her face. Xie Jingheng leaned over, lowered his head, and kissed her lips. The two were behind the counter, and there were no customers in the store at the time. The hanging lamps on the wall have been lit, and the dim light shines on the two of them, ambiguous and entangled. The man's thin lips gently caressed her pink lips, his movements softly and carefully. It was just a simple kiss, without any desire. Cough, cough, cough. Luo Yujing coughed a few times. Can you two take care of an old lonely man like me? He snorted coldly and glared at Xie Jingheng's back. Tan Lingyin quickly pushed Xie Jingheng away and said with an evasive look, It's getting late. Let's go back to the palace. That's exactly what I was thinking. Xie Jingheng stretched out his hand and wrapped his big hands around her slender waist. His other hand passed through her legs and lifted her up sideways. Tan Lingyin put her arm around his shoulders and said, What are you doing? Put me down. This is not Prince Heng's palace. What's wrong with this man? Xie Jingheng hugged her tightly. Don't let go. I'll carry you to the carriage. Tan Lingyin knew she couldn't get the better of him, so she quickly shouted to Luo Yujing, Brother, you can get off work when it's time. If you want to eat anything, just use the store's money to eat at a nearby restaurant. Luo Yujing narrowed his eyes and looked at her. I know, the more he looked at his brother-in-law, the more he disliked him. Unfortunately, his brother-in-law is a prince, and he really doesn't dare to offend him. Xie Jingheng carried Tan Lingyin to the carriage and let the beauty sit on his lap. Jiao Jiao, Xie Chen went to ask for an imperial decree to grant marriage again today. What did the emperor say? Tan Lingyin suddenly became curious. Father is dragging his feet and not agreeing. He is going to wait for Xie Xiao to come back and let the two of them fight each other. Tan Lingyin smiled and said softly, Tan Qianzi has lost her virginity. Xie Xiao will definitely be furious when he comes back. At that time, we just need to sit back and watch the fight between the tigers and the dogs. If something happens, Rong, she will be free. This is what she wants to see most. She hopes that Rong she can leave Xie Xiao smoothly. The marriage was originally granted by the emperor. If the emperor were to force the two to divorce now, it would be too much of an insult to the emperor. So this matter still depends on Xie Xiao to see what mistakes he will make. Xie Jingheng rested his chin on her shoulder, and his thin lips rubbed her cheek intentionally or unintentionally. The warm breath fell on Tan Lingyin's face, disturbing her so much that she no longer had the mind to think about Tan Qianzi's affairs. Jiao Jiao, I want to kiss you. Tan Lingyin's heart suddenly skipped a beat. She glanced to the side and met the man's direct gaze. Just now in the store, wasn't it already? It's different. Xie Jingheng raised his hand and turned her little face and said in a gentle voice, Someone was here just now, but no one is here now. What's the difference? Yes. He put his arms around her slender waist, his nose touching hers. Demonstrate this to your husband once. As he said that, he kissed her lips with his thin lips. The hot and wet tongue outlines the shape of the pink lips and lingers at the corners of the lips. Tan Lingyin raised her head. Her whole body was held tightly in his arms, wrapped in the cold sandalwood. An ambiguous temperature gradually rose in the carriage. The man's kiss is hot and scorching. Like fine and dense raindrops, it wet her little by little and possessed her. After a long time, the kiss ended. Xie Jingheng looked at her with dark eyes, rubbing his fingertips on her lips. My goodness, this is the difference. Tan Lingyin's ears were red with shame, and she lowered her head and buried it in his shoulder. This man is darn good at teasing. Tanfu. Tan Qianzi waited for a whole day and finally received a reply from the second prince. After reading the reply, she felt a little discouraged. The second prince asked her to sever her relationship with Xie Xiao, otherwise his father would not grant her marriage. But Xie Xiao is not in the holy city now. How can she cut off her relationship with him? The more Tan Qianzi thought about it, the angrier she became, especially since she had already lost her innocence. If she didn't marry the second prince quickly, she was really afraid that something might happen. She was lost in thought when there was a knock on the door. Tan Qianzi shuddered reflexively, fearing that it was that beast Tan Zhenghao. Qianzi, are you asleep? It was Wang's voice. Tan Qianzi breathed a sigh of relief. Mother, come in. When Wang pushed the door open, she saw her sitting at the table in a daze. Qianzi, Mother just learned the news that she will return to her hometown to worship her ancestors the day after tomorrow. You should not accept the invitations from those princes recently, lest you stand them up. Wang's voice was gentle, and her large hands gently rubbed the top of her hair. Tan Qianzi suddenly wanted to cry. She couldn't understand why she had to encounter these things. Why can Tan Lingyin marry into Prince Heng's palace so easily, while she has to juggle between several men? At this time, she forgot that it was her greed for Fengxing's honor that led to the current situation. Mother, I have something to tell you. Tan Qianzi thought about it and decided to tell Wang about Tan Zhenghao's affairs. In this family, only her mother truly cares about her. Go ahead and talk. Mother is listening. Wang sat down next to her. Tan Zhenghao, that beast, he bullied me. Tan Qianzi started crying as she spoke, lying on Wang's shoulder with tears in her eyes. Wang was immediately shocked. When did it happen? What did he do to you? He forced my daughter to do several disgusting things. My daughter's innocence was almost taken away by him. Wang was so angry that she gnashed her teeth and said, "This beast. I'll tell your father to break his legs." Tan Qianzi quickly stopped her. Mother, don't tell father. He won't believe it. Then Mother will help you find a chance to get rid of him. Wang's eyes were full of murderous intent. She only had this precious daughter and would never allow her to be hurt. Tan Qianzi nodded and then leaned close to Wang's ear. Mother, I have a plan. Tan Lingyin is going to the palace today and has prepared many treasures to give to the Emperor, Empress, and concubine Shui. Xie Jingheng entered the palace with her. After entering the palace, the two separated. Tan Lingyin gave the portion for the Emperor to Xie Jingheng and asked him to take it over, while she went to the Queen's bedroom. The Queen had been waiting for her to come. When she saw Shi carrying a box behind her, she asked, Lingyin, are these the herbs for Xie? It looks like a bit too much. Could it be that Xie's condition has worsened again? Tan Lingyin smiled and shook her head. No, this is a gift for my mother. For me? The Queen was a little surprised and quickly came over to hold Tan Lingyin's hand. Come here quickly, let me see what it is. Shi put the big box on the ground and opened it. There were several glass cups and several bright and beautiful glass balls neatly placed inside. Because 7-Up had been carried around earlier, the gold snowflake powder inside was shaking and sparkling beautifully. Shi took them out and placed them on the table one by one. The Queen immediately picked up a glass ball and looked at it. What fine workmanship! How did they put this little rabbit in there? Of course, Tan Lingyin couldn't say that it was put in by a machine, so she could only say, this is the master's unique skill. He didn't tell me. The master she was talking about was Luo Yujing. Anyway, if there is any strange thing, just blame it on Luo Yujing. The Queen did not ask any more questions. She looked at everything on the table and said happily, Lingyin, Mother likes it very much. As long as Mother likes it, it's not on sale yet. Tan Lingyin said with a smile, Mother, please play with it slowly. I'll go see the third sister-in-law. Go. She's been waiting for you since early morning. The Queen waved her hand and continued shaking the glass ball. After Tan Lingyin carefully felt Rongxi's pulse, she warned her earnestly, you have to be careful recently. You can only trust Kailei. I'm worried that there will be spies planted in the Queen Mother's palace. Rongxi nodded quickly. I know. I have always only dared to trust Kailei. You should have a good rest. I have to go back to my hometown to worship my ancestors soon. It will take at least 5 days for me to come back. Don't worry about the medicine. Someone will deliver it every day. All you have to do is rest and recuperate. Tan Lingyin received news last night that she would have to return to her hometown to worship her ancestors tomorrow, which somewhat disrupted her treatment plan for Rongxi. But ancestor worship is a big deal, so she must go back. After chatting with the Queen for a long time in the palace, she finally waited for Xie Jingheng to come and pick her up. Mother, we have to go visit your mother. We'll take our leave first. Xie Jingheng has always been polite to the Queen. The Queen smiled and asked, this should be Lingyin's first time to see her mother, right? Xie Jingheng. Yes. Remember to bring some gifts like these. She pointed to the glass balls on the table. Tan Lingyin nodded with a smile. Don't worry, mother. In addition to you and father, I have also prepared one for you. That's good. When you go there, spend more time with her. She stays in the courtyard all day and must miss you. The queen smiled gently and waved at them. Tan Lingyin and Xie Jingheng left Cunning Palace and went to the Cold Palace where concubine Shui lived. My dear, the Cold Palace where my mother lives can't be really cold, right? In the TV dramas she had watched before, the Cold Palace was a dilapidated courtyard with nothing in it. Xie Jingheng held her little hand and chuckled. You'll know when you get there. It was a long distance from Cunning Palace to the Cold Palace, so the two of them took a carriage there. In this palace, even the emperor travels in a royal carriage, so the carriage of Prince Heng's mansion seems very out of place. However, few people have any objections to this. The power that King Heng, the god of war, has is only this much. Xie Jingheng lifted the curtain and took a look. We'll be there soon. Tan Lingyin suddenly began to get nervous. She raised her hand and touched her hair. Help me check if the hairpin is crooked. Xie Jingheng turned his head to look at him, raised his hand to adjust her hair. It's perfect, still beautiful. Tan Lingyin exhaled softly. That's good. Nervous? Xie Jingheng clenched her little hand, and Xinya's voice was very gentle. A little bit. After all, she is your biological mother. Tan Lingyin was not nervous when she met the queen before. After all, she was not Xie Jingheng's biological mother. Xie Jingheng held her hand tightly and looked at her gently with deep eyes. Don't be nervous. My mother is a very casual person. If you meet her, you will definitely get along very well. Tan Lingyin, really? The emperor should like concubine Shui very much, but she would rather live in the Cold Palace. Is her personality really that easygoing? Princess, you can get off the car now. Zhuiyun shouted outside. Get off. Xie Jingheng smiled and got up first to get off the car, then reached out and carried Tan Lingyin directly off the carriage. Tan Lingyin quickly looked at Qixi. Qixi, come and check if there is anything wrong with me. Qixi came over to look at her and helped her straighten her clothes. Okay, everything looks fine, princess. Xie Jingheng took her hand and walked to the gate of the palace. He reached out and knocked on the door. A maid with sparkling eyes opened the door. It's Prince Heng. You haven't been here for some time. She looked at Tan Lingyin again. This must be Princess Heng, I see. She bowed. Come in. His Majesty is here today. Xie Jingheng raised his eyebrows. Is the emperor here? Shouldn't father be in the imperial study? Tan Lingyin followed Xie Jingheng into the room and was instantly shocked by the scene in front of her. How can this be called the Cold Palace? Rockeries and flowing water, clusters of flowers, floating green and red. The yard is full of vibrant green, butterflies chasing the fragrance of flowers, and the garden is full of spring colors. Looking up again, I saw a two-story attic standing there, with beautiful vines and branches hanging from the eaves, like a dream scene. Before they entered the inner courtyard, they heard laughter from inside. The woman's laughter was hearty, without any girlish shyness. Xie Jingheng said, My mother is so happy. Let's go in and take a look. After passing through the outer courtyard, you'll enter the inner courtyard. The pond is covered with lotus flowers, and if you listen carefully, you can hear the sound of frogs. On the side, a large bamboo forest extends to the back of the attic. In the pavilion, the emperor was looking at a woman in white with a smile on his face. The woman had her back to Tan Lingyin and was shaking the glass ball in her hand, watching the snowflakes falling gracefully inside. When the emperor saw them coming, he smiled and said, Shui, your son and daughter-in-law are here to see you. Really? The woman said, and turned to look at him. At this moment, Tan Lingyin finally understood why Xie Jingheng had such a stunning face. It's all because of his mother. Shui Fei had a very gorgeous face. Her eyebrows were not willow-shaped, but rather heroic. Her nose was very straight, and her lips were bright red. Especially now that she had a smile on her lips, her whole face looked like a blooming peony. No wonder it was so favored by the emperor back then. It is true that peony is the only true national beauty. But her eyes were very calm, which made her whole temperament seem cool and elegant. Shui Fei was equally amazed when she saw Tan Lingyin. I heard that my son married the darling of Prime Minister Tan's family, and that she was said to be extremely beautiful. Seeing it today, it is indeed true. It is so beautiful. Come, come, Lingyin, come to your mother. Concubine Xue smiled and stretched out her hand towards Tan Lingyin, looking at her expectantly. She let go of Xie Jingheng's hand, stepped into the pavilion, and saluted politely. Greetings, father, mother, Xue Fei. Come and sit down. Tan Lingyin walked over lightly and sat down beside Xue Fei. As soon as she sat down, her hand was held by her. Xue Fei took her hand and cast a direct gaze on her face, examining her very carefully. I was wondering why Hunger would agree to marry. It turns out he can't resist the temptation of beauty. She stretched out her hand and pinched Tan Lingyin's face. Look at this watery face, these eyes and nose so pretty. Thank you for your kind words, mother. Tan Lingyin's face turned red. Xie Jingheng also sat down next to Tan Lingyin, looking at the transparent objects on the table, and smiled softly. Father is one step faster than us. The emperor winked at him, signaling him to shut up. If he hadn't brought these exquisite items with him, Xue Fei would never have opened the door for him. Concubine Xue looked at Xie Jingheng again and said unhappily, Hinger, how long have you been married? Why did you bring Lingyin here only now? Could it be that you don't have your mother in your heart? As a mother, she had just met such a beautiful daughter-in-law for the first time.
It was all because of that brat.
The emperor said, That's right. On the day you came to offer tea, I told you to come and see your mother, but you refused to come. I think you have become too independent. Xie Jingheng. Mother, Lingyin and I brought you a gift. Emperor. You little jerk, you. Tan Lingyin didn't understand what was going on, so she said, Yes, we brought gifts, Qishi. Qishi was about to pick up the box, but Jueyan was one step faster and helped her carry it over. When she opened the box, the contents were similar to those on the table, but the animals in the crystal ball were cuter. Tan Lingyin had chosen them specifically to suit her daughter's tastes. Xue Fei immediately felt that the food on the table was no longer fragrant and quickly asked, Where did you get this? It's such an exquisite thing. I open a shop that sells these. If you like them, I have other styles. I will give you a few more later, Tan Lingyin said, and she felt that the smile on concubine Xue's face faded. The emperor suddenly looked worried. Xue, I just wanted to see you, so I exaggerated a little. They say a king never jokes, but why do I feel like you are full of lies? Xue Fei's voice was slightly cold, and there was a hint of anger in it.
Suad, jag borde disse to.
Don't be angry. Anger is harmful to your health. You can vent your anger, and I am willing to listen and bear it with you, the emperor said, reaching out to hold concubine Xue's hand, but she dodged him. Tan Lingyin was a little shocked watching from the side. The king of a country would actually compromise to this extent. There were rumors that concubine Xue was demoted to the cold palace because she was out of favor. Now it seems that it was clearly the emperor who was out of favor, and concubine Xue locked herself in the cold palace. Moreover, this is not a cold palace, it is clearly a paradise within the imperial palace. It has more life than the queen's cunning palace. Concubine Xue said lightly, Your Majesty, please leave and don't disturb me from talking to my son and daughter-in-law. The emperor looked at Xie Jingheng. Hunger. Xie Jingheng said, Mother, you're going too far. Why don't you? You leave too. Xue Fei glanced at him. Xie Jingheng. He looked at Tan Lingyin beside him and said, Linger, go and persuade mother. Tan Lingyin said tentatively, Mother, in fact, the emperor misses you too. Why don't we let the emperor have lunch with us? This is the first time I've met you, and I really want to have a family reunion dinner. What do you think? Xue Fei's eyebrows gradually softened, and she patted the back of Tan Lingyin's hand. She is still my daughter-in-law. What she says makes me feel comfortable. She glanced at the emperor and Xie Jingheng. You two are indeed father and son. Your words are so uncomfortable to listen to. But for Linger's sake, you don't have to leave. Stay for dinner. The emperor's face was immediately filled with joy, and he secretly gave Tan Lingyin a look full of approval. Tan Lingyin herself found it unbelievable that Xie Jingheng's words were useless and Xue Fei actually listened to her. It seems that what Xie Jingheng said was right. My mother is still easy to get along with. During lunch, Tan Lingyin finally realized how generous Xue Fei was. It can even be said to be heroic. For lunch, she didn't drink tea, but wine. The emperor drank with her beside her, his face flushed with excitement. Concubine Xue, on the other hand, still had a fair complexion, but with a hint of red. After dinner, Concubine Xue pulled Tan Lingyin aside to talk, while she sent the emperor and Xie Jingheng to play chess. For the emperor, he would be willing to do anything as long as he could stay here a little longer. Tan Lingyin also asked curiously, "Mother, why do you want to live here?" "Oh, it's because you don't want to see a certain old thing." Concubine Xue hinted at a certain old thing next to the emperor. The emperor looked over, but still smiled. "Father seems to like you very much. Why do you hate him?" Tan Lingyin's gossipy soul began to burn. If he liked me, would he lock me up in this deep palace? Xue Fei's eyes became a little melancholy. The emperor remained silent and did not refute Concubine Xue's words. Tan Lingyin didn't know what to say. After all, according to her point of view, she would not even fall in love with the emperor because she would not share her man with others. "Mother, how did you and father know each other?" "I'm very curious." She quickly changed the subject, hoping to talk about some good memories to ease the atmosphere. Concubine Xue's eyes fell on the emperor, and the two looked at each other. She seemed to be looking at the emperor, but also seemed to be looking at someone else through the emperor. "My home is in the snowy mountains outside the Great Wall. We are the only tribe there. That year I was riding an elk and wandering in the snowy mountains. I met an injured man. I saved him, and he said he would give me a home. Xue Fei grew up in the snowy mountains, so she can drink a lot. Because the snowy mountains are too cold, drinking can keep her body temperature and keep her warm. The tribe was not big, but there was a doctor." Concubine Xue brought the emperor back to the tribe from the snow. The doctor, who was also Concubine Xue's father, saved the emperor. But the emperor at that time was just a prince. The reason why he fell in the snowy mountains was because he was chased by other imperial brothers. He was seriously injured and finally got lost in the snowy mountains. He fainted from losing too much blood. When he woke up, the first person he saw was Xue Fei. Her bright face was instantly imprinted deeply in his heart. The emperor lived in the tribe for half a month, recovered his health, and fell completely in love with Concubine Xue, who also fell in love with him. But Xue Fei's father did not agree with their relationship. He saw the jade pendant on the emperor and guessed that he was of extraordinary status. But at that time, Concubine Xue was also deeply in love with the emperor, so she insisted on being with him and even wanted to leave the tribe. But what she didn't know was that the emperor had already married a concubine, several concubines, and even had children. The emperor was going back to the holy capital, and Concubine Xue followed him. The two encountered an assassin in the mountains. Concubine Xue was a good archer and was very familiar with the snow-capped mountains. She took the emperor to hide all the way, but ultimately, she couldn't escape the pursuit. At the critical moment, Xue Fei's father appeared with the tribesmen and saved them. "Xue, if you want to go with him, then go with him, but from now on, don't come back again." Xue Fei's father sent the two of them out of the snow mountain and left with the people of the tribe. Xue Fei was young and frivolous at the time, so she naturally didn't believe what her father said. She was born and raised in the snow mountains, so she could come back whenever she wanted. But when she and the emperor arrived in the holy city and saw the women who came to greet them, her heart instantly sank to the bottom. She wanted to leave, but she was unfamiliar with the place and didn't even have a single ingot of silver. The emperor took her back, but never gave her a proper status, and his attitude towards her became increasingly cold. Concubine Xue still loved him, so she hoped that he would change his mind. Not long after, the emperor successfully ascended the throne and took Concubine Xue as his concubine, but he still seldom came to her palace. At this time, Concubine Xue wanted to leave the palace, but it was too late. The palace was guarded by layers of guards, and it was almost impossible for her to leave. The emperor's concubines became pregnant one after another, and Concubine Xue's heart became colder day by day. One day she was drunk, and the emperor came to see her. They talked a lot. From that day on, the name of Concubine Xue became famous throughout the harem. Because from that day on, The emperor never went to any of the concubines' palaces again, and stayed in concubine Shue's palace all night. The fathers of those pregnant concubines were all officials in the court, but now they were suppressed again, and again by the emperor. Not only did his daughter fall out of favor, but his official rank was also demoted 3 levels. All this was because of the queen. The queen's father was the former prime minister, who helped the emperor to completely control the court. The emperor's promise was that he would never depose the queen. It was also the night when concubine Shue got drunk that the emperor told her everything. In the past, the emperor had never been close to concubine Shue because she had the support of her family in Qingdu. The emperor himself did not even dare to offend those concubines and could only treat concubine Shue as an ordinary concubine to prevent her from being bullied in the harem. Later, the appearance of the queen completely changed everything, so he was always polite to the queen and agreed to whatever the queen wanted to do. From then on, concubine Shue became the most favored concubine in the harem, and the queen turned a blind eye to it. Tan Lingyin asked, "Mother, since my father has his own reasons, why do you always avoid seeing him now?" Shue Fei chuckled. "It's true that he had his own difficulties, but it's also true that he lied to me. I didn't even know that he had already married a wife and concubine. I will never forget this. Moreover, there was an avalanche on the snowy mountain, and my tribe was completely buried in the snow. My parents died in the avalanche. The dog emperor knew about this, but he didn't tell me immediately. Even if I knew about it later, I would never forgive him." The black piece in the emperor's hand suddenly fell, disrupting the chessboard. "Shue, when you were about to give birth, I really didn't dare to tell you about this. You must have gone back to the snow mountain to see it. I didn't want you to die twice." The emperor was more than 10 years older than concubine Shue, and time had already left traces on his face. But his affectionate eyes cannot be faked. "Humph." Shue Fei turned her face away and didn't look at him. She is now homeless and can only entertain herself in this cold palace. In fact, her father didn't let her go back to the snow mountain, and she knew why. Because her father didn't want the tribe to be involved in the power struggle in the court because of her. Her father wanted to cut off ties with her and save the family. So when she found out that the emperor had married concubines, she wanted to go home, but she was afraid that her return would bring trouble to the tribe. The emperor never revealed her identity to anyone, only saying that she was an orphan he met in the mountains and brought back home out of pity for her. For so many years, she endured the sadness and stayed by the emperor's side. Apart from archery, she had no special skills, and she didn't even know how to make a living after leaving the emperor. Her parents protected her too well, and she lived a carefree life in the snow-capped mountains since she was a child. The emperor stood up and forcefully grabbed concubine Shue's hand. "Shue, I've been atoning for my sins for so many years. I know I made a mistake, but it's not a huge mistake. My sincerity towards you is never false." Shue Fei let him hold her hand, and her eyes became slightly red. Since she gave birth to Xie Jingheng, she rarely saw the emperor, but the emperor had not touched any woman in the harem for many years, so Xie Jingheng was his last son. "Before I met you, I always put profit first. As long as I could succeed in becoming the heir, I would marry their daughter. I never thought that I would meet you, and I never thought that I would love you so much." The emperor held her hand, bent over, and spoke to her, with a very flattering attitude. Tan Lingyin left quietly, walked to Xie Jingheng's side, and whispered, "Let's go out." The two of them left quietly, leaving the room to the emperor and concubine Shue. Tan Lingyin walked to the lotus pond, looked at the lotus flowers, and said with some envy, "I didn't expect that my father, as the king of a country, actually loves my mother so much. It's really enviable." Xie Jingheng hugged her from behind and looked at her sideways. "Linger, don't envy them. I will do better than my father." "What's a better way?" Tan Lingyin held his big hands that were around her waist with both hands, and gently stroked his slender fingers with her fingertips. "I don't have any concubines, and I won't marry one in the future. I won't deliberately ignore you, and I won't be manipulated by the ministers in the court like my father was. You will be my beloved daughter, who will always be in my palm." Tan Lingyin listened with her ears attentively, and her heart seemed to be filled with cotton wool, soft and fluffy. "Sweet words. If you become the emperor, I will not be the only one in the harem in this vast country. She smiled softly, her beautiful eyes gazing at the clusters of lotus flowers. Beauty is like a flower, and she doesn't want to be just one of the thousands of flowers in the pond. She wanted to be unique, even if it meant being the only flower growing in the desert. She wanted to be incomparable and the most special one. Don't worry, I never thought of becoming an emperor. Xie Jingheng hugged her tightly and kissed her ear with his thin lips. Tan Lingyin's heart was instantly touched. If he didn't become the emperor, then the idea of being together for the rest of their lives would really be possible. Let's talk about the future later. She smiled faintly. Xie Jingheng put his arm around her waist, turned her around, lowered his head and moved closer to her, staring at her pretty face for a long time. Tan Lingyin asked suspiciously, "Is there something on my face?" The answer to her was a man's kiss. He hooked his arms around her slender waist, hugged her tightly, and pressed his thin lips against hers, grinding her pink lips hard. The wet and hot breath gradually became heavy and chaotic, spreading on Tan Lingyin's cheek. My tongue felt a little numb from being stirred. The floral scent around was strong, but not as strong as the cool sandalwood scent on the man. Her heartbeat gradually quickened, and Tan Lingyin clutched his collar tightly with her small hands, trying hard to breathe in her own breath. The kiss gradually became slower, gently holding her lips. "Eat it bit by bit." "Jiao jiao." Xie Jingheng parted his thin lips, his voice hoarse and low. "I will do what I say, just trust me." Tan Lingyin squinted at him, looked at his deep brows, looked at the determination in his black eyes, looked at the seriousness of his expression. Maybe she could trust him for once? What's wrong with loving boldly once? What's more, she eats really well, and such a beautiful appearance belongs only to her. "I believe you," she said softly, her bright red lips. "But," Xie Jingheng didn't expect that she still had a but, "you talk, I listen. But if you can't do it, our fate will be over." Now that Jingyin Qing's reputation in the holy city has soared, she believes that she will live a life of luxury after leaving Xie Jingheng. What's more, she has Luo Yujing, her brother. If she has nowhere to go, going to Wanyu Valley is also a good choice. Xie Jingheng hugged the person tightly in his arms and said in a cold voice, "Our fate will never end. Illustrations are arranged. Please give me a tip. There is one more chapter. I am writing it." The old madam continuously twisted her prayer beads, softly reciting Buddhist scriptures. Tan Lingyin sat quietly beside her, keeping her company. By the afternoon, news arrived that the three individuals had regained consciousness. Xiao Ju, unable to withstand interrogation, confessed everything. "It was Miss who instructed me to deliver the candles to the Hung Princess Consort's room and arrange for Tan Zhenghao to meet her there. But I don't know why the candles ended up back in Mrs. Room. Please spare me. I was just following orders." The old madam's face turned ashen as she processed Xiao Ju's words. So, it turned out Tan Qianji had intended to harm Tan Lingyin and Tan Zhenghao using the candles, but somehow, the tables had turned. Qixi expression was icy as she spoke. "If I hadn't noticed something off about the candles, we'd have fallen into your trap. You're truly audacious, daring to plot against the Hung Princess Consort." Zhang Shi wailed like a banshee. "Oh, it's a disaster. Someone tried to harm my son. If Hauer had actually done something to the Princess Consort, he'd be dead by now." Wang Shi, restrained by others, could only furiously curse at Xiao Ju. "You treacherous wretch. When did my daughter ever instruct you to do such a thing? Stop spouting nonsense." Xiao Ju sobbed. "It really was Miss who ordered me. I've lost my innocence. I have no reason to lie." "Your innocence? How much is that worth, huh? Why don't you just die already?" Wang Shi screamed, her eyes bloodshot.
"Tan Yusan Bellobet, silence."
The Chancellor's command instantly silenced everyone. Glancing at the pale-faced old madam, he said gravely, "The priority now is to investigate the candles' origin. Once we know who purchased them, we can confirm whether Xiao Ju is telling the truth." Feng Shi remarked, "The candles were likely bought in the capital. Does that mean we'll have to wait until after the ancestral rites to investigate further?" Xiao Ju hurriedly added, "The candles weren't purchased by me. Miss gave them directly to me."
They
They came from the second prince. Tan Qianji, who had been wallowing in her misery, snapped to attention at the mention of the second prince. She burst into loud sobs. The second prince. I'm supposed to marry the second prince. If he finds out about this, how can I possibly marry him? She cried uncontrollably. Tan Lingyin turned to her father. Father, since this involves the second prince, I'll have the prince investigate when we return to the capital. We'll surely find the source of the candles and uncover who is trying to harm me. Agreed. Tan Yushan ordered 2 guards to lock the 3 individuals in a room. Keep a close watch on them. No one is allowed to die. The old madam remained silent, offering no plea for clemency. Wang Shi threw herself at the old madam, crying, Mother, please save Qianji. She's a girl who's lost her reputation. How can she marry anyone now? Tan Lingyin raised her brows. Reputation? Does she even have any left? Wang Shi fumed. Princess consort, you're unharmed. Why press the matter further? Tan Lingyin turned to Xiao Ju with a smirk. Xiao Ju, who did your miss give her reputation to? Xiao Ju, desperate for protection after offending both Tan Qianji and Wang Shi, quickly replied, Miss has already shared a bed with the second prince. Wang Shi shrieked, Lies. Tan Sishan squinted at her and asked, Are you telling the truth? It's true. Absolutely true.
Sier nodded vigorously.
Wang Shi glared at Tan Lingyin and demanded, Princess consort, how do you know about this?
Tan Lingyin chuckled.
The falling star flower's destiny. Everyone in the capital knows about it. Even Father Emperor likely knows. She cast a light glance at Wang Shi before waving dismissively. Take them away. Don't let grandmother be further upset by their presence. As the troublemakers were led away, tears streamed down the old madam's face. Jiao Jiao, grandmother finally sees Qianzi's true nature clearly. Tan Lingyin felt a burst of joy, but maintained a concerned expression. She sighed, I don't mind, but I feared grandmother would be heartbroken. That maid's words were clear enough, the old madam said while dabbing her tears. Qianji is far from innocent. If she dares harm your brother, she'd surely harm you too. Thank heavens Tan Zhenghao didn't do anything to you, or I'd have died with regret. Tan Lingyin gently patted the old madam's back. It's good that you now see her true colors. Once we return to the capital, I'll have the prince gather evidence, so Qianji won't be able to deny it any longer. That night, a blood-curdling scream echoed through the courtyard, startling the birds in the trees. A shadow guard landed at Tan Lingyin's door and gave a low whistle. Qixi hurried over to open the door. What was that sound just now? The shadow guard reported, Tan Zhenghao is dead. Qixi's eyes widened. What? But weren't there guards watching him? The guard's water was drugged with Mongolian sweat medicine. Tan Sishan sent someone to kill Tan Zhenghao. Qixi, alarmed, rushed into the bedroom to wake Tan Lingyin and relay the news. Tan Lingyin, still groggy, instantly perked up at the revelation. Tan Zhenghao was killed by Tan Sishan? Her mind raced, quickly piecing together the situation. TSK. It seems Tan Sishan wants to bury the scandal to ensure the second prince still marries Tan Qianji. I must say, it's a rather bold move. Qixi asked anxiously, what now? With Tan Zhenghao dead, won't it be impossible to prove what happened between him and Tan Qianji? Tan Lingyin's lips curved into a smile. Unless one is utterly discreet, secrets don't stay hidden. The second prince's people were watching, they likely already know. Tan Zhenghao's death doesn't matter. What we need is evidence of Tan Qianzi's attempt to frame me with the candles. She won't escape that. Qixi nodded. The princess consort is absolutely right. The next morning, Zhang Shi came wailing to the old madam's chambers. Mother, Howard has been killed. He was the most innocent one of all. The old madam, deeply irritated, closed her eyes and said, Go to your elder brother. I'm too old for this. Stop vexing me. Tan Yushan conducted a thorough investigation within the ancestral home and found that the guard's water had been drugged with Mongolian sweat medicine. The culprit was traced to Tan Sishan's attendant. Tan Sishan admitted without hesitation, I ordered his death. He ruined my daughter's reputation. He deserved to die.